pick. This one's for the stolen voices, my people that ain't got much traces. Trapped in the belly of the beast, everywhere is beef and there's never ever peace. Every day is peak and I never get to speak. Living in the Elmos, never get to see. Sitting in a cell, feel like you're never gonna leave, but you can't sleep because you got beef with the bread underneath of the bunk. But the truth of my speech is abundant. I don't need a reason to keep it 100. The government declared the war on the man. So this ain't a song, it's a glorious anthem to rep for the group that is normally abandoned. The poor is ignoring and stranded. From Lagos to Kingston, NORE to Camden, against all odds, of course we are champions. I'm the voice of Trayvon, I'm the voice of Stephen Lawrence, I'm the voice of Tupac, with no fuck life engraved on my stomach. I'm the voice of a runaway slave, holding a blade and facing a musket. Been a victim of the system too long, we can take it, they're waiting for justice. The voice of Fred Hampton Sr., killed for defending the people and the right to exercise freedom of speech. We just want to be treated as equal. I'm the voice of the mums and the ones that pray for unity in the community. I'm the voice of the young trying to escape the slum, but they can't find the opportunity.
So much to say, but not enough. We hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the right of lies when things are rough. Cause the truth will exalt you to heights when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the
Wanna know why he's trying to flip half of his head and risking it up like his father in pen? For private school costs an arm and a leg, and a new laptop is like half of the rent. He chose crime cause no one's surviving on dreams. Through the sirens and the violent scenes, it seems like no one's hearing his silent screams. He wants to eject like a pilot seat. Hear the screams of a mutant majority, oppressed by a ruthless minority, horribly abusing authority. The tail wags a dog till the dog wags a tail. We stay confused with the poverty, shooting and robbery, escaping the barrel, fighting for the same food that your brother needs. High risk move for the goons cause you gotta eat, so you do what you gotta do, it's a lottery. Is the whole world wearing earplugs? Cause it feels like no one hears us. My little G got stabbed 5 times, I was on the wall with empty tear ducts. I saw him laying in the hospital, asked myself his prayers are rhetorical, cause I prayed till I got laryngitis. Did anything change? Not at all. I'm the sound of the kids in foster care, deliver life so cold they were not prepared. I could tell you about my foster years, so many stories I got to share. I'm the voice of the voiceless, making noise for the traceless. Someone's playing games with our lives, our number one mission is destroying the joystick.
So much to say, but not enough. We hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the right of lies when things are rough. Cause the truth will exalt you to heights when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the
My wings are like a shield of steel.
Shout out to my boy Southside. Kept banging that Stars P and Ransom in my head. So much I had to jump on it myself. Yo, RV, I see you. Yo, Mr. Vivas. Fuck the law, fuck the judge and probation. Giving gunshots now, ain't got no patience. Free my nigga slugs, all my guns that I caged in. Sentenced by a racist, be the foul mason. They call me a pagan, call me a pagan. Cause I don't live in fear of man, made religion or Satan. So many brothers converting cause they're faking. And priests are trying to fuck the kids in the congregation. Call me a pagan, call me a no fate, no fire, or eternal damnation. Adam and Eve's story is a man-made creation.
My wings are like
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live. Red Pill Trill, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that.
My wings are like a shield of steel.
Shout out to my boy Southside. Kept banging that Stars P and Ransom in my head. So much I had to jump on it myself. Yo, RV, I see you. Yo, Mr. Vivas.
Yeah, take a minute to read that, Silverside. Yeah, polytheistic or indigenous. It is primarily used in a historical context referring to Greco-Roman polytheism, as well as the polytheistic traditions of Europe and North Africa before Christianization. In a wider sense, extended to contemporary religions, it includes most of the Eastern religions and the indigenous traditions of the Americas, Central Asia, Australia, and Africa, as well as non-Abrahamic folk religion in general. More narrow definitions will not include any of the world religions and restrict the term to local or rural currents, not organized as civil religions. Right? Let's go there, mum. Listen, we good.
Fuck the law, fuck the judge and probation. Give them gunshots now, ain't got no patience. Free my nigga slugs, all my guns that occasion. Send us like a racist, need a foul mason. They call me a pagan, call me a pagan. Cause I don't live in fear of man-made religion or Satan. So many brothers converted cause they're faking. And priests are trying to fuck the kids in the congregation. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. The truth in the Bible's just the translation. Don't fear hellfire or eternal damnation. Adam and Eve's story is a man-made creation. I drink alcohol and I eat bacon. Look like I'm on MDMA when I'm raving with two bad bitches. You can call me Craven, real road runner, I ain't playing on these pavements. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. So cool bad boys sitting in a station, snitching on a man, them making all these statements to the boys in blue. Hell no, I'm not mistaken. Call me a pagan, aka Andy. I'm ulterior, that's why they can't stand me. You can ask Blem, ask South, ask Randy. I'm harder than rum, vodka, brandy. Them other man are gingerbread, shandies. This one gun made my mum disappear. Bambi, I've been on a stampede with a bag of bad weed, running mad weed. Fake niggas don't understand me. Get a Illuminati, what used to shoot the party. The man will chop and kick, but they don't do karate. You bag of fruits, every youth, and my truth is army. Move to your loser army, show me your juicy mommy. What I do for Robbie, I'll show up a junior Ali. We'll do to the Kuganani. If you love real niggas, you should salute me, doggy. Half this gang guy, the sprinkler, there's youth with Charlie. I sing it all through the Ayahuasca. Now that white people singing it to the chorus. The real team UK, they can't try ignore us. The game Jurassic Park, and I'm Tyrannosaurus. The opposite of Rizzle kicks. These little bricks like fugitives we get pistol with. Call me a pharaoh, and I'm Eva Bean. Check the way that my hair grows. Music and warrior, blessed with a rare flow. Raising the insert and done to the tear glow. Call me a pagan, trump from the other side. Every day gets homicide, they don't let nothing slide. Shoot a smiley face into the side. Nigga brothers ride, they say God to a godly blood up from the gutter side. We just wanna touch bread like a butter knife. I ain't gotta lie, this is life in these troubled times. So cool bad boys sitting in the station. Real road runner, I ain't playing on these pavements. Pagan, playing on these pavements. Pagan, sitting in the station. Pagan, aka Andy, I'm ulterior.
That's why they can't stand me.
Nah, you got no respect. Yo, jump on the panel, family tree. Let me put the links out there.
Hear me now, hear me now, hear me now, hear me now. Everybody wants bread, but nobody don't want it. Everybody wants it, nobody don't want it. Everybody wants bread, but nobody don't want it. Everybody wants it, nobody don't want it. I wish I could sing my blues away. On the rhythm of the beach and the drums, moving away from my baby. I wish I could sing my blues away. I'm singing till that day comes, until then I'll embrace you right. It's not 1, 2, 3 to the 4. More stress is knocking on the door of the board. Rich I get richer, I just feel more. Life is it's really hardcore. Everybody hustling for better. So people on the bed to please the sleeping on the stretcher. Some don't really want the life of leisure. But then we got this working enough. I wish I could find find myself a space so I can fly myself away. Instead of cry myself asleep, hoping that I'll wake to a better day. I wish I could find myself a spaceship so I can fly myself away. Instead of cry myself asleep, hoping that I'll wake to a better day. Everybody wants prayer, but nobody knows what it is. Everybody wants you better, nobody knows what you want. Everybody wants prayer, but nobody knows what it is. Everybody wants you better, nobody knows what you want. I wish I could sing my beautiful way. Rated by the beach and drums, moving away from my bed. Yeah. I wish I could sing my blues away. Sing my blues away. Yeah. Yo, RV. I'm like Aladdin in search of a magic carpet or a starship. I just wanna dip from all this hard shit. Once he died at the hands of a heartless bastard, got blasted, and now my queen's laying in the casket. Plus my dad, he didn't choose to stay, he moved away. I got used to graves, I'm feeling like my future's great. Nothing's new, the same story's true. But I used to day, some abuse the veins with heroin, brother using cane. Pills tobacco, losing years, lose the pain. Me, I'd rather sing my blues away than make a tune a day. Count my blessings and rebuke the hate. Let my inner light illuminate any route I take towards my destiny. Can't let the treachery and all distress get the best of me, so I caress the beat, but less the melody. I spend my peas and marijuana remedies. I guess we all rest in peace eventually. Everybody wants prayer, but nobody knows what it is. Everybody wants it better, nobody knows what it is. Everybody wants prayer, nobody knows what it is. Everybody wants it better, nobody knows what it is. I wish I could sing my beautiful ways. I wish the radio by the beach and drums, moving away from my baby. I wanna do. I wish I could sing my beautiful ways. Yeah. Singing tunes that can come until then I'll raise the rain. I wish I could look in the eyes and tell you it'll be okay tomorrow, but I can't. God knows I can't. I wish I could give it the eyes and tell you it'll be okay tomorrow, but I can't. No, I can't. Instead of just trying.
Yeah, man. Vibes and vibes. Oh, I got no visitors yet. No one ain't jumped on yet. What the hell? UK overstood, you know. Mud.
My wings are like a...
What else I got for you, lot? What's that else? Bop, 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 bop. Look at my blues away. I'm singing till judgment comes. Until then, I'll raise the rain. Oh. All right. Yo, jump on, family. Hit the like button and jump on. Where you look at? I'm hearing voices. Yeah. Listen, 7 on 7. I got some monsters in my head.
They're fucking with my sleep. I'm waking up in sweat, clutching at the sheets, gasping for air like I can hardly breathe. My girl said I swear, kiss my face and kiss my teeth. Somebody help me, I'm sick. I need a vaccine. I'm holding on by a fingernail. Who's gonna catch me? A product of my dad's seed. Was I born a bad breed? Indeed, I used mad weed and alcohol like a tag team to battle bad dreams. Mental combat with marijuana warheads on a crash course for the twisted thoughts that crawl from my body to cerebral cortex. Ever felt like you're stressed? Barely sleeping in your bed. Burn bridges and stab backs feel like demons in your head. Now I listen to the whispers. I'm sick of trying to ignore them. That's torment. Ironically, hoping that some bars might set me free. They're trying to find some peace of mind before they bury me with monsters in my head.
Lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Wake me up before I'm dead. Don't bury me with monsters in my head. Monsters in my head. Monsters in my head.
To say you ain't got problems is nonsense. Everybody's got monsters, a resident evil in your subconscious. Should've told my mom I loved her and hugged her before she took that flight. Told Dex he was out of sight, but never out of mind. Preoccupied with a grind and trying to fix my life. I stared at blank sheets of paper, didn't have shit to write. Wish I was an important factor in my sister's eyes, but I remind her of the dark side, bullshit and strife. And say how I planned it. I wanna be a better father, but miscommunication with ex-partners is the end of saga. I stress the drama, I'm trying to breathe and let it go. This heavy load won't let me grow, so I cop a bag of crow and smoke a heavy dose. I ain't asleep, it's just my eyelids are very low. There's a better way to cope than let me know. Hoping that the truth might set me free. Just trying to find some peace of mind before they bury me with monsters in my head.
Lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Wake me up before I'm dead. Don't bury me with monsters in my head. Monsters in my head. With monsters in my head. Underneath the bed. Underneath the bed.
Fam, wake up, wake up, hey, bro, yo, fam, wait, man, late for the show, come on, late for the show, man's been BBing you, fam, man's been BBing you, come on, fam, you look like you just saw a monster, bro, hurry up, I want my key back, bro, how the fuck you get my yacht, bro, come, man, no, let's go, if you have your key, how are you gonna wake up for some lay, blood, come on,
Trying to find some peace of mind before they bury me with monsters in my head.
Yes, family. 41 people in the building. What else I got for you, man? Just one more, man. One more. Let's hold this one and then we'll start it. But yeah, man. Yo,
Come things.
where are you lot, man? Like, furthermore, let me know. Why am I rushing to be playing tracks and that? Where the hell are you lot? Oh my god. Knackered, man. I need some energy from you lot. I need some energy. Where's the energy crew? Light number 6. I'll try Trill music in the building, yeah. Man like Issa. That man like Flame in the building. Big up yourself, Flame.
Can't lady, we say, broski.
Nah, man, just trying to wake up.
Wake up, boy. You better slap yourself, boy.
Yeah, it was a late night last night. Late night streaming, and then about 1:30, I started watching Saturn on the TV. I don't know what it was, and then I locked that off.
I heard that. I've been having late night. I've been waking up at like 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's late, isn't it?
Yeah, summer, it don't feel right, though.
Summer, I was waking up at 6 o'clock, bro.
Yeah, it's good to get up early in the morning, man.
Trust me, brother. But it's like I just can't get the cycle back round to early.
Do you know what I've realized? You see this when I'm watching, when I'm doing work late night, and I ain't got my blue light filter, I wake up late the next day. I know that sounds crazy, but I wake up late. Like if I don't protect my eyes from the screen time, blue, I'm gonna wake up fucked the next day. I need to order some new glasses still.
My screen's got night mode, but I do need to get the glasses.
Yeah. No, I slap all of that on as well, but I don't really trust it really at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying? From time you've released a tech that you know is burning retinas, you already made a choice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. KO, what's good, brother?
Everything's good, King. Everything's good, man. As I said, man, got like a week or so. I'm gonna relax.
Fuck
Yeah, man.
That sounds good.
But bro,
Relax.
it's
You need to be free of Africa, Kel, man. Talk about relax.
Yeah, I know. Does the oppressor
we're in the process, man.
That's what I want to know. Does the oppressor take a day off? Does the oppressor take a holiday?
You know what? The oppressor never takes a break. To be fair, on that, he never takes a break. But while we're doing certain things at work, we also can do things at home as well.
Of course.
So, but you are right. The oppressor never takes a break, brother Jedi kills you. Never sleeps.
No,
you know what I mean?
so.
They got insomnia. They never sleep. So yeah, man.
Weather changing up as well, boy. Winter time's here.
Yeah.
So what's this video about, brother J, man? What he's gonna play and stuff, right, man? The last video just caught it. You know what I mean? Definitely, although it's a music video, but some of us do suffer from those hallucinations. I've noticed, man, whether you're burning or not, you know, certain types of entities, you'll see certain things, and sometimes it's not explained properly, but you need people to explain it. But yeah, man, last video was definitely very catchy.
Yeah, catchy one. Yeah, Monsters in My Head. Yeah, I do like a bit of a, don't tell accent, but I do like a little bit of like a rocky kind of vibe or whatever they call that. I do. Well, not as deep as accent.
Accent's on all kind of rock.
Yeah. Whoa. You make it sound like a crackhead. All right, so our friend Marwa, your friend Marwa, you remember him, Flame?
Nah.
Don't act up about bro. He's the one that. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
I have no idea. My one sounds like the sweet.
No, he was on your continent. He was on your continent showing us about what.
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah.
So he's gone to Sri Lanka. He's gone to India and Sri Lanka and that. So I think we might watch a little bit of him in Sri Lanka. I'm not so much interested in the India now. I'm done with it. The Sri Lanka thing looks good. Do you know what? I might want to go to Sri Lanka. That place looks fucking beautiful, bro.
It is beautiful still.
Sri Lanka looks beautiful, bro. Like,
do you know in some I can't remember where I read it, but they believe that that's where Adam landed, did it?
Yeah. Well, don't say you don't know who. Muslims believe that.
I don't know, innit? I'm not sure. It's me that's
that shit. Innit?
Oh, shit.
Anywhere but Africa, innit, brother?
No, but if you really, what's your opinion on what's the map, the atlas sort of thing? What's your opinion on what they've given us as the world map?
I don't know, innit? I don't know, brother. Honestly, I don't know. Like, as in, how accurate is it? You mean?
Yeah, and when you look at it, it's like you could put all the continents together. It's like it's a jigsaw puzzle.
Okay, Pangea thing you're talking, yeah?
Yeah, well, it looks like that. So when you say India's not Africa,
you get down that route. Okay, cool.
I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just trying to get
when the sun and the ice and the mountains were one, yeah. Yeah. Wait, Kale, what do you think about that, Kale?
About the atlas. The atlas.
Yeah, the idea of Pangea.
I don't think it's a good idea, King, man. We gotta be honest, man. Politically, it's not a good idea, man. It's not, man. Yeah.
No, but I guess you're asking in history. You think even that wasn't the case in history either? Like before we had the Icemen and the mountain men and women and that.
Mad.
What do you mean before the are you referring to before ice, sand, and mountain people, or?
Yeah. What do you think the state of the planet was like then? Do you think the lands were connected, or they are the way they?
I believe it was all one. To be fair, I believe it was all one. Yeah, and for some reason, I don't know if it's Neil from Art Attack, but for some reason, someone has drawn it separated. So you know what I mean? And it's a conspiracy theory, but yeah.
Neil Buchanan and that, you know?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Pangea. No, I mean, I don't know. It sounds plausible. I got no reason to think it's not a reality, but then at the same time, I'm very much I'm skeptical of a lot of stuff when it comes to this ancient history, man. I just don't know what to believe. You know?
Well,
I would think to myself, what's the motive of some of these theories? There's a motive behind these theories. Now, could the theory of Pangea have a political effect on us now? Like the belief that, all the continents were one, does that affect us in any way? I don't know, man. I'm not sure what it was. I don't know anymore. Personally, like my main thing that I would like to know is, how did the different expressions of human come to be? That's very scientific the way I said that. How did the different expressions of human come to be? Thank you, Carol, man. You've helped us a lot, man.
It's deep, that is. It's very deep. That is very, very deep.
That's what I want to know. You know, I would love to know where the first man come from and but I suppose if you're getting that information,
but you see,
you're basically talking to God if you get that information, right?
Yeah,
but I just want to know that. Okay, because I don't deal with Adam and Eve is a struggle to me to conceptualize, right? Two people breeding up the whole world. It just doesn't ring true to me, man. I don't know how you lot feel. Like it's like saying in the beginning there was one set of monkeys, like two monkeys. Like how many monkeys? How did a female monkey? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It doesn't make sense, bro. Like what monkey evolved first, a male or a female? And then if a male evolved first or a female, how did that female get a male counterpart? It doesn't make sense, bro. Think like it don't make.
Do you know what's interesting as well?
Yeah.
The North Africans, because they've been there 100 years plus. No,
don't stop.
No, it's true, though, isn't it? They've been there. So if it is just the geographical location of where you are determining your pigment, wouldn't people switch that now?
No, we off that, bro. Man, that's old. We off
that. You know what, brother Jay and Flame and that, right? Obviously, in my family, like Noah, but there's different types of religious groups in there,
right?
And sometimes, we debate and the shit. And what I was told from an Islamic perspective is that the creator, obviously, he created Adam and Eve, and he created the first black woman with two wombs. One womb would formulate a set of twins, the other womb formulate a set of twins, and the ones that came out, for example, from the right,
were not related.
They would have to marry from that other womb, and then from there, miraculously, how we all came out, right? Now, I'll be honest with you. I hear where you're coming from, Brother Jay, right? For me, I kind of lean towards that, because if he allowed for brothers and sisters to sleep with each other married,
even if we're in different ectopic sacs,
yeah.
Even if
what does that mean?
The sac that you're the sac, the bubble you're in when you're in the stomach. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
That's supposed to burst, and then your mum's water's supposed to be broken.
Yeah.
In rare occasions, like Sniper, you're born in your sack. So the kids come out and they're still in the bag. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what kind of witchcraft that is. Let's talk to Sniper about that.
Yeah, we got the King Sniper.
Well, I'm saying he came through in a bag.
He was in
the
he started.
man.
He started, man. Don't make him drink his coffee and jump on it.
No. Sniper and deadly call to duty artillery. You know what I mean?
You'd be like, what have I started?
Man.
But I mean, just because you're in different ectopic sacks, bro, you still got the same mum. Like, you're bro, if you come from the same human, you are brother and sister. I don't know what kind of shenanigans we're doing with different wombs and what is that? How many wombs get if Eve had two wombs, does she look different?
But bro, this is the thing, and if we were like, here's why I lean towards it, right? Because we've had to slept with our brothers and sisters in order for us to procreate. You know what I mean? And then when we're all there, then that limit of you cannot sleep with the same bloodline like that is cut off.
How did we become different bloodlines ever? If we only ever had our bloodline to pick from.
But for example,
I kind of follow that Adam and Eve thing, but I don't take it in the literal sense. But I couldn't give you another explanation, and that's only because I ain't sat there thought enough. I feel like I ain't got that information yet. But
the explanation's there, though, brother.
Well, I don't take it in the literal sense, so I wouldn't have that same explanation. Man.
No, but it's not written in the literal sense. That's the thing about it. It's not written in the literal sense. Like,
so, Mo, break it down to me then. How you see? Obviously, you've got your understanding. So, break that down to me so I can get better perspective in a sense.
Yeah. So he made different species at different times, right? And you got the beasts of the field. Yeah. You got all the trees that was made. Yeah, when you read through the symbology of the Bible, the trees are usually nations. Do you understand me? So he's made the trees, he's instructed, he's built then his favored people, and then told those people, don't mix with those other trees. This is your tree, don't mix with those other trees. Like, that's it. That's it. I don't see why we have to even think of it in that literal term. It tells you that it's there. All you got to do is just read what trees mean in the Bible. Go through the whole book, and trees is relative is related to the same thing.
So what you're saying? Trees is people.
Yeah, a people. Yeah. So yeah, nations.
Tree.
Yeah, not nations. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, family, nations, tribes. Yeah.
I don't know, man. But you like say there's other references to a nation being a tree, right?
Yeah, all throughout the book.
The funny thing is, I'm showing that picture of a forest.
Even when it goes through to the parable of the olive tree, yeah, and he talks about I had the nurtured olive tree that was my tree, and the nurtured olive tree started to bear bad fruit, and so I started grafting in the wild tree. Do you get me? That's him telling you, listen, my people went astray. I grafted in some next people for a time. You feel me?
I hear you, man. Who decided to call people trees rather than calling them people? Like, why are we playing these games? This is another thing about this book. Like, do you know what I mean? Why are we now wanting to confuse the mind and call people trees?
Like, I'll tell you why. Well, I can give you the explanation in the book. I can't tell you for myself. Do you understand me? Yeah. Like, I'd ask the same question. Why can't it just be telling me, listen, why can't you say, listen, we made these nations. We told Adam and Eve, don't fuck with these people here. They're snaky. Like, that's what we want to hear it in layman's terms, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feel me? But it's not like that, because the test is supposed to be within the book and you're learning. You feel me? So understanding the book itself within itself is a test.
No, I hear that.
Okay, so I remember we looked at this video before, yeah, where, by the way, on the screen is a double womb, apparently. Kale.
Okay.
It's a double womb.
Right.
So, I mean, so I don't know how I feel about this being like these 3 kids will be triplets, regardless.
No,
You understand?
but here we could put like 2 separate. So, for example, 1 womb and then another one. You understand what I'm saying?
This is it. Look, this is what this is showing you. Look, 2 wombs. This is 2 wombs. They're saying,
and it's kind of separate. So there's like a barrier.
Yeah, they're separate.
Okay, yeah. I hear that one. Yeah.
Right.
I just didn't. Yeah. I see it now. Yeah.
But I don't feel like this is a double uterus. Well, anything's possible. You know, a woman can be born with 2 vaginas, so anything is possible. But I just don't. Because
you know as well, King, right? If we're all from the same family and that, right? Then by necessity we'll go by our name in it. So, for example, you're from the tribe of JEDI.
Yeah.
I'll be from the tribe of Kale.
Right.
Although we got the same bloodline, but because of the name, I would say the tribe begins with that. So, okay, you want to marry from the tribe of JEDI, okay, you're going to have that name, even though we all got the same.
We just call them cousins, though, innit? Why are we playing games?
Yeah.
Brothers, No. Me and your brothers, your son, my daughter, they ain't different tribes, man. They're cousins.
I'm on about afterwards, King. But afterwards, you know, like afterwards, when everything's been formulated.
Look
at
about
afterwards. Yeah.
All right, what I'm talking about is,
did
someone do the maths? You know, you've seen these maths before, like, all right, look, 4, 8, 32, 64, and more.
Right.
All right, say me, you, Motion Flame, that makes 4 of us. We are 4. Yeah, 4 brothers.
Yeah.
First of all, we gotta get sisters to fuck.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, we actually gotta get sisters. Or maybe my older brother is actually my dad. I don't know, bro.
But that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't disagree.
There's not enough DNA to even start the thing.
But that's why I said I don't disagree. That's why I say it to me, it makes sense in the sense that if there were 2 wombs and there were 2 set of twins from each of the wombs, then by necessity, right, that law, you're going to have to marry your sister or marry your brother.
Can you imagine? I always say this, yeah, because a lot of people, I don't know what your version of the Most High is, right? But a lot of people's version of the Most High is a perfect being, or at least an infinitely more wise, intelligent consciousness than we are, right?
Right.
How are we going to start this thing on incest? I'm going to start you off on incest, then I'm going to outlaw it or make it frowned upon. It doesn't make sense. We just going to start on that in the first place. How are we going to start on that and it's going to be a sin? This is confusion, man.
But Brother Jay.
Yeah.
But Brother Jay, who's to say that the creator can't change the laws to suit him, given the fact of that situation at that time? For example, in that, right?
I just feel that he wouldn't even start the situation like that. It'd make more sense if at the beginning he gave us different pools of genetics to work with.
But Brother Jay, remember this, you know, and this is gonna sound weird, but as I said, I always view it politically. Technically, brother, ice, sand, and mountain and sun, and I know I'm gonna get attacked with this. We are family. You see what I'm saying in that? You understand what I'm saying in that? We're from the human family. So this is why we'll say brother and sister, but distant. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't disagree that he made a law. That
saying, you're promoting light incest, then incest, diet incest. I can't believe it.
If you want to call it that, King, you know, technically our brothers and sisters and stuff, right? You know what I mean? Me personally, when it comes to the ice people, I know that they're from the human family, and that I don't disagree with that. I don't believe that the monkeys or something. The thing what I have with them, not to go into it politically, but with that being said, right, if the creator made it that we have to kind of marry at that time, marry a sister, a set of twins, you know, marrying another set of twins from different wombs for us to procreate, and then when we're in a large amount, then bam, it stops from there, and it's like, okay, we have to marry from this tribe. Then to me, brother, based upon that, makes sense. Because how else could we have all pre-created and stuff, right? You know what I mean? There's a contradiction. That's why I said, for us to be in that situation and we had to marry each other back then that will make sense. Like, for example, some people marry their cousins, but we've always married our cousins, though, historically. Because we've grown up in Europe, for us to marry our cousin with that mindset, it's going to be tricky. Nah, you look like my auntie. Nah, I can't get down like that. I'm seeing my... You understand what I'm saying, Brother J? So I get it. I get where you're coming from.
Are you seeing this, bro? Man, they said incest between twins or twincest.
Wait. Do you know fucking Marilyn Monroe used to date fucking Charlie Chaplin's twin sons?
What?
At the same time. Yeah, fam.
What?
Yeah, fam.
I'll be surprised at any of the madness, though. I mean,
Not surprised, fam. Yeah.
yeah.
Doom, doom, doom.
Incest between twins or twincest is a subclass of sibling incest and includes both heterosexual and homosexual. One supposed case of incest between twins in which twins who were adopted by separate families as infants later married without knowing what the hell they were brother and sister. In a House of Lords debate on the Human Fertility and Embryology Bill, January 2008. According to the charity Adults Affected by Adoption, there has been other cases of this sort that had involved siblings. The story was widely publicized in British press, although its truthfulness was called into question. In 1983, Review of the Scholarly Literature of Twin Homosexuality and Twin Incest, Ray Bixler concluded the most same-sex homosexual twins, if reared with their co-twins, do not attempt or even want to seduce them in adulthood.
Whoa.
What? I'm gonna read that again. Most same-sex homosexual twins, if reared with their co-twins, do not attempt or even want to seduce them in adulthood. Okay, they're saying sexual desire is generally absent in relationships between members of a nuclear family. Okay, good to know. Hold on. In traditional Balinese culture, it was common for a set of twins of the opposite sex to marry each other, since it was assumed that they had sex in utero. How can they have sex in utero? What? What the fuck? Bali.
Fucking no. Yo, Asians, hold this L, man.
Big one, man. I can see them thinking, look, this boy is already born with his wife. You know, like that. Like, no,
oh yeah, from the past life or something. Yeah.
This guy's born with his wife. Twin flames. Look, mad flames, you know, fire. It's a commonplace Southeast Asian creation myths. See that creation myths, which prominently feature twin or sibling couples. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. In a sick way, it makes a little bit more sense. Do you know what I mean? Like Adam and Eve were twins, right?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Genetically, you know. Yeah. They're more twins than twins.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I never thought about that. Because, well, in the biblical story, Eve was made out of basically bone marrow, right, from the rib. Adam, that's going to be Adam's DNA. She ain't going to have another source of DNA.
Yeah.
She's going to be Adam, a female Adam.
Yeah.
And then they're going to have kids. So that's already a kind of incestual, well, we can't call it incest, but
yeah.
If you
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
If you clone of yourself and impregnated it, that's weird as fuck.
It's interesting that the quote-unquote elites follow the same sort of thing. It's only common people that don't.
Right. So like they know something that we don't, right?
Seems like it. I'm not gonna say yeah or no,
maybe we should be practicing incest still then.
I don't think we don't. But the thing is,
Biggest joke. You're laughing.
we
I'm
don't
saying
need to do it now, though. You know what I mean?
Again,
We don't need to do it now.
We don't need to do it now.
maybe we should be. Maybe that's what we should be doing.
It's an interesting point. It's starting to ponder on still.
Have you not seen real products of incest?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I know about the whole family. I know. I've seen it all.
Right. So for me,
What's that
I'm
syndrome
saying,
called? What's that long chin syndrome thing called?
I don't know what it's called, fam. Long chin.
Yeah, the long chin, the incest long chin syndrome thing.
Fam,
That's
like,
some
brother, I saw two brothers, yeah, literally, and I was like, "What happened to these brothers?" Yeah, I was in a shop. Yeah, and the people.
Something was up.
Yeah, fam, and then the people said, and they couldn't speak, bruv. They couldn't speak.
Wow.
They couldn't speak, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then boom, the person in the shop was like, "Yeah, bloody, they're products of incest. The brother and the sister slept together. Boom, boom, boom. This is the youths. You get me?" I was like, "Okay, fuck, you know." So yeah, I don't know, man.
Habsburg jaw.
Habsburg, mad. That must have been in German.
You see, Donnie, look at their jaws. They all got the long face, yeah? Extended mandibles and that.
Mad. Mad.
Yeah, it's a sign of interbreeding. Look at these are gal. Mad.
Ain't there no like more recent ones?
Yeah, in Asia. You want to go there?
Let's go. Let's go.
Mad. Mad. Ever since they start fucking with the blue people in Asia, it's mad.
I said, yeah, Asia. What? You want to go there? Yeah, what's that type in?
No, man, we got be seeing 6 arms and
No, we're good, man. We're good, mate. We're starting the day off right.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing extra limbs and shit.
Shit. Jay Leno.
Inbreed.
Yeah, the royal family.
Come on.
Yeah, they're cousins, isn't it? It's kissing cousins. These are cousins.
Some of them, do you know what they do though? So, for example,
they add a spice, isn't it?
Though, so for example, Princess Diana, yeah, her relation to Charles is probably like from, I can't remember the video I watched, it was like their relation goes as far back as the 1500s.
Yeah.
And that was the last time their family members slept together. And then they just revisit
a little break.
Yes, they take little breaks. Right?
And come back in. Again.
And return. Say, yo, come in, you know. Fuck me.
Wow. These men were proper disabled with that gin. Some of them had issues talking, like he said, and that.
But wouldn't see what we're seeing now? Isn't that like two people with, like, let's just say, faulty DNA coming together? There could be two people that have good DNA that come together and don't have this issue.
This is another suspicion, right? Oh yeah. Sorry, just to say that they say that underbite may be a sign of that. So if you got an underbite and your jaw's jutting out.
I know this. Maxi.
Yeah. Max in your family might have juke out Maxine, you get me?
Man. What if I ever tell you about Maxine?
Like a bunch of bros. My sister's like a bunch of.
Yeah, so isn't that like the bad DNA sort of thing, like? And these lot, like, see, these so-called elites are keeping the good DNA.
This is some people. I've had this convo with some Muslim people, and this is what their theory on Adam and Eve was. Adam and Eve had a superior genetic code that we couldn't imagine now, which meant that their kids could interbreed.
Okay, and
right.
So over time, we get diluted.
They got the fresh thing, like bam, it's so strong that they can take a mix. They can take because it doesn't. Because from what we understand about genetics, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
But then we do identify differences, though, Jez. We say back in the day they could have been giants, they could have been this, and they couldn't be that. And we kind of, you know what I'm saying? We accept those, not fully accept, but we don't.
Yeah.
We
You know
don't
what I'm
close off the idea of them.
So what you're saying, brother Jay, a code that will not allow default. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that.
And then from, I don't know, maybe from the quote unquote fool, or well, not fool, but you know, the expulsion.
Yeah.
Maybe now their DNA was subject to more. Maybe it wasn't as strong. Maybe the food that they were eating was
It's
kept them.
interesting though.
It
Because
is very
what did they say?
interesting.
Their private parts was exposed to them, and I don't think that's just a literal. Oh yeah, they start seeing one saw pum, one saw really. I think it goes deeper than that. Pause.
I hope it goes. Let me leave it. Let me leave it. It goes deeper than the willy, yeah.
Listen.
No, that's what you
What
just
does
said,
that
though, right?
mean, though? The exposure of their private part. What does that? It can't just be. Oh yeah, it was that
Nah,
simple. Come on, man.
obviously, people say, I've heard, you know, it's sex. They've had sex, but they don't make sense because they were commanded to be fruitful, right? So someone else says it's the orgasm, right? And and others still say that it was actually Eve took a juke of Satan. And which why the Bible talks about the seed of Satan and the seed of saying that Satan actually. So basically, what one theory is that Cain actually was Satan's seed.
Satan's son, right? In the second room. In the other room.
Right, exactly.
That's a good theory still.
Because we know twins can have different dads.
Mm.
You know that, right? Yeah.
The pum soup stream.
Huh?
The pum soup stream.
Pum soup, yes, the pum soup. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there could be a soup going on, and so I don't know, man. It is interesting. There's something there. I don't have the mental capacity without any aids or any help to try and break it down. I don't know. First and foremost, I think a good scanning of the Hebrew, the original thing, would help.
Mm.
You know,
Definitely. The other thing is as well, I always mention his brother, and people do it in your own time. Yeah, he's got thousands of videos, but he's a brother. He's a scholar in the Hebraic, and he got a thing called King James Bible University, and he gives down really good breakdowns of scripture. You get me? But he's got an understanding of the Hebraic as well. You understand me? So,
yeah. So when you last get a good breakdown from him?
Boy, that's why I said breakdown of the Bible, fam.
He said he gives really good breakdowns, right?
Of the book. Of the book. Of the book.
The book of Bush.
You know you're an idiot, you know.
I am a proper idiot. I'm glad you acknowledged it, my brother. Thank you. It's very hard to be an idiot.
It's cool. You know, it's my own fault anyway, because I'm usually like this, man. Fuck you, innit?
Now you started. You in the comments. You started in the comments with your idiotness. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. So, what was it? What did you call that brother? What's his name?
It's King James Bible University.
Okay.
Elder Michael Johnson. He's a brother as well, still. And he debates them Israelites. He has them Israelite brothers running. Shook. Teaching. You get me?
Well, I'm trying to control my dopamines for these subjects, as has been suggested by Brother Kale. But I will at some point look into these.
Yeah. You know, I got an interesting video as well, brother. Yeah. Let me go to my history. Let me get it quickly.
Control my dopamines for these Abrahamics.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Abrahamics.
Shave all my hair off.
Should we go to India? Should we go to? There's a reason why I wanted to check out this Sri Lanka thing. Cause he's got a tour guide. I want to see what's going on with this. Oh, she's following him around India. Okay.
Do you know? I'll leave that video till later.
You're gonna leave it till later?
No, the one I posted in the side chat, yeah, I said I'll leave that till later, cause we got a scan at 2, yeah, so I'm gonna have to shoot. But you get me? I want to discuss this blood clot. I want to discuss this blood clot video.
Okay, we'll keep it. We'll wait, man.
Yeah. It's a mad thing.
Water every day. His new joke is, I was about to go on, but today's I was about to go on, but motion is there. Joker, man.
Who's that? Water.
Oh yeah, shook one, man.
Water's scared, man. I don't care about him, man. Let's
Wait,
stop this.
You drop the knowledge on emotion.
No, I don't drop knowledge on man, brother. None of that. He might have got knowledge from Kanye or someone like that, but definitely not me.
Why doesn't he want to? Oh, you had a little bit of an argument and that.
Nah, Water's just one of them guys, man. He does this perpetual victim status.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just like, bro, like, come on, man. You're a grown man, bro. If you can't hold a debate and then tomorrow not hold fucking feelings and grudges, bro, then you ain't really a man, bro. Like, and then you sit in the comments and you're like, oh, this man's chatting shit. You never debate people. Because you can't debate because you just sit there and end up screaming down the microphone. Like, that's it. That's what he does. He gets mad and just ends up shouting like a fucking banshee. So, you know, just leave him be, man. Stay in the chat, man. You ain't ready for this panel yet, man. Yeah.
Streets of Scotland said there's an interesting documentary on Netflix about first cousins marrying within the British Pakistani community. The recessive genetic disorders it creates are horrific.
Yeah. Definitely.
I like, honestly, man, either Adam and Eve's genetic code was superior to ours, which, you know, I'm open to that, or there's no way that the seeding program went the way that it's documented, man. It just doesn't make sense. Please.
I kind of agree with your first point though as well, because I would presume there's a war on DNA full stop anyway. If I believe in the devil, there should be a war on DNA.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. So like the changes that but the only problem with all of this DNA talk is we talk like we're in a position of even knowing what DNA is or looks like or what it consists of. Like we have. I personally don't feel that I have the full information at my disposal about DNA.
100%, but that's why we're having this conversation in the sense.
I've got to take a lot of people's word for it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel comfortable with that. Because especially like the depth of what they're saying DNA is. I can tell you about this and that and about your ancestors and what you like to eat and what side you like to lay on and whether you're going to be right-handed. Like, I don't know. Like, they're saying the whole code of you is in this DNA. Is this true?
No, because DNA is a tangible sort of thing, isn't it? Like it's the matter. But we still have spirit. Is our spirit involved in our DNA? Like, I don't know. Is our soul part of the DNA? Because they say, what is it? They say, what is it, 70% or something stupid is junk DNA.
Right. See that even that side of it, the junk DNA thing is just it's a whole long thing, but basically it's all the strands and the codes that they say they don't understand. They say, They say, I don't know, man. You see what I mean? See all the faith you got to have in this?
That's the shit they don't understand because it can't be understood.
Bro, I don't believe they don't understand it, though. You understand? Like, you get me? Like, when they say, oh, we don't understand it, it's junk. I don't worry about that. I don't believe them.
Well, as they understand, I mean the part they can't splice and play with, and because what was it? I can't remember where it was I watched, but somewhere I did read or watch something where they said that the DNA is mapped by the foods that people have eaten over time, and that's how they're tracing a lot of DNA and where you're from. And straight away, my mind said, "Well, then you can't tell me where I originated from, because if my people were 1,000 years in one place, but 300 in other places, do you know what I mean? And that one place was the major part in the middle of the two places. Yeah, you'd say that's where I came from,
right?
Because that's where you're gonna find the most foods items of what we were eating, right?
Most, you're a biology guy, yeah? What?
Nah, not really.
I'm gonna call you a geek. He was gonna call you a geek. 100%.
Nah. Most, but would you say physical activity could not? I want to say alter my DNA, but yeah, in a sense.
Not
If
your
I was
DNA.
hanging from a tree every day for like my teenage years, would that affect my DNA? Would my children be taller because I've stretched out?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I'd say what would happen is your body adapts. So what would happen is if you hung from a tree, you wouldn't be taller, but what you would do is you'd have a decompressed spine, you'd probably be more upright. Do you understand me? Certain things like that. Those are what's natural with it.
Well, that wouldn't impact my DNA.
Nah, no, you wouldn't change your DNA. No, it might change like your bones and how they sit on your body and your muscle and your musculature. That's about it, really.
My diet wouldn't affect my DNA.
So again, in terms of your DNA, your diet would just say the regions you've lived in terms of your DNA.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? So if you ate fish and chips every day for the next 50 years, and your next generations ate fish and chips every day, and it was quintessentially a British food and only ate in Britain, they taught your children that they were, their DNAs, they got a huge amount of DNA in Britain.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what they matched the DNA from, was the food. So that's why it was easy to turn around and say, oh, all you people came from West Africa, because y'all was eating food in West Africa. So we can map a lot of food, and y'all was trading with each other. You get me? So it's easy to turn around and say now, oh yeah, you lot was all in one region. That's why it was easy to get you lot and da. Nah, bullshit, man. We know you went across the whole of fucking Africa.
So what's your opinion on back in the day there might have been giants? Is that plausible to you, or?
I don't know, brother. Listen, they say that there was more oxygen. More oxygen allows for better growth, better healing. You get me? So those things, like scientifically, it's possible. You get me? But in reality, I can't say to you, but certain things I'll just say to you, I don't know. If it's scientifically possible, I say I think it's possible. But in reality, do I know? I can't say I do, my brother.
No, I hear that. I just wondering your opinion same way anyway.
I definitely do a giant. I'm gonna get a little bit sci-fi, right? I remember there was a film called Underworld. I don't know if anyone's ever watched it.
What's that, the vampire one?
The vampire one, right?
Yeah. Vampire. I used to love that little.
Yeah, it's a bad. Man, it's a bad film, right?
The vampire life.
Yeah. So it came to mind is that there's three sons, right? One son formulated the Lycans, the werewolf. The other one formulated the vampires, and the other one has the ability to restrict itself from default of mixing with them, right? And the reason why that came to mind is that Brother Jay was saying that I think some people are saying that Adam and Eve had like this kind of like a code where they could allow the offspring to mix and stuff, right? And I was saying to myself, but that's in that film. Where did they get that information from? That you can
but wait there, Kale. Sorry to cut you, my brother. Do you know what, my brother? See the fucking video, I can't believe it, Normally the scans are early, I'd have been home by now and I would have played the video because what you said ties in. What color was the fucking brother?
Green,
right? Or blue, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, what the breed, the half-breed thing?
Yeah, the hybrid, right?
Yeah,
do you know what, brother?
Yeah.
Wait, listen, that video is gonna bring it home later on. You watch, bringing it home.
Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Spirit, my brother. You see, spirit. I keep saying to you, see, communication is not always verbal. You see, I can work something, and the energy that I believe, the energy that derives from me watching that something and understanding that something and saying, right, this makes sense. It can divert. It can make a conversation.
That's right. That's right.
You get what I'm saying to you?
That's right. Yeah, man.
Brother, I believe in them things. You understand? I believe in our power of ourselves.
Yeah.
Get me? But yeah, man. Video brings it home, bro. Mad.
Yeah, man. What time would you be able to put that on?
The scans. I'll probably be back. The scans. Do you know what? It's about a half an hour video. I gotta leave at about 1.
Yeah.
Play the video, man.
Let's run it, man. Let's run it. Let's run
Play
it.
the video, man.
Run the track. Black Gods Blues. Hey, what from the beginning or from the times? From the time bit,
Bro, if you could play it from the TOP. Play it from the TOP. I want all of you. Remember, I put in the chat Japan, China, India, all I want to get smoked out this evening. All I want to
Right.
Bunnings are gone. Yeah.
What does it mean when he says the blue man? And to be honest, this is actually a concept that many people have seen.
Right, stop before he goes into
it.
You lot in the chat. Let's take part in this. Yeah. List all the blue men that you know. Yeah. What's that other one? What's his name? Is it Vishnu?
Vishnu, Krishna.
Yeah.
There's Viking ones as well.
The blue mid, big up motion, big up mid men. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Like Patar.
Yeah.
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 You're saying tar like Patar, yeah?
Did I say Patar? Yeah, it must have been me, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
I said what I said, man. Yeah.
Right. So can you imagine Avatar?
Oh,
play the video. Play the black card video.
Like Patar, Avatar.
Oh.
Bro, don't get me gas, bro. Play the video, man.
Hey, that's mad synchronicity, bro. Still.
I didn't even think of that.
Mad. But Garrett, bro, listen.
And the family tree.
Probably just never quite grasped the idea of what it truly means. Before I start, I must firstly give credit where all credit is due. I'd like to thank a YouTuber by the name of Chronicles of Judah 144 for helping this knowledge come to my fruition. And as we know, knowledge should not be hidden, but only shared. So I'll link his YouTube channel in my description.
Hey, what's that one? League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good film.
My brother. Also, my brothers, yeah. To see the person that he mentioned, the channel that he mentioned,
Yeah.
Chronicles of Judah, he does some real good videos addressing the brothers and sisters and the things that affect our society and how a lot of the time we are to blame because we have lack of foresight and right? But that's another story. But if boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe. Big up.
Dr. Monroe is his name? No, Dr. What's his name? He's got like the nucleus in on his third eye, isn't it?
I haven't seen that program, but I've seen a picture of it. I know you're talking about
the character, right?
yeah. But then think about not Juggernaut. Who's the one from X-Men?
Beast, Hank McCoy.
Oh yeah.
As well.
And what's his name? Nightcrawler as well.
Nightcrawler. Yeah.
Mystique.
And Mystique. Yeah,
Right.
you man are on fire.
And do you know that in certain cartoons versions, Professor X is also blue. It turns blue.
Yeah. Yeah, you man are killing it. Yeah, man.
Genie from Aladdin, yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Manhattan, that was it. Watchmen. I'm talking some next thing. Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen. Yeah, I didn't really watch it like that, but I remember that character. It was like a blue
that was all right. That was yeah.
kind of ethereal kind of being kind of thing. I don't know. What it was.
Yeah.
If you repeat one I put down, I'm timing you out 5-star. Yeah.
Description. All right. So without any further ado, we'll get into the lesson. But like we do always, we'll start by gaining foundation from the scriptures. Hosea chapter 4 verse 6. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt have no priest to me, seeing that thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children. Now that's a big message to you, so-called black man. You are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Now I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's through slavery or just through systematic programming, but our people just refuse to read. It's like they got a phobia of it. Like because
Why
you
that
refuse to
picture?
read, the most I said, yeah, you are destroyed.
That picture is crosses. Like, the picture, nah, man. Come on, man. We got to do better, my brother. We got to do better.
Because you refuse to read, the most I says here, you are destroyed. The so-called nigga wakes up every single morning thinking that everything's going to be done for him, living rather for the present than the future or the past. Now, since you forgot knowledge, since you rejected reading, the most I said, he will forget you. I believe I said this in one of my last videos. There is really no excuse for anyone not to know anything in this day and age. It's 2021. You can access information via the click of a button, and that only takes a few seconds. Now, for those who are here on clicking that button, it obviously shows that you want to gain some more knowledge. So let's gain some more knowledge and get into this whole concept of the blue man. Now, at the start of the video, I stated that a lot of people have come across this concept through movies or oral tradition. But the main thing people forget to do is ask the question, why? I mean, there's a meaning behind everything. You shouldn't just take everything for granted and accept it. You should always ask the question, why? Why is Keira Knightley playing the role of King Arthur's wife, Guinevere? Why is she painting herself blue? Why is Mel Gibson playing the role of William Wallace? Why does he paint himself blue? These are the questions we should always ask ourselves. And these questions are only going to be answered if we read. So let's read and see why people paint themselves blue. All right, so in this investigation, I'm going to be using this book a lot. This is a book called Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie. Now, one thing about this book is that David McRitchie is a so-called white man. And this book was actually written in the late 1800s. So before anyone gets into it and says, you know, I'm trying to blackwash history, just know that this guy is a so-called white man. Not only that, he's also a so-called Scot. And the reason why I say so-called is because for those who stay tuned to my videos, we know who the real Scots actually are. But anyway, this is on page 47. And what we're first going to do is look up the etymology of some words. So it reads here, a complementary witness with Morris is Gorm, found in the name of the Highland chiefs and kings. This word is given in the Gaelic dictionaries as signifying blue of whatever shade, also green as grass. And this recalls the fact that the indigenous tribes described by Caesar were styled both viridris, meaning green, and ceruli, meaning blue, from the woad which they stained their bodies. So woad is just basically a plant dye where people used to stain their bodies. So you might see, you know, some Vikings paint themselves blue. They was using woad. But anyway, let's carry on. Which they stained their bodies, the color of which may come under either of these headings. Accordingly, when one looks again into the Gaelic dictionary, one finds that Gorman is woad. Plainly, therefore, a man who is titled Gorm is a woad-stained man. Now, although in the Gaelic of Scotland, a Negro is known as Dwayne Dub, a black man, he is known in the Gaelic of Ireland as Dwayne Gorm, a blue, green, or woad-stained man.
The hell?
So when we go back now, look at movies like Braveheart, when we see William Wallace being depicted in this woad or this blue dye, was actually in reference to a so-called black man. And that's the same thing with Keira Knightley as well. When she put on this woad in King Arthur, it was actually in reference to a so-called.
We got a challenge here. MJ said, no, that's wrong.
I have that book as well, you know.
I want
that book. Yeah.
I want that book. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, just play the video. You can say that's not.
Even Streets in Scotland is agreeing as well. So he's laughing after 100.
He's right. He's right. He's right. Yeah.
Black and Irish. Yeah, run the video until she jumps on. Uses her mouth.
Yeah, run it till she jumps on. Shook one. Black in Irish Gaelic is dub.
Yeah.
Well, this
So play the video, listen to what the brother says.
Play the video, listen to what the brother says.
That's why I went on mute, you know.
Right, right.
video or listen to the video.
Ignore her. Yeah, you're right, man. Fuck MJ.
Yeah,
You're
fuck
right.
MJ, man.
Yeah, she's moving with a pattern of synchronicity
Fuck
with
MJ.
the
I don't know why
European.
MJ never wants to use her mouth, man.
Get me?
Her non-African dopamines are activated.
Yeah, man.
She wants to come start challenging scholars and that mutt.
Why? Because Dwayne Dub, meaning a black man, is also known in Gaelic as Dwayne Gorm, which is blue, green, or...
Wait, a Negro known as Dwayne Dub. But hold on, no. But so why is he say so? Dub means black. So what's wrong? Sorry, just wanted to clarify, MJ. If he says the Negro is known as Dwayne Dub or Dwayne Dub, and you're saying Dub means black, what's he saying that's different?
Because he said gore, but he just broke down the etymology of the word gore, right? So
Yeah.
when you further the video, you see the explanation as to why he's used the word gore. You understand me? Listen to like this part here, this first part. I'm not gonna lie, it did confuse me when I first listened to it. I was like, "Where you going with this, brother?"
Right.
But then, watch, he takes it home.
I have the book. I'm not going to say anything, but I have the book. I know where he's going with this. Because
in fairness, the reason why William Wallace was wearing this collar was because he was actually depicted as a Pict in the movie. But there's no actual records that actually show that William Wallace was a Pict. This was just a stunt by Hollywood, to make it more appealing to the viewer's eye. But it still doesn't take away the fact that a woad-stained man is in reference to a black person. Now, let me touch upon this word gorm, because I actually remember growing up and hearing this word.
Gormless.
Mostly amongst the Caucasian community.
Right.
And it was actually used as an insult to another person.
Yeah, gormless.
I remember in school, and they used to say to each other, move away, gorm, or shut up, you gorm. Now, knowing that I've actually read the history behind it, I know it's actually in signification to someone like myself. And also I want to mention, this also links into what we learned last lesson in Black Influences of the British Isles. We look at this word Douglas, and what comes up? The word dub.
Dub. You get it?
Yeah, we know.
Which means black.
We know about this. We also, just to add, we know about dub. What else we got? Morris, Moore, Liam, Scott.
Moira.
Yeah, we know, man. We know. There's loads of words. Kieran.
But let's go. Let's go.
It's the word glass. Now, what word does glass mean? Green. Now, when we go back to that word gorm, what can that also mean? Green, which is in reference to a woad-stained man, which is essentially a black man. So this word gorm, or woad-stained man, also proves that the word Douglas was in reference to black people, because Douglas's just means dark green. Right, so I'm just going to finish up now. So this is just after the red font. So it says, and while in the Scottish Highlands, the adjective glass is used to signify both swarthy and green. This is what I just proved with the word Douglas. But anyway, let's carry on. In Wales, it has a meaning of green or blue. And in the latter country, Gaelic gorm, here spelled gorm, so Gwrm, is equivalent to brown. So as we see, the word gorm green is in reference to a black person. What possible explanation for all this apparent confusion of terms can there be? Listen to what the author's saying. Except the patent one, that a brown-skinned man and woad-colored man were one and the same. So there you go. Whenever you see throughout history, throughout movies, when you see people painted green or blue, it was actually in reference to a black person. Now, what's so ironic about this is that further on in the book, almost 100 pages later, the same author, Dave McRitchie, reinstates himself to make sure the reader does not forget. So let's read it. It's on page 136. It says, it was noticed some chapters back that Dwayne Dub, a black man, and Dwayne Gorm, a blue or woad-stained man, were one and the same. So the author's making you know straight up. I said it on this page, and I'm going to say it again. A black man is a woad-stained man. Now, here is something that's going to trigger your mind, and this is actually a modern source. So this comes from The Guardian, and we all know, especially for those who are living in the UK, we know how prestigious The Guardian is. So what does The Guardian say about this blue color? So it says here on the title, blue, no longer person of color, added to Irish lexicon. So wait a minute. The Guardian's actually done an article stating that blue is in reference to a colored person. And notice it said person of color. It didn't say person with color, meaning person with blue stains or green stains. It clearly said a person of color. So that's in reference to your skin. Now let's dig a bit deep and see exactly what this article was saying. So it says, the Irish language has long wrestled with the description of people who are not white. A fair dub could refer to a man of any color with black hair or black skin. So,
sorry, let me just say, yeah, Scythian, yeah, I could see you screaming and it feels mad, isn't it? Brother, you really are a brother. Brother. Yeah. We're brothers, yeah? We brothers, right, Scythian? Brother. If you really are comfortable in yourself and in your culture, you wouldn't try to claim other people's cultures and hero figures. Then he goes on to say, streets in Scotland, this white erasure is getting too much. Do you ever think that maybe the erasure of people's true identities maybe didn't start with the black folks you're hearing on YouTube? Possibly other people were involved in claiming people's heroes and historical figures and historical positions too. Like, I just think that let's just keep an open mind. Let's look at the research and let's just try and learn and question the mainstream narrative. I'm not here to tell you that William Wallace was or wasn't a black man, but we're just looking at the etymology of a few words stemming in the ancient lands of Britain, and it seems to be that some of these terms are referring to black, brown people, right? So I don't know where you want to go with that or what, but
and I swear you ain't tried to take anything away. You've just added information. Like, why are you talking about a razor? Like,
Bruv, listen, if I said to you, a man's argued with me time and time again and said, your people don't belong here, and I've said to man, listen, my people have been longer than probably some of your people. Yeah, like, I'm telling a man a fact, historical fact. You can't tell me a place is yours. You get me?
I heard him claim an Egyptian though. Sorry.
Yeah, you want to claim Egyptian and you want to claim North African. Yeah.
There's more than enough whitewashing going on in history. I don't know if you're aware of it, man. But
bro, play the video. Let's go into the whitewashing. Play the video. Let's educate these people.
All right. Lewis says, nah, sorry, William Wallace wasn't black. You got a photo of him, right? I'm not saying William Wallace was black. I don't know why you're not sticking to this. Keep your William damn Wallace, man. William Wallace. No one said that.
He said William Wallace was black.
No one said that. They said the reason why he painted
the video said that, but we ain't saying that.
Come on, man. Relax, man.
But anyway, the video is saying that either way, listen, the part I totally agree with will be forwarding soon, and I will let you know the bit that I'm fucking down with. Yeah.
So could refer to a man of any color with black hair or black skin. So the author says here could. No, it's not could. It does refer to a person of black skin, as we proved throughout countless videos. When capitalized, Theodub was also referred to the devil. So the word dub, the way how they used it was to basically demonize colored people. For generations, Irish speakers used an old alternative, Dween Gorm, meaning blue person. So that's what we just read in that book, to indicate people who were not white. Others used Dween Date, meaning colored person. One version invoked creatures from the film Avatar. So wait a minute. Remember the start of the video when I said to the audience, question everything. or why in the movie Avatar do they have blue skin? Now it turns out in this article that people actually clocking onto the actual meaning behind it. So now they're actually saying to themselves, aliens with blue skin, that's actually in reference to black people. So essentially, the movie is about black people. But anyway, let's continue. It says, one version evoked creatures from the film Avatar. One other echo language associated with apartheid South Africa. Now, the guardians of the Irish language have entered a new term in the National Terminology Database, Dwayne the half person of color. So this is exactly what David Mavici was saying back in the late 1800s. There was an apparent confusion of words because they're changing it. They're changing the definitions. So the same thing is happening now. But one thing that's good about this article is that it proves that they know that the word blue was in reference to a colored person. And you want to know another set of people who also knew that blue was in reference to a colored person? The Vikings. Yes, I said it.
Yeah.
True. So this is from a book called A History of the Middle Ages by John M. Riddle. And this is talking about the Vikings in Iberia. So I'm just going to read from the red lines. So it says, thwarted in Muslim Spain, the Vikings raided the shores of northern Africa, where they rounded up large numbers of what they called blue men and black men. So as you can see here, the Vikings called these men in Africa, these black men, blue men. Now, this specific region known as North Africa, they didn't actually call it North Africa. They actually used it in their own tongue. Now, we're going to look up the word, what they used in their own tongue.
Let's go.
As North Africa.
Let's go.
Now, this is from a website called the Skoldic Project. And this is what happens when you look.
But obviously, you lot in the chats have obviously done this level of research. You already gone into the linguistics of what the Vikings were calling Africans, right? So you know this. This is common knowledge to you lot. So obviously, this is why you're superseding and you're like, yo, this is bullshit. Because you already know where this is going, right? You've taken the time out to study this. You're not just saying it because instinctively it makes you feel like, nah, fuck this. You're not just, you hear me? You're not just responding emotively. You're responding because you know you got facts, right? To back up any of your contentions. Man, I don't know.
When you look up the word Blarland, so you can see here, it says Blarland, which means North Africa. So when we look back at that book, when it talks about North Africa, they was actually calling it the Blarland. So the question is, what does the word Blar mean? So let's look up the word Blar and see what it means. So this is from a website called Nordic Names. This happens when you look up the word Blar. Now, if we look down, it says in Old Norse, Blar, which means black, or it can also mean.
Wee man, jump on, wee man. Come talk to us, man. Hit the link. Where you lot at, man?
Blue, dark, or black. So when we refer to North Africa, they refer to it as the Black Land or the Blue Land. So blue and black are synonymous. So anytime Vikings used to see black men, they'll say to each other, they are called Blar men, which means black men, or in the same instance, blue men. So this is what happens when I looked at the word Blar men. And the thing is, when I looked at this word, he actually gave me the description of the word in another language. And this language was Norwegian. So what I did was I actually had to translate the words to see what it was actually saying. And this is what I found. So actually you can see I copy and pasted the words on the left-hand side, which is in Norwegian. And it gave me the translation on the right-hand side in English. So it says, Blar man, plural, Blar men, or in Norse, Blarmor, was the name.
Blar what? Fuck, man. You can't get out. It's fuckery. You can't get out of it, man. As soon as man said Blarmor, you're like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. These lot in the chats, they're probably like, blah, 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 blah.
We had a conversation on Snipes' show and I gave proof and evidence and everyone was like, no, but I've got this book, big up to Brother Motion and the other one, you know, and MJ, we had a, you know, respectful conversation. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fire and brimstone, brother Jedi in the cupboard.
Yeah. Big up you lot though, man. I know they're going quiet because they're going to research. Because one thing about my trill lot is they be going and doing their research, man. So I know that the beast is gonna be back with Ezo and Speaks in Scotland and them man there. And not even them. Who was the other one that was actually crying? The one that messaged me. Whoever is the one that messaged me, I know you're going to do your research. Jump on though, man. Jump on. 5-star. Where you at? Papa Cop says totally low IQ foolery. Low IQ. Okay, interesting.
The guy's doing the research. He's put his research up on the screen. I don't care. Like,
but the chip activating, brother Motion. The chip is activating.
Trust me. Feelings.
He says, no, I'm questioning it. Just like he said in the video, question everything. Also says there's a few things he said that don't make sense, and I will look into it when I have a chance, nigga. Right, big up yourself, MD. I mean MJ. You know what I mean? I'm sure you will go and look. You're the research team. We trusted in you. All right, cool. Let's go.
People with dark skin, i.e., Negroes and Moors, i.e., North Africans. The word used among other things in folk songs from the Middle Ages, blue could previously mean blue, dark blue, and black. So without any shadow of a doubt now, you should know that the Vikings called black men blue men. Now, there's one more thing I want to point out in regards to this word blarmand, which we know means blue man. There's a Danish book author by the name of Egon Mathiasson who actually created this simple picture book for children.
Can I just say for the record, pause a second, brother. Just for the record, yeah?
How depicts the blarmand?
People, this brother has not pulled one source that is African. He ain't called no Kwame, no nothing, no Jermaine, none of that. No, none of that. No Jermaine, no, none of that. Yeah? But I digress. Carry on.
There's going to be tests for those who are in doubt as well. I'm politically analyzing this, trust me.
In this book. Now, what we appear to see on the front cover of this picture book appears to be the Negro. And we can tell that by just looking at his hair. It's curly and it's woolly. Now, some people may question to say, oh, okay, this is probably not a black man. Maybe the authors, maybe trying to depict a white person with curly hair. Okay, so now let's look inside the book. Now you can clearly see the woolly hair, which proves that the blah man or the blue man, or if you want to go even further, the woad-stained man is indeed the black man. We can apply the same concept to blueberries. Hence, I've said the word blue. Now, according to The Guardian, they say that blueberries are not actually blue. They say they're actually dark purple. So the same concept you can apply to the so-called black man and woman. They're not actually blue. They're actually different shades of brown. And as we've seen before, we've seen that all these words are synonymous with each other. Why do you think they use the term, you got beaten, black and blue? Because black and blue are all synonymous with each other. Now, this is what happens when you look up the word blue man in the Oxford Lexical. So it says blue man. Noun, historical, a black man. And African equals blue man. So proof after proof after proof, showing that the blue man is without any shadow of a doubt the black man.
What do you believe the Oxford Lexicon?
History, because the gods of the nations were depicted as blue. So let's look at examples of that.
Let's go.
Famous one.
Let's go.
Guy is Buddha. And by looking at this image, this should actually cry out to the so-called Negro who he actually is. I mean, look at his hair. People in Asia today do not look like that. That hair is woolly. However, when we look at other images of Buddha, he's actually depicted as blue. Now, as we already proved for the video, we already know who the blue man actually is. But for anyone doubting, here's the source. Now, it's from a book called Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. It's on page 8. So it says, Godfrey Higgins says the religion of Buddha of India is well known to have been very ancient. In the most ancient temples scattered throughout Asia, where his worship is yet continued, he is found as yet with the flat face, thick lips, and curly hair of the Negro.
Whoa, look at that one.
Of this may be met in the museum.
I know, because you gonna tell me that that's an Asian man, right?
It hurts, bro. It hurts.
That's our relatives.
It
Lord.
hurts, bro.
Good Lord.
Don't worry, Sneaky. We gonna get to Krishna. Don't worry. We gonna get to Krishna.
Everyone, see the thing with you, Water, yeah? Everyone, like, not even just that. Everyone's an idiot that says something that you don't like. And it's clear you don't like it because of the tone that you react in. I would expect you to be like MJ, which is like, you know what, I'm going to go and look it up. I'm going to research this. Oh, you know what? I'm privy to the Gaelic language, and this word doesn't mean this in Gaelic. She's actually coming with something constructive. You, on the other hand, you just want to call the brother an idiot and ask how many views has he got.
You know what happened, Jedi? Hurt people, hurt
people. Stings. You know when you say like cut your knee and they put like TCP on it or something like yeah. This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you, boy. Oh, still. Yeah.
Museum of the East India Company. The religion of the Negro God is found in the ruins of his temples and other circumstances to have been spread over an immense extent, even to the remotest parts of Britain, to have been professed by devotees inconceivably numerous, that the Buddhists were Negroes, the icons of their God clearly prove. Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 52, 1866. So that goes out to the Shaolin monks.
1866 is writing these things. But it is what it is, man. I take no pleasure from this, man. Hey, I can hear the sting. I don't know who's been stung, but someone's been stung. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm talking about, you know, the one that manifests the Qi Gong through meditation. Wow, who taught you that? These people right here, the Negro Buddhists. You see them do all these stances, the bow and arrow stance, the horse stance, the tiger stance. Well, who taught you that? The Negro Buddhists. Matter of fact, the Shaolin know this themselves. I remember watching a documentary called The Secrets of the Shaolin by a famous actor called James Scott Lee. You might have seen him in movies like The Dragon, where he portrays Bruce Lee. And in this documentary called Secrets of the Shaolin, he actually trains with the Shaolin at the temple. And this image that I'm showing is from the documentary. Now I'm going to give you a few seconds to actually look and observe.
You see it?
This image.
You see it?
Mm-hmm.
You see it? Let me make...
I can see the decorations, Brother Jay.
Yeah, posters. You see the posters?
Yeah.
Word Up magazine.
The name is crazy out here, fam. I'm telling you.
The Weed Up magazine.
Black beat. Yeah, me the black beat magazine all up on the walls. You know,
soft and curly, mad. You don't try star so throw up our thing, blood. It ain't happening no more. This ain't no soul glow no more. You get me? Getting that. We going back to dark and lovely. Yeah. Dax. You know what I'm saying?
Where's the family in the chat? Oh, okay, here we go. All right. My approach to historical stories is to listen to different narratives and discard what I feel is inaccurate. I'm also interested in who is telling the stories. Bias can sometimes alter the facts. 100%, bro. 100%.
Definitely.
I know you're a sensible Don anyway, man. You get me? And we can't just take one piece of information and go and say, yeah, this is it. But I think that the counter narrative of, or the counter claim of brown washing or black washing is actually, you have to be a lot more sensitive when you're applying that, because what you may find is that you're just doing a knee-jerk reaction as a result of some internally deep-rooted programmed bias that you actually do have, right? And maybe even parts of history that stroke your ego, right? And you have to be able to discard them and be focused on truth and truth alone, not just confirmation bias and that, you know what I mean? So I've seen a lot of information about the darker origins, should we say, of many movements and systems and religious iconography and whatnot, right? So I understand this, and I've had a long time to churn this over. So like 10, 15, 20 years later, when this stuff starts coming up, I'm not bowled over by it. It's just more. You understand what I'm saying? Because we've been dealing with information for a long time. But I do like to giggle at the reactions, because you always get the same reactions out of people. It's almost as if you can feel this information leaving a bitter taste in people's mind. Do you know what I mean?
I think what hits it home more for some people is that there's, because before people could try and refute because he was just reading a few words from a book that was kind of confusing, so on and so forth, right? And you could have got kind of lost in that, like, he's chatting shit. But now he's pulling up actual artifacts and images that are there for you to see, right? Like what these people are sitting there in their owner temples with. You get me? Now that's hitting hard. Because before you could just be like, oh, this is pseudo. So are the Buddhists pseudo then? You feel what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's pseudo now. The wolves are pseudo wolves.
Now here's another image of what's going on behind the Shaolin. Now, what can you observe?
Shit.
Now, what can you see? What can you see that was on the walls in the Shaolin temple?
Type it in the chat, people. What can you see?
So, like I said before, the Shaolin know that their founders were black. Matter of fact, all the physical training, all the fighting styles were started by a particular Buddhist by the name of Bodhidharma.
That's right.
They literally show you a statue of Bodhidharma.
Yeah.
Portrayed as in this.
Man. Ladies and gentlemen. Boy. I ain't gonna say black just in case people think that. I ain't gonna say black. Yeah. At the end of the day, no one's really black. We all what does it matter anyway? At the end of the day, it's the information. It's the carbon aging has made these figurines go dark. When they were created, they were actually like pink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And aging has darkened darker, more darker. And more, Uncle Ruckus, I just get darker, more darker.
Mad.
Reverse vitiligo is going on here, man.
Mad. Little Vigo. Mad.
Darker, more darker. There's more darker.
More like Vita de Mattel Lido.
Yo, God.
Is it Black Alido? Matic. Let's go.
In this documentary, a so-called black man. And he too, just like Buddha, came from India. Now, this statue is actually found in a place called the Bodhidharma Cave, which is situated in China in a place called Mount Song. So even in China, they preserve these sort of records of their patriarchs.
But wouldn't that make him Indian though?
No, we'll just watch the thing, though, man.
So now we're going to quote from that very same book that J.A. Rogers was talking about. So this book's called Anacalypsis, an attempt to draw aside the veil of the Asiatic Isis by Godfrey Higgins. It's on page 286. It says, Colonel Wilford says it cannot reasonably be doubted that a race of Negroes had formerly preeminence in India. These were the inhabitants of India in the time of the curly-headed Buddha. Aye. So what's that saying about your original Indians? What's that saying about Buddha? It's saying...
H, you need to come and refute this, brother.
H, nah, don't try to draw for H. You're gonna lose your damn fucking mind.
Yeah, leave H out of it, man. Some poor unsuspecting woman go and get some dick pic if you
Nah, this is a body. This is a body, man.
He goes, Water says, I can't wait to tell Chinese people their noodles were invented by a black man. Yeah, man. Wicked, man. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, man. You ain't
Water, don't even let me start.
We already knew this. My Chinese family already told me this years ago.
Water, don't let me start on Italians, bro. Like, trust me.
Well, you know, but brother JEDI is right, man. This information, those who grow up, we've known about this for a long time, man. And I understand what you do, bro, man. You have to channel this information correctly and that, because it's a tricky one. It's very sensitive. It shouldn't be, but I get it. I get it, man.
This is the thing. A lot of people are like, yeah, we're all people, boom, boom, boom. But you hear something like this,
I don't feel the love like
you understand me? Now all of a sudden we see the differences now, cause you understand me? All right, but it's all good though. It's all good. It's all good. We see y'all, man.
Change my tune. I'm gonna have to change a verse in my tune to India was black.
So look, man, Flame left us. Obviously it's painful. He's gonna go eat and pray that it's not true. Eat your words and pray that it's not true. I hear you. Eat and pray. I hear you, man.
Big up though, Flame, but you fled. Flame.
Big up, brother. Big up.
Yeah, man, you Indians are flounging, man. You flounging. I'm the Chinese.
You back with this Jap? Fucking hell.
Yeah, man, jumping right now, but they definitely flounging, man.
Guy's got issues. I'm telling you, bro. You're my brother, fam, but you're mad, bro.
No, it's serious.
This one, and this is on the same page, which is on page 8. It says, of one black Buddha in the case of Aurangabad, he says, its features are large, its hair curly, its whole resemblance is so much allied to that of the African as to be given origin to the opinion of some that Buddhism had an extra Indian origin. So source after source after source, proof after proof. So as we clearly read and heard, Buddha was a black man. So here's another well-known god, the Cometian god Osiris, god of the underworld. Now in this image, it shows him as green. Now if you remember, green can also signify blue, which was in reference to brown-skinned people. Now here's another image of Osiris, but this time he's painted blue. Now what does this really mean about Osiris? Was he really blue? Well, let's see. So this is from that same book called Anacalypsis by Godfrey Higgins, and it's on page 136. It says, the ancient name, as we have said, was Sir or Siri, the same as Osa or Osiris, whom was always black, after whom it was called, and by whom was meant the sun. So Osiris was blue-skinned, but also known as black. So was Buddha. Now, what about another famous god? Let's look at Krishna. Yet again, we see
I was going to say that them Hindu gods are all blue.
Source, but countless amount of evidence are provided. We all know that now the blue skin is in reference to black people. But either way, I'll still pull the source. It's from that very same book. And it's
Could
on
you
page...
pause 1 second?
So it says, now that it is not a little remarkable that a dark...
Yes.
You see, obviously, him saying that the blue is a reference to blackness, yeah? I get that, but are there not some Indians who are extremely dark, as black as, or blacker than even some of us?
What I remember it from the ancient ways is that the blue typified enlightenment, black was original, and the white paintings typified be able to decipher truth and falsehood in Asia. But because of the what happened, they've made it look like the other way around. But that is how initially it was, what the blue represented, as well as the black people.
Okay, so then obviously when he's talking about the Hindu gods, they might not necessarily look like black people in their phenotypes, as in their, you know, their nose and their hair or whatever, but obviously they must have had dark skin.
No, Shifa, what he's showing you is this. They're painted blue. They've got afro and curly hair. People will say, yeah, but they're blue. Doesn't mean they're black. You then go into the busts and the artwork of these people and the historical writings about these people to tell them what these people describe them as. Okay.
With the Chinese one, I kind of agree, but we're looking at these Hindu gods, they don't look the same as us.
Watch the thing. This is why you're supposed to watch the thing.
Yeah, I'm listening though. We'll see if he shows me something that makes me think different.
So it says, now that it is not a little remarkable that a dark blue tint approaching to black, as his name signifies, was the complexion of Krishna. So as you can see, that dark blue tint of Krishna's skin was approaching black. Even though he was blue skinned, he was also a black man. So it's just like that saying says, the deeper you dig into history, the darker it gets. So here's another god represented as blue. This is actually a Japanese Buddhist god known as Fudomyo, or another name for him is Akala. Now in Japan, they venerate this guy as some kind of wrathful deity that protects all.
Akala. You know what that means, black?
Yeah, they're called the black woman that when they do radical deny and control African rights, they call it Kala. Yeah.
They got a deity called Akala though. Mad. Let's go.
Crazy.
To all living things. But as you can see through the images, they represent him as blue. But with these other statues, they also represent him with black skin. And this shows that the Japanese know the link between black and blue. He will be what you will call a gorm, or a woad-stained man. And what's ironic about this god is that the famous Japanese crime syndicate, the Yakuza, actually tattoo him on their skin. But they don't tattoo him as blue. They tattoo him with black skin, which goes to show yet again that the blue man is the black man. So here's another blue face. This is the Cometian god Ptah, which is the god of craftsmanship and architecture, where it's sometimes portrayed with blue skin and sometimes portrayed with green skin. Now, if you're very familiar with the entertainment industry, and I'm sure you are, especially if you're living in this day and age, you would actually have seen this guy on TV quite a lot. So by looking at this image, just take a few seconds to think, what on TV resembles this image of Ptah?
Of course.
I guessed it already. It's actually the Oscar Awards. Now, this is the same reason why the scriptures say there's nothing new under the sun, because similar trends are just being recycled back into the earth. But what is this really saying? This is saying that when an actor or actress wins an Oscar award, they're actually venerating the so-called black man as an idol. And not to sound boastful or anything, but that's something that we should not do. Because according to Exodus chapter 20, verse 4, it's actually the second commandment not to make a graven image and worship it. There's nothing else apart from the Most High what you should worship. And speaking of the entertainment industry, they already know who the blue man is. If you look at Beyonce's musical film called Black is King, she makes a man play this role of the blue man. And it's actually a so-called black man who plays this role. If you look at movies like X-Men that show blue people a lot, think of characters like Nightcrawler or Mystique or even the Apocalypse. All blue-skinned people, all meant to represent so-called black people. Matter of fact, the creator of X-Men, Stan Lee, said himself that the X-Men was based on civil rights activists. Let's read it for ourselves. It's from a website called history.com. So let's see what the title says. It says, how Stan Lee's X-Men were inspired by real-life civil rights heroes. So what real-life civil rights heroes did Stan Lee base his X-Men around? Now, I'm sure some of you can guess from the top of your head, but let's read on. So it says, that metaphor extended to the characters themselves, with Professor X and his vision of harmonious human-mutant coexistence standing in for Dr. Martin Luther King, while Magneto's rigid attitude towards the defense of mutant kind reflected on the philosophy of Malcolm X. So you see, Professor X was meant to be based on Martin Luther King, and Magneto was based on Malcolm X. Reading on, it says, the Sentinels, a brand of massive mutant hunting robots, were introduced 2 years later as readers watched on TV, as Black Americans were beaten and abused by white police officers. So what it's saying here was that the Sentinels in the movie were based on the police and how they used to oppress Black people. And that's the thing, when you're watching the movie, you do see a lot. You do see that the mutants are oppressed by the humans. They're looked down upon in society. So that's the reason why Stan Lee made the comic X-Men, to see what Black people were going through during the civil rights movement. So further on down, it says this, by creating characters that looked and acted differently, Lee tapped into the struggles that readers of his books experience every day. Marvel always been and always will be a reflection of the world right outside our window, Lee explained a year before his death. See, that's the reason why Stan Lee made the X-Men. And that's another thing. That shows you that a lot of these things, a lot of these movies, a lot of these comics are not just made for entertainment for the viewer. There's an actual purpose and message behind it, but it's always down to the viewer and how he or she can decipher it. This is the reason why I'm analyzing a lot of these things, because I know that they have a certain message behind it. All right, so this is what Stan Lee had to say in regards to Magneto. This is found on Wikipedia when you look up the word Magneto. So it says, in a 2008 interview, Stan Lee said he did not think of Magneto as a bad guy. He just wanted to strike back at the people who were so bigoted and racist. He was trying to defend the mutants, and because society was not treating them fairly, he was going to teach society a lesson. He was a danger, of course, but I never thought of him as a villain. Now, if Stan Lee based Magneto off of Malcolm X, what's that subliminally saying about what he thinks about Malcolm X? He's basically saying he doesn't see Malcolm X as a villain either. He's only fighting against the racist people who treated his people unfairly. Now, what we're going to do is touch upon Norse mythology and cosmology, which is basically what the Vikings believed. Now, the reason why I'm giving the background behind this is because it's heavily linked to movies like Thor and games like God of War. And what they did was they left certain messages, and that's what we're going to look into. Now, what the Vikings believed in their cosmology was these 9 realms, and each of these realms had separate races of people or separate entities. Now, one of these realms was called Svartalfheim, and the entities that lived there were called the Dark Elves. So we're going to look into this thing about the Dark Elves. Now, that should be a major shout to you so-called Negroes, since I said the word dark. But anyway, we're going to look into it. So this from Wikipedia, when you look up the word Savatanheim, it's also called Savat Alpha. So let's read. It says, in Norse cosmology, Savat Alpha, and in parentheses it says black elves or Swarthy elves.
Swart, yeah.
Remember when we looked at that word Swarthy, it
Yeah.
just means black or brown. So what's he saying from the start? It's basically saying that the entities that lived there were basically the Negro version of the elves, the black or swarthy elves. Then it says, on this very first line still, it says, also called Milkulfa, in parentheses, dark elves, dusky elves, murky elves, are beings who dwell in Savatanheim. Savatanheim means home of the black elves. So keep that in mind as we're going along. So when you're watching the movie Thor, The Dark World, he's actually talking about Savatanheim, which is home of the black elves or the swarthy elves. And the most ironic thing about this is in the opening scene, we see these dark elves. Now look at the subliminal, what Marvel have put into this movie. They show one of these black owls literally as a so-called black man. And I said subliminally for a reason, because some part of the owls that they do show is portrayed by a so-called white man. And this is just a way which Marvel or Hollywood like to do to put the black viewer back to sleep. They'll literally show us and say, yes, okay, the dark owls were black, but let me just throw a white man in there so they don't clock on. Because more than likely, the Negro doesn't like to read anyway. So we have to read more, brothers and sisters, so we can actually analyze and decipher what these messages are saying in these movies. Now, speaking of Marvel, they actually did do a comic surrounding this Norse mythology. They did it surrounding Hercules. And basically, Hercules goes to this world called Savatanheim. But in the comic, what they do is to show these dark owls as what? Blue-skinned. Now, I want you to tell me, rhetorically, who did we learn about who are the blue-skinned people? Yes, exactly. So-called black man and woman. The world-stained man. The Gorm. So there you go. Marvel knows the definition of the word Savatanheim, meaning swarthy, but yet they do show them as blue. They make sure you know that the blue-skinned people, the dark owls, were actually black. Now, earlier I did mention about a PlayStation 4 game called God of War. Now, how do they portray these dark owls? Let's see. So they too portray them as blue-skinned people. And as we know, blue-skinned people are black people. These are your dark owls. These are your swarthy owls. So they know the truth. So question to the Negro, why don't you? Now who we know who the blue man actually is, I want to give a little breakdown of the movie Avatar. Now, one thing you need to know about this movie, it does give the so-called black man and woman subliminal messages.
This is where I stopped.
Messages will fly over the heads of the average black person. Now, if you was doing your reading, your research, you would actually click onto these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down some scenes that occur in this movie. Now, just look at this one, for instance. Look at the hair on the female, Natiri, who is known for having hair in braids, especially when it comes to this style of braids. It's the so-called black woman. All right, now let's look at the facial structure. Now look at the nose. These people, the Na'vi, they have broad noses. Who on earth is known for having broad noses? So-called black man and woman. Now let's go a bit deeper and look at the body structure of these people. So as you can see, what do these people have in common? Narrow hips, broad shoulders, long limbs. These are all part of the physical characteristics of the average Negro. Now, not to get too scientific with this, you may be asking, what does the narrow hips provide us to do? Well, what narrow hips does, what the scientists know, is that it provides us with more of a locomotive force, which is basically just more of a self-propelling force.
Juke better.
Towards the center of the body's mass, which allows us to run faster. Not only that, but it allows us to make small adjustments when running or walking. That also provides us with greater biomechanical efficiency. Same thing with the longer limbs. It provides us with greater reach, greater stride length, longer acceleration pathways. Why do you think Usain Bolt was breaking records? It's because he had these athletic advantages. Now just look at some of these black athletes and compare them to how the Na'vi looked in the movie Avatar. So as you can see, Usain Bolt, long-limbed, narrow-hipped, small rib cage. That's another thing that the so-called Negroes have. Here's another one. They got Kevin Durant, a lot of body mass situated at the thighs. Not only that, but the glutes. And this provides for locomotion. This provides for that self-propelling force, which is why, you know, blacks have fast twitch muscle fibers, because it allows us to accelerate at tremendous speeds. And this doesn't always apply to running. You can actually apply to things like, you know, boxing, which is probably why Deontay Wilder punches so hard. So this is what the scientists know. They know this about us. We've got Deontay Wilder, yet again, long-limbed. John Jones. And that's another thing. If you watch fighting, on average, you'll see this a lot. If you see, look at the fight stats at the start, you will see that the Negro will normally have a longer reach. Even if he is around the same height as his opponent, he'll still have a longer reach on average. Yet again, I'm going to overstate the word average. This doesn't mean that every Negro on the earth has a long reach. It's only on average. And this is what the scientists know from their studies. All right, so now I hope you've seen the parallels to how the Na'vi looked in the movie Avatar to the so-called Negro. Now, let's break down some of the scenes that happen in the movie. All right, so this one happens at the start. So this what happens when Jake Sully, the main protagonist of the movie, goes into his avatar. And what's so ironic about the scene is, just before he goes into the avatar, when he's in that machine, the camera literally moves towards his head. But the part of the head it moves towards is towards the pineal gland, or the third eye. So basically, he's activating his third eye in this scene to become the blue man, or what we know as the black man. But the subliminal does not stop there. So what happens is, Jake Sully gets up in this avatar and walks outside. And the first thing the camera shows is 2 blue people playing basketball. Now, just think, on Earth, who's really known for playing basketball? The so-called black man and woman. Not only that, but in the scene, the 2 blue people are actually trash talking each other, which is something what a lot of black people do when they get competitive. So this links a lot with the movie Get Out. So you know how the people was trying to become black, trying to, you know, convert their mind into a black person's body. The same thing was happening in this movie Avatar, except they did it subliminally as these blue aliens. Now, this last scene I want to break down is a part when Jake Sully goes in and gives a report to the leader of the operation, a man called Parker Southridge. You see him there with the white shirt on. And after Jake Sully gives his report, Parker Southridge says something very ironic and very familiar to what people say today. He refers to the blue people and insults them by calling them blue monkeys. Now the question is, who on the earth is insulted and called monkeys? Is it the Caucasian man that is called monkeys? Is it the Arab man that are called monkeys? Is it the Chinese man that is called monkeys?
We get the picture.
Yeah, man, you get the picture. That's what I was saying. Yeah. We got to the movie part, but I just want to show you like the statues. You get me?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I gotta go to the scan. We're back in a bit to hear y'all to help y'all dry y'all tears.
You got motion, bro.
Yeah, but don't we have to look at the opposite? We have to look at the opposing arguments here if we're to substantiate this information and, you know, cement it as, you know what, this is irrefutable then. And without looking at the opposing arguments, you know, we are kind of being a bit vain.
But wait, the opposing argument is history.
Yeah, 100%. But obviously, to be honest, I don't know exactly what all the opposing arguments are, but we'd have to look at them, is all I'm saying.
You just want to have an argument, that's all.
100%. Why not, man?
Just say that. You just want to have a debate. That's all.
I've been winning debates. I've been winning motion, man. You need to me thump up some people's brain cells yesterday.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday, bro, you just lucky you was up against
that.
That's all, bro. But yeah,
I bamboozled them yesterday, man, because only like the man them got it straight away. But I bamboozled them the way I put my point across. So I think it just upset people rather than dealing with the point.
We say you gave.
No, the man them got the point. The man them understood the point. The man them understood the point. Pause.
Yeah,
but right now, what Kel's done, this information you've brought is very, very powerful. But you see little things. I'll point out one thing that I observed. Yeah, he was talking about black people having long limbs, X, Y, Z. You know, being faster runners, flat noses. You know, all of these different things denoting phenotypes and certain particular traits. If we can show that there are no, for instance, no white people, no Indian people, no other people on this planet that have some of those traits or similar traits, then it makes the argument more cement. If we can find, say, for instance, there's some Indian people who have some of these traits and, you know, fit some of these descriptions, X, Y, Z, then there's a possibility that they fit into some of these roles also.
All right, so let's do it then. Okay. So we look at musculature, we look at body structure. Yeah. As in my profession, I know the types of body fat and which cultures are more prone to body fat and high amounts of body fat. Indians are them. Yeah. Asians are them. Yeah. Along that high proportion of body fat. Naturally, that's just genetic. That's what it is. Yeah. So that doesn't fit in straight away. Okay. They're not fast runners. That doesn't fit in.
What about with Buddha? Does it fit in with Buddha?
Let me finish. But do you get fat black people?
Yeah, you get fat Indian people, then you get skinny ones. Do you get skinny Indian people? 1 second.
You just said what about Buddha? Buddha was fat, bro. Buddha was fat. We're talking about, that's an anomaly. We're talking about musculature right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about musculature, long limbs, fast. So you might find an Asian that's tall with long limbs. Is he a fast runner too, or does he have the same musculature? Does he have the same explosive power? Does he have the same amount of fast twitch fibers? No. This is what the brother's saying.
How do you know?
Did you say what I just said to you?
No, I said, how do you know that for a fact?
What do I do for a living, bro?
I get you, but how many Indian people have you met in your lifetime?
How many Indian people do I train, bro? I train Indian people now.
But you don't train all of them.
Bro, you know when you study your thing, you know your thing in it. Like, you know, if I was a plumber and I studied my plumbing and I walked into someone's house and said, bruh, you know, that boiler's not really that good. It's because I studied the fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, cool. So
how many times have you been to India?
So what I'm saying to you is the high proportion of body fat and certain body structures are natural within people, certain people. Like European, there is a beer belly type or a barrel chest among certain parts of Europe. That is the fact of it, bro. That is the fact of it. It's not a disrespect to no one. It is the fact.
No, you know, Motion, I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to point something out, brother. Listen to what I'm going to say to you now, yeah? You made it, sorry, brother. You made an analysis.
Examples, and I'm saying to you scientifically, they've done it already. That's what I'm saying to you.
Brother,
that I've had to study. So there's no second argument. There's no, bro.
There's no argument. Can I point something out to you, though, brother? Can I point something out to you, brother? You're the Indian. Sorry, brother. I'm trying to get you to understand where I might be. My point lies in it, so that you can understand and refute it. Then, as far as your experience of Indian people, is strictly UK based. How many times have you been to India to verify this information?
I train people that have lived in India and come over to India.
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm saying how many times have you been to India to confirm that there aren't people who meet you?
Scientific study, you silly boy. What's the matter with you?
I don't agree with scientific studies. Scientific studies at one point said black people didn't have as good
opinionated little twat, bruv. Shut up.
Scientific study at one point said black people were 3/5 of a human being, didn't have the same amount of brain capacity. X, Y, Z.
Why do you think you are slim with broad shoulders, my brother? Do you think you're going to find somebody of your height and weight with the same body structure of you in Europe, India, China, anywhere else, bro?
Yes.
Then you don't know nothing then, bro.
You say I don't know nothing. You say I don't know nothing. I've got you, but what proof can you provide to substantiate this claim?
Bruv, did you just hear what I said? They have studied our athletes, my brother.
Who studied?
What do you mean who studied?
Who studied our athlete? And when you say our athletes, who are our athletes? Please give us the specification of exactly what we studied.
Bolt, Linford Christie, Gabriel Selassie, Sanisa Bikela, all of them, bro.
Which one of them's Indian?
Zilch.
Exactly. I don't understand what you. I don't understand how you don't get my point.
Listen to me. When they have studied these people, they have gone into their genetics, their diet, their lifestyles, their body masses on average. So they don't just go on to just one person. They're going to look at a group of people. So they're looking at a region, Jamaica, Nigeria, Indian, such and such and such, right? This is how these things work, bro. They don't just get one person, a Jamaican, and say, right, he's the fastest, let's just study him. No, they will
you see the problem with that.
listen, bro, listen, they will compare him to other genetic groups too.
I get you, and it sounds like you're right. I'll be honest with you, it sounds like you're right, but that doesn't prove anything. You'd have to show us the genetic story, brother. You would have to show us the genetic study which unequivocally proves what you're saying. And as far as sorry, brother, I didn't interrupt you constantly, man. Come on, man. I can't even finish the sentence. I can't even finish the sentence, brother. Please let me finish the sentence. Let me finish this one sentence. One sentence, brother. Just one sentence. Yeah. What I'm saying, brother. What I'm saying is, from what you've told me just now, yeah, you said they studied athletes. So what about the rest of the people in India?
Oh, did you hear what I said? So within my fucking field, my own profession, they study the average person. Not a fitness person, not a fucking slouch, the average person. And they showed us that the average person from different regions has such and such amount of body fat, okay? More than this certain people, and so on and so on and so forth. That is how the fucking studies work, my brother.
How many people were involved in that study?
My brother, are you listening, bro? You can't, bro. It's an everyday study. If I want to corroborate that facts, right, I would then corroborate. Look at all my Asian clients that I've had. Look at all my black clients that I've had, and all my white clients that I've had, right? And that's
not good enough.
Brother, shut up. You can't tell me what's not good enough. I said
it's not a wide enough test.
Bruv, stop it, man. Stop it. Listen, I'm going to my scan. I ain't gonna sit on no panel and argue people.
You know I'm right. No, come on.
You're not right, bro. You're not right.
Good argument, bro. And obviously, someone else could bring that argument. You can't just get ignorant with them. You're gonna have to explain it in a way that proves it wrong, rather than just get ignorant.
Schiffer, like I said, I'm going to my scan. There's no ignorance. I've just given you, I've given you what I studied and what has been studied, right? That's it. Both in professional athletes and the normal person, right?
Can you show us these studies? Can you show us where these studies go?
These are the things that have been studied and the things that I have to have knowledge of to be able to pass my qualifications, yeah?
I think the word knowledge sometimes is a misnomer, though, Motion, because you can't know the characteristics of every single Indian person.
My brother, do you know that you work out things on average, right?
I don't care about averages. I care about the truth.
Averages. All right, cool.
I care about the truth.
You care about the truth, bruv. Listen.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to be argumentative. I'm just being honest. I think that averages aren't necessary. Average isn't necessary. Brother,
you're being a child because
brother.
Because you think you've had a couple of victories, you think you're gonna jump on the panel now with your hype self and try and challenge me, bro? Stop it, bro. When I come back,
I don't need to challenge you. You're challenging yourself.
When I come back from the scan, I'll be back on the panel. I'll be ready to smoke the shit out of you and
you can't, because I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah,
it's too, brother. You're getting upset about the wrong thing here. All I'm doing is saying that whatever average you're going by does not substantiate an entire population. It doesn't entail, an entire population. So, unfortunately, I think that study may be flawed to that extent.
Kale, chat to Schiffer for a minute, please. I'm kind of engaged.
Yeah, I'm still here. I thought I was waiting for Motion to reply. I just realized he jumped off. But this is the thing now, brothers. We can't do what Motion did and get all emotional over someone asking a question or trying to substantiate a point or, you know, looking deeper into an issue. You can't get all emotional. What you have to do is, if I'm wrong, just show me where I'm wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. This is the figure. This is what I'm saying. A guy saying he's gonna smoke my argument. It's not possible, Motion. That was very childish, brother. Respectfully, that was very childish, because you can't smoke me in no argument that I'm not having. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, is there a possibility? Let me ask you, Brother Kel, then. Brother Kel, is there a possibility that when they do a study on average, they haven't looked at all of the people in entirety? Is there a possibility of that? No? Yay? All right, cool. But I did like the video anyway. We'll wait till Brother Kel's available again or someone's available. But I like the thing when he was talking about the dark elves and all of this blue people and stuff. And it got me to thinking, like, there was a piece of the video that I feel like was missing that he should have been speaking about. Because what's the guy's name? What's Thor's brother called? Who's not really his brother? Is it Loki? That's it, Loki, yeah? So Loki is Thor's brother, yeah? But he's not really his brother. He was kidnapped. Yeah, from his real parents by Thor's dad. So the white man has kidnapped someone else's children from another race of people. And what color are those race of people? The frost giants. If anyone knows about the frost giants, they're blue too. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So they kidnapped the blue man's child. Yeah. And raised the blue man's child as their ally against the blue man. And then you look around and you say, hold on, this is sounding a bit Uncle Ruckus-ish. It's sounding a little bit, you know, Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, Sambo, whatever, I don't know, man, Coonish, whatever you want to call it, you know. But I think to some extent, you can't even blame Loki for, you know, not feeling associated to his own people, because he weren't raised by them, innit? He was kidnapped from baby and raised as someone else's child. You know what I'm trying to say? Now, I think honestly, you know, in listening to the video, I respect what the guy's saying. I don't necessarily have any reason to refute anything he's saying. But I honestly think, you know, like yesterday, we had a little debate with the ladies yesterday. And I didn't want it to be a debate. I was just trying to make a point and trying to get people to answer a question, a very specific question. But I found that some of the sisters found it very difficult to adhere to any information or answer a question. Yeah, and that's not my fault. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, information is what it is, isn't it? Like, I'm not trying to alter it or trying to change it to suit my narrative. It just is where it is. You know where I'm coming from? And I think sometimes, you know, we may all be guilty of doing this. There are times I may be even guilty of doing it. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. And I may have looked at something at a particular time and saw it a particular way and not necessarily, I may have glossed over or overlooked something knowing it was there because it doesn't reinforce my argument. And I think a lot of people do that. Do you feel where I'm coming from? It's like when we was looking at these pictures of Krishna or these Hindu deities or whatever, like for me, yes, the blue could represent blackness or darkness, however you're going to describe it. In the same respect, when I'm looking at the phenotypes of those images, those statues, X, Y, Z, to me, they look more Indian. That's just my opinion.
But brother Chip, like, you would know, King, right? That and this is something where we, those who are educated with the history, like to let non-African people understand. Not all African people have the same phenotype. Do you understand? Right?
So we have some Indian people African.
Hold on, King. Hold on. All due respect to you, beloved, right? That doesn't mean because we don't have the same phenotype that you're not from Africa and that. You see, in my family, right? Some of us, you know, we do have the straight nose. Some of us have the broad nose, right? We have different phenotypes. Yeah, some of us do have that as well. Be honest with you, some of us have the straight hair. Now, when
And
you
tell me
understand,
one that does. Can you show me one black person that has the straight hair that doesn't have a mix?
oh, you can go into, for example, in East Africa, right?
And where they're
They,
mixed? Where they're
they,
mixed?
they. Hold on, King, if you can allow me, right? All due respect to, right? They can be very dark and have straight hair. You
And they
see,
also can be very mixed.
yeah. But at the
See?
same time, brother, as from an African descendant myself, I know in my family that that is relevant in there. But that doesn't mean because they have the straight hair and it's not the same as the West African feature. That don't mean I'm not African. Remember Henry the Explorer, King. He went to West Africa and saw the darkest African and assumed all African people are dark and have the broad nose. And we are trying to eradicate that type of claim that we all don't have the same phenotype, but we definitely are from the same family. And we have to accept that. For example, you as a Hebrew Israelite would
Not
know,
Hebrew, just Israelite. Just
right,
Israelite. But
my
yeah,
mistake, right? You would know that the Cushites settled in the region which is called India. You see, brother? So when you know about that there now, although they may not have the same phenotype as us, but we can definitely say, brother, Nile Valley went there first.
Okay, what does a Cushite look like?
Well, the Kushite, according to the evidence, they are the Nubians as well as the Ethiopians, and they definitely had different phenotypes, but from the same family as it pertains to Kush.
Can you show me a Cushite with long, straight, curly hair? Or wavy hair, sorry, not curly. Long, straight, wavy hair. Can you show me one?
When up to date or back then?
Yeah, historically.
I suppose you have to do the research.
Well, this is what I'm doing, right? You see, the thing is now, yeah, this is what the kind of stuff that I do. So just to give people a little bit of a background of how I may have a discussion or debate, as we're talking about it, I'm looking at it and I can't see one. I can't see Cushites with that that long wavy hair. I can see Armenian with that long wavy hair.
Yeah, but brother Shifa, as I said, in
I
East
can see
Africa,
Armenians though. So obviously Armenians are supposed to be Cushites or whatever, but when I look at it, their hair doesn't look wavy. It looks like
Armenians are not Cushites. Armenians are not Cushites.
All right, but I'm looking at this Armenian, and the Armenian looks like they've got like they've got plaits or locks. They don't look like they're white people.
Yeah, but brother, the features of the of what you call that came from us, brother. As I said to you, when you go East Africa, which I've been, right, brother, they are very dark skinned East Africans, brother, and they have the straight nose and the straight hair, brother. Dark.
Sorry, I'm saying Armenians. No, sorry, brother. I said the name wrong. I said the name wrong. Do you know about Amanirinus? Do you know about Amanirinus?
What is he talking about?
Do you know Queen Amanirinus? Do you know who Queen Amanirinus was? She was a Cushite queen.
Yeah, was from Ethiopia. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking at her, and what I'm saying to you is, brother, she doesn't have that long wavy hair like what Indians have. It doesn't exist. From what I can't see it I can't see it on no image whatsoever.
Have you ever seen what a Dravidian looks like, my brother?
A Dravidian. Now, when you talk about Dravidian, are Dravidians from India?
Dravidians are originally from Africa and went to India.
But maybe okay, cool. And I have seen a Dravidian, yeah, if that's what you're asking.
So when you're seeing black people with straight hair, wavy hair, from wavy to afro, that is what the Asiatic black man. These are some of the features and the phenotypes of an Asiatic black man. So yeah, this is commonplace. We got our women talking about 3C, 4C, whatever hair texture type there is. There's Gillette and Juria. Yeah, that's curly to dry and nappy in a sense. Do you get it? So Juria, you don't want to be, but you are naturally. Yeah. Gillette is when you can put butter in your hair and all of these type of things there. Look up the fuzzy wuzzies. Yeah.
I'm looking. I've typed in Dravidian.
They're the original black Israelites. Now, tell me the difference between a Dravidian and a fuzzy wuzzy. You know what
I'll
I'm
tell
saying?
you the difference between a Dravidian and an indigenous picture of an Israelite. Israelites don't have long, wavy hair. They got afro, kinky hair.
Brother, that's incorrect, brother, man. Not all the Israelites had
Not
that
all.
thing, brother. Come on, brother, man.
Show me a picture of show me a historical picture of ancient
my brother,
Israelites with anything other, and I'll agree with you.
hold on, man. And again, all features and all phenotypes are within the African continent. It's very
That's right.
standard. So where you're saying I haven't seen one, yeah, maybe because your eye ain't straight or something. But yeah, you need to go maybe to these places and interact with more people from the Horn, and then you would have seen it more regular. Like it's a normal thing, bro.
All
Yeah?
right. Do you know
And
what?
then
Do you know
to
what
go
I
with
found?
that, right? Hold on. To go with that, every single one of us Africans is a mixture. It's just a mixture within the African continent over thousands of years. So without the advent of Europeans coming in and that's much later, right? Prior to that, we are already mixed. Our names suggest that we're mixed. If you call yourself a Nubian, you know what I mean? You're a mixture of two tribes. If you call yourself a Yoruba or whatever, or any of these tribes nowadays, modern tribes or Nubians, as we would say, new beings, yeah, we're just a mix of the older people that still exist in Africa.
Okay,
And
so
then
you're
that's where
saying
those
that.
names come in. Those
So
names
what
like Nile.
are you saying that? Are you saying that the Horn of Are you saying that the Horn of Africa is not mixed in no way, shape, or form? There's none of those people are mixed.
Did I just say that, or are you stupid or something? Did you
Well,
hear what I
if
said?
they are mixed, it creates a dilemma in the argument.
Every single African is mixed. There's no
Okay,
African
every
that's going to
single
come in
African
front
is
of
mixed.
you. It's going to stand in front of you and say, I am not mixed origin in tribes. Do you get what I'm saying?
But that's not the argument.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just kind of gives an indication that how you can have certain mixes without European involvement, because they haven't been around for thousands of years. So how did these admixtures with Africans occur? It's just
that's not the
Africans
argument.
with other types of Africans. Yes, because if Dravidians leave Africa, go to India, and then mix with Turkish and all other types of things, now you've got your modern day Indian, right?
Okay.
Instead of them looking like their original look, which would have been Dravidian, which would have been extremely dark skin, and their hair texture would have varied between straight and wavy. Do you get what I'm saying?
I disagree.
You can disagree, but the reality is what it is. You know what I mean? You got to see these people go to India and go to South India and see people who have afros.
Or what we have to do is we have to go to Africa.
Hold on 1 second, my brother. Black features. So it is definitely true that look, the Asians, our Asian brothers, our cousins have been mixed into. They've got now an external admixture. Yeah. Which has allowed their hair to be more straight, more light-skinned, more thing, because generally, the general consensus.
Africans don't have the same thing then.
No, I'm saying the general consensus is, that these people were originally, as you say, Dravidians, right? They were originally black or black Asiatic, and the Asiatic part is to do with your features. So me and you have aquiline features or Asiatic features because we've got straight nose. You know what I mean? These things, like,
See, that part I disagree with, because I know there's black people with like the blackest of some of the black people I've seen with straight noses and afro.
That's what we're saying. We're saying that. We are agreeing to that, right? We're saying in Africa.
Not the straight hair, though. I'm not agreeing to the straight hair.
Well, that's your business, man. You just do more research. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I agree that black people can straighten their hair.
It's in some people's culture, right? Like that. They can put butter in their hair. You can't put butter in an afro, basically. You know what I'm saying? You've got to have a kind of different hair type or a more wavier hair type for this thing to look really good. And man have ringlets and Maasai do it. All sorts of Africans do it because all sorts of Africans have different hair textures. So to say that you've never seen Africans, to say you've never seen Africans with straight hair is kind of a joke.
No, I said Africans can straighten their hair, and it's obviously
No, we
that.
don't need to. We don't need to.
You know what?
Some
If
of
we're
us
gonna have a one-way
naturally carry them.
conversation, I'm gonna let you just explain it, and I'll just
No, I'm
listen.
saying some of us naturally have that, innit? Like we have naturally wavy hair. Some of us is coolie, you could say, in a sense, right? Got that coolie look.
Coolie means mixed, brother.
You could say that, but within in the African continent, who is not
No,
mixed?
no, coolie is mixed with Chinese or Indian, brother.
Cool, yeah. But I'm saying in Africa, someone looks coolie. Is he mixed with a European, Chinese, or what?
I believe so.
He's not, is he? He's not, is
I
he?
believe so.
He's
I
not,
believe
is
so.
he? It's
I
obviously
believe
not.
so. I
Where's the
believe so.
Chinese man? Where's the Chinese man's history in Africa coming in there and breeding with Africans? There's none. There's only
African man's
Africans.
history
Hold
is
on.
going into China
There's
and
only
creating
Africans.
business.
Yeah, there's only Africans going the other way.
Where's the history of
We are going out. We are going out.
Where's the
as
history?
pygmies.
Where's the history of Buddha coming from Africa?
Huh?
Exactly. So it's a non-statement. If we just watched the video that said Buddha was black, yeah, realistically, there must have been some link between Chinese and Africans from back then. Simple.
Okay, and the Silk Road?
There you go. So that's a non-argument then.
No, I'm saying the Silk Road from Africa that went all the way to China and India and all of that. What was that? So you see the connection between us and those people. Now, the Dravidians, their history
they could be mixed then.
Their history. Everybody's mixed. Are you not listening?
You just said it wasn't mixed. Now they are mixed.
I said everybody is mixed.
But you said Africans with those straight hair
Africans
are only mixed with Africans.
Every African is mixed. Say something.
Okay, with Chinese,
you keep
Indian.
saying something I never said, but I'm just telling you what it is. Every African is mixed.
Okay, well, now we've heard your argument. I accept your argument, and we move on now. So what I was saying is this: as far as the straight hair, yeah, black people can straighten their hair, but black people are known for Afro hair, not straight hair. We are known for kinky hair, yeah. Indian, Asian, Chinese, whatever. European are known for straight hair. So when I see African people with naturally straight hair, straight or wavy kind of straight hair, like what you'd see in India or Europe, as far as I'm concerned, those people are mixed.
I get you. But when it happens in Africa and Asia and all of them places, what's happened there?
Mixing, obviously, more mixing.
Right. So this is what we're trying to say. So if you're saying that straight hair comes as a result of mixing, I could agree with you, but it's what mix. It doesn't necessarily take somebody who fully got straight hair in the first place to add to the pot and no, this is not what's happening. Do you get what I'm saying? Everything comes after the fact. There's already black people with straight hair. There's already black people with wavy hair. There's already black people with curly hair. There's already black people with nappy hair, right?
I disagree.
You keep
I think there's only black people with Afro hair.
Okay, well then, unfortunately, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? You know that, and I know that. You know what I mean? I've got a grandma who's from Hot Ass Africa, who looked Oriental, yeah, and had wavy, you know what I mean? Wavy Afro. It wasn't like nappy texture.
And you don't
like
think she had no mix?
Like mine came out.
And you don't think she had no mix?
I know she had a mix.
And what was she mixed with?
Other tribes. So it took her parents of different things to make individuals, right? You think it's just we solitary breed with one tribe.
Okay. So there's no Arab.
You must be an ancestral motherfucker to believe that. Do you get what I'm saying? No, it makes sense that if you're a Yoruba, you don't necessarily marry a Yoruba. You go and marry from the neighboring tribe. So these are the mixes, yes. So when you look into a man's heritage and a man says, but I'm half Yoruba and half Shakiri, and a couple generations back, one of my people were Ondo, Edo, and these are different tribes, my brother. So to say that a man is not mixed, then yeah, you'd be like, you know what I mean? You don't know your history or your heritage or not. It's not a bad thing, you know what I mean? because there are members of the family who did mix with white people, yeah, and their whole generation seems to be redskin. You know what I'm
No, but
saying?
you're
All different
actually,
color.
you're actually making me
That's
right by
like
not engaging.
no, but
By
that's
not
like
engaging what
one.
I'm actually
Sorry,
saying,
my
you're
brother.
making me right.
Sorry, I don't care about making you right. My job is not to make you right. My job is to say what
You
I'm
just
saying.
did.
Yeah,
You just did make me right, though.
bro, I'm not. Bruv, stop all that nonsense, bro.
It's not
Remember, you're not
nonsense
on the
though,
same
because
level as me.
you're not engaging what I'm saying. You're just telling me something different.
Yeah, but you're telling me I'm I'm making you right when I'm saying I'm not. I'm just talking
Well, you
what I'm
are.
saying. I'm trying to
You
prove
are.
my
You just
point.
said them. All right, go on. You prove your point, then I'll say mine after.
Yeah, because you're just arguing for no reason. It doesn't even make no sense. There's no argument here. Just facts on facts. If you haven't done the research, then you have to go and do the research. But I don't want to keep saying to you, go and do the research. Yeah, I'm just trying to explain from what I've learned and I've researched and I know about myself and my culture.
Can you show us any of this information that you're talking about?
Yeah, go. You got a computer in front of you, right? You said you were Googling everything man
Could
say,
you give us a,
and you
could
know
you
I'm
give
the
us a
person.
specific Google?
I'm the person you need to chat to when it comes to this. Yeah, because
Could you
I'll
give
give
us
you
a scholar
specific
I can
words.
quote on this?
Fuck a scholar, bruvs. When it comes to tribes, are you dumb?
What about Dr. Ben? Does Dr. Ben agree with
Bruvs,
this?
are you dumb? What tribe is Dr. Ben?
What tribe is he? Tell me.
Thank you. If you understand the tribe that Dr. Ben's from, then you understand when I'm saying fuzzy wuzzy.
Did
right?
they have straight
Because
hair?
that's their other name. Hold on, that's their other name. Now go and look them up. Instead of asking me stupid, dumb questions, look at the actual pictures of these fuzzy wuzzy people of East Africa, yeah? And then you'll understand what I'm saying. Don't just keep asking dumb questions like you're a child. You know what I mean? You're a
Did
grown
the
adult.
wuzzy have straight
You're
hair
supposed
then?
to be
Yeah,
able
that
to
you're
do research, man.
all right,
And then
fuzzy
on
wuzzy.
top of
Let's
it,
type this in.
yeah, type in the trouble
I'm
you
gonna
was
type it in right now. Fuzzy
Falasha.
wuzzy.
They're Falasha tribe.
Falasha.
Yes.
You said fuzzy wuzzy. Are we doing fuzzy
Yes,
wuzzies or
that's right. You
Falasha?
can type fuzzy wuzzy in and it will still come up. This is the whole point, you dumbass. What are you doing, man? Remember
Okay,
who
I'm
you're
typing
talking
it in
to,
now.
bro.
I'm typing it in now. You say I'm dumb, but that's
Yeah,
making you
you are
sound
dumb,
crazy,
bro.
brother.
How did you
You're
not know
making
fuzzy
yourself
wuzzy
sound crazy now, because
exists?
we're not
How do you
arguing.
know
You said
fuzzy
we're not
wuzzy did not
arguing.
exist? Huh?
Brother, you said we're
How
not
did you know
arguing,
they?
and
How did you
I'm
know about
listening
them?
to what you're
Did you know
saying.
about them before I
Brother,
mentioned
I
them?
don't.
Did you know about them before I
Brother, you're
mentioned them?
now
No.
sounding crazy,
Then
brother.
shut up
Why are you
then.
screaming? Why are you
Shut up,
screaming, though,
man.
brother? What's wrong?
Shut up,
Why are
man.
you
I
getting
don't want
upset?
to. Listen, you sound like a female more
Fuzzy Wuzzy
time,
is a
so
poem
I'm
by
trying
the
to be
English
easy with
author
you,
and
man.
poet
Shush, man.
Rudyard
Yes,
Kipling.
man, I'm here.
What's going
Big up, Fuzzy, man.
Brother, where's this Fuzzy Wuzzy? Is it not? There's
Bro,
nothing
walk one
here.
for the
You
seat,
said I'd
man.
find it.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Wuzzies. All right. So I'm looking at this so-called Fuzzy Wuzzy now. Yeah. The Hadendoa and East African nomadic tribe. Yeah. Afros. I'm not seeing no straight hair, brother. I'm seeing afros that stand up to the sun, cuz. So what we doing here? If anyone could type in Fuzzy Wuzzy and put it on the screen, it would really help right now, because this is what I'm saying. Brothers, you do these kind of things. You make these claims and you're not presenting information like what Kel did. It makes it sound crazy when you start shouting at people just for, questioning the information. Why can't we question it? What's the issue? Why am I an idiot for questioning
The straight-haired Fuzzy Wuzzies are Dravidians, right? This is what our point is, yeah? And Dravidians are not in the whole form anymore. Yeah.
Where's the straight-haired one?
Who said straight hair?
What you did, my God.
They're called Fuzzy Wuzzy because their hair is fuzzy, is thing. They put butter in it and then it becomes all wavy and curly and da-da-da-da. But their hair is not afro like you're saying, bro. Yeah,
it is.
It's that
Look at
wavy.
that.
Hold on, brother. There's different.
Afro to me.
We have so many textures in our hair.
Afro to me,
bro.
What are you doing?
Sorry?
That's Afro, brother. Move.
Yeah, but as I said, they're Fuzzy Wuzzy because they do so much stuff with their hair, bro. They can just leave it dry. Do you know what I'm saying? But an afro, that's not an afro like a Khoisan or da-da-da. This is wavy hair. Now we're into the realms of Fuzzy Wuzzy, bro. It's not straight hair though. I never said straight hair. I said the people who got straight hair, there are also tribes in Africa with straight hair, right? No problem.
Which one's got the straight hair? Can we look at the straight hair one?
No, we saying the ones that you're saying in India are Dravidians, right? Who are these people? Who are a section of these people who've gone out to India and mixed with other people, and now they look like your average Indian. This is the difference. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, not your average Indian, because your average Indian still looks like them. Yeah, but it's the ones that have been bred in with, put in charge, Nollywood, all of that. So you're seeing that and thinking that's what an average Indian person looks like, when it's
that's
not
not
true.
what I'm saying. Now, if you wanted to
Well,
ask me
I'm
that
saying
question, you could
if
ask
you
me.
look at the Dravidian, hold on, pull up the Dravidian compared to a fuzzy wuzzy, and there's not much difference, bro.
Please type in Dravidian, whoever's got this on the screen, and we'll see if there's much of a difference. Because I did, and I saw much of a difference. I'm gonna be honest.
What did you see?
We'll type it in, and you'll see for yourself. Because he's only has to type in Dravidian, and then go to images, and then we'll see. We'll see what I
So
saw.
what did you see? You would see a Dravidian looking like this guy, and you would also see a Dravidian that has more straight hair. So
I didn't see one with afro.
right?
I didn't see
Well,
one Dravidian with an afro.
You didn't see one Dravidian with an afro?
Not one.
Afro? No. Like these guys have not got afros either. They've got wavy, curly hair. So a Dravidian has wavy, curly hair, bro.
I think that you might get outvoted on this afro thing still.
Hold on. Because remember, there's two types. One has straight hair, yeah, and one has wavy, curly hair like this. But it's like the features on one side of the Dravidian looks like this, right? And then on the other side of the Dravidian looks broad nose, like, you know, your average brother. Do you get what I'm saying? And we have all these looks within Africa. So this is the origin. Hook nose, straight nose, broad nose, thin nose, you name it. All of it is African. You know what I'm saying? This guy needs butter, you know. These are the falasha. They're supposedly Jews. Falasha Jews look like these guys. Like Dr. Ben. So Dr. Ben was one of these lot from Israel. He was a true black Israelite. By tribe and by everything.
I think that I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm not here to argue or refute what you're saying, because I can't refute something that I'm not well versed in. But as I said, I'm just looking at it as you guys are telling me. You know, like I said, I looked at those pictures within the video, and what he showed me when he was talking about Krishna looked like an Asian person. It didn't look like African.
It didn't look like an African.
No.
So you're saying what? Sorry. The depiction they gave you was a blue person, right?
With long Indian or Chinese hair. I don't know, man, or Asian.
Long Indian Chinese hair. What, like Buddha? Buddha never had straight hair. Did he?
No, but that's not Buddha. We're dealing with, I'm talking about the Hindu ones. The Buddha one I agreed with. I said, you know what, that one looks black. It's possible that there's Indians that look like... My only argument with Buddha was this. Is it possible that there are Indians who look like that? And you just answered that. You said, yeah, Dravidians. And if they are originally coming from Africa, would make sense. So there's no point in me arguing that point, because I think that you have a...
Well, they came from the west. They came from the east, the east coast of Africa, which gives you more of an indication, right? They went up via the Levant, right?
Yeah, and we can go to India and we can see that there are people who look of African heritage with Afro hair, X, Y, Z. So I'm not arguing that point. The
so
point
that's
I was
easy
making
because,
is,
like Southern Indians, they would say more Southern Indians have that look and trait, right?
Yeah, my
Have
only
you heard
contention
of,
was with the
Saeed
Hindu one.
Baba and that.
No.
Have you heard my man Saeed Baba? He's like a guru and that. He passed away a couple of years ago. He's like the sage of Southern India. This man had a massive afro, broad nose and everything, bro. I was like, raw. No, look him up. Yeah, Saeed Baba. I think it's Saeed Baba. It's something Baba anyway. But him and his
You know,
father.
I'll look
I
him
think
up.
his father's
I'll look
name
him
was
up. Yeah.
Saeed.
I'm
His
gonna be
father
honest with
was
you,
Saeed,
Muslim.
and he was thing. Yeah.
The reason why I focus strictly on the Hindu ones, yeah, is for this reason. I know a black man who's a Hindu, he's a Jamaican man as well. Yeah. He was saying to me that Hindu is originally our thing, is black people, X, Y, Z, red hair, tear. Look at the deities, look at the original depictions and red hair, tear. When I started going deep into this Hindu stuff, yeah, and I looked at original depictions of deities,
yeah,
I found that I didn't see any that I personally thought looked like it represented a black person in the sense of the phenotype, the type of hair they had, and certain characteristics. Now, as far as like you got the elephant one, Ganesh, even when I looked at the so-called elephant god Ganesh, it looked like a person wearing a mask. It didn't look like an elephant. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It looked like the man who's in the jet fighter cockpit with the mask with the tubes coming out of it. That's what it looked like to me. So
okay,
I'm only going by what I've seen, and I've never seen any of these Hindu gods with an afro.
You haven't seen none of the Hindu gods with an afro?
No.
Okay. And what is relevance is that? Sorry, because they ain't gods, they're demons still. So I don't know why you would want one of them to have an afro. But no
Well,
worries.
this is the thing now. The guy in the video,
But secondly,
was saying they're black people though. So are black people
that's
demons?
correct. That's correct. That's
So
correct.
are black people demons then?
That's correct. They worshipped us as gods, and
And demons.
and told us we were demons, right? So this is the overstanding that we have around the world. When they first bucked up on us, any people bucked up on us, they worship us as God. You got to understand, a man coming with a wheel, coming with a chariot, coming with clothes on, afro all puffed out, and all looking like this and all of that, will be shocking to a man who just crawled out of a cave, bro. Will be godly. Man making fire, doing all sorts of things, bro. It's amazing to some man. You understand that their gods, the Naga, yeah, mirror our East African title for a king or a leader or a pharaoh.
So what you're saying is Indian people are black, basically.
Of course, I've always said that. They're mixed.
If we're gonna go by that perspective, you know what?
They've got
by you saying that, my argument's done. I'm gonna be honest with you. By you, but here what I'm gonna say to you though. Obviously,
if you're writing, hold on. If you're writing a text, right? Remember the text supposedly that they're studying, yeah, is older than the people. Not older in the sense, but they came upon that region because they had to wander their ass to India. They walked their ass to India. Yeah, these Dravidians. It's in their history. When we got to what we could say is the bottom of Nepal, yeah, which is the plateau, you know, near the Himalayas and all of that. When they first moved to them regions, they say about 20,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
But that part, you see, once you said that Indians are black, yeah. But I look at certain Indians, like when you go into the southern, the deeper parts of India, like you go into the Sri Lankas, you go to the islands, the Sentinels, the XYZ. I see what I recognize as very dark black people. Although, like you said, some of them may have some straight hair XYZ, which I honestly believe still comes through mixing. I still identify them as black people. So, you know, to that effect, you know, because the video, and because certain other brothers on the panel.
Whoa! Sorry. Did I see right? Did she resign for real?
She has to resign, man. She's fucked up, man.
Is that Jed? Is that you, Jed?
But I was just saying that certain other brothers here have claimed that Indians are not black. But the fact that you're claiming they are black, I can't argue with what you're saying. If you were one of those brothers who said the Indians ain't black, then I may have continued down this road of conversation. But at that point, I can see.
I think everybody, they even themselves agree that, look, all the admixtures from those original set of people, because to find original Dravidians in India probably won't be hard. You got what I'm saying? but they're not the ones publicized. They're not the ones placed in our public eye and our view. When you go around India, man, you're finding lots of African people, lots of African, you know, descendants directly still looking like themselves, right? And then when they're mixing with the original Dravidians who are mixed, then it's creating another admixture. So they've got so many kind of mixtures out there. You know what I mean?
What does Brother Kel say on this? Brother Kel, do you agree that a percentage, if not to some extent, some of these Indians are indigenous African black? What do you say to this, my brother Kel?
Yeah, but brother, I've already said that
knows
already. Push height went there. You understand what I mean in that, right?
Yep.
So Brother Snipes have explained the Dravidians. So I'm with that, brother. I know this. You know what I mean? And
it's very basic, man. It's very basic stuff.
Just that I disagree with what you were saying in regards to the phenotype, brother, because just because the phenotype is not you know, the phenotype that you want it to be, that don't mean that they're not African. This is what the non-Africans do, brother. This is how they control us. Oh,
yeah.
If you don't have the broad nose, you're not African. Oh, if you don't, you understand what I'm saying, brother? But that's because they, as I said, Henry the Explorer, brother, he went West Africa and assumed we're all supposed to look like West African. You know what I mean? But we don't all look like West Africans. We don't all look like East Africans, South and Central. You know what I mean? So that's my point on that, brother.
See, but brother, I conceded the argument on those grounds because I know I've got relatives, some of the darkest of my relatives, the blackest ones, yeah, where I get my nose from. My mum didn't have a broad nose, like flat down, like nose or whatever you want to call it, yeah. She had a very straight nose and she was extremely dark, just like my grandfather and his mother who came before him. Now, I can say this to you also. If I look at my great-grandmother, they used to call her the Black Indian, yeah, but she weren't mixed. Right. Yeah, she had no mix in her. So yeah, she did have very her hair texture wasn't as coarse as some Afro. It wasn't straight like a Dravidian, but it still had, you know, a different type of texture. So that to that extent, I actually agree with you guys. But I think the reason I was being contentious is just to the point that a lot of other brothers I've heard speaking on India, they act like it's not black. They act like it's something else, and especially the Indians themselves. So I'd like to hear from them now.
Well, you know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Look, if you understand that they're God system, and sometimes where they replace an afro, you know, in other parts with a halo, and then in India they replaced afro with a cobra. So the head of a naga had cobra, a big cobra around it. You get it? So
now that's a bad boy argument, because like I said, when I started looking at original depictions of some of these Hindu gods, some of them you can't find them, brother. I'm going to be straight up with you. And the earliest ones we can find are ones like Ganesh, where we can't see the full phenotype. We can't see the hair type. And I'd imagine that
you've got to understand.
Right, we're going to find somewhere Afro if we look deep enough.
You've got to understand that the beings being referenced, yeah, at the beginning of the story are not from here. If you're to believe the Asian pantheon, they're not from here. They're beings. They're talking about beings that are thousands and thousands or even millions of years before they even existed. Yeah, it's only if those beings re-emerge in their timeline, that's when you're getting some stories like the Mahabharata, because that's a great war, right? And then with the aid of one of the devis or deities, yeah, they fight this war. He's on one side with Arjun, who's the great bowsman, but they're fighting the two families who are related, yeah, and they have to go to war against each other basically. So Arjun, the bowsman, the deities asked, "What do you want? Do you want me, or do you want my army?" Do you know what I'm saying? You've got a choice, right? So the other side chose his army, yeah, or Krishna or whatever his name's army, right? So they took his army and then Arjun gets the deity, right? So he's riding around on his chariot, but the deity's right beside him, right? And basically the whole thing is about him building his confidence and telling him, don't feel no way about killing your family because they'll probably kill you. It's very pretty poetic words, right? But it's explaining an extreme circumstance, especially when you have to commit, genocide or murder or whatever, or war with your own, against your own family. And then the deity's trying to convince him, like, listen, don't feel, like, lick that bowl with full confidence. Don't feel no way that your uncle's on the other side. Do you get it? So the devil, the Devi is like a whisperer. He's like a demon for me. He's like the devil. He just be whispering in a man's ear, giving him advice, and the advice is based on war, on how to do and how you feel within a battle situation, even if it's your own family, even if it's your brother, your cousin, it don't matter. The cause is what it's all about. Yeah, and you must
I
be
was trying to
confident
lead
in
you
those
down the
actions.
path.
No,
Hey, Mackie, I was trying to lead you down the path a
you
little
can't
bit,
lead
yeah.
me
But you
down
see,
no
the
path.
thing
You
is,
know why? You know
no,
why?
no,
Because
no.
I
I'm gonna
read.
post a link.
Sorry,
I'm gonna post a link.
Sorry, I've read a lot of the Asian texts. You know what I mean? The
No, but
Hindu
other
texts.
people haven't. No, you have. No, I understand you have.
So
But
I
you
was
see,
just
for the
explaining
listener,
sorry, I was
for the
just
people
explaining
at
the
home,
story.
they haven't. The people at home don't know this, innit? So what I was doing, I'll be
I
honest
think
with
they
you.
have.
Yeah, sometimes I do this on purpose. I'll try to create a narrative so that it gives them something to learn from, and I'd like people at home to go and type in original depiction of Hindu gods. And then you're going to start seeing that Brother Maku is actually right. And Brother Kel's video was right. Because when I look at this original depiction, some of the original depictions of what they're calling Krishna, I don't see no long wavy hair, for one. And I see the blackest guy who ever lived.
Right. Doesn't even matter. As I said,
say no
the
more
hair
than that.
texture doesn't even matter because all are prevalent within the African continent.
Would this one look like it's got an afro?
Yeah, regardless. I'm saying wavy, straight thing, all can be found within the continent still. That is just a phenotype. Yeah, that's only a type of us. Yeah, Nilotic, Kushite, all of these terms. Yeah, that kind of relate to African people in their very different looks, in a sense. Yeah, because you could say Sudanese, but as a Nilotic, these are the terms they want to put on them. And what goes with being Nilotic? Aquiline features, extremely dark complexion. That means you've got reactive melanin, because one thing that all of us don't have is that ability to be jet black, right? Most of us are brown, varying degrees of brown, and then we got cousins and other family members who are like black, bleak, yeah, purple, like some Hindu deity. And you're like, how you did that? Yeah, but you find it's only specific with certain tribes of people. Yeah, and we have different types of melanin. We have reactive melanin, that kind of melanin that you're one complexion, and then you go to a hot place and then you turn completely black, and then you go to a cold place and then you kind of turn light brown again. That's reactive
You see, the
melanin.
thing is, though, Mackie,
Asians have that.
You see, by us having that little bit of dialogue, yeah, and obviously, Brother Motion, when you arrive back, hopefully you'll understand the reasoning behind my questioning to dispel some of the nonsense. Because you got people in the chat, they just like to chat shit in it, and they like to act like we're missing out certain bits of information to just suit ourselves. And I think the fact that we can point out these things, if we look at the earliest depictions of Hindu gods, etc., when we don't go by the ones that they're presenting in their temple, yeah, or presenting in their front room or whatever they got at home, yeah, we're gonna find black, and we're gonna find we ain't seeing this wavy, long, straight hair. We ain't seeing none of that. So I think that right now the Dravidians need to jump on. H, you need to jump on and explain to us why your original depictions don't look like you.
I think the joke is like when I first found out, or I met a woman from Sudan, right? She came to work in my barbershop, right? She was a hairdresser. She done 10 years in Milan, not Milan, Spain, sorry, in Madrid, right? She had her own hairdressers. This woman was like 6'2", yeah, extremely black, shiny, beautiful sister, and she looked Oriental. No fucking word of a lie. With all that blackness, she looked like a Chinese woman. Chinese black woman. I just didn't understand what was going on. First, I had to understand, hold on, where are you from? Sudan. Okay, cool. Yeah, we know about Sudan, Nubia. We know all about that, right? Yeah. And then I'm like, rah. Okay, so Nubians, obviously I know, and Sudanese are really tall people. Obviously, because I met her, and then I met one of her older sisters, and this woman was like 6'3". You know what I'm saying? And for a woman, you know that's fucking huge.
You killed the point. You killed the point. I'll be honest with you, yeah. You killed the point already when you said about the Dravidian and the mix with
the sister. Look, Somali.
No, I get, brother. I get what you're saying, but
like,
I'm saying,
hold on, no, wait. The sister looked Somali, older, right? She had a different complexion. She just looked like a, like a woman from the Horn, basically, compared to the sister who was jet black. I've seen that look in other places in Africa. Yeah,
brother, you get it
and
in the
around
Caribbean all the
world.
time.
Hold on,
You get it in the Caribbean all the time, brother.
Right. So
there's
the funny thing was,
no
so when I
contention.
start thinking of Chinese now, I start thinking of, well, then that look they have, it's not a Chinese look, it's an African look. Africans have high cheekbones, that where you look at them and you start to think, right, are you Oriental or something? Have you got some Oriental in your DNA?
I know a Jamaican girl just like that. If you look in this girl's face, I saw her, I thought she must be mixed. She must have Chinese. When I met her parents, wow, both your parents are darker than you. This is strange. I get you. So I'm not, brother, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, you already killed the point. When you started talking about the Mongols in India, because remember, the Mongols conquered India. So that's why brother H and certain of these Indians now look the way they look, or Pakistanis, XYZ. But are they going to acknowledge it? Are they going to acknowledge the black origins, or are they going to try and refute it? I'd like to hear from them.
They've been trying to refute it and trying to say that everything, like H says, everything comes from India, right? And like even the black man, I'm saying, but hold on, bro. If you people are black, and if we go there and we take the average picture of a Indian woman or male in downtown Delhi or bruvs, trust me, yeah, it don't look like H. It don't look like most of the Asians that we have around here, right? And we know that only the rich and wealthy can leave a country and say they're going to settle in another part of the world. Only the rich and wealthy. Yeah? Ain't no poor people, yeah, picking up and saying we're going to England, or we're going here, or we're going Sweden, or we're going to the. You get what I'm saying?
This guy in the chat says before the Mongols, the look came from the Aryans. I don't think Aryans ever existed, but we could call them Persians. I'd agree with Persians or Babylonians.
Or Vikings. Or Vikings.
Or Viking, yeah, even that one.
But they definitely were Euros. And that's not a look of anything. Nah, the Chinese, remember, Chinese and Japanese are not the same in look. It's the Japanese that got slanty eye, right?
I don't know that.
Chinese, wait. The Chinese, no, because a lot of them now are mixed. Do you get it? A lot of them are mixed. So now they've got both. Yeah. But if you go to like mainland China, on average, ain't everybody got chinky eye. That's just ridiculous. Squinty eye.
You
know what I'm saying? Like some man, like all right, let's say Jackie Chan, for example. Yeah, he hasn't got thing eyes. He's got high cheekbones. That structure and that face type is African. When we go and we look at the Khoisan, remember, then we see the original look. You're like, oh shit, this is where it came from. Mad thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even the Khoisan, who they're saying is the oldest, came from the Khoi, and the San people. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
for the
So
San
even
people, can
when
I
you say Khoisan, that's a mixture. Do you see what I'm saying? Within Africa, we have this shit. Normal.
can I just say to the
Everybody's a
mountain
mix.
people, the
Oh,
San
man.
people, yeah, I did my best to find the best opposing arguments I could for you, but even the opposing arguments I could find for you, they seem to go to the other side. It's like I'd like them to jump on because I don't understand how they don't see the blackness in, you know, their origins.
Yeah. But you know what it is, man. The as I said, yeah, with the Japanese, they mix more with Europeans or Eurasians because they're definitely 100 times on average taller than the Chinese. And the Chinese, you lot pygmy, yeah? Some short Oriental black came along and then mixed with the Mongolians, yeah, to give you Cantonese, yeah, the language, and then Cantonese and thing is before modern day Chinese. So whatever they're speaking now ain't nothing to do with the older tribes that came together, boom, created a new lingua franca, yeah, the Mandingos or the Dinka, yeah, and mixed with the Mongolians give you your Cantonese or your Chinese or whatever. Do you get it? And then on top of that, you've got Grimaldis. Yeah. Historically, they will say Grimaldis are pygmies. You know what I'm saying? Who walked to China under the symbol of the dragon. So they already had the symbol. They already had everything. They're pygmies. They're the thing. They're mound builders. They go around the world building shit. So they come to China and do the same thing. Mud thing. And their thing is like I don't know, is it Ming and some other dynasty? The Ming and the Chu, I think. The first two are black. How you like them apples? But obviously, yeah, Euros are going to get in there at some time and then mix in. And it's in man's history. So you're right, Shifa. These things are unrefutable because there's historical references to everything that we're talking about. Oh, it's the Shang. That's it. Scripture knows, man. Everybody knows. I swear. Like, we're not saying anything new. I lie, scripts. Sure. But yeah, there's these purple and black deities. My man, I watched a little bit of the video and I think it was spot on. I've been saying these things for a long time, so it's good to hear someone else saying it as well. You know what I'm saying? And doing it in their own
No, it was
way,
a really
you know
good
what I mean?
video.
Showing that's good. Yeah, man. Come on.
I'll be honest here. I was trying to play devil's advocate because I was hoping one of them was going to jump on.
Yeah, I
think
saw
they
them
got
in the
so-
chat. I saw them in the chat talking about, nah, this is a reach. He's reaching. And then he did reach out, but then he brought it back. I like that.
Come on, man. We got to give them an opportunity, man.
Right, we can give them a little taster thing. That's pseudo. And then you lick them with some facts. Bah, 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 bah. Then they go quiet. Okay.
Come on.
You might
it's
have some
upsetting though for
evidence to
some
what you're
people
saying.
because yeah, they want to believe. People watch them kind of video. They want to believe it's wrong. So I think it's important for us to do the due diligence and at least show some of the research behind it. We can do it ourselves and show you that yes, the Hindu gods were black. The original depictions are black as hell, blacker than anything you ever seen.
I've definitely done complete episodes on my shows about this Hindu thing and trying to break it down. That's why I can say confidently that it's demonology. I can fully say that. And I don't think there's any Asian out here who's going to refute me, or anyone who's into Buddhism, Taoism, Jainism, you get what I'm saying, Qigong, and all of the formats that came out of Hinduism. Do you get what I'm saying? Even down to Sikhism. So we know these things, bruv. We know them to be true. We studied their thing and we've realized it's just admiration of us. Go on then, refute me then. Refute me, it's not demonology. Peacock demon, this one demon,
Yeah,
born from a demon, demon monkey. Hold on. Demon monkey, Hanuman. He was a demon monkey and a demon monkey. Let's get it right. Krishna, Vishnu, all of them demons.
That's right, monkey
avatars,
magic.
right? I told you they're
And
malevolent
the piglet
beings.
was a
I didn't
demon.
say
All of them was demons.
right. I'm saying they're not malevolent. I mean, they're malevolent, not benevolent beings. Yeah. So they have good ones with them. This is what the ones you're hearing about. So imagine good demons, yeah, are the ones like you're talking about Krishna, Vishnu, Brahma, all of that. These are good ones. Yeah. And there's also the dark side. Yeah. Where their names, you don't even want to hear it. You know what I mean? It just sounds nuts. Yeah. But they definitely acknowledge, who do you think the good demons are fighting against? They're fighting against the bad ones. And that's all the stories and everything is about. You know? Who's got the more powers and who's got the better idea as a demon? We already went into Durga, how she manifested Kali. Yeah.
Do you remember the story of Monkey Magic though? And then how they trapped him?
Sorry. Yeah. Of course. Thank you. Yeah. Stone monkey. Yeah. Stone demon. He's a demon, fam. Took him to heaven and he caused havoc. Ate the fruit so he can be eternal. You know, he got eternal life and all of that. Yeah, his story ain't that great. First, he was sage of heaven. You get what I'm saying? They gave him all the titles, but made him look after the animals.
All of that.
Disrespected him. Yeah. So he just went wandering off like a cheeky monkey he would be. Yeah. But this monkey had abilities, fam. He had special powers. They taught him magic. They taught him all sorts of shit while he was up there. You know what I mean? He had a special guru who was a master.
You know that these Hindus, the Buddhists have gods though, but they
Buddhists. Yes, of course. They're all the same thing.
The Buddhists use them, idolize them as gods, like the monkey and all of them things there.
No, one is called Hanuman.
Monkey statue, but they're Buddhist.
And one is called Sukong. Sukong, like King Kong. Sukong is the same thing. So Chinese and Indian have the same pantheon. Do you get it?
Or something cool.
Yeah, there's just the names change slightly. You know?
Same thing, yeah.
Right. And then they have the same kind of thing as in
100. Buddha was a Hindu, wasn't he? He was a Hindu.
Buddha. Of course, in nature, yes. In culture, he's king. His dad was a warrior king, and his dad wanted him to be a warrior king, but the priests at the time predicted that this youth will come and he'll be a very special youth and all of this type of stuff. You know, it's like a kind of semi-Jesus story. Yeah. But his dad wasn't having it. His dad said, nah, blood. My DNA, we're having no priest child or, you know, Messiah type youth. Nah, forget all that. Yeah, my son's going to be a warrior like me. But somehow, yeah, in the story, it gets changed up, basically. You know what I mean? And he ends up being, going into meditation and trying to reach Buddha status. Do you get what I'm saying? So it'd be like the first man to become Buddha, a Buddha. But Buddha exists, you know what I mean? In their minds, Buddha is the ultimate, is the top deity in it.
I'll be honest, Buddha himself sounds like a bit of
He's only one
demon.
He is, of course. Yeah. I don't think he's got legs, even thing. I think he's like half man, half horse. Mad.
I said half horse. What?
That's the being that supposedly existed before. You know what I mean? This is all. Some of it's Yakub's work. It's like some mad thing, bro. Trust me. Remember, you got supposedly these what they call them, Cyclops, and all of these type of, you know, unicorns. All of these weird stuff that don't exist no more. Where the hell did that come from? You know what I mean? Where did the concept of Pan, half man, half goat? Where did that come from? Who's doing that anyway? Yeah. He's doing experiments to make half man, half goat. Who did that? Because it wasn't the goat, the creator. But yet man could do transplant and put an elephant head on a child. Do you get it? The child got an injury and bust his head or something. Yeah. And yeah, they fixed it by just attaching a new elephant head to it. Mad thing. That's the first head transplant or something like that. Yeah, mad. What you say? Unicorn never
Can I ask
I
you a
don't know.
question, man?
I don't even know. I mean, why even the word unit? Why is it even in existence? Is it to describe an animal, an African animal or something? I don't know. So we can't say it don't exist because we got
Can I ask a
animals
question,
that
man?
have horns. Yeah, rhino has a horn in the front of his head. It depends on who you're talking to. We don't know because a lot of the time it's taken from caveman's point of view, and a caveman will say anything and it will sound fantastical. Oh, I saw a dragon. You saw a lizard. You get me? I saw a huge giant. You saw a fucking.
Go on, Shifa. I don't know why he's ignoring you. It's like if you don't talk, then it's just gonna be him on there talking. I don't know why he's ignoring you.
No.
Did you annoy him? What happened?
No, we good, man.
Yeah, Matthew, I wanted to ask you a question, yeah, only because there's someone specifically talking about this in the chat. So I just wanted to ask you one question on your knowledge of history. In your knowledge of history and ancient artifacts, what do you think I'll find to be older? The first Hebrew writings or the first depictions of what we know as Israelites? What comes first, the actual people or the language of Hebrew?
What comes first? What in reality? Or as a stated fact? If Israelites,
so can we find Israelites before there was such a language called Hebrew?
Can you find Israelites? No, you can't.
For
You can't.
example, the Assyrian kings
No,
murdered Israelites.
You mean
didn't
can you find Hebrews? Maybe is that what you're thinking? Because
No,
remember,
but
Israelites only come from after with Jacob, right? They only come with Jacob, so that's way down in the story, right?
All right, but you see, if I go to the Assyrian kings, yeah, and I find that they murdered and massacred and mutilated people that they were calling Israelites. If I find that those stories and that history is older than the language Hebrew, would that bring one to the assumption that Israelites were around before there was such a thing called Hebrew?
Oh yeah, definitely. Israelites were around before anything named Hebrew, Proto-Hebrew, or whatever Hebrew they're gonna say now, right? But in reality, it just goes back to the older Semitic languages. We ain't too much worried about Hebrew, but we gotta understand the languages that were being used in the region. Akkadian,
That's right.
Assyrian.
And those weren't even our languages. Remember, those are the languages of the conqueror. So this is why I find it crazy.
They're not. They all seem to be Semitic languages. So
when you say that, hold on, the Babylonians, the Babylonians and the Assyrians who conquered that region both made their own. They made their own epics, right? So you got like the Gilgamesh XYZ, but they made it very clear in their writing these epics that the story was not theirs. It came from the people who was there before them. And if we look at the tribes who were there before the Akkadian, I don't see any that look like those Arab-looking kind of what are they called, Babylonians or Assyrians?
But, I would say like the name Assyrians. Yeah, you're still talking late in the story. You're not talking really early, so you can fix everything to a timeline when you say stuff like that, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So they're late, and this is what I mean. So all these Hebrew Israelites, that's why I think when you keep quoting Hebrew every minute, you're crazy. You're too late with it.
I would say
you're too late.
Saying Israelite, yeah, but not saying Hebrew. You understand? Hebrews were around because they're saying the first Hebrew was Abraham, no? And even not before him, there was what's his name?
Did Abraham speak Hebrew?
Huh?
Did Abraham speak Hebrew?
No, he spoke Chaldean.
Thank you. So there weren't no Hebrews. Hebrew's a language, cuz. And these Hebrew Israelites, they get too vain and they want to just, I don't know, man. You lot need to get out of your feelings, man. Stop
No, Hebrew
romanticizing.
is a word. It's a word.
And the language.
Because you got to understand what tribes these men are at the thing. So they're Abraham, as far as I knew, is a Chaldean or a Aramaean. Right? Hello? According to the Bible, and that. Yeah? He's an Aramaean or originally a Chaldean because of the region and the language and all of that. So Chaldean is a language and it's not dissimilar from Hebrew. Do you get it? Hello?
Yeah, I think obviously I definitely agree with some of what you're saying, but I think if I go into the tribes of Israel, yeah, for instance, or I go into any of the ancient tribes before them, none of those tribes were called Hebrew. There's no such tribe as Hebrew, first and foremost.
We're not calling tribes Hebrew, man. What are we doing?
That's right.
That,
as far as the Hebrew is concerned, it's a language.
Yeah, but if there was a classification, yeah, the word itself comes from a language, right?
An earlier language that they've transliterated, yeah.
Okay, so what's the earlier language that it came from?
Well, like you said, we could go back to Chaldean. We can go back into before Chaldean. I'm sure we're going to find languages even before that.
There wasn't many before. I mean, and any languages prior to, remember, all of these are Semitic languages, so they're all from the same language group. They're just a different dialects of relatively the same original language, right?
When is the earliest Hebrew
these
writings
languages?
we can find?
Hold on, these languages we can see are after the flood. Pre-flood, there would have been more languages and right, in those regions, right? Older languages and all of that, right? You could say Adamic type languages, right? Because the original word Adam or Adama is again with the Akkadians. It's the Akkadians referencing the Chaldeans crossing over where the word Hebrew comes from. To cross over, or to, you know what I mean, to travel or blah, blah, blah. That's why I said you have to know what the word means before we think. And we are travelers, we're moving in caravans and all of that. We're semi-gypsy before, you know what I mean? According to the biblical, we gypsy, right? We nomads, we moving around. Abraham's moving around. Loads of people are moving around. His descendants are moving in caravans, living in tents in the middle of the desert, all of this type of stuff, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the story of Abraham's great journey, right? From one place to another place to another place to down to Egypt to another place to back up. You know what I'm saying? He's moving around a lot.
Okay. Now I just wanted to say one thing here. You see what you said, yeah? It's you said they're Semitic languages. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. But I know if I look at a language like Aramaic, Aramaic is said to be older than Hebrew. So in my opinion, Hebrew is a language, yeah, that comes after Abraham. It comes after certain of these people, because they would, even when you call them Chaldeans, it would have been more of a likelihood that they would have spoken Aramaic, or one of those dialects that was more widespread within the
I'm
region.
just saying with what the Bible says, and I don't know what the Septuagint says, but the Bible says that he was an Aramaean. Yeah.
All right, so he would have spoke. Thank you, Aramaic. So
right.
I wouldn't disagree with that, and I'd say, do you know what? To that
and
effect,
Aramaic is
comes too late.
for me personally, Aramaic is what you call original Hebrew.
Well, you could call it. Do you know what? To some extent, I'd agree with you, because what I was going to suggest is that Hebrew is just a dialect of. You know what I'm trying to say? So
it comes out of it. So
in essence, it's not the real language. And you know, those who are so hell bent and, you know, hooked up on Hebrew, I think that they're doing their religion a disservice when they keep promoting this Hebrew nonsense.
No, it's not. It's fine. It's fine, because even Hebrew itself is what? Semitic. Yeah, and it'll
Yeah,
all come,
it's a
and
copy
the
of
whole
Shemitic.
of the Semitic languages come from Shem.
No, but it's a
It's
copy
not.
of
It's not. It's
Shemitic.
not.
I'll
It's not.
agree with
It's
that.
not
I'll agree with a
Semitic.
copy of Shemitic.
It's
I'll
not
agree with that.
Semitic. I looked up the word Semitic, and it went back to
I said
Shem.
Shemitic. I said Shemitic. So I'd
Oh, you said
agree. I would
Shemitic. Okay.
agree. I would agree. Yeah, that it is Shemitic, but it is a copy of Shemitic because those Canaanite Hebrew scholars were not from the region. Yeah, and
But
they
hold
weren't
on.
even black people.
You gotta understand. If sons of Shem, yeah, one of them being Aram, and Aram speaking Aramaic, right? It would only make sense, right? He's like the root father of it before you get down a couple generations, and then you get in that same bloodline, though, you get down to Abraham. So that no matter
Yeah, I
what we're talking
disagree.
about,
I disagree because
hold on.
those. Oh, go.
If you go back, then they all go back to the original forefathers, right? So for Abraham, it's Terah. For Terah, it's his predecessor, and then all the way Peleg, all of these man, all the way back up to Shem. Sorry, Aram, and then back to Shem.
Yeah, but none of them spoke
And then
Hebrew.
back to and then back to obviously Noah, right?
Yeah, but none of them spoke Hebrew. And the same thing that you find with the Aramaic being copied or
Yeah, but they
translated into
didn't have to.
sorry, 1 second. The same thing that you find with the Aramaic being transliterated and a new language coming out of it they call Hebrew is the same thing you find in Mesopotamia, where you find the ancient tribes like the Elamites, XYZ, that were originally there. They already had the language, they already had the cuneiform. That's why they say the oldest languages come from there. But when the Assyrians and all of these other Babylonians or Akkadians come in, they adopt their languages and they make their own version of the language, which is relatively similar.
I would say that, as we know, pre-flood, it seems the oldest language we can find right now is cuneiform. So it doesn't mean there wasn't more languages. You get what I'm saying? But it seems the moment people started to wedge things down, I don't even know what that means, because even in the Egyptian, it's a number system more than a writing system. You get me? Some people take it and use it as a writing system later on. Do you get what I'm saying? But yet these people are speaking, it's written in cuneiform, but man is Akkadian or man is Sumerian and writing in cuneiform. Does that make sense? And that's not his language, it's Akkadian. So there must be a connection between, do you get what I'm saying? The cuneiform, which is supposedly the oldest language on the planet, yeah, and these other language, which there should be a connection, right? Because it's all taken from the same region.
I'm trying to find the name of the artifact. There's a particular stone, yeah, with writing on it from Mesopotamia, which they credit with being the earliest written form of writing. That's what they credit with it, yeah. And as far as I am concerned, when we look at into the deepness of, you know, the original languages, what them people called Akkadians are copycats. Yep. It's not their language. Yeah, so we have to go to the people before those people.
No, sorry. This is how they're writing to each other, right? So one of the Sumerian kings is writing a letter to the Egyptian king, and they're writing in cuneiform.
That's right.
Right. So I'm it just gets more sticky as we're going. You're saying what?
Where's that noise coming from?
I don't know. Who's that?
Yeah, my suggestion, Maku, though, is that Hebrew arrives too late for it to be the indigenous language of any people you're calling Israelites. Not the indigenous. Maybe it's a later adopted language. I'll agree with that one. But as the indigenous language, no.
Well, you can't say indigenous because they're not indigenous people. They keep moving around. I don't know how you're going to say that. And as they move around, they're going to have different dialects of their original source language. It could be Ashuric, it could be Syriac, it could be, you know what I mean? But all are
Or it
Semitic.
could be Canaanite Hebrew.
It could be whatever, but it's still going to be Semitic. So all of these descendants of Shem, it seems, in that Middle Eastern region, and Shem was definitely a black man.
I agree that, but can we agree one thing?
Yeah.
Can we agree one thing? The Israelites, when they crossed over the river, whatever they crossed over, yeah, bam, yeah, they ended up in Canaanite lands, right?
What, when they crossed over? No, they went into Babylonian land.
When they got to the land when they crossed over.
Yes.
Are you sure it wasn't Canaanites?
No, the ruler was Nimrod.
I'm gonna find a reference for you, and then I'm gonna find it for you, and then obviously I'll show you why I'm saying those people were Canaanites. But
no, the Canaanites were there in the region. We're not saying that, but the ruler was Nimrod. Do you get it? And even the administration of my man, Nimrod, the father Terah of Abraham, worked as a soldier, as a night watchman, protecting the fortress of the city or whatever, the gates of the city from Canaanites. This has always been a battle. Do you get it? Since their existence, they've been wild, they've been terrorism. You get me?
Thank you, Asamaku. Now we
hold on. But
there you go, and that's the whole point I'm making.
Hold on.
Why would they adopt the language of the oppressor?
Who? No one's adopting Canaanite language. What are we talking about? Hello? Your phone's cutting out, bruvs.
The Canaanites would, and
sorry, I didn't hear none of that, bro. You must be in the car or something. These brothers need to get steady internet, man. It's embarrassing, man. You shouldn't come on stream and your internet's not straight. Brother Kale, you there, man? Jets, what you saying?
Man, you lot ain't talking about nothing for me.
No,
you guys ain't got nothing for me. What's up?
I don't even mind talking about something.
I'm just listening, man. I'm just listeing.
I don't know if you heard me, but I was saying if the Israelites were warring with the Canaanites,
we didn't hurt you.
Sorry, go
at all. You get me? You
I was saying the Israelites were at war with the Canaanites. They weren't friends, so why would they just all of a sudden choose to adopt their language?
Well, I mean, who's adopting their language?
Yeah, it definitely is, because I'm just driving through the deep countryside.
Sorry, what's their language? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I said, why would the Israelites adopt the language of oppressors, of the people they're warring with, the Paleo-Canaanite Hebrew?
And how did they do that? Show me how they did that. Exercise what you're saying.
Well, Hebrew is the Hebrew is a Paleo-Canaanite language.
Paleo-Canaanite.
That's why it's called Paleo-Hebrew.
I heard Paleo-Hebrew, yeah, but that means just older than the current Hebrew, right? Because like the current Hebrew.
Yeah, because it was the language of those Canaanites.
No, but the modern Hebrew that we're using has modernly been reconstructed, but it's based on the old thing. So we have to know what the old thing was. And for me, it was what do you call it? Aramaean or Aramaic.
Yeah, because the Canaanites originally were savages. They didn't have a language, so they had to borrow their language.
No one is savage and doesn't have a language. That's not the reason why they were savage. Yeah,
Well,
they could definitely communicate.
the first
to
Canaanites
cause
weren't,
trouble.
but the second Canaanites definitely were savages, and they definitely came from the mountains.
Yeah, but that's the situation, right? Raw meat, all sorts. You know what I mean? Maybe running around naked. Maybe that's what they meant by savage. I don't think they meant savage in the way you was thinking. Still. Mm-hmm.
No, I think they do mean. Believe they mean savage in the way I'm talking, and uncivilized, and they had to be given a language and borrow.
You can't give a language to savages, my brother. First, you're gonna have to domesticate them if they're that savage.
Hear me now?
Same, like,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
teach a
fine.
language to savages? Can you teach? Can you
No, I
teach a
don't
language
think so.
to savages?
I don't think so. I think
Because remember,
they'll probably kill you.
remember the Macedonians were known as savages, and they learned languages. Well, the Macedonians learned languages. So how did those savages learn?
What do you mean learn languages? They had their own language.
No, they was given their language by the Phoenicians. They were savages to start off with.
See, I don't understand that. How you go somewhere and you invade somewhere, yeah, and then they give you a language to go home with. What does that mean? How does that work?
When you've got a mightier force than the people of that area, it relatively is easy to do.
Okay, so what you do? You go there, you sack them, you take them into captivity, and then you school them.
Well, yeah, you'd probably more than likely start with the youth. You'd probably a lot of the adults probably would have been written off because they're stuck in their ways, innit? So they probably would have started with the younger ones and taught them the language first, innit? So then they can teach the next generation.
Sorry, Phoenician training scheme. Like, what are we doing?
Well, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. It sounds like it, though. It does sound like that.
What are we doing here, man? Stop that nonsense, bro.
It
Like,
sounded
why
like
would you say that?
But well, then how did they become civilized then? If they were depicted by the original Greeks as savage,
Who were savage?
Macedonians.
The Macedonians, but they're Greeks as well.
Yeah, but they were supposed to be savages.
They were warriors, no?
I know. In looking at Greek authors, though, they say
supposed to be
savage.
warriors, right? No, it's supposed to be warrior tribe, like the Etruscans and all of that. Like, I don't know. Like Leonidas.
I'm not sure about that one. As far as I know,
what's going on? When they're all Greek, no matter what they were, Etruscan, Macedonian, all of that is the same thing, fam. They're all Greek. So Greek talking on Greek is mad. A Greek calling another Greek savage is crazy. I don't understand. Is that what's going on? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, but the original Greeks,
or are they telling
Greeks were black though?
Sorry, which one are they saying is savage?
No, the original Greeks are the Phoenicians, and the Phoenicians said that the Macedonians were savages.
What's a savage?
That's what I'm trying to say to him.
You're not so comfortable. Like what?
Uncivilized.
By whose standards? What's
exactly
the standard of civilized? What's the civilized?
By the standard of the Phoenicians of the time, which would have meant that they don't have written languages, they don't wash, they don't build, they don't have tools, they don't have certain things.
Sorry. Did Greeks come before Phoenicians?
No, Phoenicians came before Greeks.
How many thousands of years before Greeks did they come? Because like for Europeans, the earliest is Greek,
We
right?
could get a timeline.
Yeah,
We could
let's
get a
get a
timeline if you want, but every European language is derived from the earlier Phoenician, so they have to be before any European civilization known as Greek, Roman, any of it.
Are you sure?
1,000,000,000%.
Because
We've already done the video on this.
Hold on, Phoenicians are not older than the Assyrians.
We're not talking about Assyrians. We're talking about
I'm
Europeans.
just saying, like they're not older than the Assyrians, right? Are we sure now?
The Phoenicians and the Assyrians are around the same time, to be fair.
The Phoenicians, and then after the Phoenicians come the Persians, right?
The Phoenicians are actually, when I check it now, they're actually older than the Assyrians.
Oh, they're older. Or
they're older than the Assyrians. The Phoenicians go right back to the Babylonian times, Babylon.
Right. So they are them. That's what I said. They are them. They're just putting different titles because I'm looking at the region.
They are who?
I'm looking at the region where you're saying it's the same place. The same place you're going to say is Assyria. The same place you say is Arcadia. The same place you're going to, you know what I mean? We're saying is Mesopotamia. The same place.
Yeah, Phoenicians came from the same place. That's true. That is true.
We're going to say it's Turkey. We're going to say all of these things, right?
Yeah.
All of the different names that cover the region and even Syria today.
That's right. So the Trojans, they would have been black too then. They would have been Phoenician.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Phoenicians were definitely black, right?
100. It's been proven.
They were depicted, although they were depicted in the 300, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we can bring it into a timeline.
But they're before that time period. They're before Sparta. They're before all of that. That's late in the Phoenician regime.
Sorry?
The Phoenicians are there before. There's a people called Phoenicians, yeah, according to the Greeks. Before there is even a Greek, before there is a Sparta, before there's any of these things.
Well, I don't think that's correct. Still, I think they're definitely the rise of certain thing are written down in history. You know, like King Cyrus and that. You know what I mean? The Phoenician king and blah blah blah, the father of Xerxes and all of this type of shit, right? So they pin it to a time in history. You know what I'm saying?
But do you know about the wars with the Phoenicians and the Babylonians, and also the fact that the Phoenicians were also conquered by the Kemetans?
Sorry, the Phoenicians were what?
Were also conquered by Kemet.
Well, they're supposedly seafaring people, right? The Phoenicians, right?
After Kemet conquers them, yeah.
So where they're coming from, that the thing, they have to be seafaring before that. No, they're known all over the place for their seafaring abilities, right?
From the history that I looked at, only after being conquered by Kemet. So I'll give you a bit of a brief backstory of the information that I took in. The Phoenicians, were known as travelers or seafaring peoples, but due to the fact that they was a Bronze Age empire, and in the Bronze Age, they were unable to flourish as well as they could have done, because you had two massive powers in the region, i.e. the Babylonian and the Kemetic powers within the region. So they was unable to flourish as widely as they wanted to, because those powers were too powerful. They couldn't get around them. So they had to, they was basically underneath them. They were underneath the Egyptians and the Babylonians at different times. And as far as I remember, at this time in the Bronze Age, to make bronze, a key component in making bronze was tin. And they didn't have a lot of tin resources within Africa or the Middle East. So they was getting these Phoenicians to go out across Europe where tin resources were, there was many, there was a lot. So that's how they ended up in Europe. And that's how I learned about the Phoenicians. This is why Britain's called Britain, because it's to do with the tin that was here in these islands. And once we understand that, we can understand why they were being sent out. We have to understand who was sending them. And in general, it was the Commetans who were funding these Phoenician expeditions to go out into Europe and build all of these great civilizations that they call Europe now. But it is still got a lot of Kemetic influence.
Okay.
Hence, when you go into Egypt, not sorry, Egypt, when you go to Greece now, yeah, and you look at things that the Phoenicians built, they built their temples facing Jerusalem, facing Kemet, and facing certain artifacts or certain like pyramids or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? Certain ancient sites. And there wasn't, other than, like I said, other than facing Mesopotamia, which would more be like the Israel kind of region, or you know, the what do they call it again? I can't remember what the name. There's a specific name for it anyway.
The Levant.
The Levant, yeah. So facing the Levant and facing Egypt specifically, they weren't facing nowhere else. You know what I'm trying to say? So that would be an indication that, you know, they're building their temples facing the places they came from.
Either, yeah, they came from, or they revered and respected. Yeah, but I would
That's
say
right,
they came from, for Phoenicians to be described and look the way they did, you know, it was just a black empire. We ain't got no worries about
100.
that. Do you get what I'm saying? But
100.
what
And
I'm
I
saying
believe,
is, like,
yeah, go on.
you know, like 300 though, you're right. In 300, the Phoenicians should have looked straight up black. All different
That's right.
levels of black, light skin, whatever. Yeah, should have looked all different levels. They had their shashins there. They had all sorts of stuff going on, right? So they had ships. They were da-da-da-da. And obviously, yes, you're right. They were connected to the Egyptian empire, because remember, everybody has to pay tribute to whoever. I already showed you
Whoever's the
letters.
power of the time, innit? Whoever's the power of the time.
Right. I already showed you letters between the Commetans, because remember, the Commetans is the first empire before even the glimmer of any other empire.
Before
Egypt's
Babylon,
already
you're
there.
right. You're right. Before the Babylonians,
everything's there.
before all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
So when they
what
do
you're
come
saying makes
to
sense.
power, well, then that what makes sense with what you're saying about Nama. Yeah, he's only gone back to take his own ends. Yeah, when he's gone up to the Levant and taken back control. These are key words in history. Do you get what I'm saying? He's taken back control. You can't join Upper and Lower Egypt if you ain't got control of your own ends. That makes no sense, right? So a lot of his stories and campaigns are in the Levant region. You get me?
That's
And then
one
they
thing
know
I
him.
will kind of agree on. I will kind of agree that as far as Nama is concerned, when he unites Upper and Lower Kemet, although the people he says he has to kill to unite Upper Kemet were there for a considerable amount of time, yeah, they weren't indigenous to the region of Kemet or the particular part what we're calling Egypt. They was indigenous to the Levant, which, you know, is kind of, some of it's outside of Kemet. So I'll kind of agree that.
No. Sorry. Where you're putting boundaries, there were no boundaries before. Did you get it?
Okay.
So their control of the Levant is long standing. If they are the original civilization, I'm saying that they are the people also who founded that civilization over there. It's them again. It's not anyone different or a different set of people, right? So
there's only one issue with that. There's only one issue with that. Yeah. If they were the founders of civilization in that region, then we're going to have to put them before the Mesopotamian civilization and before those people who'd been living in the Levant that were part of that Mesopotamian civilization, who are attributed with the first language and the first civilization, like Natufi and XYZ. If we can say that they're the same people, then fair enough. But then that means Nama was killing his own people.
Of course. And even people who have been there for a number of thousands of years or as other civilizations in the region. Still all of color, but varying in degrees and whatever, and you know. But regardless, whatever tribe he was from, yeah, They weren't that necessarily, but they were cousins, or you know what I mean? Now, if you go back up to your thing, a man are doing apocalypto in your grandfather's great ancestors' things, right? You're going to take control back, because there's monuments there, the thing showing you where the true power lies. Even you've got hieroglyphs on the walls and everything. And if you don't think that's hieroglyph, I don't even know what you think hieroglyphs are. Do you go? Yeah, it's carving stuff into stone with its zoomorphic form, meaning animals represent, or what you're seeing represent more than one thing. Do you get it? So even a statue represents more than one thing, depending on what's happening on the statue. It's trying to
I only
convey
have,
multiple
yeah.
messages. You know what I mean? And
I
we've
agree
always
with
done
what
it.
you're saying
Right?
in that regard, but I have one point
Right.
of contention when it comes to Kemet, because if Kemet was so powerful and these deities are so powerful, why
Sorry,
was it
you keep
destroyed?
calling it Kemet, but it's just the people, right? So whether we go places and we build something and we doing something, we don't necessarily put names on it, like how these Europeans are trying to define everything. Well, this is
I know
Kemet,
this
this
is
is
black
Egypt.
people that
No,
came up with
wait.
that.
Thank
No
you,
way.
thank you. So it's should we just go back and just say these are Africans, and this
Right,
is
if
what
we say,
Africans do, right?
fair
And
enough,
then
if we just stick with African then, yeah, and I
right.
say to you, if these deities that these Africans were following are so powerful, why was that region that we call Kemet destroyed and taken
Sorry,
over?
which one was a
Um,
deity? Explain which ones were deities.
I don't know, man. Whatever
Thank
African
you.
deities there are.
So I mean, we never
All
ever,
African
as
deities.
Africans, do not depict the unseen creator. Hear the words, unseen creator, in stone, thing, or any other form. If you can find it for me, I'll be glad for you to show it to me, because it
So why
doesn't
do black
happen.
people say
It's
these things are deities then? Like,
so
oh,
hold on one
Osiris,
second,
XYZ.
But
I'm
listen,
confused.
that's not what Africans are saying. That's what Europeans are saying.
I've heard Africans say it.
You've heard Africans say it because
Yeah.
Europeans have already taught this, yeah, told this, done the Egyptology on it, yeah, so that you can go and learn at university and wherever you are around the planet, it's still European-based information. That's what we're saying. Where there are places you could go and learn the proper thing, but that's not what's going to happen in general. So you're just going to have the general consensus that everybody else has. These are gods, yeah. I've already debunked that fact that these are not gods, these are human beings, and these are great monarchs. You get me? Great kings. Yeah. Osiris was a great king. He was like the top guy of his tribe. What type of tribe was on the planet? Then it's just reflected in his actual physical appearance. But it seems to be a black man who's green, right? Yeah. Or brown, or you get me?
So are you saying that
jet black.
you saying that
yeah.
Sheikh Anta Diop is wrong?
I never say Sheikh Anta Diop was wrong. What did he say
He called them God. He specifically calls them gods or deities. So is Sheikh Anta Diop wrong?
Well, if he says they're gods, he's not wrong, because we considered ourselves God and goddesses. Yeah, just like it says, like Christ said, doesn't it say in your scriptures that ye are gods and children of the Most High? So God and Most High are two different things. This is clear. Even in the African concept, if we say you're a god or a goddess, it just means you're elevated one of us. Yeah, more than a supernatural being. Do you get it? Because every supposed deity that they've got is related to an aspect of nature, right? It does not mean that each one of them do not hold that same aspect of nature, but also we're trying to convey to you the basics of life: earth, wind, and fire, and all of them type of things. Make it palatable and easy. So we put it on our greatest monarch. Yeah. So one of our greatest monarchs, we give him the symbol of the all-sustaining, thing that the Most High created, which was the sun, right? So we say Ra, yeah? And then his name Amun, and then it becomes Amun Ra. But which one was first? Ra was there before Amun Ra. Do you understand? But Amun Ra is a man. Do you get what I'm saying? He's just, that's the symbol we're choosing to put with him, that creative, that sun, that symbol you can see anytime. All your life, you're going to see that symbol. So we're identifying a great king with this symbol because there's something about the sun and us. They already knew this. How did they know that we have hydrogen atoms in our body and that the sun is made up of hydrogen and helium? Do you get what I'm saying? How did they know that? But that's a school of thought. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why you say when you enter the school of Ra, you're going to enter the school of learning about the sun. How sun grow things, make things thing. How would we live without the sun? Maybe we can live without the sun. But can we live without water? Can we live without, you know? These are the things that we studied. That's why they were animists. They studied the science of nature. Yeah? And we are within nature. So we have to teach this nature aspect and all of that to everybody, the next generation and the next generation and next generation through these individuals. You know what I mean? And yet, after Ra, Amun Ra getting that title, yeah, you don't have to choose him. Yeah? You can go with Ta. Yeah? The highest pygmy king, the first pygmy king, let's say. Yeah? And then in his story, no one created him. Yeah? No one created that youth there. He just came out of nowhere. Jet black pygmy short. Yeah, with a little afro and a little Egyptian beard thing. Yeah? I'm like, what? And he's the master craftsman. So he's the master of building, making shit. Because man is a maker. Woman is a creator, right?
Okay.
Man is the maker of things. If I want a chair to sit on, I make a chair. That's what man can do. Oh, we need a house to live in, babes. Yeah, okay, cool. Man, if I build a house or a hut, you get it? So you're saying, okay, someone who is like, his people are known to live in the forest and, you know, those type of places. He is a master craftsman because them man, they build bridges, they build huts, they make weapons, they, you know what I mean, bow and arrows and all of that. They're hunter gatherers and all of that, but they got science behind their thing.
So what you're saying is, what you're saying is that Egyptian so-called gods are just men wearing masks.
Right. Masquerade later on. Those things came later on. The original concepts, yeah, were unmasked. So you can go and find an image of Tar and all of these type of people and even down to the later ones. Because some are older, right? The Ogdogs are older than the Anids, which is Ra, Shu, Tefnut, and all of them. Right?
Can we find any of their burial remains?
What? Yes.
Any of
like
these,
Osiris, for example.
No, not Osiris, because Osiris, we know Osiris at the temple, and we know Osiris was a man. As far as like Thoth, would you say Ptah, Ra, X, Y? Can we find any of the tombs or burial sites of any of these so-called guys?
No, not for some of them. No. The closest one we can get is Osiris, because they're so far back. Yeah. Some of them are so far back. Yeah, these stories are carried until we get to a place where we're saying, all right, we're going to set up schools of thought based on nature and these individuals. So these individuals would have already had to exist, but we even get to a time where they're still existing, yeah, down to the level where the next ones are coming along. So these are older set of beings, the Ogdogs, compared to the Anids, yeah, and Bess is like the father of the Anids, a pygmy, yeah. He's also another pygmy king. He just wears forest stuff and sticks out his tongue. So,
Yo.
Okay.
Nigga.
That's what you
What's up, bro?
invested your time to do that. Man, fuck's sake, man. Like, we got time for that shit, bro. Break the monotony, but I don't know why they still try it. They still try it. But her and
Have you seen the images from I'm trying to remember it. The Stealer of Philae. Do you know about that one? From the tomb of Horemheb. Do you know who Horemheb is?
I heard of it. I've heard of it. Why? What's going on? Talk to me.
It's got a stele of it says the pharaohs overseas and counting Nubian prisoners. And
Hey,
you can see these.
if you have you got the book of the destruction of black civilization? Have you got that?
Yeah, I've flicked through it. I haven't read it in entirety, but yeah.
Okay. You need to, if you can get one, just get one and go through that, and you'll see what I'm saying is mad. It's all crazy because where they're saying pharaoh, you just know that is the work of the European. Pharaoh is a Greek word. We didn't call our man them.
What is the African word? What's the African word for ruler?
Right. It was Nasut.
All right.
Or Nagus.
Well, whoever these people are in this picture, whether they are the Nasut or they are just
it didn't even change.
Influential people.
It didn't even change
from the
even
region.
up to. Sorry, it didn't even change the style of what we did, even up to nowadays. Like our sisters still call us Nagus. You know what I mean? From the Horn, they're still using these words and these frames. My king, you know what I mean?
I
They're
hear
still
you.
using these words. So this is what's even more significant. That in that region, to this day, you know, as they say, to this day, yeah, people.
No, but you're not letting me make my point. You've gone off to another point, brother.
Sorry, it was just the word pharaoh. Sorry, it's just the word pharaoh.
I got you. But forget about the word pharaoh for a second. Yeah. The Stealer of Philae. Philae was an island in the Nile River between the old Aswan Dam and the Aswan High Dam. Yeah, just to give you an idea of where this place is. And it says, in antiquity, sacred to the goddess Isis. Island was famous for the temple of Isis, which is still flourishing during the Roman times and wasn't closed until the reign of Justinian. So the Stealer of Philae, what it depicts, I don't know, man. I'd like someone to maybe give us their breakdown of it. But some of it looks like black people being enslaved.
Okay, so black people enslaved black people, or took them prisoner, or took them captive. They definitely did. Egyptians did that, thing. But when we're talking Egyptians and thing, this is later down the line. Once we start getting into dynastical Egypt, you're going to see that each one of those type of people rule in Egypt at a particular time. So you can see like power or dynasties more mean a new set of the original people. This is why we know that the title Nagusi or Nasut is King of Kings. He is the King of Kings. So there's bare kings in Africa, right? But the one placed amongst all of them to be the highest, the numero uno, was the one they're calling Pharaoh. Do you get it? So any African king who was a king already could ascend to that thing, because it could be his turn, it could be his bloodline, it could be, that's how they're running it. They're running it by tribes. So some tribes are going to be reoccurring. This is why all the deities are not the same in size, in thing. And Bess, yes, was a pygmy. Ain't no other people that old on the planet, who's the oldest people on the planet? Everyone's talking about this person, that, but everyone's left out the little pygmy people, and forgetting that the Khoisan also come in dark skin.
Okay, I don't
They
think
didn't
that
know
speaks
that,
to
did
my
they?
point.
You
But
know,
I'm
no,
gonna,
I'm just
I'm gonna give you
debunking
the.
someone in the chat who was chatting
Oh,
shit about Bess. Because all this sticking the tongue out, this is the idea. You see it around the world. You go to Mexico, you see a symbol of some little thing with his tongue sticking out. Do you get what I'm saying? Anywhere you see it around the planet, it's just a copy of Bess. Because those little pygmy people, yeah, for some reason they got long tongue. I ain't gonna lie, yeah. Cause my stepdad's one of them, bros. Yeah, little man, bros. Pygmy, short, just 5 foot. Do you get it? Like, them man is tiny, bros. But Kalawa, but stocky. Do you get it? So yeah, you say Bess wasn't a pygmy, yeah, or father of the pygmies. But when we look even within the African diaspora, who birthed the Hutus and the Tutsis and the Watutsis, the really tall people, if it was not the Thais or the pygmies? So everything is correct in the terms of how Kemet is working their thing, because no one can pinpoint the origin of Bess and Tar, two pygmies. These two have a special story that's they just came out of the blackness of the universe. So then that means we don't know where these men originated from, and we have that same thing in Africa. Yeah, no one can pinpoint. No one could pinpoint the real start of the tribes that we have that are older than us, and even us now. How did we come about? When did we come about? How long have we been about? What's the oldest tribe of us? You can't tell us these things. Euroscience hasn't reached there yet. Because as far as they're concerned, they keep pulling up bones within our continent that are millions of years old, but are supposedly not us. Do you get it? So I'm just saying, like, what are we doing here? We acknowledge that we're in a newer form of those older people. That is quite clear and quite evident for us to see and know. This is why all colors and all varieties originate in Africa. Yes. You want to say white, we say albino. Yeah, we've been having albino people from time. Cool, safe, no problem. You get it? So we had red, yellow, yeah, get me, brown, black. Remember, even in the definitions, when I looked it up, the etymology, it says when a first European in his boats or whatever first hit the coast of Africa, he saw red man, brown man, black man, and white man. So it's like, whoa, what are we doing here? If he's determining of the white man, yeah, is originally a black man that he saw when he reached the coast of Africa and started to look up things. Mad. Mm.
Yeah, I put some images in the side chat for you guys to look at. I'd like to give you to give me your what you know about these images and what they represent.
Well, they're definitely Africans with nappy hair. They look like them same people from that region.
What does it look like's happening in there?
What in the one picture where they were kneeling down?
I've put about 2 or 3. So yeah, I don't know which one. The one where they're all kneeling down, from what I know, from what I read on there anyway, it says that was Nubian prisoners, yeah, of the Kemetans, yeah, who some people for some reason they seem to believe Nubians and Kemetans are the same people. But then if they're the same people, why are they imprisoning themselves? The one you said where they're kneeling down.
Who's the one sitting down on the floor?
The Nubians.
The Nubians are sitting down on the floor, yeah, which kind of goes with who they are, and you can see by their hairstyles these are like what we're seeing in Kenya, and we can pull them images today. Do you get it? Man looking like that, exactly like that. There's a guy up on top with a flailing thing, but there's somebody also there with their hand out. Are they getting licks or what's going on? And then someone's writing down something. I don't. And then there's someone behind with their hand on their chin watching. But even these people sitting down, they seem kind of relaxed. They don't seem chained up. They're not chained up or anything, right?
All right, look at the next picture, because I had a feeling you was going to say something like that, but go to the next one and then you're going to see these people, maybe they're not chained up, maybe they didn't have chains, but they definitely got ropes around their neck.
I've seen this one. I think it's right underneath the same image that I'm looking at.
Yeah, they rope neck to neck. And there's another one where this
yeah, but
guy
are they different times though? Like, and are they different places? Because like they can't all be the same place, no? Or maybe they are.
Oh no, these are different ones. The first one you asked about, I know that one was Nubian. I know that one was, but the other ones I'm not too sure where these exactly what pyramids these are coming from. But there's one here with a guy standing behind the guy. It looks like he's touching his head and bending him over, and he's got another guy standing behind him, and it's like he's grabbing his shoulder and bending him over too. And I don't know what to take from that image. So I thought, let me ask you, because I don't want to what's the word? I want to say anything deflammatory or say anything that's going to be, not to the point of what it actually is.
I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the image,
if it is what it is, what it seems to you, but remember that these things always come with a story, and that's my problem with this thing. Like, this is not our story being told. We're telling story through the image. You know what I mean? So what you see may be what it is. Yeah, because as we know, through different periods of Egypt, different people ruled of the same family. So yes, they did take their cousins and brothers into captivity and had great wars with them and all of that. But Nubia is the mother of Egypt. So, all concepts and theologies and they come out of Nubia first. You understand?
Yeah, I did say that to Conscious the other day. He couldn't believe it, but yeah, you're right. From when I looked at the birth of the Nubian civilization, is the Nubians are there before there's such a thing called Kemet or such a thing called Egypt. So
yeah, there's nothing. It's not an issue. It's like for us, it's not an issue. As I said, it's the oldest civilization for Europeans, but we know it's in Africa. We are Africans. What the hell did you think the rest of us was doing? What did you think it represented for us Africans? You lot are dumb. You know what I mean? You think we were built at the bottom of Africa, at the basin where the Nile goes out into the Mediterranean. You think that is the most significant place to build and do stuff? Nah, we only did that after a time. Do you get it? That wasn't the most important location. We built that after a time when it was available, when we could start styling out and showing off and shit. Because prior to that, that was a laboratory. Yeah. And then to be a university, and then to be a city or a kingdom and all of that. That's all nonsense, bro. Because us Africans, it seems like their later descendants realized the frailty and all this type of living. Yeah. And went back and to their various villages and did it and kept it moving. Even the story of the Kemetans themselves, becoming Dogon, for example, moving out of Egypt, and then Egypt being covered in sand and all of that type of stuff. Like, so what are we doing here? Yeah, until Napoleon and all of these, man.
Did these Africans ever practice any type of worship at any of the temples of these so-called non-deities? You say they're men or women?
Great deities. They're great kings and queens of Africa. Yeah. So and then the temples are dedicated to a kind of, for woman, it would be Hathor, which is not an actual woman. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a representative of a bull, a pregnant bull, for example. Yeah. So she's like the spiritual goddess of maternity. Yeah.
But did anyone worship at any of these so-called temples?
Well, they did rituals. I mean, Egypt was all about rituals, and eventually, I would say yes, they did. Yeah, after certain
So
dynasties and certain foreigners coming in and ruling in so-called Egypt by that time. Do you get what I'm saying? So by the time
I'm
when
only
we're
talking about
talking
black
these,
people. I don't want to know about the foreigners. I don't want to know about the foreigners. I want to
no,
know
but the
about the black
foreigners are
people.
still
Did
black.
the
The
original black
foreigners are
people,
still black.
did the
Sorry.
original, no, did the original ones, yeah? The original black people, not the foreigners, the ones who was originally there, did at any time they worship at any of these temples to these so-called non-deities, because as you said, gods are men and women. So of these men and women, were
Yeah,
any
they
of these
didn't exist.
statues, none of these statues
This is
or
pre their
none of these,
existence. This is
none of
after
these,
they existed. So they
so
wouldn't
none of these
have
statues existed
obviously
until the invaders came there.
until those individuals had to live and die. So these are ancient
Why did they
monarchs,
make
and
statues
you
of
get
them?
it.
Why did they make
Sorry.
statues of them?
Well, some of them made statues of themselves, as you can see with
And why did
Egypt.
they make
You've got
statues of themselves then? Why was the statue made?
Ramses, like Ramses definitely made statues of himself to show his dominance, his
No, but
power.
he's
You
late.
get what I'm
I'm
saying?
talking about Ptah. I'm talking about what's the other one
Yeah, they didn't
called?
do that. They didn't do that. They didn't
So
do
where
that.
did their
They didn't
statues
do
come from?
their statues come from
Where
later on.
does the Anubis' statue come from?
They come from, as I said, these are
Is
people
there
who
invaders
lived
that
at
made that?
certain times.
Are they invaders that
No,
made those statues of
no. When it got
Ptah,
to the
Anubis?
stage of masks and masquerade, yeah, hiding the identity of said individuals, yeah, that's when there's a slight change. It wasn't, as I
So
said, I explained to
who
you before,
created the statues of
they weren't
both?
always they weren't always like that.
No, but
So they
who
were
created
there.
these statues of Thoth, Osiris, Horus, or whatever statues they've got? The one where you've got you've got Horus or not Heru on one side, you got Set on the other side, and you got Osiris. Who created these things, and what was the purpose of making a statue?
Sometimes the purpose of making a statue was to show who was the ruler. So even just remember, an image is to convey multiple messages, right? So even a statue is to convey multiple messages, depending on the headrest of the individual, or if it was a double crown representing Upper and Lower Egypt. Yeah. So the ones down south would have had the dome cone one, and the other ones up north would have had the other one with the little kind of serpent thing sticking out. Do you get it? Then later on, you would have had in the images the combined. Once you had the combined in the image, you know this is a later time, because none of those supposed kings and were going to worship themselves. No, some of them
someone else is going to worship them.
Right, other people are going to respect and put admiration or put respect on their name. You know,
were their people going to worship them? Their own people.
I think their own. What do you mean?
I mean their own people, the people, their own people who they was with, their descendants, XYZ, their lineage, the people who come from their tribal heritage.
Well, as I said, if say like the greatest Egyptian or king in the pantheon is Haru, right? This is the king that everybody wants to be like. Yeah.
So they do worship him then?
No. I'm saying everybody wants to be like, if you're a king, not if you're a normal human being. Like, sorry, if you're a farmer, you don't want to be like Osiris. For what reason? Does that even make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
You just know he might have been.
I think you're misinterpreting my question.
Sorry.
If I make a statue of Winston Churchill and I put it in the middle of Trafalgar Square, or I make a statue of Gianfranco Zola and I put it at the front of Chelsea Ground, yeah, people are going there to look at this statue to worship what this man has done. Is that a fair analysis?
No, that's not fair.
Okay.
Not for
well, I
Churchill.
would disagree, and I
wouldn't use Winston Churchill as a great example, but I know what you mean. Yeah, but it's subjective, isn't it? If we have to
But white
respect,
people do
they would
worship
respect.
Winston
Hold
Churchill.
on, hold
They
on.
revere him.
Okay, they revere him. Thank you, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah,
Is
with some
revered
people,
similar to worship?
yeah, you could say to some extent, but I wouldn't really say that. I would say it's more respect and admiration, right? He's a great king, great example, and a guy I would like to be like. So for me as another pharaoh, though, not me as a common person, I don't understand. Do you get it? Right. And the other thing is, remember, they're studying nature also. So they've got to combine aspects to make it make sense. But to really make it make sense, you would probably have to go into the schools of thought.
All right, and I tell you the mistake that I believe you're making here. If I type in worship into the dictionary, I plead with everyone in the chat. Type in worship in your dictionary while we're doing this, so you can see it for yourself, because I can't put it up on the screen. It says the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. Now, fair enough. I get that. Winston Churchill, you know, he was a man. He wasn't a deity. Maybe people don't see him as a deity. But once they're expressing that feeling of reverence and adoration, it becomes as good as worship to some extent. And in my opinion, these Egyptians are idol worshipping, or Kemetans, whatever you want to call them.
Well, you could be perceived to think it's like that, and I think that's always been the case, that it's always been perceived like that, but maybe not for the Egyptians themselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Why
It's
else would they make these graven images?
Sorry, why? There has to be many reasons. Obviously, there are more reasons than just to say I'm building something just to worship an individual. No.
Can you give us some of the reasons?
No, I'll give you another. You said it. You gave the perfect example in the idea of the Winston Churchill statue. He's not a god. He was only a prime minister, right?
Well, he was a god because men are gods.
No,
so technically, he is a god.
No. I didn't say Europeans, and I didn't say the European concept. No, I said I lent on the biblical. Remember, hold on. I lent on the biblical, and I stuck to the African theology. Yeah, you keep leaving it out. You remember, this is the minds of Africans we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the minds of Europeans, because as I said, until you're you can pull out a god, and I know that their god, Amun-Re is an unseen god. Do you get what I'm saying? So they have the unseen creator.
Matthew. This is the problem I have with the way people use this.
You can't make an image. But hold on, if I'm a king, a great king at that, and they make statues of me, that's their business, right? Because I'm long gone, and it's not in my time until it's somebody like Ramses, as I explained to you, who now these men are making temples for themselves. Like, make a temple to me, make a me on the side of the thing, so when the sun comes up, you can see me and my wife and my wives and all of that. But there's a huge thing of me. Yeah, we can understand.
But how can the unseen creator be a god?
Sorry,
that's not possible. Please explain that. How can the unseen creator be? Well, then if he's not a god, why did you just said about Matthew? Big and serious. I'm not even trying to catch you out. I'm just, brother, you just said the unseen god.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Unseen creator, should I say?
All right, unseen creator.
Yeah, they're unseen creator.
So if gods are men, then Winston Churchill can be a god.
Nah, that's not a European concept. No, but it's not a European concept. They don't look at things like that. And us in the modern time, nobody's going to look at Winston Churchill, knowing the history, and say he is a god of any type, even a prophet or anything. No one.
Did they look at?
Hold on. He's not even going to get saintly status. And you know why people love give out sainthood to whoever they feel. You know, Saint John Paul the first now, or the second. You know, the one that passed. He's a saint now. You get it?
I get you, but
so they don't do what we do. Hold on, they don't do what we do, and they know.
That's fair enough,
right? For example,
fair enough. But I think that's being unfair in that statement, to the extent that we agreed gods are men. Men are gods. The Bible says ye are gods. It doesn't say only black ones or only any specific ones. It says ye are gods. So
but
as far as I'm concerned, if men are gods, if men are gods, then we all men are gods.
Sorry.
It can't. It doesn't specify black or white, does it?
Sorry. One thing, Christ, or Jesus or Yeshua, or whatever you want to call him, was quoting the Torah, right?
Yep.
And he just come back from where?
I don't know.
What? He walked into the
Where did he come
temple
back
in the
from?
synagogue at 14 years old and started rapping with the Rabbonis, right?
Yeah.
And he's quoting the Torah, right?
Okay.
Right. So, where had he been prior to that?
Good question. Well, you might as well just tell us, man, rather than around the world.
Come on, man. He left as a baby to go where?
To go where? Egypt.
Right. So he just come back
How?
from Egypt.
He fled
Just
to
come
hide
back
in
from
Egypt.
Yeah, he went to fled. He fled. His parents fled. He was told, go there. Get me? God said. Not any just guy. Yeah, God said go there, right? So he's come back from there, and he's super smart. He's quoting Torah. How are you quoting Torah if they ain't got Torah in Kemet? My thing.
Well,
And
obviously
it
they
would
had
go.
Torah in Kemet.
It would go to what I'm saying. It was an institute of learning, like a massive university. If you wanted to learn anything on the planet, you went to Kemet and went into that school and went and learned what you needed to learn, right? If you wanted to become a medicine man, if you wanted to become a warrior and know tactics, if you wanted to be a you know what I mean, an alchemist or thing or witch doctor, you name it.
Why did he never speak of Ra? Why did he never speak of Ra, the unseen and Yeshua? Why did he never speak of Ra?
Who?
Yeshua.
Well, he called it the Father.
The Father, but
as I said,
he never called on the name Ra. He called on the name Yah.
Yeah, well, that's just language, it seems. And it seems in that language, Ra is evil. So you can see the European influence in there also. That anything that is to do with us and our people and our thing is negative.
Can I say one thing, please?
Like black now.
You see, sometimes this is the problem I have with us as black people. And this is why I say we romanticize a lot. If I was to go into European mythology, and just look at Roman deities or so-called Roman gods and goddesses, which are also depictions of men and women, we'd say that's idol worship. If I did it with the Norse gods, we'd say it's idol worship. But when we get to Africa, all of a sudden idol worship's not applicable. And I think that is a bit disingenuous.
I feel you could be right, but you're wrong because of the simple fact that the people who are writing about our story come from that side of the border and understand that knowledge and that theology and that way of life. So they would apply those thought processes to African theories, theologies, mythologies, kingship, and all of that. But what is disingenuous about them is that we are the first people writing on the planet. Yeah. And we kept
but don't Muslims say
hold
that,
on, my brother,
my
brother, shush. Yeah. And it don't they say that all right, we kept excellent records as Egyptians, right? For example, right? So I'm saying as Africans, full stop, we also must have kept excellent records to have schools of thought, to have papyrus, making paper and all of that, and using the quill or a ostrich feather, cutting it and dipping it in ink and writing and right? Those things you don't necessarily think, but you sometimes might quote. Oh, the papyrus of this one and the papyrus of that and Well, showing you if you got a few dibby scrolls, what do you think there really is? This is why you had to be in an order. You had to be indoctrinated, or you had to be what do they call it? In some cases, they would say Koresh or the anointed in the crocodile fat. These are all rituals to initiate people into certain order. There's water rituals, which you might call baptism. There's all different types of rituals that initiate you into certain schools of knowledge.
I don't disagree with that. Don't disagree with that. And I get where you're going with this in the sense of, things like baptism, X, Y, Z, could be a progenitor. I get you, but I'm going to say this. Why do Muslims, Christians, Jewish alike all suggest that Egypt is idol worshipping? Why do all that if that's their progenitor and that's what they're coming out of and that's where their real focus is, why are they calling it idol worship?
Why do you think? I mean, who are in control of the major religion now, if not Europeans?
But do they not call their own pagan religions idol worship too?
Of course, but that's what they're going to do. They're just trying to throw us under the bus. But as I said, they're trying to tell his story. Yeah, his story is what they're putting out. His information is what we're analyzing sometimes. You know what I mean? And we should try and steer away from it because it don't make no sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't make no sense. Yes, go on, brother.
Big up to the both. I was gonna ask Snipes, brother. You know, like, because you have a monotheism mindset. I'm not attacking it and understand. Would you say, like, for us as a people, we're not disciplined enough to differentiate with that's the statues, but not associate with the creator? Is that why, you know, you're saying that, or is it something else?
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Right.
If I show you a statue of a great king of Africa, what more is it? Am I trying to indoctrinate you? Am I trying to tell you to go and worship it? Or am I trying to show you the greatness that he's trying to show us? Like, look at Ramses. He was going in, isn't it? He's got the whole parade. He's got the whole parade lined up to the temples with what was they? They were bulls with horns, which represent. Hold on one second, bro. Hold on one second. So, as I said, when there's the depiction of him at the side of a mountain facing the rising sun, those all things are done strategically. He had those things done. But as far as the other statues and temples and people misunderstand that those are also kings, great kings of Egypt and all of that. You can call them.
Have they been idolized though?
Yes.
Exactly. So it's idolatry.
No, but I'm saying, like, the idea that how we were doing it to what the Europeans say we were doing is two different things.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying either way, it's idolatry,
but
regardless of however we interpret it.
But idolatry is a European word. Like, we don't care about idolatry. Are you dumb? We're Africans.
So are you saying to me Africans never had any? Sorry, 1 second. Are you saying Africans had no word that could be referenced as the same meaning as idolatry?
No.
Well, then, so what you saying? Africans weren't as advanced as Europeans.
No, we had rituals, we had things, we had voodoo, we had Ifa, we had all sorts of things that you could consider the same thing. Right.
But that means they didn't know they was in idolatry because they never had no word for it. So technically they were in idolatry, but they just didn't have a word for it. And now that we've come into this age and time and we understand what the difference between, you know, idolatry and, you know, just giving praise to the unseen creator is, you know, unfortunately it puts those people in a very, as far as religion is concerned of today anyway, and as faith based in Abrahamics especially is concerned, it puts those people in the realm of idolatry.
No, bro, what you got to understand is even idolatry was not prohibited at a certain point. Yeah. Even though, some of our people was doing that. Yeah. Others of our people, no, they're just emulating what they saw on the other side, and some people were emulating themselves. Imagine Thing was making statues of himself, right? Nimrod.
Right.
If that's not what some people was doing in Egypt, then I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
But that's still idolatry because Nimrod seeks to be worshipped and seek to be revered.
That is entirely up to him, right? The where the buck stops, because we are no intercessor for the creator. If the creator deems it to be a negative thing, then it would never exist, right? But it's the idea of that he married his mother and tried to breed her or did breed her or whatever, right? His mother, the woman that birthed him, he took her as a queen. That's off key to us. Yeah. That's when we say he's off key. Yeah. He was definitely in trying to force people into the worship of their most high, right? Of their region, of that region, there was nothing wrong in that, right? But then he also wanted them to worship him. So you are correct in that. But that wasn't the real depth of his crime. The real depth of his crime was trying to marrying his mother, right? Which don't make no sense, right? You're a weirdo. Yeah, like we say with Shaka Zulu.
That sounds good.
You was great, but you done some weird stuff as well. But is it to sacrifice for the cause? We can never tell. So we're never going to put too much judgment on our ancestor. We're just not going to follow in all his footsteps. We might take the military tactics and all of that, but we're not going to take the going into the forest and talking to the judge woman. Yeah. Even though we know that these things are in our system. Yeah. As well as gods and goddesses, we got witches and warlocks. Yeah. Which is far older than the concept that Europeans have. We always had these things. As I said, we're magical people, so our stories, they might seem a bit fanciful as well, but ours are much older than theirs, no matter what they say.
So Snipes, would you say that is there a way where we can kind of just, worship the creator, but maintain our culture, right, without being assassinated? Because I hear where you're coming from, brother. I'm not, because it's monotheism, and which I found very strange, because I don't understand why Brother Shifa would kind of disagree with that. He's an Israelite, and Israelites, Muslims, and the Christians, they believe in monotheism. But the thing is, brother, is that if we're going to do that, right, we don't want our culture to be assassinated. This is where I can see why our people are like, okay, if I'm in this Abrahamic faith and that, right, why can't I have the culture? Why am I classed as a pagan? You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah. So when you call man's ancestors and say it's idolatry to have ancestors and to revere your ancestors, you know what I'm saying? Even now we revere them. We don't worship them. Are you nuts? Do you get it? But we put respect on their name, like, yo, come on, man. Yeah, my granddad or my great granddad was a great person. You get me?
That's a contradiction.
And
that's a contradiction,
it's
because reverence is word. No, but Maku, reverence is what is the key component in worship.
Nah, man. Listen,
it is.
My granddad, my great granddad, sorry, was a great man. So in his commemoration, outside his palace, there is a statue and a bust of him down to the waist or whatever. Yeah. So what are we saying, bro? Are we saying people going there to worship it? No.
I would suggest yes. I would suggest yes.
No. We got statues of great people in our town squares and town centers, fam.
Yeah,
even
but
where we are now in other parts of Africa.
No, but here I'm going to say though, if people weren't going there to worship it, there'd be no necessity.
People got dragons. Hold on. People got dragons all over London. People got gargoyles all over buildings that you probably walked in.
And
especially in them areas that you're in.
That's right. That is idolatry too.
No, you have to work. Sometimes you have to work and walk and do certain things in some of these buildings that you would consider, yes, pagan.
Idolatry. Yeah, that's right. Pagan, Baphomet buildings. XYZ. That's right. But as far as Winston Churchill's statue in Trafalgar Square, that is idolatry, in my opinion, because you're now revering someone to some extent, and gods seek reverence. That's how they seek to be worshipped, to be revered, or deities, or whatever we're going to call them.
Yeah, deities, some deities.
And this is the issue that I have with the reverence thing. It's not that I don't really have an issue.
It's a habit. It's a habit we picked up. Even if you say that, it's a habit we picked up from those ancient beings. Yeah. But
only because you're a Muslim, I'm saying this, If you wasn't a Muslim, to me, it would be pointless having this conversation. But because you're a Muslim, just like if a brother was a Christian, for instance, now, he can't deal with idolatry. So all of that building statues, no stone to be laid upon another.
I walked into a building and I had a chat with this Asian guy the other day. Yeah, big beard and all of that. I said, "What religion are you?" I said, "Muslim." He says, "Rah, but you got that thing around your neck." I said, "Is it?" I said, "Is not our patron mother? Yeah, what makes you become a Muslim or be a Muslim? Your patron mother is the mother who birthed the man who's gonna birth the people that's gonna birth your prophet. You get it? Yeah, the same people they call idol worshippers and all this type of stuff. Strange, interesting. Yeah.
Brother Snipes, the question
Go
for you,
on.
brother.
So I said to him, oh, do you know about Hagar? He said, who? I said, Hagar or Hagar. He said, I'm not familiar. I said, rah, okay, safe, say nothing. You get me?
Ooh.
So I said, Hagar, the wife of, or the consort of Abraham, yeah, where you get Ishmael, where you get Kedar, where you get the tribe of Kedar, where you get the tribe of the Quraysh, where you get the prophet, peace be upon him. Said, oh, yeah. So you're half Kemet, aren't you? You're half Kemet. If you're Muslim, if you say you are a Muslim, are you not half Kemet in origin and in theology? That's why you're not ready. Don't play with me. Yeah, I know my thing. I'm comfortable in my own skin and that. Yeah. What I'm following is older than even some of that stuff we're even talking about, bro.
Snipes. Very controversial I'm about to say, brother. You see the Islamic flag.
Yes.
There's a moon and a star there, right? Brother, would that be classed as idol worshipping?
Some would say.
Some would say.
Some would class it as that, according to their sect
Right.
and their theology in the sect. Say, no, that's idol worship. We don't worship the sun. We don't worship the moon, but yet the symbols exist. So then we came to the realization that look, some of this stuff is pre-Islamic. Yeah, pre-Islamic, or the Islam of what you lot know. Do you get me? Because people are more following the modern day versions. Once you say you're Sunni or you're Shia, you're in baby food. You're in modern times, right? Because you're not Sufi like the Prophet, peace be upon him. So, you just need to leave that.
Motion, you're back now, yeah? Come get this work from Schiffer, man. Hurry up.
Yeah.
I know. His argument done already. We already killed his argument. Well, he didn't kill his argument. He won the argument, to be fair. But I wasn't arguing to begin with. I was just trying to get him to, break the information a bit down. A bit
he said
further,
he was going to split your head to the white meat.
No, he can't though, because now he's going to actually have no argument to fight. So it's going to be a waste.
He's going to split your head. Wait.
But you see the thing is, though, Maku, you see what you just said there, Maku, yeah? From what I'm gathering, just tell me if I'm wrong or right from what you say. What you're saying is idolatry is a made-up concept, and technically it is not a necessary component of these books that we're calling Bible, Quran, and X, Y, Z.
No, I mean, they definitely refer to what's going on around them, and they call it ideology and thing because they don't really know much about it. Well, they do, but they're not letting you know or the reader know. Do you get it? The depths of certain things, because that's why some people need to read the Book of Enoch, because it then starts to bring things more into play. But then that more into play will then lead you to more questions. Do you get it? Like, then how is the man doing it? And how is man doing that? And okay, if the guy's related to this angel and that one is doing, they're fighting and they're doing this and this one and this one and this one, it's mad.
I wanted to understand the take on it.
Sorry, what? Oh, and what you're saying is idolatry, idolatry and blah blah blah. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you that at a later time in Egypt, it was all that and a bag of chips. It just wasn't original.
All right, so then obviously, if we're going to say that,
for example,
idolatry is a bit of a misnomer, then technically,
for us, it's a misnomer. For them, they can write whatever they want, and for the later people or within the dynasties of Egypt, other foreign entities are going to come in where they're not that foreign. As I said, they're still family. So even if a Syrian king comes in there and rules for a couple of years, even if the Hyksos rule there for like 200 years before they get chased out. Yeah, all of these things. 1 second, let me get the door.
Okay. See, I think obviously we can all understand Brother Snipes' take on idolatry from his standpoint. But I think, you know, for the brothers and sisters who are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, X, Y, Z, I think that they would disagree. And I think it's more to a point of, you know, going through their Bible or their Quran and dealing with, you know, the idol worship side of things. And obviously, when we say revere, as I said, revere is a key component in worship. So I think that, you know, to some extent, they may have some validity.
What did you say? What did you say, bro? I missed.
You still there? Can you hear me?
I had to get the door. No, I had to get the door. Sorry.
No, I was saying that I think the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jewish people might want to argue this point, and they might have whatever evidence they have to base on, you know, calling certain things idolatry. But I think, obviously, from your explanation,
shit!
You know,
Big up General Emotion. Really?
We got.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see the we would have to see the
You don't
evidence.
even roll with a
that lot of what
sniper
you're saying
rifle. You roll with 2 shotties under the trench coat. Like, why you do 2 shotties under the trench
You
coat?
got
Like,
upset
yeah,
too quickly earlier, man.
shit.
You get upset too quickly, man. It don't sound good sometimes. You got
What's
upset
that?
too quickly. You
No,
got
no,
upset
no.
too quickly.
Shefai, I'm not upset, bro. But you see, sometimes, yeah, you see what happens is, you see, sometimes you don't study something here, so it's okay to say, you know, I'm not sure of that. Yeah, to argue against something that you've never studied, and someone's telling you that I've studied this, I've had to do such and such and such to actually pass and get results, yeah, and so on and so forth, and understand that, and it's something I have to explain to people, yeah, for you to then turn around and say to me, a learned brother, that you're going to try and debate or even question what I'm saying and tell me that you need proof, bro. Like, bro, what? I don't get it for the sake of argument. Like, to me, that's like, you need to learn when to argue and when not to argue, bro. When you don't know fuck all about something, sometimes you should just shut the fuck up and allow it. It's not argue. I'm not angry, bro, but sometimes it's frustrating having to teach someone something and repeat the same thing over and over again because you want to be argumentative, bro. We're grown men. We're grown men, bro. You can go and spend your £3,000 and get a personal training certificate, and then go and spend the extra how much money to go and get your physiotherapy and so on and so forth. You can go and do all of that, bro, and see the studies yourself.
Is the study you're doing a science, and is it 100% accurate?
Wow.
Is it a science, bro?
Is it a science, and is it 100% accurate?
Is this how you talk to your brethren, yeah? Is this how you talk to your brethren? No, I'm not getting
involved. No, wait. Let me ask you a question. Wait. Let me ask you a question. Does a blacksmith use science?
Brother, until you answer my question,
yes
I won't be
I'm
answering
answering you. Yes
I
or
won't
no?
be answering any questions until you answer mine.
All right, cool. So you're stupid. That's why. Because you see what happened is, yeah? You see what happened? You forget what my title is. You just think it's just PT. You think it's just personal trainer. No. Hear what I said to you. Does a blacksmith use science? It's a simple yes or no. Don't run from it.
Brother, I asked you a question. You don't answer a question with a question unless you're conceding the
all
argument.
Of a sudden, we don't answer a question with a question, no, Shifa. But when it's
not unless you're conceding the argument, no. If you're conceding the argument and you accept it, and you're accepting that you can't answer the question, then don't answer it.
My brother, is it a science? The science of health? Yes, it is. Are you stupid? You use science.
It was a 2-part question, brother. Can you answer the other part?
All right, cool. So hear the joke thing. Hear the joke. In response to your question, I was trying to make an example, right? I was trying to show you an example. However, because again, you're in your argumentative bag, you want to shut down and do this thing that women do. The same women you were dissing yesterday, where you're going to just be like, I want my question answered. I'm not going to say hear nothing else until I get my question. That's woman move, bro. That's gal move, bro. I don't deal in it, bro. Yeah.
I can be silent and let you say whatever you want to say. I'm not shouting down the microphone. I'm not arguing with you. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I asked you a very specific question. I said, is what you're dealing with a science, and is it 100% accurate?
bro.
So you're doing what the women did
engage?
yesterday by not
Bro,
answering the
Are
question
you
in
going to
entirety.
engage? No, it's not that. Are you going to engage in the conversation? It's simple. You ask me a question, but you also need to engage in the conversation to hear the
Brother,
answer.
until you answer my question,
You
I
hear
won't
that?
be engaging in
You
any
hear that? All
further
right, cool, then shut
conversation.
up then. Shut up then. Shut up. Simple. Shut up then, because you don't want to engage in the question because you know my response is gonna shut you the fuck down. That's why you're being ignorant, bro. So go hide. Go hide and don't respond, bro, and don't engage.
Brother, you've already lost. You can't answer the question. You've lost. Loser.
Bro.
Loser. Come on, brother. You got beat up in that conversation so easy because you can't answer a simple question. Is it 100% accurate? And if you can't answer that question, you're showing your disingenuousness.
Bro,
and I'm going to go mute. Go on.
Hey, Maku, I can give this guy actual numbers. Yeah? Actual numbers. Yeah? However, like I said to you, in order to receive an answer, you need to engage in the conversation because, like I said, when a brother's ready to give his responses and be like and ask a question in response to something, to give an example, it's all right for him in it. So we don't do hypocrisy. We don't do this thing what you do, bro. Like, allow it, bro. Allow it. We're big fucking men, blood.
Brother, you're doing hypocrisy, and what you're doing is what the females done yesterday.
No,
I asked them a question, they went round the houses, they didn't answer the question. What they did was they found ways to try and assassinate my character, which is exactly what you just done. So you're playing a very feminine role right now until you answer the question. If you answer the question, you will reclaim your manhood. Until a certain time, I'm going to mute. No, you did not. I said, is it 100% accurate? You've not answered that part.
Why do I need to answer that part? I'll answer the first part. Is it a science? Yes. Show me a science that's 100% accurate.
I said, is it a science and
Show
is it 100% accurate?
That's 100% accurate, bro.
Exactly. So you're not 100% accurate. Thank you. You've proven yourself wrong. Argument done. There you go. Argument done.
Bro. You hear what I said to you, bro? Bro, what's the matter with this guy? Bro, you could do the same thing.
Gunshot, machine gun, reload.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Stop getting upset.
Bro, I'm not upset. I'm telling you straight, bro. I'm talking. Stop the noise, bro. You're not a child. Reload, blah, blah, blah. You're a child, bro. Have a conversation. It's that simple. What's wrong with you?
I'll answer your question now. Your answer to your question was blacksmiths do not use science. No, they use maths.
What? They use maths. Okay. So how do they work out the maths? How do they work out the maths to put what elements together?
Formula.
And what are those elements?
Me don't know. I don't do blacksmith.
You don't know what the elements are, but is it a science to be a blacksmith?
No.
Of course it is.
No. Maku. See, sometimes, you let people answer and just let the fucking answer drop and don't say nothing.
Got you.
You don't say nothing. But this way just proves to you people just like to argue for the sake of it. Not to be right, just to argue. A man's gonna tell a man a blacksmith is not a science, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah, it's a bit backwards still thing.
No, what's backwards is someone not understanding the difference between somebody who makes metals and somebody who puts metals into particular shapes. There's a difference between those two. Sorry, you're cutting me off now because you're being a baby. Come on, big girl pants and all of that. Come on, man. Look, I've not even finished the sentence.
Well, you're talking to Maku, not me, you know.
Brother, come on, man. You lot talk over me then. You say what I was going to say.
You're talking to Maku. I don't know why you see. I'm trying to say you didn't even hear who was responding to you.
I know.
You didn't even hear
who interrupted me. I don't care. I'm directing out whoever was interrupting me. I'm not saying you did. But I'm just saying, come on, man. Allow me to get a sentence out.
I know, but why are you going at Maku like?
Allow me to get a sentence out too. I didn't tell Maku to shut the fuck up though, did I? Which you did. Which is very aggressive.
So what? So what? I told you to shut the fuck up. So fucking what? So
very aggressive.
You know me
because
you know me when I go there.
You know you can't win. When you know you can't win an argument is when a person becomes very aggressive.
You know this, bro. Come on. You know me.
I know, but bro,
like
if you know you can win the argument, there's no need for the aggression. Then is there? Calm down. Let me just say my piece too. So, like I was saying, there is a science involved in the making of metals. Yeah, in metallurgy. But as far as blacksmithery is concerned, no such science is involved. So I'm going to go back on mute, and I've proven that I am the more intelligent one here.
Shifa, how have you proven that blacksmiths are not what do blacksmiths do?
They shape metals.
They shape metals, different metals, right? Different metals into one structure, yeah?
They shape metals.
Yeah, different metals into one, right? Because you have to have amalgamations of metals for certain things, right?
That's right. To make
depending on what they're making, there's a possibility they could be using more than one type of metal.
To be fair enough, depending on what they're making, okay? But they would need to know the right formulas, etc. So there is measurement, which is mathematics, yes, but there is a science to dealing with the metals.
That's correct.
Which is called metallurgy, which is a science, but that's not what blacksmiths do.
Okay.
Metallurgy. Anyway. Yeah, if you said more like alchemist, I mean, alchemist is a person who manipulates metal as well and changes it and all of that. Yeah. But if you're saying alchemy, but it's chemi again. You're back there.
Can I read it out to you, please, brother? Because obviously I don't want us to have a discrepancy here where it seems like I'm just trying to be, what's the word? I'm just trying to be awkward. Metallurgy. Metallurgy encompasses both the science and technology of metals. That is the way in which science is applied to the production of metals and the engineering of metal components used in products for both consumers and manufacturers. Metallurgy is distinct from the craft of metal working. Listen to it again. Metallurgy is distinct from the craft of metal working, which would be what a blacksmith does. He is a metal worker. All right, so I'm going to go back on mute and understand my level. Please don't question my intelligence again, guys.
Hang on a second.
Oh, no, wait.
Metallurgy.
Sorry.
What's that?
You just debunked yourself. I don't understand.
No, I did not. I just, brother,
so
are you listening?
What did they say? What did they say metallurgy was? Did they say it was a craft, or did they say it was a science?
I said it was a science.
How many times did they use the word science in that sentence?
I said it was a science, brother. So they're agreeing with me. Metallurgy is a science, and it is different to the work of a blacksmith, which is a metal worker.
No,
it's different. Thank you.
How is it different? How is it different?
Brother, read it. I'm going to give you the link. Read it for yourself. And then you
hold on.
I'm going to give you the link. Put it up on the screen. Someone put the link on the screen, please. Because I don't want to sit here arguing about this.
Hold on.
This is a waste of time.
I'm saying, are you saying that the modern blacksmith is comparable to an ancient African blacksmith? Are you saying they're the same thing?
Brother, I'm not in ancient
saying
Africa.
It's the same process? Because hold on, we're speaking English again, remember. You're confined by the language you're speaking and the word you're using. You're confined by that.
Brother,
you're not actually speaking in the time that you're
confined by English too. You're confined by English too.
I'm not.
Brother, it's chemistry.
You're not speaking African right now.
My brother,
you're confined by English too. That's a misnomer, misrepresentation. Again, come on, guys. If we're going to show what intelligence, please read this article. Put it up on the screen.
I did say
Shifa, is chemistry a science?
Chemistry is a science.
Right. So it's chemistry involved in sword making and blacksmith. Being a blacksmith.
Pardon me?
Is chemistry involved in being a blacksmith?
Chemistry would be involved in metallurgy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, so you know what the other word for wait, let me finish this then. So let's go. Wait. Let me so do you know what the other word for a blacksmith is, bro?
A metal worker.
No, a metal smith. Yeah,
you can call him a metal smith. That would work. That works too. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Using the sciences. Yeah, using the science of chemistry, bro.
What?
Doesn't matter with you, bro. Go on any science fucking site, and they will tell you the chemistry in blacksmithery is called science, bro. What's the matter with you, bro? And this is the point about saying
chemistry in blacksmithery is called metallurgy, brother. And if the fact that you guys are unable to grasp the concept,
Shifa, when you study metallurgy, yeah, you don't become a metallurgist.
No, metallurgy.
When you study it, you become what? When you qualify, what do you become?
What
a metallurgist, or do you become blacksmith, or do you become different things with that same qualification?
I'll find out for you still, because I just Googled it real quick while you was talking. So
Cool, you
I'll
Googled
find
it
it
real
out
quick.
for you. It says metallurgy is a domain of materials science and engineering that studies the physical and chemical behavior of metallic elements, their inner metallic compounds, and their mixtures, which are known as alloys. Metallurgy encompasses both the science and technology of metals. That is the way which science is applied to the production of metals and the engineering of metal components used in products for both consumers and manufacturers. Metallurgy
You don't even hear what he's reading. You don't even hear what he's reading.
Metallurgy. This is the thing, that girl, female behavior. Come on, guys. Metallurgy is distinct.
Bro, you were just doing it a minute ago.
You know what, brother? You know what? I'm not even gonna bother reading it. I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, go on,
mate.
Take your L.
Now I'm not reading it no more. You lot, listen, Moulton, this is
why
a
you
big
be
L
like
for
that,
you.
man?
This is a big L for you. Now, I'm not gonna lie, listen, Moulton and Maku and Moulton, yeah. The fact that you found it so difficult to grasp this concept is a massive L for you lot, you know. So I'm not reading it. I'm not helping you no more. I'm gonna let the audience
must be shifting in the wrong direction. Stop it. I'm not nothing to do with this. I'm not nothing to do with this. Don't say it, man. I saw clearly what you done and what happened.
Maximum emotion.
Yeah, no, man.
Now, Matthew. My
phone's ringing. My phone's ringing. 1 second.
I don't know why phone's ringing. Meeting and that. Damn it, man.
Yeah, flee. You better flee. You better run, because you know you fucked up. You know you done fucked up. And you tried to say that metallurgy is the same as is a component of a blacksmith. It's not, brother. It said it in the article. It said it is distinct from metalworking.
My brother.
So it's separate.
My brother, what did it say about the alloys? Do people use alloys in with being a blacksmith? Do you use alloys?
Brother, what has that got to do with it?
What do you mean, what is it got to do? It's the fucking science of using a metal.
Do they create the alloys? Do they create the alloys? No, they do not. They don't create the alloys, but yes, they do use them. All right, does that answer your question?
Right.
So no, brother, you're still wrong.
How did they get to know to use them? How did they get to know to use them?
I thought you lot was more intelligent than this, you know. I'm not, brother. Please
Here we go.
Read up on metallurgy, because I thought you was more intelligent than this. And if you don't know about metallurgy, but you want to sit here and argue that blacksmith is a science, then you're doing yourself an injustice. And I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just saying I tried to help you, but it's like you don't want the help.
So metallurgy, you're saying metallurgy isn't a science of working with metal?
I said metallurgy. No, Jedi, please listen now, clearly, brother, because these guys don't listen. Hear my answer. No. Metallurgy is a science. Metallurgy is a science. Blacksmithery is not a science.
Blacksmithery, is it a science? Is it an ology? Is blacksmithery an ology? You know what? It's not. It's not. It's manual and that, but I don't know if it's going into the science. I mean, you will cover some science, right?
In mathematics.
Like, for me, yeah, blacksmithery is actually knowing how to pour certain metals together, mold them, sharpen them. So that is science.
Now, when you say that, well, hold on, Jedi, sorry.
Depends on
a blacksmith don't just beat out the iron and whatever, right?
Yes, they do.
No, that's not all they. No, bro. Bro, listen, bro. You'll go to a blacksmith to actually make the fucking sword, bro.
Right.
To actually create the sword. He's gonna melt down metal or whatnot and pour it in. So that's science, though, because you're not gonna do it.
Jedi. 1 second, brother. What I'm saying to you is, yes, the blacksmith does melt down the metals, but as far as the mixing of the actual metals, the mixing of the actual thing he's melting down, he doesn't do that. The metallurgy person does that. The person who does metallurgy. No. The blacksmith.
So how long ago was
brother? The blacksmith is not the person who mixes the metals, brother. And I've just given you that. I've given you the article. Please read it. Look.
sorry.
It's in
If
your.
I want a
It's
sword,
in
yeah.
your side
Sorry.
chat. Please open the article.
All right, cool,
Please
cool,
open
cool.
it
But I'm saying,
and put it on the
if I
screen if
wanted, if
possible, so that
Alright,
way
Shifa,
everyone can
sorry,
see
one
I'm
second,
telling the
Bibi.
truth.
all right.
One
If
second,
I
That's
wanted a
wrong
sword,
still.
if I wanted a sword, yeah, and I went to the blacksmith of the village, yeah, and I said I want a proper sword, I want like a katana or something like a Japanese sword. Can you do that? They're gonna tell me, oh, there's a science to that, of folding the metal, mixing two metals together to make a stronger metal, and then folding it so many times to get that length
They'd
and that
have to go to
thinness
a
and that
metallurgist
sharpness,
first.
bro.
They'd have to go to a
Metallurgist
metallurgist first.
in
A
ancient times,
metallurgist.
bro.
A
For
metallurgist.
example, maybe nowadays, okay, I could give you that, right? But in the ancient times, I don't think for Africans, Chinese, or Mongolians who were excellent dagger makers and all of that back
No,
in the day,
some
I don't
blacksmiths
think they had
were
a metallurgist.
metallurgists. No, you're saying
Hold
a
on, my
blacksmith.
brother. Wait.
Brother,
Now some were.
we're going
Okay,
around the houses, though.
cool. I'm just
A
saying
blacksmith
that.
can be a metallurgist also.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
as I said,
If you said the blacksmith and
and
if
you weren't
you said
being
a
fair.
person,
You
brother,
weren't
if
being
you said
fair
a
when I
person could be
asked
a
you.
blacksmith and a
Okay.
metallurgist, I would say yes, a person can be a blacksmith and a metallurgist and understand the
Then where's your
science as well
argument
as
then?
how to, but because a blacksmith is not necessarily a metallurgist, brother. So
In what
this is the
country?
thing. Your level of comprehension here is
Hold on,
only
wait,
going
man.
by what
Relax,
you're saying,
man.
and we could put this on the screen, brother, and we could just
Relax,
read it.
man. What are you doing, man?
There's a science
Yeah.
to it anyway.
As I
So I
said,
don't get
listen.
what you're saying.
I'm saying.
Let me hear from Drop Top. Let me hear from Drop Top.
Go on,
He's just come on,
Yeah,
and I
Dr.
know
Go, man.
he works with
Now, I
the.
was listening to it when he's trying to
He
say
works
there's
with
no.
Jules.
He's trying to say there's no science to it, but there is a science to it. I'll give you an example. Yeah, when you have a ring, or you've seen people with like silver rings, yeah, and say they got diamonds in the ring, right? If they've had it for a long time, what do you see in between the ring? You see it starts to get black, right?
Yep.
What is that called? Anybody know? It's called oxidization, right? They teach you that in jewelry school, right?
Yeah.
So when this guy's trying to say there's no science to it, I'm listening. I'm thinking, what the hell is he talking about? It's weird to me. I don't get it, but that's what I wanted to say.
Drop to here. Can I explain it to you, brother? Because obviously you're addressing me. Like I was explaining to these brothers who obviously didn't know this before. Yeah. There is a science called metallurgy. Yeah. Now, a metallurgist understands how to combine certain types of metals to create particular alloys. Yeah. For instance, at one time we had a Bronze Age, then we had a Steel Age, because the metallurgists now knew how to combine different metals to make something we now call steel. Yeah. So the metallurgist is the scientist of this operation. Now, a blacksmith can also be a metallurgist, but metallurgy is the science behind blacksmithery and metalworking.
I understand what you're saying.
If you guys my brother, I finish on this sentence. If you don't understand this concept, I've given you an easy article to read, an easy flipping description of the difference between metallurgy and metalworking, so you can understand it for yourself. I don't,
bro. That's what I do every day. I work with metal.
I'm not a teacher.
That's what I do, bro.
Shifa. So wait,
then you know it's not science. You know that it's manual.
So now we're
labor.
going to get into wait. So we're going to get into the history of it. Yeah, we're going to get into the history of this metallurgy thing, right?
How old is it?
Okay. Well, they say the process was invented by the Hittites, right, in the Iron Age, right? So what you're calling is the study of metals is metallurgy in the modern sense, right?
The study of.
Yeah. The secret of extracting and working iron was a key factor in the success of the Philistines. Historical developments in ferrous metallurgy can be found in wide variety of past cultures and civilizations, right? So we're gonna go into the history of metallurgy. Objects made from smelted copper from as early as 3,800 BC are known in Iran. This is called metallurgy, the making of objects with metal.
Wow.
Actually goes back further than that, brother.
Well, hold on.
Sound
like blacksmith to me. Go on.
The progress of metallurgy started with the use of native copper and iron from meteorites, as the metals were obtainable without smelting. So, wait there. Metallurgy, etymology, origin and meaning of. Let's go. Online etymology dictionary. The science of smelting, 1670 smelting from Latin word. Let's give me the thing from Latin word of melt of work. Oh, metallurgos, worker in metal. Ooh, okay, let's go again.
Great. We're back to the Septuagint time. Go on, let's go.
Bro, so we're getting like literally.
Shift, allow it, man. Just fucking tap, man. Like, get
Pop
me.
out,
It's not
man.
even worth
Tap
it.
out, man. It's got you in the headlock, man.
Allow it,
Fuck's
man. Just
sake.
tap. No need to wait till your eyes are rolling back and you're losing
I know.
You're not getting out of this grip. Just move. Just tap, man.
Yeah, don't leave it till it's too late to tap.
Yeah, dude, right. I actually rate a man. I actually rate a man that taps out early and doesn't take an injury. Like, come on, man, you got to think about the long-term career. You can't keep taking these. Can't keep taking these knocks and bumps, bro.
Pause 1 second. Pause, please.
You become a
Pause. That was
journeyman.
very, very kind of very good. That was very good.
You go and
Brother, unfortunately, what it is, brother. What it is that I understand people are reluctant to learn the error of their, you know, their means of educating themselves. Now, unfortunately, you want to make up any narrative you want. Metallurgy is the science.
Okay.
How old is it? Again, sorry. It's back to Hittites, you know.
That is even before that.
No, I'm just saying there's space racism to non-Africans because we know for smelting thousands of years prior to that. Like, bro, you can't even talk about pottery without a fucking kiln. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I thought one of the first kilns
and doing all of that.
They've even got
play with us, man. Like,
they've
like
even got
allow it, man.
They've even got
The whole
subversions.
concept of jewelry and all of that is the African concept, man. Allow it, man. Like,
They've even got subwords of metallurgy. So they've got copper metallurgy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
who's dealing with copper? It's
like,
not us.
what are we doing?
Come on, man. We don't care about gold before. It was copper. It had healing properties and all sorts. So we use copper more than anything. Come on, man. Don't play with us, man. We'll even wrap the two together, copper with gold. And there you go. Bangle.
They say in Serbia they found them smelting copper 7,000 years ago. Doing metallurgy.
Allow it, man.
Like,
allow it, man.
This is like journal of doing that. This is from the Journal of Archaeological Science, my brother. Like,
how about making a spearhead? I wonder if metallurgy went into that. You get it? Different levels of spear. Until it's in your back, then you're gonna know about metallurgy.
Not necessarily.
Oh shit! These Africans know about metallurgy. Shit! I'm out of here.
Not necessarily. The thing is, hold on, Maku, sorry, Maku. Can I just speak to Maku quickly on that point? Metallurgy and smelting metals are not necessarily the same thing. Yeah. Now, the reason I would say this is for for this fact. Yeah, I could get a metal that already exists now. Say, for instance, I got someone's gold necklace and I melted it down and smelted it. That's not metallurgy, bro. Metallurgy is the combination. Yeah, is when you start combining different metals to make specific alloys. And this is where it's like the level of intelligence over here. Sometimes it's like, boys, come on, man.
There's no. Hold on. You even said it yourself. You took a chain. It was metallurgy that went into the making of the chain. You Wally. What are you doing,
brother?
Bro?
That's how I know you're. Sometimes you.
Bro,
I don't know what's going on in your brain right now. But listen again. Let me explain it to you. If I melt down someone's chain, sorry. If I melt down someone's pre-existing chain, if I melt down someone's pre-existing chain, the metallurgy has already been done. I don't need to do any metallurgy.
No. What is metallurgy? Hold on.
You know what? You go.
If you pour it and you remake a chain with it, then that is metallurgy, right?
No,
or
it's
if
not.
You add,
no.
Hold on. If you add another type of gold to it, and
if
make
you add
it
another
like
substance,
gold,
add another type of metal, Now
But
it's
we get
metallurgy.
jewelry like that anyway nowadays. Like, come on, bro.
Well, that would be the work of a
Right, so
metallurgist because they're adding
right,
something
thank
different. But
you.
you didn't start with that. And what
No,
you're
but we
doing now
know
is you're
that.
trying to
No,
clean up.
hold on,
You're
my
trying to
brother.
clean
We
up your
know that.
statement because
And
you
I
know
did,
you
I
fucked
did,
up.
I did say
You
that. I did
know
say
you
that.
fucked up.
I even
Go
mentioned it in the
on.
bangle when I mentioned the bangle, and I said copper and gold. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but these are the works of a
Yeah, it's all right,
metallurgist.
man.
Mixing metals is the work of a metallurgist. As
It's all right.
far as
As
a
I said, it's
blacksmith
a
is
different
concerned, a
concept.
blacksmith
Yeah,
is
it's a different
shaping
concept.
metal. A blacksmith shapes
No, my
metal.
brother. It
Yes,
depends
brother.
where you
Yeah.
are and who you're talking about. When you're talking about Europeans, you can say all that. When you're talking about Africans and other people around the world, you can't say that. Their
Okay, I never
idea
had an
of
African
somebody,
education, unfortunately.
yeah. I'm just saying that when we're saying blacksmith, I'm like, what are we talking about? European concept of blacksmith, the guy there
In
with
the
the
land
hammer,
we're
bam,
in
bam,
now, I'm
bam,
talking about the
still
concept
making
of
the
the land
sword.
we're in now, in the language we're speaking now,
And then
in the
hold on.
language you're speaking now, the land we're speaking now. That's what I'm in that concept. If you
More
want to go into some
importantly,
concept that
but I'm
wasn't
saying,
taught to any of us because we didn't go to African schools, then fair enough. Maybe there's some other
no, but that's you.
depiction. There's some other depiction
That's
of what a
you. It don't
blacksmith
take
is
you
that
to go to African school.
you can put it down as a science in Africa. Okay, cool. But remember, Europe seems to be a bit more advanced. Maybe that's
My
why.
brother.
Shiffer, can I just say something,
I
Sniper?
mean, you caping for Europe, but it's got nothing to do with you.
Shiffer, wait. Let me give you some
We
history
do
again.
because we do dumb shit,
Let
man.
me give you some history on the phrase metallurgy. And it coincides really with this whole let's break down how something that we didn't understand worked in the past and study it. Okay, so the phrase metallurgy, first known use of the phrase or the word metallurgy, 1665, my brother.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. First use.
First use.
That's what I'm saying. It's Europeans again, man. Like, what are you doing, Schiffer?
What I'm doing is this. I'm gonna read this to you so you
Three
can.
centuries.
I'm
Hold on.
I'm gonna read something.
It says
to you. I'm
3
gonna read
centuries
something to you
ago
now. I'll
we were
accept
doing
what
it.
I'll accept what your
Once.
article says.
Oh, mate. Nah, man.
I'll accept what your article says, and I know that the Bronze Age began in Africa and the Middle East. It didn't have no Bronze Age in Europe. I would definitely adhere to that. Definitely would adhere to that. So metal must have started on that side of the world. I'll definitely adhere to that. But I will tell you this: metallurgy can be traced back to circa 6000 BC in the Middle East. It led to the development of tools, weapons, jewelry, trade, and smelting, and allowed people to understand the matter is changeable, metallability. Yeah,
you said jewelry, yeah?
Ductility, and that elements can be combined as well as separated.
Of course.
So it's more to do. Sorry, brother. But let me finish.
Hatton Garden.
There's more to metal. Sorry, brother. Respectfully.
I'm glad they said
more
jewelry.
to metallurgy.
I'm glad
there's more to metallurgy, brother.
I'm glad I was
There's
clear
more
of
to
all charges.
metallurgy. There is more, brother. There's more to metallurgy than just metal, brother. We're talking about matter being changeable, yeah, malleability and ductility, yeah. So it's deeper than just melting. It's deeper than just melting, brother. It's deeper. It goes deeper than just melting metals and mixing metals.
Of course, it does.
Can I ask you a question? Go on, someone go. You go first, brother. Go first.
No,
so I'm right
we
then.
was here when I logged on, and I thought there was a clearance where you lot seemed to understand the same thing. Metallurgy, being 2 L's and a U, metallurgy being what we now call in modern times the study of metal. Simple as that. Very simple as that. And smithing, be it metal smithing, blacksmithing, whatever kind of smithing, is the creation of objects, the fashioning of objects.
Right.
So there is no point it's a blurry bit at where they cross over there, but it's no real in the distinction, the definition of the two. There's no
but
blur.
when you say in metallurgy, it's the making of jewelry, weapons,
it's not.
and all that. Hold on. He said that. He just said that.
That's what he read out.
That's what he just read out.
Study of.
He just said. He just said what he read out. Hold on 1 second, bro. Just what he read out, and just what he read out alone, he killed his own point. This is the whole point we're trying to say. Like, we're to one man's blacksmith is another man's alchemist. Yeah. So like, it just depends. Right, or a metallurgist. Bruv, take your 16th century ass and your concepts and go and sit in the corner.
Smith, it's just a smith, it's a craft.
Thank you.
And,
now,
and
when we're talking about craft and metal and working metal and blacksmith, a real blacksmith, an African blacksmith, a man from thousands of years ago, we were doing this. Even in the village, we were doing this. Right, so like this is not a big thing. Like Iron Age.
Human traits is that you can.
It was only iron when the Europeans found it. Yeah, it became that age because they're working in that metal. Not that we weren't working in that metal. We were using iron in the Stone Age. Right?
Can we go round in a circle and get everyone?
Rivets. Hold on. When we were putting rivets inside the pyramid, yeah. And they were looking and they were saying, right, they got these metal rivets, like iron rivets, inside the structure, like holding certain things together. But they ain't using no cement.
We get you, bro.
Right, before there was an Iron Age, man was using iron.
There must have been metallurgists then.
And in Stone Age, we were manipulating stone. This is the difference. Yeah, they were crawling out of caves. We were manipulating stone. So well,
that would indicate that there was still metallurgy happening. Because they was creating different types of metals, not just knocking down any metal. They were creating different types, which would institute metallurgy. What is the difference? But Maku, what is the difference between metallurgy and blacksmithery? That is the real question. And if we can define the difference between the two, if we can define it, sorry, brother, if we can, one second, brother.
I gave you that opportunity a long time ago, and you didn't.
One second. If we, brother, no, I haven't done that. I haven't done that part yet. I was saving that part because I knew you was going to go down this treacherous road. And you are difficult to educate. You're difficult to educate. So I'm going to tell you the difference now. What is the difference between a metallurgist and what is the difference between a blacksmith and a metalsmith? They typically have a higher mastery of most of all metals and use forges and files smaller to a blacksmith. While blacksmithery requires a forge, metalsmiths can usually get by with smaller instruments such as blowtorches. So it is definitely defined as two different crafts, two different things. One's a science, one isn't. Unfortunately, if you want to argue with science, then I'm not the person who created science, isn't it? It's not an argument for me, really. I'm just telling you what it is.
Do you use different metalsmithing and blacksmithing?
Do you use different tools? One second. Do you use different tools to fix the engine in a car to the bodywork?
Ask the scientist. I'm not going to give an answer from. I'm not going to give an answer from my brain. I'm going to read an answer from an actual scientist. That's what I'm going to do. I'm only reading answers from scientists.
Okay, cool. So the study of metallurgy has been around. Yeah, the actual study, the way you're classing it as, has only been around since 1650, right? Okay. The actual. Let me finish. I said, I've just shown you, my brother. Stop. I've just shown you where it says the phrase metallurgy was coined and when it was first coined, right? Okay. Now I'm saying, let me finish, bro. Stop. Just wait a minute, man. Wait.
Blacksmith.
Oh my God.
What I'm saying to you is this. Now, the action of studying these metals might have been around before. You are using a phrase called metallurgy, okay? I'm going to argue with you and say to you that many people that worked with different metals and forged different metals. Okay, it wasn't a job. The average person couldn't just turn around and become a blacksmith or somebody that works with these alloys and so on. Because you have to know. Metallurgy just came about in the 1650s to study the processes and what happens during the shaping of these things. That's what
Maku said. They wanted to be able to interpret the works of the alchemists, and their words that they used to replace certain words was a word like metallurgy. But ultimately, if people would before them. If people were doing this before the word metallurgy was invented, that would institute that the concept existed before the word.
I don't even know what you're doing, bro. Just making.
He's comfort eating. When you get stressed,
I know, stressed. He's chewing hard, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
What's your
I'm
name, Alex
educating, man.
Ferguson? Like, what the hell? Yeah,
I'm
looking
educating, man.
shifter time. Looking shifter time.
Yeah, I'm in a big meat pie.
Meat pie. Matt. Pause.
But I didn't even know the answer, so I just Googled it. I'll be
What
honest.
did you say? What are you Googling?
I didn't even know the answer. I just Googled it. I'll be honest. When he said, is blacksmithing a science? I didn't attempt to answer the question myself. I just Googled it.
But all the science books say that it's a science. Either way, right? This is
No,
all of this. All of this.
Don't say it's a science.
You see what happened, Maku? All of this in response to me trying to answer the question, and saying, for example, right? He asked if it was a science, and I was saying basically was a blacksmith a science, because a person that was dealing with fitness centuries ago would have been called a shapesmith, right? And you would have had to study the human body, so on and so forth, this and that. They used to have a thing called the golden ratio centuries ago that they used to talk about for human beings and so on and so forth, in terms of shoulder width and arm length and so on and so forth, right? What happened later in life is that modern science, science develops, and they start bringing out specific schools and specific courses and things like that around the job of shapesmith.
Things
now,
that already exist.
Right. So now it becomes different. So now you've got shapesmith of all types of guises, right? That specialize in different things. Now, within that shapesmith, within that, as with metallurgy, you now have to go and study these things, okay, to become proficient in them, which means you have to that means you then have to then take heed and pay attention to the studies that were done later in life. Now, when I said I could give somebody, like, for example, specific percentage, so I could say on average, South Asians have 3 to 5% more body fat than Europeans, okay, and up to 8 to 10% more than Africans and Caribbeans of the same BMI. This is because these studies are done consistently.
Well, I ain't gonna doubt you in your craft, man. It's
And the study of that is a science, right? The study of the inner workings of the human body and how it reacts to exercise and so on and so forth is a science.
Everything with blood clot do is science, man.
And that science is called physiology.
All right.
I'm an artist. I'm a scientist. The art is science.
So all I want to know is what's the ology for blacksmithing then?
No, there's they would say craftsman or something. I don't know. Yeah, in the ancient times, they had different words.
No. If it's a science,
blacksmith
in modern language, the sciences have ology on the end.
The study of it.
We got cosmology.
So the study of metal is metallurgy.
We've got the science of science.
No, because
within
it is chemistry, isn't it? It's chemistry.
No, it's metallurgy.
Yeah, metallurgy has chemistry in it.
It's chemistry.
Metallurgy has chemistry in it. That's right. And that's why they lose. They lose the argument. Come on, man.
Wait, where's the losing the argument? If you say within blacksmithing, you must understand notions of metallurgy, then that means there's scientific principles that need to be applied to blacksmithing.
No, I'm saying in blacksmithing, you don't necessarily have to understand metallurgy.
What type of blacksmithing are you talking about?
No, you don't.
You have to understand science.
You do.
You have to understand.
No, let's not be silly now, yeah? Learning the boiling point of a metal or the cooling point of a metal, or when a metal is best, more malleable. That's science, bro. Like, why are we arguing this?
I know. It makes no sense.
Schiffer wants to be right so bad.
But he's wrong.
Yo, that's science, bro. Remember when we went to school shift and we sat in front of the Bunsen burners and they started letting us know that at 100 degrees, water will boil and and then they gave you the piece of magnesium and that's science, bro.
Science.
Yeah. Can I please answer to
practical science? Yeah.
Can you what?
Can I please answer to that? Can I please answer to that? I think there's an easy rebuttal here. Easy rebuttal. There's an easy rebuttal.
You can always speak, brother.
All right. So the easy rebuttal that I would give to that is this: the metallurgist is the scientist. The metallurgist is actually this. The
Now that,
metallurgist.
you gotta just reply. Allow the rebuttal business. Just reply, bro. Respond.
I'll reply. Thank you. The metallurgist is the person who does the science of what temperatures the metal will melt at, what elements can be separated, and the actual compound, what's going into the actual compound. These are the people who make these decisions. They will then obviously transfer that information to a blacksmith and let them know that this compound will melt at this
Show me
frequency.
that's how it works. Show me an example of it, of the blacksmith needing to consult a metallurgist first.
Okay. I thought I already did that, but I'll go back on them.
Okay.
All right, let me find it again. Hold on.
Oh, motion fleed. He fled.
He has to flee because he knows it, brother. There's no way I'm gonna be wrong here. There's no way I'm gonna be wrong.
He said he forgot to plug the charger in.
He said,
motion fled the scene. He fled.
Bad man don't fled, man. They don't fled. They just walk away slowly.
All right.
You should
Let me read this to you, yeah? Let me read this to you.
Goodbye. Don't say nothing.
Blacksmith often employ traditional forge welding or arc welding to combine materials. So let me read that again. Blacksmith often employ traditional forge welding or arc welding to combine materials. When steel is intense yellow or nearly white, the metal is reaching welding heat or molten temperatures. The smith may clean, heat, and apply flux to the material, then heat it again. Yeah. Now,
Stop there. No. Stop there immediately, please, because I know Vic is combing his afro in agreement. Where was the mention of the metallurgist in that description there, bro?
Mad.
I'll be honest, I wasn't actually finished, but you can.
Now what? Why are you trying to read one paragraph in five parts, bro? Go and keep going till you get to the metallurgist, till you get to the blacksmith employing a metallurgist to do this process of forging.
I'll tell you what, give me a second because I don't know what.
We'll give you 1,000,000 seconds.
Give me 1,000,000 seconds then. Give me 1,000,000 seconds.
Just tap out. There's no shame in it, bro.
All right, what's this? Well, no, it's cool. Don't worry. You're telling me tap out, but don't worry. When I'm finished, I guarantee you that you're gonna have to change your mindset on this.
Okay.
I just gotta find it again. Sorry, I had it up before and I lost it.
What the metallurgist is going on here?
Man had it up in that chat.
So long story short, the reason why a blacksmith relies upon a metallurgist is because the metallurgist is the person who actually creates the metal.
Stop. You're repeating yourself again. Can you just you was reading from a source and you said you hadn't finished. Can you continue that source until you find a metallurgist in that source?
Oh no, that was the wrong source. I'm trying to find the one that had the metallurgist, the connection between the metallurgist and the blacksmith. I'm trying to find that one for you, but obviously I was reading from a different source.
Find something that fits what you want to say. You reading the thing, it ain't saying no blacksmith is hanging on metallurgist, but you want to go try and find some 1820 something where it's one blacksmith decided to go and speak to some metallurgist and speak to him about something. Man, get out of there, man.
Dead food, man.
Okay.
Your own sources are telling you, bro. Your own sources, forging spears, jewelry, like
things. You know what I gone smelting.
All right. So now all right. You know what? Now I've found the source that I was looking at before. I will agree to some extent blacksmithery is its own science outside of the science of making metals. And metallurgy. Well, you know what? Sorry. You see, when you do that thing where I'm not finished a sentence and you start
be gracious
claiming
in victory, man.
Sorry.
No, what for? What
You know
for?
what?
Fuck that nigga. You better celebrate motion.
Yeah, and that's to make the victory sweeter. And you make the victory sweeter because you do not create a fire exit. The man's like, all right, you know it's gonna be childish. I mean, you know what? I just done that. I ain't even finished, but so you wait until the heartbeat's done, the last twitch of the muscles done, everything.
Is he dead, kid?
You know what I mean?
No,
just
I
wait and watch it bleed out. Sorry, not mean to talk about you.
No disrespect. No disrespect.
Talking about him like he's not in the room. Just let him bleed out, man.
Nah, he's going to see his metallurgist, man.
Fuck it out.
Cool, man.
I shift. Listen, see when I tell you to tap out, it's not out of ego, you know. It's because you're a brother, yeah. And as a brother, I don't want to see you suffer unnecessarily. Yeah, if we're sparring in the ring, man gets you into emotion, gets you in a rear naked choke.
Pause.
Yeah.
You're a fool, you know.
You let me know when I'm allowed to respond, innit? When I'm allowed to respond, let me know because I'm enjoying this. I'm actually enjoying this.
Go on, respond, brother.
Yeah. So, like I said in my opening statement before these degenerates decided that they didn't want to listen and they had the inability of learning. I said the science behind blacksmithery is mathematics, if any. Yeah. If there's any science connected to it, I said right from the beginning, mathematics, which has been proven because for you to calculate. Oh my God! Do you know what?
Shut up, man. Go on, man. I'm sorry, man. Go on, man. I'm telling you, man.
All right. So heat is something that can be measured. Measurements is something that rely upon mathematics, as well as welding and all of these other measurements that will have to be done. Measuring the actual the thing that's going to be made X, Y, Z. It would all rely upon mathematics. Outside of that, there is no other science involved in blacksmithery. If we want to get into the science of actual metals, we're going into metallurgy, which is what I started with and what I'll finish on. But because we're ignorant, we want to play this game of, oh, well, blacksmithing is a science. It's the science of metals. It's not the science of metals, bro. That's what my argument was.
Sorry. Was that he's dropped the mic moment?
I told you, man. This one was the deep in. I can feel the deep in vibes. Clear! Hey, proper trying to revive the thing. No, stay with me. Don't you fucking die on me. Don't you fucking die. Yeah, you know when the other members and stuff, I've got to pull him away. Got to pull him away. Time of death. Time of death. 440. Man.
Slapping the pen out.
The beginning of the argument, yeah. If we remember the argument, and you hear me mention
wait. Sing at the body.
If you hear me mention mathematics at the beginning of the argument, you understand who's being ignorant.
No, we did hear you, and I agree.
I did. No, he did. He did.
We did hear you, and we agreed that's the element of mathematics. However, check this out.
Not the only thing, though, is it?
Check this out. Yeah. Do blacksmiths smelt? Wait. Do blacksmiths smelt? Do blacksmiths smelt?
We already said this, man. It's not an argument.
Of course.
Yeah, they do, right? So listen to this. Smelting and melting liquids is two different things. So melting converts a solid substance into a liquid, whereas smelting converts
and ore to its purest form. Ooh, metallurgy. You need to know its purest form, right? Mad.
Mad. Yeah, the cherry on the top.
I took the silencer on that one. Fuck it.
I don't see how proving me right makes you feel so boasty. What you should be doing is winding your neck in because you're only proving me right, cuz. Metallurgy, thank you. Thank you for conceding. And do you know what? I'm glad I was able to teach you brothers today that there's a difference between metallurgy and blacksmithry. I'm glad we was able to learn it together, in fact, because I didn't really know it.
Yeah, something like 10,000 years.
What? I'm not arguing with you no more, man.
Metallurgy and blacksmithry is 10,000 years, my brother.
10,000 years, bro.
Brother, the concept of metallurgy was around before the word metallurgy. That doesn't mean metallurgy.
I read it out for you, bro. 1650. I read it out for you, bro.
No, 6000 BC, bro. I read it out to you.
No, my brother, the phrase metallurgy is 1650.
I swear
it doesn't matter about the phrase. It matters about the action. The action precedes the phrase. So really, truthfully, even without the phrase, the action still exists. It exists. Look, brother, I'm sorry. I'm so powerful in my work. I apologize for being so powerful.
I can agree that actions existed, but it wasn't called metallurgy. That's what I'm pointing.
I never said it was called metallurgy at that time. I'm talking English, and English is a relatively new language.
What was it called, Schiffer? What was it called?
Imagine you get to time travel back.
English is a relatively new language, and I don't speak African. So maybe what we need to do is go back into some African language and do some discovery, and we might learn something else today, guys.
What was it called?
We might actually learn something today, rather than just arguing. Let's try and learn. Then let's learn what Africans would have called metallurgy.
Who made up the word? Who made up the word metallurgy? Because there ain't no such word.
No, metallurgy.
Metallurgy, yeah. Metallurgy.
Metallurgy. Metallurgy. U-R-G-Y.
Metallurgy.
Metallurgy.
No, it's bro. It's metallurgy, not metallurgy.
I googled it. There's no word.
Bro,
there
we're
is
looking at the word now,
using
bro.
two L's. Using two
You're
L's.
looking at you're looking at metallurgy. We're looking at metallurgy.
METU.
It's because he's not black, man. It's because he's not black. I noticed that all of the black people finally that we all got that straight away. We all understood, the difference between metallurgy, metallurgist, and blacksmith and smithery and that.
No,
although we're having our own debate on it and the origins.
I'm not black. Shit, man.
I know. I don't know if it's a white people thing, but brother, maybe it's a Turkish thing. Maybe it's a Turkish thing because, brother, you're telling us metallurgy don't exist and you can't write what you don't know how to spell, brother.
It's METURLLAGY.
And what is it the study of?
The metals.
Okay.
Properties of metals, right?
But why would the black?
I'm glad you were able to educate the Turkish man today. I'm glad you were able to educate
I don't know, man.
Why would the blacksmith need to study science though?
The whole thing is science.
Yeah, now we know that.
Their job, their craft.
But it is though. You need to know everything about.
Wait, are you looking to make out?
Wait. Let Khan say. Sorry, Khan. Let Khan say what he's saying because Khan's just made a statement. He said, "Yeah, now we know that."
Yeah. Right? So I thought you lot are trying to point out that back in the days of ancient Kemet, even tradesmen and like laborers were somehow educated geniuses that knew about sciences.
No.
With all this knowledge floating around in their heads. Like, basically the point you're trying to make.
No. I'm saying to Shifa.
I get it so wrong. Man.
Yeah, it's true. I'm saying to Shifa, I asked him a question: is being a blacksmith a science, right? In response to something he asked me. Okay. He doesn't believe being a blacksmith is a science. We're saying that it is a science because you're incorporating and using the sciences. You are using mathematics also, but you're using those mathematics to actually denote which amount of ore or metal you will be using, right? And then you're using the chemistry to understand that what heat it burns and melts at, and what you forge it with, and what heat it cools with, and how long you have to forge that said thing once it's heated, and so on and so forth, how long it takes to cool. All of that stuff would be a science, right? You'd have to understand the chemistry of forging them two metals together and what it happens, right? To make a stronger metal, people forge two metals. to make
Yeah,
a
but
strong metal, people forge two
you
metals.
could do, but you could do the same thing for making a cup of tea.
No,
Exactly.
You got to know how to boil water. You
That's
got to
right.
know about
It's a different type of
diffusion.
chemistry.
molten-
You got to know
Pour
about.
molten metal.
Yes,
Yeah, but it is
molten
science
metal on your
though.
lap.
I
Let me
don't
ask you a
get
question.
it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Knowing when water is boiling, is that not science?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
of
is the
course it is.
science.
It's just a
That's
different type
right.
of chemistry.
Then,
To be
pull
a
back.
tea
Close them.
lady, to
Pull
be a
back.
tea
That's
lady,
Yeah, but
right.
you
it
don't
is,
need to know
yeah,
that.
exactly, Jess. It's closed.
Case
It's
closed,
about
them.
Case
chemistry.
closed, man.
It's a chemistry
Yeah, man.
again.
Everything
Everything
is,
is
Yeah,
That's
man.
chemistry.
right. chemistry.
everything is
Alchemy.
science.
Boiling
That's not the
water would
point.
come under
To
chemistry.
be a
That's right.
blacksmith, you need to know the sciences because they get trained like apprenticeships. Their
yeah,
dad
but
teaches
so
them.
can't
They
it
don't
would
need
be
to
the
know
basic. No,
science. They just
the car. No, they would
That's right, Carl. They don't necessarily need to know the science,
Let me
but the
finish. They
science
would
is a
Everything is
part of
science,
their
man.
craft.
my brother, they would understand the basic science they need to be able to forge what they need to need. However,
That's right.
what you'd find is like with mechanics nowadays, right? And it's a little bit different. However, what you'd find is you've got your older mechanics, right? That can work with a whole plethora of or a whole plethora of cars, yeah, and work on old cars, new cars, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, right? It's the same what you'd get with the blacksmiths. You're gonna have blacksmiths in ancient times and older times that could work with many different metals and understood the properties and so on and so forth of all different metals to be able to forge stronger metals, right? And did experiments of metals, right? To be able to find out how to make this metal stronger, or can I put iron with this to make that was always in the case. My point was this guy saying metallurgy. I'm saying you're using a 1650s coined phrase to attributing it to an old school practice where they didn't have a name for it and determine and say they're not. It's not a science.
they called it alchemy.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
but it's not
can I just
chemistry.
point out something? A
Are you
mistake
talking about?
that we keep
Are
making?
you talking about historically? Would you just be saying?
Yeah, historically.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Is that
And
what
is
I'm
that
saying?
science, my brother?
Of course. Of course, it's the original science.
Right.
Is there science involved in making fire? Yes. And I'm not. This is the thing. I think
What do you
we're
mean
making a silly
making fire?
argument.
How do you make fire?
Brother. There's definitely a science involved in making fire. I'm not going to go into it with you if you don't understand it. But I'm going to say this to you
Yeah,
guys.
it's called
Yeah.
combustion.
Yeah, brothers, let's not get into that because we don't need to sidetrack. Well, I'm trying to make a point. What I'm going to say to you is this: mathematics, is a science that is used in blacksmithing, but it is not.
Say that again. Mathematics is a science.
Yes.
Mathematics isn't a science. Unless
Brother,
I heard you wrong.
I don't know what.
Unless I heard
Are
you
we just
wrong.
here to argue? Are we just here to argue?
I'm sorry. I was just
He's
stating
allowed
the
to have
fact.
his point of view. He's allowed to have his point of view.
Can't. Let him finish his point and then do what you do, my brother.
Yeah. Roast him afterwards. Sorry. Go on.
Mathematics is the science and study of quality, structure, space, and change. Mathematicians seek out patterns, formulate new conjectures, and establish truth by rigorous deduction from appropriately chosen axioms and definitions. So just to dispel that nonsense you were saying, mathematics is a science. And mathematics is a science that can be applied with a blacksmith's craft to measure, to ascertain the right heat, X, Y, Z. Yeah. So it's a measurement tool which is used by blacksmiths. But mathematics is its own science.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with 100.
So therefore, blacksmith is not actually a science. Science is used within it, but it's not actually a science. Argument done.
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
What is he talking
But
about?
it's all based on science. You need to know everything about chemistry to be doing this.
Axel, all of the sciences, any science journal you go to will tell you blacksmithery is a science.
Of course, Motion. I hear you.
Even to study it.
No, Motion, go online now, type in on Google, is blacksmithery a science? It says no. I'll tell you what it says about
If you don't know the fundamentals of the elements, wait, yeah. Motion,
Let her go.
if you
Let her
don't
go.
understand the fundamentals of the elements that you're working with, what is that? What is it?
Chemistry.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So
But
the
it's
whole
not a
thing
science.
is chemistry, guys. It's our,
Yeah,
it's our
chemistry is a science.
Alchemy.
Blacksmithing
Yeah.
ain't-
That's it.
Oh, wait.
Making a cup of tea
Let me
ain't a science.
wait. Let me FTK this metallurgy bullshit. metallurgy isn't even in its own right, its own thing. It's based on fucking chemistry.
Yeah, this was what I said.
Come on,
Can I reply to that, please? Can I reply to that, please, sis? Can I reply to that, please, sis? I'd like to reply to that comment.
Chemistry.
I'd really 1 second, Maku, because I'd
Chemistry,
like to respond to that comment, if that's possible.
No, I agree with you, Water, man. It's all science.
Smelting is a form of extractive metallurgy to produce a metal from its ore. Yeah,
right.
do you know what? If you know what ore is, then that's what it says here. It says ORE.
Wait.
Smelting uses heat and a chemical reducing agent to decompose the ore, driving off other elements as gases or slag and leaving just the metal behind. The reducing agent is commonly a source of carbon, such as coke, charcoal, and coal. So unfortunately, metallurgy, one second, sis. Unfortunately, now that I've proven metallurgy is a science within its own right, what we're going to have to accept is that I win the argument, and there's no point in just fighting for the sake of it. Let's just not fight for the sake of it. Metallurgy is its own science, yeah, and blacksmithry utilizes other sciences. Fact.
Bro, you just admitted a minute ago that blacksmiths smell, right?
Brother, listen, I never said they smell. I said smelting.
Everybody.
I heard that. I am emotional. I hear you.
Do you know what the thing is? Do you know what the thing is though? No, sis, 1 second. Let me answer him properly. I was only joking when I said they don't smell. So long story short, smelting a metal when it's already a metal is not the same as metallurgy. When you're dealing with a metal in its ore form, before it's a metal, before it's got all of the stuff, the chemicals and stuff taken out of it, that's when it's metallurgy. Unfortunately, the black person, when now we're talking over the top of me while I'm trying to show you something, this is going to help you. So come on, guys, if we're going to learn, let's talk one at a time. I don't want to talk over you and shout. I just want to have a conversation with you guys, like on a level. I respect you. So please allow me to just share this information with you, and you can refute it all you want. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is, a blacksmith does not smelt any type of ore. They only smelt pre-existing metals. Hence, it is not actually a science. There is just science used within it.
My brother, listen to me.
Doesn't even make sense. What you say?
It does make sense. Oh my God.
Wait, Shipper, 1 second, Shipper. Before you had a study in the 1600s called metallurgy, again, like I'm saying to you, ancient or older blacksmiths would do all of the said things. They would practice, they would get the raw minerals. They would order the raw minerals because they know what minerals to fucking use, my brother. Do you not get what I'm saying to you?
Blacksmiths do not use minerals or chemicals, brother.
What?
Lord.
Let me read this out to you, brother. Let me read something else out to you, brother. Before we get into this, before we get into another argument, let me read something else out to you, because like this is what I do. I don't sit here just saying things. Yeah. Look, listen to this. Yeah. A blacksmith is a metalsmith who creates objects primarily from wrought iron or steel, but sometimes from other metals, not from the ore form before it's made into a metal.
Okay.
So therefore, your argument is not valid.
Where is
what
that?
you have
Where
to
is
do
that?
is you have to learn humility and learn sometimes you can be wrong.
No, Shifa,
Where is that? Where is that?
Everything and come
Whoa, people, let me just read this quickly then. Let me just read this from
where is that? Is that Europe?
Read what you want.
Wait, let me read this. Let me just read this from the blacksmiths, from again, the blacksmiths people, yeah? Blacksmithing began a millennia ago when the Hittites began to forge temper iron around 1500 BC. It was crude. Right? What does crude mean?
It was coarse. It wasn't
raw,
that
right?
good. Yeah.
Okay, so right, cool. So Boom. The metal tools. So they're talking about building tools, whatever, weapons such as spearheads and arrows. They were hampered by their scientific understanding of the properties of iron.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Are you forgetting blacksmith is an English word? There was no such thing as a blacksmith back then, sir.
Listen.
See how they use it. See how they use it to their advantage. It didn't work for them.
Did you say? What did you say about
There was
charcoal?
no such thing as a blacksmith back then, sir.
Cool.
No such thing as a blacksmith then, sir. So that
I don't know why you're talking while man's talking. Go on, Motion.
This guy's mad, bro.
This
guy's mad.
Yo, go on.
Smelting was big
big
during the Iron Age.
Mm-hmm.
But even before then, some had mastered the craft. They were not called metallurgists, was they?
Mm-mm.
People had mastered fucking smelting before metallurgy, bro.
Mm-hmm. Don't know why he does that. You know? Sort of jump on the
This is
European
not
term.
an argument to have, though. Like
It isn't. It
there
isn't.
is
It's
no
just not. Again, a man wants to just, as I said, his language is going to be his failure and his downfall. You know what I mean? The language you're using restricts you in making proper judgments on things.
I think what they're trying to say is, at a certain time they realised that they can mix metals together because all the metals are within a certain part of the periodic table where they're like a family and they have similar properties. So this study of the properties of metal is showing you how you can make alloys, like mixing metals together to come up with a different metal.
But we've been doing that for thousands of years. Though.
Is someone who's like a glass blower or a bricklayer. He's a tradesman who's just basically working with the material that's supplied to him. He's
In
not
his
like
modern
making
times,
it.
yeah.
He's not making the material.
Khan. In its modern sense, yes. In its modern sense, yes.
That's what I said to you in
Well,
ancient
what prehistoric world are you living in, brother? Because we live in the same time as me.
In the modern sense, yes. However, the reason why I asked him if blacksmith was a science, because again, I went in to go to was the history of what they class now as a personal trainer or a fitness instructor, right? And that the history was classed as a shapesmith and there was a science to that, etc. This is why I said this, right? So each thing has its original meaning.
Smith
right?
doesn't denote science.
Brother, shut up. I'm talking. Yeah, each thing has its original meaning, right? We were talking about me, yeah, and what I studied, yeah. This is what we were talking about, and I asked a simple question: is a black?
What did you study?
I'm talking about being in fitness, and the science.
Yeah, but
of
break
fitness.
it down. What were the modules? You would have had to
Modules. I
study
didn't do
anatomy,
modules, brother. I did.
physiology.
I did.
These are sciences.
Oh, you do. Yeah, you do. Anatomy, physiology, movement, screening, physiotherapy.
Yeah, it's
Do
all
you get what I'm saying?
sciences.
It's all sciences, right? So I'm saying, like, same way that a shapesmith has changed to be a PT, a blacksmith has now changed to be just somebody that works in a specific way. When I've just showed you the blacksmith website is telling you historically these people did this smelting stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything
Right?
made jewelry,
Without a doubt.
weapons.
Well, who else
Right.
is going to do it? It's got to
And
be there.
no, but what I'm
Exactly,
saying
that's
is,
what I was saying.
he's talking about it's metallurgy. Now I was saying they didn't call it metallurgy. It wasn't called metallurgy. These people were just fucking blacksmiths.
It's just a category. Someone invented
Yeah,
a
that's right.
category.
Like, all right, in the 1600s.
It's
That's
just
the
been
point. I'm
invented, that's all.
Right.
It's just a category.
Yeah, exactly. The study of what people have been doing for
It's like
thousands of years.
nowadays you can study and become a sociologist. Back in the day, you just be a priest. You just
Right.
be a
And a priest sometimes was
you
a
be a
scientist.
hodja
Hold
or
on.
a priest.
A priest was sometimes a scientist, and a scientist was sometimes an alchemist, or you know what I mean? They had different names for them over the period. You know, Egyptian priests. Well,
It's just categorizing.
right. But when you look at the roles of the individuals, you see that it's nothing near like what we think a priest is today. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So they would have specialized
Yeah,
in
and the
multiple
priest done a
things.
lot of the sciences.
Right. Imhotep was a raised guy. He wasn't pharaoh.
Most of
but-
genetics comes from a monk called Mendel. The most of the understanding on science of DNA or crossbreeding comes from a monk called Mendel. It's called Mendelian genetics.
They always try and put them.
This monk he was crossbreeding white flowers with purple flowers, and he worked out
We don't
that
care about that, bro.
like
Thousands of
it's
years
the same in
before that,
humans as
people
well.
were doing that. Thousands of years ago, people.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Bubs, we domesticated animals thousands of years. We crossbreeded and cross-pollinized animals and did all these things thousands of years ago. Yes, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's just that when
crossing them by
hold on, my
predicting the
brother.
outcome.
It's just when Europeans get hold of these things is when we hear about it. This is the first of everything.
No, it's not.
The first people discover
Is it do with
electricity. The first
being able to
people
predict the
hold on, my
outcome?
brother. Yeah, you can't deny Europeans got to have their story and the
Got nothing to do
origin
with
of what they know.
Europeans.
Hold on, yes, it is, because even
It's not.
mathematics that we're using, is it similar to the Egyptians? No,
But-
it's a different type of
yeah, but
mathematics.
the monks in the
and they say
monasteries
the
would have
root
been
of
from
that-
all over the world.
My brother, they say the root of that was Archimedes, for example. Yeah, the father of
Yeah.
mathematics, right? So I'm like, okay, that's cool for you, but you can't build structures beyond a certain point and up to a certain time with those Roman numerals. Yeah, good
Yeah.
luck with that, right?
Exactly.
Until you found another type of writing system or numbering system,
Yeah.
which again you got from us. Yeah, you
Yeah.
saw how we
And
built
it
our
came from the
structures. We could
Arabs.
build
Yeah.
huge structures. Yeah,
And Pythagoras sets and all of that, yeah.
that's correct.
Equations and stuff.
Mhm.
So,
Pythagoras learned his theory in fucking Egypt.
That's
Yep.
what I'm trying to say. So,
Yep,
like,
yep.
when men say metallurgy, it's like, bros, we're in modern times. We're in European type overstanding of things that they can't comprehend, things that happened and existed prior to their existence.
Do you know the worst thing is? Listen to this, yeah. Listen to this. And this is the funniest thing as an Israelite. I don't know if you know this, right? But they talk about the in Mesopotamia. Sorry, they talk about the Enki and Lil thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the people were used to go and collect what? The minerals,
Right.
and separate them.
Yes, they did.
Mhm.
Did they not?
Yeah.
Mad.
They,
Mad.
they were doing alchemy from time.
Mad.
They,
Mad.
this is the heart-
No, it's metallurgy, Macca. It's metallurgy.
metallurgy. They were doing metallurgy. They just didn't know what to call it. And the people stealing it didn't know what to call it either. Do you get me? Stealing that information, keeping it in their secret schools, taking thousands of years and thousands of individuals to try and break down this information until we get to the modern times. Do you get what I'm saying? And then now they've worked out the human genome. But when it was on the walls for these men thousands of years ago, it just took thousands of years for them to work it out. Cool, no problem. So again, something simple like making weapons and da-da-da. We're the first people on the planet, right? And the first thing you see is us hunter-gathering and doing all of that. Metallurgy I run. You get me? From the earliest outset.
Yeah.
And I
And
said
the other
that's
the
with the
other part-
pygmies, for example.
And the other part is as well, yeah, we're using these modern terms, right? And we're using them and ascribing the characteristics and behaviors for today, right? And expecting it to make sense or expecting yourself to be right on what you're saying. Like I said, you can read through all the books you claim to read, will tell you these things. I don't understand how conveniently you forget what these books write. You get me? And what they're saying. But you're happy to talk about the Elamites and all them things because of these books, but you're not hearing the parts where they're talking about these people separating these minerals and doing all kinds of stuff like that. You're not like, why you forget about all of that to do what? Brethren, you said just drop me out here. Drop me out, cause killing not nice, you know. When I like killing people.
Metallurgy is going on here, bro. You know what I mean?
Sorry,
Big up,
brothers,
Belly.
by the premise of your own argument,
What in the quiz lounge going on in there around there?
What?
What in the Christ lounge going on around there?
just to
man?
give you a bit of a background, I don't think our business I get big in the place tonight. I get big, but me I say motion.
What in the
Well,
dog meats
your
going on
argument
around
motion,
there,
yeah,
bro?
and Macri, yeah.
I know. Listen to him.
These man made an argument, Belly. This is what they said. They said that there is no prehistoric word for metallurgy, yeah. So then what they do is they go back prehistoric and start talking about blacksmithery, forgetting there was no such word for blacksmithery. Brother, you did it. I never said you said that. You did it. That's what you did. Brother, that's what you did. You started going.
Nobody said there was no such word.
Brother,
Nobody said there was no such word. Man said no, because you're
If
lying.
I cut you
Man
off
didn't
like
say
this,
there
don't get
was-
upset
no,
though.
my premise was there was no such word. My premise was that blacksmiths is a science, and you turned around and brought all this metallurgy shit, and I only went and showed you that is a phrase coined in the 1600s. That's it.
And my premise was,
that's not my fault you put it down that then people will say, yeah, I'm a metallurgist in 10,000 BC. That's not my fault you thought that.
You just cut me off to say a load of nonsense. You just cut me off to say a load of nonsense. Look, if you want to do what your premise was, we've heard your premise. If you want to do premises, we've heard your premise. We've heard your premise. So you should be able to be quiet now. You should be able to be quiet now because you cut me off my sentence. I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. But if I cut you off the same way, you're going to start talking about shut the fuck up and getting all angry. But I'm not going to get all angry with you. I'm going to say to you, look, I'm a different level. I'm an adult. I'm able to control my emotions, and I'm listening to what you're saying. I've heard what you said. So please allow me to speak also. That's what I'm going to ask you. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. Please allow me to speak. So like I was saying,
Veli, he's hoping for you to I think he's looking for you to be adjacent to him. So go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Anyway, so I'm just going to ignore that all of them statements and say this. As far as his premise, him saying that blacksmithing is a science, I have gone out of my way to look up his claim. I have found that is, for one, his claim is wrong because blacksmithing is not a science, but science is used within it. Yeah, I've proven that. Secondly, I made it very clear right from the beginning. I said, if anything, the science that is being applied by a blacksmith is mathematics. The reason I made that assumption to start off with is because when I was looking at this, these things that I Googled, what I noticed is that the role of a blacksmith is not necessarily even smelting. Sorry, brother. Could you please go on mute? The role of a black. I'll let him sing first and then I'll finish. Go on.
Oh, shit.
You know what, cuz? You ain't really got to explain this argument to me, cuz, because I actually don't care about the argument if I told the truth. If I just told the gods on the truth.
I won already, so let's move on. Yeah, let's move on because I won already. Listen, Belly, the thing is, I always win arguments. People get annoyed with it. I'm sorry that I'm this good at what I do, but let's just move on and find something else that I can win at.
Emotions makes me cry sometimes.
Boy, your name's Emotion. Shoot.
Nut.
But yeah, obviously, now that I've proven that, you know, science is utilized within blacksmithing, but it's not actually a science, we can move on and we can just establish that, you know, fitness instructing is not necessarily a science, brother. It's not necessarily a science. And even if it is a science, it's not 100%. But even if it is a science and it's not 100%, you can't say any of your statements are 100%. You could probably say they are some percentage, but you cannot say that because your science, the argument I was making was this, because you never allowed me to make my argument. What you tried to do is veer off into different, you tried to veer the argument left and right so that I never got to make my argument because you knew what I was going to say was going to be powerful. So this is what I was going to say. There's no way that motion has met every Asian on this planet. And there's no way the people who he gets his studies from have met every single Indian or Asian on this planet. So regardless of what their assumptions are or what their general consensus is, there is still a possibility that they are wrong. And we can find Indians who meet the characteristics of those, what are those called? Those avatars that the guy was showing us in the movie, saying that black people have this body type. I'm sure we could find Indian people with that body type. I'm sure we could probably find white people with that body type and Chinese. And unfortunately, because you don't want to explore that avenue, it makes your argument weakened. And it's like, I'm just trying to explore those avenues to strengthen the argument. Because I actually want to agree with the argument, but I seek to strengthen the argument. What these guys seek to do is just agree with things and not do the due diligence. And that's a travesty within the black community.
Bro, how could you make something better that you don't understand?
Brother, I'm not here to argue with you. I said I want to do the due diligence and do the research and make sure that I understand it to its fullest entirety and make sure that I can prove what I'm saying.
What are studies for? What are studies done for? Why are studies done, bro? Are the stop and search statistics correct? Are the incarceration statistics correct? Are the exoneration rates correct? If we're going to use them and say, look, black people are incarcerated more, but they're also exonerated more, do you believe in them? Do you agree with that? Because it seems to me like you're picking and choosing what stats you want to use. Now, this isn't a political stat, bro. There's no fucking agenda behind it. None whatsoever. This is findings based on universities, colleges, etc., X amount of statistics from different demographics around the world, both in professional and normal people. Do you understand me? Like it's that's well, professional sports people, sorry, and the average person, right? So these are studies that
So I didn't hear a word of what you were saying there because I was on the phone.
All right, that's cool. So I don't have to address you. I can address other people because you're not the only person. You're not the only person on the panel. Yeah. So there you go.
Hey, Mos,
so
what's the point now? What's the point that's being trying to prove on both sides? I don't really. Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah.
We would talk that we watched the video, yeah, and the brother was saying that he don't agree. We watched the video, and the brother was saying that he don't agree with certain parts because he feels that he can find Asian people with the same body types and so on and so forth. And I'm saying to you, those are anomalies. And he's saying, is it categorical that only black people have these type of body types, right? And so on and so forth. And I'm saying to you, based on the science within, for example, the American College of Sports Medicine, yeah, they will tell you within the studies, basically, this percentage of people have higher body fat, this percentage of people have higher muscle and bone density and so on and so forth. And all of these factors, right, that affects people genetically, not just also lifestyle, but genetically, right? And what they do is they take these studies and they measure people with the exact same BMI. And then they measure things like body fat, skeletal muscle, bone density, and things like that. Yeah, metabolic rate. What do you understand me? Water retention and things like that. They also study the diets, right? So they have nutritionists on board. This is a whole science of people, right? Because they're looking into, for a while now, they've been talking about this obesity and people getting bigger and so on and so forth. They're looking into these things. They're looking into the deaths of people, right? And they're trying to understand why these deaths occur. This is why the science of fitness has moved on. You get me? So I'm saying based on those studies, one can ascertain that yes, there's a specific type of people on average, they are that people that are described. And these other people that you might mention, it's not necessarily them because their genetic makeup are different. Right? So these studies are based on medicine, right? Based on healing people outside of fucking what do you call it? Pharmaceutical. This is about healing, right? So they're trying to figure out how these things happen. Can exercise affect somebody with a naturally higher body fat than somebody else that has a lower body fat and of the same BMI? And how does the body react to stress, to strain? How does the body react to stimulus? Do you get me? Like all of these things are studies, brother. It's a science. You might turn around and say it's not a science, but it's a science. Because you don't understand it,
wasn't.
Not a science, yeah. Because you don't understand it,
I never said it wasn't a science.
And you don't want to understand and agree, or you want to be fucking deliberately.
I'd agree that it's a science. I'd agree that part. I just say I won't agree that it's 100%.
Have they come up with the best set of rules that induce hypertrophy?
Yeah. Yes, and weight loss. And specific weight loss, if you want weight loss around the limbs, or so you want to say, for example, subcutaneous fat or visceral fat, they have specific workouts. It's a science. Yeah. Specific amounts, specific periods of time, etc. Yes, definitely.
Is the science 100%? No. So therefore, it doesn't matter if it's a science. I don't see how that's part of the argument.
100%. My brother, listen to what I'm saying.
No science is 100%.
My brother, these things don't get published unless they work on the majority of tests.
Brother, the majority of tests is still not the majority of a population, is it?
Oh my God, brother.
Exactly. You say, "Oh my God," because you know what it is. What it does is, this is what scientists do. Every time you say to a science, your science isn't 100%. They try to
Schiffer,
show
do
you
you know
why
why
it
I'm
is.
saying brother? Schiffer, do you know why I'm saying brother? Do you know why I'm saying brother?
Yeah.
Because you know you have a thing called doctor's records, yeah?
Even doctors ain't 100%.
Bruv, do you know you have a thing called doctor's records, cause of death, cause of heart attack, cause of stroke, cause of
And
this,
even
cause
they're
of
not 100%.
wait, brother,
Even they're
wait.
not 100% accurate.
Brother, do they deal with the majority of the populations of these countries?
No.
Alright, man. Alright, cool. You don't like cool. No. So
They're
in
dealing
Britain,
with dead people, bro. They're dealing with the majority of the dead population of those countries. If you said the dead population, yeah, but not the alive population. No.
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Hey,
You
Mosh,
stop it.
where
What
do
are
you
doing?
think roads find out the evidence for that hypertrophy and all that?
Say that again.
What website would I go to look on for that hypertrophy thing that we was just talking about?
American College of Sports Medicine. You go through articles in Loughborough University or Nottingham University. Those are the two most reputed sports universities in this country, Nottingham and Loughborough. Yeah, just so you know, my son goes Loughborough. Yeah, You get me? Fuck out of here. My son's gone to sports studies, sports, science,
man. Come on, man. Yeah, from the days of Sam Allardyce. You get me? When it was brought into the Prem. But it's been around.
But none of this is applicable unless it can be proven 100%. If it's not 100%, it's non-applicable. It's non-applicable. This was a whole waste of time in the conversation. We could have focused on things that are 100% in the conversation and try to come to a consensus. But because we're focusing on fantasy, because not being funny, a doctor is a practitioner. What we're dealing with, half of their profession is dealing with fantasy and things they don't actually know yet. They're still practicing. They're still learning.
Bro,
and
how is
same
it
with the people in your science.
How is it fantasy?
The same, brother. Let me finish, please.
Something you
The
haven't
same with the
researched.
people in
That's
any
mad.
people who do this, brother. The people who do the science, which will dictate your DNA and where you come from and who you're supposed to be. Sometimes people get their results back, and it's like this doesn't make no sense, and they've got 2-3 different sets of results. So to that extent, no science is perfect. Bringing science to the argument shows how weak your argument is.
Another one. Scientifically, women.
Forget science. We don't care about
Shut
science.
up. Here's another one. Here's another one to show you why it's a science. Scientifically, women have a higher body fat than men on average.
You're too fat.
Yeah, on average. That's factual. That's scientific. Right? Now, if I went myself, like I said, within my profession that I've done for a very long time now, right, and measured men and women of the same height and weight, etc., and measured body fat, from my experience, those women have a higher body fat percentage.
That's not factual, though.
It is, bruv. What are you talking about? It's not factual. I'm experiencing it, bro. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is just a theory. It's not factual.
It's
general
saying on
consensus,
average,
brother.
women have a higher body fat than men. Innit? So unless you got
practicing
something to prove that,
measuring it. Regular.
unless you got unless you got something to prove that in general men have a higher body fat than women. Like at their natural weight, not whether they're obese or underweight or whatever.
Right, and this is the argument. This is why I said to you, these studies are done under strict conditions, right? Same
And
BMI.
and what you're talking about is on average. You're not talking about in entirety, and this is the point I'm making. Unless it's in entirety, it's not a play, brother. Every time I talk, you say, bro. Unless it's in entirety, I'm disregarding it. There's no point bringing it to me because I'm just going to say,
there's no study that's studied.
Nah, but Shifa,
There's no
it's
study that studied
factual.
every single human in the world.
There's
no study that studied every single human in the world. Like, so that means there's no evidence that you could take as factual.
None whatsoever.
Exactly. So when you when you talk about brother Veli, from your perspective, me and you've had this argument. You said to me, you said to me, brother, you said to me, I said on your show, brother Veli, I don't know why someone else is talking while I'm talking to you, but brother Veli, I said to you on your show, I said, I don't believe in the globe Earth model no more than I believe in the flat Earth model, and it's possible the Earth could be flat. You disagreed with me. But on the basis of your own science, your science is not 100%. As far as them going into space, I don't believe them. X, Y, Z. So why would I disagree with your science to agree with someone else?
Even with science, yeah, it's like it's saying with the flat Earth, round Earth thing of it's saying that it's more possible than there's more evidence that's supporting that it's a round Earth than it is a flat Earth, isn't it? So,
but the evidence you have is controversial because you've never been into space. And that's the point I'm making. You've never been there. So you're just relying on second-hand information.
I don't have to go.
Can I help you out a little bit? Guys,
I don't have to go into space to witness. No, but wait. I don't have to go into the space to witness some of the evidence that they're bringing forward that you can witness with your own eyes, isn't it? Like day and night, different time zones, even stuff like tornadoes. Seeing the water spin a different way in other countries. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that you can see, man. The tide going in and out. It's all stuff that correlates with the
meaning the celestial bodies aren't actually moving themselves. It doesn't necessarily mean our planet's the one spinning. They could be the things moving. So unfortunately, every science can be debunked until it's 100%. There's no point bringing that to the table. You might as well bring what you actually know.
Shifa, I'm not. Listen,
that's cool, but
Shifa, the reason why you can't.
I'm arguing the point. You can't argue a point with my name because obviously you can't bring anything that shows that it's. Wait, hold on. You can't bring anything that shows that it's 100% right. That the stuff that you're talking about is right. Like, you can't bring no evidence that shows.
Right, though.
Wait, hold on. Whether you said it or not, but you're saying that's the stipulation of the argument, right? You need 100% proof to prove whether you're right or wrong. So any argument that you bring forward from now on needs to have 100% proof beyond reasonable. There's not even no reasonable doubt. It's like it's 100% right.
But if I say Veli's wearing a hat like Neo right now, if I say Veli's wearing the hat that Neo wears, the Trilby looking hat, and we can look at your picture and we can see the 100% evidence, then the argument's solved. But if you can't bring 100% evidence like that, there's no point. You're wasting your time because no one. Listen, you guys. Listen, brother. 1 second. Let me finish on this one sentence. You guys who deal with science are like religious people. You have to believe too, because you can't prove it.
All right, so
I'm saying that's not really right though. Still, if you're saying like that, because if it's evidence that you can repeat the experiment, then you can actually repeat the experiment yourself. It's just that you haven't got the knowledge to repeat the experiment.
So repeat the experiment of going into space and showing up that the world is
Can you guys let me in a little bit? Wait, Motion, Vele. Please, as a scientist myself, let me talk a little bit,
There you go.
Yeah. So Shifa, you are right in a sense, You can say it's a factual because you have the evidence, so you can see that, right? But you can never say it's absolute. You see what I'm saying? It's never absolute, even though you do studies. Yeah. So I hear you. Let me just.
Yeah, we agreed with that though. Still, we said it's probability in it. Like it's a higher probability that one is right than the other, in it.
Right.
So that's why you lean towards that as being the correct answer.
How do you weigh up the probability?
Other evidence that shows that it's not.
Let me go next, Shifa. Chill out. What I'm saying to you, you cannot, and I will not allow you to use a flat Earth and stuff model, to compare to the point I'm making. Number one, because I said to you, number one, I have on my phone right now, that the Bluetooth device that measures all of the statistics that I'm talking about, right? All of them, right? I've got my own statistics on there, and I've got the statistics of male clients that weigh less than me, who are seemingly skinny compared to me, right? And looking at their body fat percentage and mine corroborates the fact that as a European, he carries a higher body fat percentage than me naturally.
Do you see the mistake you made there, Motion?
Listen to me, listen and shut up. Because the mistake
you made a massive mistake.
The mistake you're making is not learning to listen, bro. So listen to what I'm saying.
Listen. How long am I listening for?
I haven't finished though, so shut the fuck up. I'm not finished. So I'm saying to you,
It's all right when you're talking over me, though.
You've mentioned in the past that, oh, this space thing and can you replicate it? Now I'm saying to you, I'm replicating it every day.
Brother, I wasn't making a
You
comparison
know what? Hey,
with
Shipper,
the
listen, yeah.
flat Earth. And sorry, brother. Well, let me just reply to him quickly. I was not making a comparison. I was saying to Veli, if he brings science to me and I say I don't agree with science because I don't think science can be 100%, so I'm not interested in science. How can I bring any different argument to you?
Right. So I'm saying because Veli cannot take a rocket to the moon. I can constantly and consistently, daily, if I chose to, measure individual people from individual cultures and measure their body fat percentages if they have the exact same BMI and corroborate those things, right? And I'm saying to you, within my experience, yeah, I've been doing fitness since I was 17 years old. I'm 42. I've trained clients from all different backgrounds and all different abilities, right? And I'm saying from my experience, these facts are also true. In the same way, I can say to you, there is a set amount of repetitions or time you need to be working for, okay, to be able to lose weight, right? Or right for weight loss in terms of working out. Now, if I said to you, 95% of my clients I do that with, and if they adhere to a program and what they're supposed to do, they lose weight. It's that simple. That is the science behind it. Now, I'm saying to you that I am living that experiment consistently and constantly.
Do you know what would make me believe your science?
That's why it's a difference between the rocket thing, because Veli can't take you on a rocket.
Yeah, but most. You keep saying that, yeah? But that's wrong, bro. I'm not going to take Shifra on a spaceship here, but because I can't afford to go to space, innit? Yeah, so you can go to space on a spaceship, yeah? But I can't. You can. I can't afford the journey that it takes. Plus, I don't need the evidence to say that the Earth is round. It's only people that believe in flat Earth really need to get on a spaceship to go outside of the Earth far enough that they can see that the Earth is round. So every person that is a flat earther should be saving up all their life savings to try and get on one of those £50 million flights to the moon, where they can get, or even to the space station, and they can see it.
But then the same applies to you.
It doesn't, bro. Because like I was saying,
to authenticate your claim. The same applies to you.
Because I don't need. I don't need.
If you're saying
for
me to authenticate my claim,
let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Yeah, I don't need the evidence for me to say that. I don't need the evidence of leaving the Earth to say that the Earth is round. I already
why don't you
believe
need that evidence? Why not?
Because there's enough evidence that can be proven to me right here and now. You
like
don't
what?
believe that the
Give
Earth
us
is
example.
great.
Give us an example.
I already did. I told you about day and night, time zones, tornadoes.
Okay.
All the different, all the like the months. Yeah, the different. Like,
how does that prove that the Earth is spinning? How does that prove that the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, because for England and Australia to be in different time zones, yeah, like it can't be on a flat plane. Like it doesn't.
Or it can't be on a plane where the sun is stationary. Because if the sun's not stationary, then it is possible.
What do you mean if the sun's? No, it doesn't.
If the sun is not stationary, then it is possible. You know what I mean? We're making. Brother. I heard your argument.
You're talking about the shape of the planet. You're talking about the sun.
Your argument relies upon.
No. You can't just cut and try to cut out what I was saying in the middle of what I was saying to try and prove a point of what I was saying. How can you prove a point of what I was saying? I haven't even finished saying what I was saying yet. You get me?
Sorry, brother.
Again, yeah. You're actually the person that doesn't believe that the Earth is round. That needs the evidence to corroborate that the Earth is actually round. You want to leave the Earth and see the Earth being away from it, so you can actually see that it's round. I don't need that evidence. Yeah. Whatever proof it doesn't take for that. That's besides it. I don't need the evidence. You do. So you need to leave the Earth to find out. So you're the person that needs to go on the £50 million space mission to see the blood clot Earth, see whether it's round or whether it spins or not. That's why.
Can I reply now? Are you finished now? Because I wanted to say to you this, brother. No, brother. Brother, I don't need to go into space to confirm that the Earth is not round. all I need to do is lay all I need to do is put a cup of water on the side, and if the earth is spinning so ferociously, you know, I should see some movement in the water. Or do you know what, we can go to the edge of the world if there is one, or go to where we think the edge of the world might be and find out if there's an edge. I wouldn't need to go into space to do that. I'd need to go beyond Antarctica, which I'm not allowed to do according to your governments. Brother, I didn't interrupt you, brother. I didn't interrupt you, brother. I didn't interrupt you. Didn't interrupt you. Yeah. So like I was saying, I'd have to go beyond Antarctica to certain regions which are restricted. You're not allowed to go there. You're not allowed to just venture to Antarctica and certain places on this earth. Thirdly to that point, yeah, what I'd say to you is, you know, you're the one who's adamant that the world is round. I'm not adamant that the world is round, and I'm not adamant that it's flat. I'm not accepting either argument. I'll wait till I see the proof. So the only way you're going to give me the proof is by showing me without any shadow of doubt, either by taking me into space or going into space and confirming it yourself, would show you 100% without any shadow of doubt. But unfortunately, you said, brother, let me just finish on this one sentence. You said that day and night confirms that the world is round. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Day and night confirms that the world is either spinning or the celestial bodies, i.e. the sun, the moon, XYZ, are moving objects. That's what it confirms.
That's a North Star move.
But that didn't make sense. Yeah, but like I was saying, that I actually don't have to prove anything to you, because it's like there's nothing for me to prove in it. It's you that says that you're confused whether you're in between in it. So you're the one that needs the evidence to go either way, whether it's round or flat. So you're the one that actually needs to. Wait, hold on. You're not letting me finish. Like, don't get wound up, bro. Like, again, yeah, you can actually take a flight to Antarctica. Yeah, you can. So if you really want to go to Antarctica just to prove that you can go to Antarctica, you can do that as well. Like, all these other little theories of things that you're saying you can't do or you want proof of, you can prove them to yourself, bro, without anyone else. Like, it just takes funding. Like, have you got the funds to do the shit that you want to talk about?
Antarctica. I can show you the article now. I can show you something now to show you.
I'll show you a flight to Antarctica that you can take.
Yeah, you can go on an expedition, brother. Can I, because you cut me off my sentence? You are allowed to go to Antarctica on a planned expedition led by other people who will literally guide you as to which parts you're allowed to go and where you're not allowed to go. So you're not allowed to just go self-exploring in Antarctica. Full stop. Fact. Secondly, brother.
That wasn't the point that you made. You just said you're not allowed to go to Antarctica.
Secondly, brother, it doesn't matter what point you think I was making. I've now clarified it. Secondly, brother, unfortunately, you are the one who believes the world
is moving goalpost points.
Now, brother, unfortunately, you are the one who believes the world is definitely, without a shadow of doubt, round. But you cannot indefinitely, without a shadow of a doubt, without a shadow of doubt, you cannot prove it. You just believe it. So you're like a religious person.
There's nothing. You're like a Bible batter. There's nothing for me to prove, bro. Like, so, like, I don't get the point.
If it's not a belief,
what's
there
the point?
Is something for you to.
No,
if it's not just a belief,
the evidence are
then
provided
there is something for you to prove.
Hold on, all the evidence you've been provided, yeah, has not been good enough for you. So it's that if that's the evidence that's there that shows that it's right, and you're not accepting it. Why do I need to prove it? What is this? Like, why am I trying to show you more stuff that you don't want to? You need to find this shit yourself, cuz. Like,
because the evidence
this ain't no debate. Like, I'm not getting paid to find you no evidence or nothing. You just don't believe the world is round. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Can you let me finish, please? Yeah. Like, you're the one that doesn't believe the whatever in it. Yeah, the narrative. Yeah, the story or the belief, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, all the different bits and pieces or whatever. Yeah, with the evidence that's there to prove whether it's right or wrong or whatever. So that means you're the one that needs to go into to show whether it's right or wrong, innit? Like,
and you're the one who has no first-hand evidence to substantiate your claim. You just listen to what other people say.
Brother, come on, brother. I'm not finished.
brother. Look,
Yeah, because
finish.
wait, hold on.
I'm not
Hold on.
finished.
If you're going to repeat the same point, yeah, then it's not really, it's not going to be a discussion,
It's
is it?
not the
Like, because
same
you're just
point. I
repeating
swear
it.
to you, it's not the
You are,
same
bro.
point.
I literally
I'm
just
not.
said to you.
I was gonna start with part of the same point, but I wasn't finishing there. So please allow me to finish, because you don't know where I'm heading. You're just assuming. So like I
So you
said,
made the same
yeah,
point, right?
brother, I'm not making the same point. I started with a piece of the same point, but I'm not making the same point.
Yeah,
So if you allow me to finish,
Continue.
like I was saying, obviously you have said that you believe the earth is round. I never said I believe it's anything. I don't believe none of it. You believe it, but cannot prove it. You just believe it, and then you expect other people to believe in your belief, like a religious nutcase. Now, what I'm saying to you, brother, is, you know, if you want other people to believe it, what you have to do is then provide the sufficient evidence. If you can't provide it,
But
you
I've
can't
not.
expect me to, brother. You can expect you
That's
to
cool.
believe it, and I'm happy that you believe what you believe, but you can't expect me to believe in your faith.
So
All right, that's cool, man. But I'm saying that I've not said that I'm in a following that's called like the people of the round earth, where we need to go out and prove to everyone that the earth is round or anything like that. I don't know where that's come from or anything like that, like where like I've said that I have to prove it to you. And there is actually a million pieces of evidence that are out there that you can research yourself. You can do experiments on yourself to find out the answer for yourself without anyone else having to prove anything to anyone. You can prove it to yourself. So I don't know why you're relying on me to prove anything for you. Like, I don't get that point, bro. Like, where did this part of the discussion come from?
So Veli,
Well, brother, I'm not. Let me answer to him because he's talking to me. Please, brother. I'm not expecting you to. I'm not expecting, brother. I'm not expecting you to show me anything, Veli, and I'm not relying upon you to show me anything. I'm saying to you to substantiate your belief, to substantiate your religion, which is science. You would need to do that, but you can't substantiate
Yeah, I've
it.
told you that.
Why on earth
I've
would I
told you
believe?
why.
So why on earth would I believe you?
So Veli, 1 second. Let me bring this. Let's bring this back home. Bring this back home, because a man said just now to you about the flat earth. You don't have first-hand evidence. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
And this is why I say sometimes people argue to be right, not to learn. Because when I said to you I have first-hand evidence of how many years,
it wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough, right? And even though I could say to you right now, Shifa, come link me, you know where I am, and I can show you on my app the proof, right? I can tell you that right now. So and I'm not going rugby. I ain't got no work this evening. All I'm going to do is sit and watch football. So if you want to see the proof, I can show you the proof. Now the burden is on you, me telling you that I have the proof, for you to actually say to yourself, do you know what? Let me go and see this proof. Let me see if this is right. Okay? You could do that. However, for the sake of argument, you decided that first-hand experience and constant testing wasn't good enough to make a point. All of a sudden, when it comes to flat earth, because you know most people cannot replicate those things, yeah, now you need first-hand evidence. Bro,
I know I've got the one for you. Don't worry, I've got one for you
know
too.
what happens when you talk, we need to put on Strictly Come Dancing music, yeah, because you
pause. I got one for you too, Motion, because your one, listen, your one is just let me just reply to Motion quickly and then say this to me, yeah, because I just want to reply to Motion because he thinks that his one is any better than the flat earth, round earth theory, brother. Unless you can test every single Indian, I don't want to hear what your general consensus is on Indians, because you ain't tested them all. You've tested a very small number, brother. The numbers ain't big enough. And you show me the numbers those studies were based on. If those studies, sorry, brother, there are millions of Indians. If those studies are not based on tests done on millions of people, they're irrelevant. They're inadmissible, unfortunately.
What did I say to you about medical records?
But wait, Mosh, hold on a second. All this talking, yeah, and you haven't provided one piece of evidence that the earth is flat or round or any sort of other shape, or the reason for you not to believe it. Where's the evidence of that? Why
you see, that's a very good point. Excellent point. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this, Belly Vision. Well, I'm going to say that I think that's an excellent point, and I think you put the onus on me, brother. You put the onus on me to provide the evidence. Who doesn't believe either side of the argument? I'm not believing either side. I'm waiting for the evidence. I'm waiting to see. So I'm not acting like I know. But for those who are acting like they know, you should be providing the evidence.
So what are you sitting on, the fence or the fence pole?
I'm not sitting on nothing. I ain't sitting on nothing. I'm just waiting for the. I'm just waiting for the correct answers to become visible.
All right, cool. So again, I'm saying to you, we were talking about the studies, and you don't want to believe the studies. You don't want to believe first-hand evidence. You just don't want to believe nothing for the sake of being right. And that's fine. That's fine. Cool. But don't act like you've got some kind of intellectual honesty going on. Like, it's just totally intellectually dishonest. It is very childlike, wanting to just win an argument for the sake of winning an
Emotion.
argument.
Don't let this brother do the shiffer shuffle and try to hey, don't do the shiffer shuffle, you know. You get me, little Frankfurter? Yeah, because
how can I win an argument that you're making?
I call him a Frankfurter.
What are you trying to think, brother? How can I be? Listen, brother.
You really a guy on, yeah? Man's calling you little Frankfurter and that, yeah?
Brother, how can I be trying to win an argument that you're making? That don't make sense. You're the one who made the argument. There's nothing for me to win here. There's nothing, brother. There's nothing for me to win from this argument. All I'm trying to get you to do is prove your claims. But if you can't prove it, then accept that there's a possibility it's wrong.
But I'm telling you that it's not. As simple as I don't need to prove it to you.
We don't need to. You do need to if you want me to accept it.
Shifa, listen to me. Listen to me. This is what I'm saying to you, good. This is what I'm saying to you, good. For the sake of argument, I don't need to prove it to you for the sake of argument. The only thing I need to do with my information is use my science, yeah, on those that pay me to use it. I don't have to prove anything to you. You don't pay me to train you. You don't pay me to help anyone lose weight. So you don't actually get to see the science. You don't bring me any clients in for me to say to you, look, this is the people that you bought me. This is their body fat for you to be able to see. You don't do that. So the burden of proof for me is only towards my clients. For you, on a panel that's just being argumentative, I can rest easy in knowing facts, in knowing studies, and in knowing that I've applied those studies to my profession to get results.
Which is exactly what I wanted you to say.
Wait. For example, Veli, for example, I think you lot might have seen it on my Instagram. I was training a dude for 4 weeks. He lost 10 kilograms. Right?
Was he Asian?
Yeah.
Bro, that's me applying the science.
Was he Asian?
What, in 4 weeks?
Yes, my brother. You think I'm
joking? You're fucking idiot.
Was the guy Asian?
What you talking about? Brother, listen. All right,
wait,
cool.
Wait, Mosh.
No, I'll give you an Asian. No, I'll give you an Asian. My old client Yasmin. Yeah? 10 kilo again, 4 weeks. She was, in fact, no, it weren't 10 kilos. So it was a stone a month, every month.
Yeah. And that's 1 out of a billion. Mosh. 1 out of a billion. So you only got a billion.
What was the different things that you were saying in that? So who's got that out of the different sort of? So if you're European, you've got what, a higher body mass, like higher
was it
basically each people from different regions have different amounts of body fat, skeletal muscle, fast twitch fibers, visceral fat. Some of that will be down to diet. Yeah, some of that will be down to diet. But what they found was that when they did the studies, based on, again, medical records and physical testing, etc., was that specific people from different backgrounds have higher percentage of fat, right? And so what they did was they got people of the same BMI, so which would be height and weight. Your BMI is exactly the same, and they measured body fat, visceral fat.
How many people were involved in that study, if you don't mind?
Wait, forget about Shipper's question. What was the results, though?
Just wait.
What was the different results for the different peeps?
The different.
I didn't hear that. Yeah,
so
basically, it
basically was saying that South Asians, on average, have the highest amount of body fat.
Okay.
Right, and they were saying like it was like
3 to 5% more than Europeans, and so on and so forth. That African and Caribbean have the least amount of body fat and the highest amount of skeletal muscle. Yeah, Europeans have a very high bone density. Yeah, these are things like that you can actually see also, right? You can actually see also just looking, right?
How many people were tested?
Right. So Shifa, I'm not talking to you, and we've been through this. I've just said to you, it's an amalgamation of doctors' records, causes of certain things, and physical testing. Okay, I don't have.
Hey, Shipper, man, do some dog meat investigations. Hey, Shipper, do some dog meat investigations while I'm chatting to Mosh, man.
Let me finish though. Let me finish. I don't have the exact.
I don't know the study though, so
I don't have the exact numbers because, like I said, the exact studies are an everyday study. So, for example, as a personal trainer, you can sign up to, for example, certain organizations and you input and you use certain things. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? Yeah. And you fill in these records. There's millions of PTs all over the fucking world, bro.
What about India?
You get what I'm saying to you?
What about India? What about India?
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Wait.
Don't even answer, man. Carry on with the point.
How many Indians
Don't even answer, Mosh. Carry on with the point, fam.
You know I'm too smart for this. Come on.
You're not too smart. You're just too stupid to get it.
Allow me, man.
Listen, you're like literally. You're the emperor.
Even Gurdeep agrees with me, bro. Even Gurdeep agrees with me.
You'll be like the emperor of his new clothes. That's you, Shifa. I'm so smart. I'm so da. Like, you're the emperor of his new clothes, bro. Allow it, man.
But even Gurdeep agrees with me, though, and he's Asian, cuz.
Yeah, Shifa, you're butt naked, man.
Even Gurdeep, you don't want to see me butt naked. Pause on that. But, listen. Even Gurdeep agrees with me, and he's Asian.
Gurdeep agrees with what?
He agrees with me, and he's Asian.
Agrees with what?
That you can't have looked at all the Indians, can you? You can't have studied all of them.
No, that argument's dead, though, man. No one even cares about that argument there, man.
But you don't.
You're rinsing out now, brother.
Logical. It's not logical.
You don't. Do you know why you have to study every single Asian? Because not every single Asian, is, for example, a sedentary person. So, right, you might get Asians.
How do you get the majority without doing all?
Bro, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. And this is how you do these tests. You have specific variables, right? Or should I say there'll be no variables? So, i.e., you're going to get an age range of people within the prime of their life, right? Their body mass index are going to be the same. They're going to be grouped together. You're also going to get a group of people who are in their older age, right? Grouped together. Now you do that with non-active. You have an activity scale, right? That you question each person on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 being you exercise very, very frequently, pretty much verging on professional sportsmen, right? So each of those subcategories, you put people together so that there's very, very strict conditions for you to be able to carry out those tests on those specific people. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? So you get age groups, you get teenagers, you get 20 years old, so on and so forth. You factor them in all together with the exact same variables, and you measure their body fat or their body composition, should I say. I can literally break down how it happens, bro. Like, it's not...
But hey, Mosh, you don't let man wind you up, bro, man, because you said it's an average, isn't it? Yeah, so obviously with an average, there's outliers on both ends, isn't it? So there's going to be people that on the more muscular end, and then there's going to be people that are on the more mager end as well, isn't it? So.
Thank you.
And it's all based on the information in your environment, right?
All right, check this out then, and this is what I know. Again, lived experience. I was in Penn, up north, boom, there's a brother called Paul Delahaye, UK bodybuilder, was in jail, fat fucking jail, bro, Whilst he was in jail, we put on a charity event. Man like Zach Khan, Dorian Yates, and them man that come through. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Zach Khan, Asian dude, was a week out from competition, or 2 weeks at max. Paul Delahaye touched out of prison 2 days before and whooped him in the fucking competition. You know why, bro? Because there's a specific thing genetically that black folks have, right? Why do you think in bodybuilding they started using that darkening thing to darken their body to do what?
Definitions of the different muscles.
Right, to show up, right? So there was a science as to why black people looked more ripped also, right? Or how to get those bodies. This is what the science is doing, bro. It studies these things and then things get put into place based on those results. Yeah. And when I say on average, that will be, for example, it being percentiles. That's how it works. So a big hench Asian guy with a very low body fat would probably be in like the 5th percentile. That's 5% of Asians or below, right? That is how these things work, my brother. So when it's on average, it's talking about this is the largest percentile of those done, and this is what we found.
Oh shit, that's why it's so quiet. Your boy Runway. Robert is in there now, so.
Hey, man said all praise to the all praise to the most bicep.
Man.
God's a bicep. Look, oh boy, no.
Man.
Yeah, man. Hey, bruv. So
It's
fucking.
not worth arguing with Schiffer, man. He's
Hey,
just,
Mosh. You see,
that's your
Dorian
friend. That's
Yates,
you
yeah?
two. I blame
see
you two
Dorian
for
Yates,
this.
yeah?
Yeah, I blame you two for Schiffer. Anyway, let me go.
Yeah, you got Schiffer, man. Yeah.
Nah,
You know
blame
what he does, man. You know what he go do, man. Yeah, but hey, you see, do you do that Dorian Yates style HIT training?
Nah. Not for me, not personally for me, nah.
Yeah.
I don't
Like,
really
so he was training the clamp, would you?
Nah, it depends on the level. Again, everything's down to when you see
If there was advanced, say there was advanced or whatever.
Right. I'm not gonna take your average office worker that's probably got bad back and shoulders from sitting at a desk all day, or even a mechanic that's on his knees underneath car and all them things all day, and do those exercises, because it may offset or cause some back injury. You get me? So for me, I'd have to have you at a level. So that's probably something I do with like the rugby team or something, or football team. You feel what I'm saying? As a conditioning kind of thing, more than just randomness. You get me? But it depends on the level, man.
Dorian Yates was a fucking monster, though, bro. Fucking hell.
No, he's skinny now, man. Well, not skinny, but he's slim now, man.
Yeah, now, but in the fucking in the late 90s and 2000s.
Yeah.
When he was that guy, he was mad still.
Mad thing, fam.
How much did he weigh? Like 20-something stone.
Yeah, at the peak. Yeah, at the peak.
Yeah.
When I met him, he was about 18, 19 stone.
Yeah.
All right. What do you lot want? What do you lot want? A Mutabaruka interview or a Huey P. Newton interview?
Can
we get an Olivia Newton-John interview?
Get out of here, man.
Olivia Newton-John interview, yeah.
Hey, save that shit for when you're at the stables, man.
Technically, anything you do before you ride, that's foreplay, right?
What you getting, brother? What you getting? What you getting?
Hey, why are you not trying to run interference for Schiffer, though? Dickhead.
They can't run interference to me. They need to run it for you, because, like I said, unfortunately, all of the jabber, all of this japping you're doing will not equate to you having tested all Indians to make your answer.
Nobody's claimed they've tested all Indians.
Brother, I've not finished, and you're talking already.
Bro, you're repeating yourself, bro. You're repeating yourself. I don't care. You're repeating yourself, bro.
Man, you gotta stop floundering, man. And you repeat yourself. I'm gonna cut you off now, brother, because we're not being fair.
This is slow.
I know.
Yeah, we're being disingenuous now, brother.
Bro,
how much did Dorian weigh before he started doing roids?
Say that again.
How much do you think Dorian weighed before he started doing roids?
Oh, he told me, bro. He was a skinny guy, bro.
Yeah.
He was a skinny guy with a high metabolism, but he used that point to prove to people, look, your metabolism being high doesn't mean you have to stay skinny. Your metabolism high just means that you process stuff quicker. So in order to gain, you need to just don't worry about brown bread, white bread. Just nyam the Ras Clark bread. You get what I'm saying?
You know, if I don't have to cut anyone off because I'm being adult and I'm trying to be I'm trying to respect the panel. So please, if you could refrain from cutting me off also. Yeah, I get cut off already. Get cut off already,
Yeah,
Jedi.
shut the fuck up, man. What's wrong with this brother?
Yeah, but we're having a separate conversation, Shifa.
I'm trying to respect the panel, innit? Like what?
We're done. We're having a separate conversation. Do you want to ask about Dorian Yates?
Brother. Now listen, I
No,
understand
he wants to ask you about the Indians.
I know you're having a different conversation, yeah. Unfortunately, brother, we're being very unsynchronized now. We was having a very specific conversation. If you don't want to veer off into your own private thing, brother, then feel free once the conversation is over. Otherwise, maybe I should just leave now and let you have your conversation.
Yeah, then leave. Yeah, leave.
I'm gonna leave that.
We're not doing this.
I'm gonna assume that you're not the only. You and Belly are not the only two people here, and you're not the only two listeners. And I'd assume that we all have a right to say what we want to say. So if it's okay for me to finish my point, which was that?
It's been 2 hours.
Which was that? Which was that? I can't actually hear you. I'm gonna put you on mute while I talk.
Yeah,
so which was that? Basically, long story short.
You Jamaicans need to stop arguing in public.
Says that his science dictates what the body type and body mass of the Indian person is, but it hasn't tested all Indians. He doesn't even know how many Indians it's tested. It sounds absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely refutable. And I know it's upsetting him, just like every scientist.
Intimidation, five on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon. No hesitation. The man I go bed, but my sleep is amazing.
Yeah, so all scientists do this, and people who believe in science. The moment you show them that their science isn't absolute, they get very upset. They can't hold a conversation properly. They start talking over you. You know, they scream down microphones. They throw hissy fits, X, Y, Z. You know, and this is why I think, unfortunately, you know, Motion is my brother. Your science is inefficient. You haven't tested all Indians. So because I want to point that out, you want to throw your toys out the pram and talk over me. Brother Veli Vision, you know, he claims that the world is a spherical object floating or soaring through space.
Oh, they tried to brainwash me.
Yeah, XYZ. He claims that it's hurtling through space.
Oh, they tried to brainwash me. Man.
Let him talk, man.
Unfortunately, he can't prove it, but he claims it and wants the rest of us to believe it. So it's like, you know, he's no better than a...
I ain't even done that and I'm getting told.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know,
What the fuck is that,
yeah,
man?
to say what I want to say, regardless of how much distractions you put in my way. It doesn't matter what you do to try and distract me. It doesn't matter how much you try and talk over me. I will still be able to say what I got to say because I'm more intelligent than most. You know what? Even when you're talking and trying to distract my conversations, you notice how I streamline and I can just stay focused on my topic, on my subject. It's because I have the mental capacity to just eradicate the nonsense from my surroundings and focus on the target at hand. Yeah, so if I'm, you know, I'm playing any type of sport, whatever it is, basketball, you could be screaming in the background.
Hey,
still get the ball in the net, in the hoop, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So thank you for my time to speak. Unfortunately, these brothers didn't have the composure to not speak over me. But yeah, continue the show, guys.
Nothing, your brethren.
A man called man Shifa Dharma, you know. Hey, Shifa, why Shifa don't have that? Hey, Shifa, why are you white in that picture, fam? What happened to you, brother? Ghostface Shifa.
Ghost eye.
Ghostface.
Everything is Irie, man. Everything is Irie.
This is exactly what the ladies done when they got beat up in their debate yesterday. They decided to assassinate the character.
Hey, Jedi, you're violating the thing as well, cuz, man. You got Jupiter winding up to some reggae sort of thing here. You need to put her on a whiskey thing.
Come out with her, bruv. Allow it.
Yeah. What's that?
There's no need for all that. There's no need for all that.
Watch your mouth, brother.
I didn't realize that Nene was here, you know. I just realized that Nene's here as well. You're in on this too.
Hey, Schiffer,
You
man,
and
you know
M.A.
what,
Brown's here.
Hey,
I'd like to
Schiffer,
hear
Schiffer.
M.A. Brown's take
Schiffer.
because M.A. Brown's quite educated and he's usually quite impartial. He's usually quite impartial.
Yesterday, you get me, like, man was tired. I was working all day, cuz you get me. Today I'm here for the smoke, so whatever man want to do in it, you get me.
Older conscious. This is
Well, I'm smoking. I'll be honest, brother. All I'm doing is smoking. I've been smoking motion packs today. I haven't
No, but
smoked
you
a Mackie
didn't
pack
though,
yet, I'll be honest.
I heard Motion explain.
Smoked a veggie pack.
Whatever. You're smoking on man, yeah? Pause.
No.
Rava.
Not on man. Not smoking on man. They got smoked. There's a difference. Not smoking on man. They got smoked. There's a difference between getting smoked and someone actually smoking.
No, brother. This Dutchie don't pass to the left-hand side. Allow it, bro.
Mad.
Anyway, I understand the emotions right now. I understand they're running high because I'm too intelligent. I don't mean to be this intelligent, you know. I don't mean to just look things up rather than just conflating stuff. I don't mean to do that. Well, in fact, I do. But it's just more powerful than just saying things. Now, come on, guys. When you make your claim with your study, put your study on the screen. Show us how many people it encompasses, so we can see the solidarity of the information. Otherwise, just hold back, hold fire.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'd like to hear him.
He doesn't understand when people give him actual sources and places where he can go and research the information and so on and so forth.
Put the link in the side chat.
I'm talking, bro. I'll let you talk.
You didn't smoke shit, cuz, man. You didn't smoke nothing in your picture.
The only thing you smoked is your toenails, bro. You didn't smoke nothing, bro.
You might have been chatting over me the whole time. That's how you know you got smoked. You know you got smoked.
Bro, the worst thing is, Shifa, you see the worst thing is, yeah? You literally tell us who you think you are. Like, bro, listen, you believe you're so smart. That's fine. Believe that. And you know what? Good for you.
I'm actually quite dumb, but I'm more intelligent than this conversation.
Listen, if it makes you feel good to think that about yourself, then good. Who am I to tell you otherwise? But brother,
don't make me feel anything.
As your brethren, man, you think you smart.
Aurora's trying to say you're on coke, talking about sniff on that. No. Don't have it.
I am on coke. I'm on coke.
I say sniff. This ain't weed hype.
I take full drugs. Why do you think my mind's not open? I take
shift does the sniff. No, I don't have it, fam.
Yeah, man, I take all the drugs, man. Why do you think my mind's so open, man? Yeah. Come on, if you ain't doing drugs, there's something wrong with you, Aurora Dawn. That's why your mind's so closed.
Sniffer Dawn. No.
Go smoke some crack, Aurora Dawn.
You want to have on that booger sugar, boy?
Open your brain.
Man said Amtech vibes and that.
Take some amphetamines as well. Take some amphetamines too, man. That definitely will open up your chakras, man. Open up I'm talking to Aurora Dawn. How can that be a point? I'm talking to Aurora Dawn. How can that be a point?
What are you opening up?
Bro, why you think
Aurora Dawn's chakras? Aurora Dawn's chakras.
Oh, chakras. You said you're opening up the chakra.
No, I said to Aurora Dawn, smoke some crack. It might help open up your chakras.
I heard what you said.
We're not open Nottingham shack.
Yeah, I heard what you said the second time, but I had to question it.
No, it's Aurora Dawn's chakras. I said to her to open her chakras. I never did.
I heard what you said the second time, but the first time it sounded very suspicious.
No, I was speaking to Jedi that time. I heard you say that, but Jedi said something else. So I just making sure we affirmed that I told the Aurora Dawn that, maybe smoking some crack or, some heroin, that might open your chakras, Aurora Dawn. Go inject, man. Open your eyes. I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny about that.
No, Maku introduced me to him still.
Veli introduced me to him. That's all I'm saying.
Look, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Listen, my mother
Convenient,
told me growing up here, never suffer fools. And when people say things that are dumbfounded or can't be absolutely proven, always challenge them on it. Regardless of if it's your brethren or not. It don't matter if you're my brethren, I'm still going to challenge what you're saying. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, Motion. I'm saying to you, how can I 100% rely upon this information? And no science can be 100% relied upon.
Bro,
Mocking it.
I'm not. I don't even. It don't make no. Bro, your answer, bro. Listen, what you say don't make no sense, bro. That doesn't make no sense because you don't make no sense. I think literally to try and refute a claim, you went on Google and was searching for answers and was reading answers and not realizing that those same answers you're reading are refuting the claims that you're making. Now, you might turn around and say that these brothers are unable to learn. Do you know what? I'd rather be unable to learn, but be able to decipher and understand what's being said, than feel like I can learn, but not really understand what's being said. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So it's challenge. You've got to challenge the things that people say. However, you're happy to read the stuff that people say. Yeah, you're happy to Google and take what somebody says on Google as fact for a case to win a point. But you won't, let me finish. But you won't listen to somebody's actual lived testimony.
I will, and I wasn't taking Google as fact. Just to make it clear to you, I wasn't taking Google as fact. I was using Google. I was using Google as a means of there are arguments that can challenge your argument. It's not my personal argument. It's not personal. You're taking it personal because.
All right, so you go on Google. I'll tell you what you do then. Right? So what you do with my argument then, Shipper? What you then need to do with my argument is the same like you did with metallurgy, yeah? And go on to Google, yeah? Go on to Google.
What should I type?
Google and find highest body fat percentage by race.
Highest body fat percentage by race, yeah? By race. Okay. Which one do you want me to go on? Do you want me to go on NCBI? Do you want me to go on?
I'm not on the pages you're on. I'm not on the pages you're on. I don't know what pages you're on. I'm saying to you, your challenge is to find, an article that refutes the claim I made based on my study and understanding. That's
I'll be honest. All I'm looking for in this article is how many people were tested within this study. That's what I'm really interested in, because that's the question I asked. I never, brother, like I said, I never said that you was wrong. At no point have I said Motion's wrong. That those words have never come out of my mouth. As far as even Veli's concerned, at no point did I say Veli's wrong about the world being round or anyone's wrong about any of their claims. What I've said is, how can I 100% believe this to be true if you can't prove it? Now, you claim that you can prove this one. So there's a chance that I'm going to read this now and I'm going to find that they've tested what I feel like is, or what I believe, or what I denote as, a sufficient amount of people tested, and the way the testing is done is sufficient. And I'm going to say, do you know what, Motion? You was right. If I
right. So what? So what? It's down to what? So what? They have to test what? 80% of the Asian population? That's not happening. You show me a test where they test 80% of the population.
Not 80%, but this is why I don't do statistics, because I don't believe in statistics. Because we never test enough of the population.
This statistic is based on the people it's tested. That's it. Simple, yeah. And it says the majority of the people tested is that. Now, in a fitness term, it's not going to test it's not going to test 80% of the Asian population, because 80% of the Asian population is not interested in fitness. Again, some of them are not in the age to be interested in fitness. So those things will not be relevant. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? So let me finish. So you're searching for a number in your mind that will be satisfactory to you. However, like I said to you, the system in which this is done in is forever and constantly being tested, because there is constantly people finding out their body fats and so on and so forth. The more people get into using fitness centers and things like that, is the more that these things get discovered.
Well, at least where the argument's in the right place now. Can I read you what I've discovered from what you told me to Google? Yeah, I'll just open the first article. I didn't discriminate because you said you can't look at the page. You're not really worried about. I didn't open a Wikipedia one. This is from the NCBI NLM NIH Gov. Yeah, and it says ethnic variation in body composition assessment in sample of adolescent girls. So this
Is that
one
in America?
as I don't know if it's American. It sounds like American names,
Yeah.
but
The problem with America, the problem, and this, and in the stats it will show you, the problem with America is America has a mad obesity rate amongst the African community within America. So that's the one place in the world where those stats are quite skewed.
oh, sorry, no. I've made a mistake here. It says KTA Meyer, Sarah Friend, MPH, and Daniel Newmark, SZ Tainer. I don't know how to say it. Newmark SZ
Just read it
Tainer.
anyway.
Yeah, PhD. This guy's got PhDs. Yeah. So it says abstract objective to examine whether bioelectrical impedance analysis BIA is valid. Measure of the body composition in multi-ethnic sample of adolescent girls as compared to dual energy X-ray absorptiometry. I've never heard that word before, but that's what it says. Absorp with a P, tiometry. It says method. Data were from physical activity intervention study among 276 14 to 20-year-old sedentary American girls, 75 of which were white, 85 of which were black, 46 of which were Hispanic, and 71 of which were Asian. Now, the reason I'm going to stop there for a second, Motion, yeah, is because you specifically focused on South Asian. So I would need to find a study that specifies South Asian, because it seems like it's lumped Asians all into one. But the only observation...
Asian in general is a higher percentage. However, South Asian is higher than normal. Do you understand me? So the South Asian would be the highest of the region of the Asians, like African Americans would be the highest of the African. Do you
So I don't need to find one with South Asian in it, is what you're saying, basically. Yeah?
Not necessarily, nah. Not necessarily, nah.
Right. Now, Motion, my first point I want to make to you in this here, brother, is that this study was done on 276 people. Less than half of those people were Asians. So when I'm saying to you that the numbers ain't sufficient, it's based on that, because they haven't tested a large number of Asians.
You've got one study, brother. You've got one study.
All right.
This is what I'm trying to say to you. You're looking at sedentary teenage girls, right? There's also studies for sedentary adults and different age groups. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
But if the tests are only done in the hundreds, Motion, then the numbers are not going to be sufficient.
My brother, sedentary. Listen, do you know what sedentary means?
I don't know this stuff. So you
right. So for example,
sorry, surely it's sedentary.
Huh?
Sorry, 'cause I never heard of sedentary, so I'm assuming you mean sedentary. Am I wrong? Sedentary, as in like someone that doesn't move or something that doesn't really move.
I don't know where that word came. When did I get where did you get sedentary from? I don't remember saying it. Oh, sorry, sedentary.
What do you mean by sedentary? I just came in. Are you talking about sedentary or sedentary? What are we talking about?
Sedentary, you're right. Sedentary.
Yeah. As in inactive.
Man. Sorry, Mo.
Yeah, sedentary. Yeah, sedentary as in inactive.
Yeah, sedentary, not sedentary.
No, SEDENTARY. That's what's written here. SEDENTARY is how the word's spelled. I don't know. I've never seen that before.
What the fuck is that then? Sorry.
Yeah, sedentary. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, these are the studies. So they're basically, when they say sedentary, right? Your sedentary person would be the majority of the population. Okay. So it will be, so then if you're going to test sports people, right? You test sports people, there'd be a representative of sports people, right? So you get sedentary people. This is why they say, again, specifics. Yeah. Sedentary people, because when you narrow down, doesn't matter the number, when you narrow down the specifics of each test, you still get the true results.
Can I tell you what it says on the dictionary, what it says for sedentary?
because it's TARY or sedentary, if we're going to say it that way. Let me see how it says sedentary. So you're right, sedentary. It says adjective of a person tended to spend much time seated, somewhat inactive.
Yeah.
We walk a certain amount every day, even if we are sedentary. Similar, sitting, seated, desk-bound, of work or way of life characterized by much sitting and little physical exercise.
That's
A
what I said.
sedentary lifestyle spells bad news for the hips and thighs. Of a position, sitting, seated, he spoke from a sedentary position, is another example given. So I think that maybe your breakdown of sedentary is either a different word, or the word they're using here is just referencing that these people sit down a lot.
I said inactive.
Yeah, inactive. Yeah, there you go.
Well, what different breakdown is? I just gave it in an easy, simple term. That's all.
Yeah, that could make sense.
I don't feel like I have to say too much to appear smart. Like
No,
simple.
that could make sense. That could make sense though. Because I just wanted to understand this thing is just talking about sitting down, and sitting down, could denote what you said, inactive. So I'm not going to argue that point. I'm just trying to make sure
It clarifies that you have and this is why I said to you, the test will say, it will ask people, what level is your exercise, right? And again, you got a scale of 1 to 5. Sedentary, you would be in the 1, maybe even the 2, right?
I thought you was attacking my point though, Motion. I'm a bit confused now.
Because all you do is talk to win rather than talk to listen to understand. That's why.
We are listening. We're understanding, but I don't understand where we're going. Where are we going with this?
Like I'm attacking your point when I've just said.
No, I don't feel like you are. I thought that was the idea.
Why would you think I am? If you listened to understand,
I thought that was the whole point in what we were doing. I thought the whole point was Motion. I stopped reading because I could have kept reading. I said I wanted to just point out the fact that the numbers of people that are being tested would be inefficient to say that it's any percentage of the population. It might not even be 1%.
And again, that's one demographic by 2 people in America, right? And I'm saying to you, listen, bro, let me listen. I'm saying to you, I've given you other sources, American College of Sports Medicine, Loughborough University, Nottingham University, more reputable sources that have larger test numbers, right? Like these places, even Bath University and stuff like that, you will see theses and stuff written on these things all over the place. This is the point I'm saying to you, right? These are based on people's tests. Some people are going to test 50 people. Some people are going to test 200 people. Some organizations are going to test 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people, right? This is what's going to happen. Some organizations are going to have access to medical records and so on and so forth. They're going to have access to people that have allowed their records to be shared for these things, okay? So you're looking at one test. However, the underlying and key element of that is those people are sedentary.
Can you show us anything that guarantees me that they have tested a large number of these people in the sense of, an actual percentage of the population? And I would say at least, in my opinion, I'm going to say you have to test at least half of the population. But for the sake of the argument, we'll call it 30%.
Half of the population in
most of the argument, we'll call it 30%.
Half of the population in most countries don't go to gym and train.
30%, I said. For the sake of argument, we'll call it 30%.
But 30% of people in most countries don't train.
But these people in this article weren't training.
But do you hear what I'm saying to you?
These people, no, do you hear what I said to you? You said 30% of the people in the country don't train, but 30%, none of the percentage of this article train.
Bro.
It's sedentary.
Right.
What's the point? What was that point about this?
What they've done? They've allowed them
been studied
for a study, right? So I'm saying,
exactly, but it doesn't matter if they go to or not. They can still
bro,
be
listen to me there. Listen to me.
Bro,
listen to what I'm saying to you. If 30% of the population don't train, or not even that much train, that's already a very low number you're going to be able to test, from just training purposes, okay? Now you're requiring people to volunteer, right? Do you get that? So
I get that the same way I get that the people who do train could possibly be able to resemble the characteristics of the people we were watching in that video earlier. And maybe a factor here is the fact that people just do not train in these countries. So your point, brother, I know the way that you have obviously worked this information out and deciphered it, but I have to decipher it my own way.
bruv. You can't decipher it your own way, bruv. You have to
I
decipher
can.
it the way it is.
And I
You
believe
can't
you're
try,
reading it wrong. I
bro. It's
believe
not
you're
reading it
reading it
wrong.
wrong.
It's not reading it wrong. It tells you the body fat percentage by race. Yeah, that's it. Simple. That's it. Yeah, NCBI, NLM, NIH.gov. Is it the same? Is this the same thing that you was on? Same thing that you was on? Huh?
Yo, Shifa. Man's talking to you, man. Hello.
Sorry, brother, my phone rang, so I didn't hear the end of what you said there. I'm not trying to be rude, but I honestly didn't hear it.
Okay.
If there was a question, could you please reframe it?
And I was just reading something. Car. Hang on.
Yeah, I think I've listened to what you said, and like I said, I don't understand how people not go into the gym is a factor here. If people who weren't going to the gym can still be tested, only thing I can surmise from that is the fact that people in Asia, for some reason, seem to either train less or they're doing something that's making them fatter. So to that degree, I would say that, you know, if they're in what's the word? If on average, the average person is bigger, then less people would resemble the characteristics of tall or maybe having long limbs, X, Y, Z. But I would assume that people like that could exist within those populations. You failed to show me that they don't.
Bro, listen. In your results, fat-free mass by between 3.3 kilograms. Hang on. In Asians, BIA, you would a greater underestimates of body fat percentage. 4.3 kilograms of body fat mass compared to. Okay, this is talking about the types of thingies they've used. Okay. East African girls had lower mean fat mass. That's the results. That's the results. Where's the highest? Because you're just digressing, bro. We just get to the fucking results, bro.
Brother, I think getting to the results is not the way forward. I think the way forward is to know how many people results have been taken from.
Bruv,
And once we know that, then we can ascertain whether this is reliable enough. If it hasn't done enough, if it ain't not tested enough people, then for me, the results ain't reliable enough. You're never going to convince me anyway. So it's just a wasted exercise. For the other people,
and I said this before, bro. If you want to be ignorant like that, then just stop talking, bro. That's it.
That's not ignorant. I think it's ignorant to not consider the numbers. I think not considering the numbers is beyond ignorant. I think that's at a point of. I think that's at a point of. I think that not acknowledging the numbers is going to a point of saying, you know what, I'm now just being not just willfully ignorant, but it's like I'm almost being I'm being irresponsible. I'm being irresponsible by ignoring the fact of the numbers.
All right, so you got two you got two independent things, yeah. Let's go Harvard, because you just digress, bro. Let's see what numbers Harvard we're working with. Ooh, 78,000. Is that good enough for you?
Still not good enough. Not when you're dealing with billions, no.
All right, cool. And there you go. There's nothing that would listen. The amounts that these people can get. You show me a survey anywhere in the world that's got 1 billion people or even 500 million people to sign it, yeah. And then I'll say to you, what you're asking is reasonable. You get me? You just said two something's not good enough. I've just given you 78,000. Yeah, you said that's not good enough. Like, bro, there you go, man. It's just how it is, bro. You're proving your ignorance, bro. You're proving. Like you talked, and I said to you, I did say to you, you pulled a source with two quiet, unknown people in the thing. I pulled a source from Harvard that can get 78,000. Do you get me? So could you imagine? Like I said to you, there's plenty studies. Like I said, American College of Sports Medicine, Harvard, Loughborough, Nottingham, etc., all those other things, they could be putting in 70, 80,000s, right? And getting the same statistics, right? Could they not?
I don't know.
So let's go. Let me go and see if there's a no. Let's go and try and find another one. Is that the British Medical Journal? Okay, let's go. Ooh, because some of it's medical as well. It's not all fitness people doing it. Some of it's medical. Like I said to you, medical records and people allowing records to be shared for these things.
I'll be honest with you. I think that universities specialize certain times. So I don't necessarily trust the universities.
So here's another one. So the British Medical Journal done 21,000 from the British Medical Journal. So add that to the 78. That's already 100,000. Yeah.
Particularly Asian.
So again, like, should we go for another one? Let's go for academic.oup.com.
Can I ask one question? You see, when you're saying 70,000, is the 70,000 just Asians, or is that split down into different groups, or how does that work?
No, it's numbers of the test. Numbers of the tests.
Were all of the tests done on Asians, or were they done on all different types of people?
No. The numbers within the test. So 78,000 people. Yeah. And again, so for example,
are they Asian?
That one was in the one that I just read from British Medical Journal, that was 2010. There's another one in there from 1999 to 2004.
So it's all out of date.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. No, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. See, from 1994, they've been doing these tests and corroborating the same fucking things. Do you see what I'm saying to you about repetitive tests? I didn't study the 1994 thing because I didn't do my thing in 1994. But science progressed and the college progressed and they got new foundings and more foundings and were able to either talk with more authority or say, do you know what, such. Do you know what I'm saying? Take this out. This is what it does in the fitness industry also, bro. There's exercises that were normal and told that they were fine to do, and then science got involved and said, look, this is a cause and effect on people's backs and so on and so forth. These are now seen as controversial exercises you shouldn't have people doing. This is what it does also, bro. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. When I say to you, it's constant. It's not one person not replicating something, just saying something once and then deading and nobody else ain't replicating it. This is constant replication of the same tests to find the results. Right? So the point is one of the documents even talks about the Chinese famine and how that affected the body fat percentage within that region, because the kids that were born were obviously less nourished within the womb. So that had a generation of Chinese and subsequent Chinese people having their body fat percentage lower. So they can even show you over time how these things have affected and how famine and things like that have affected these things over time, brother. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Like, you're saying, oh, you can't show bro, listen, go and just, it's simple as, I can show you research from 1994, but I can also show you research that's probably been done today or tomorrow or last week. This is how things work.
I would prefer to see those ones, but I'm going to say what motion. I'm going to have to go, yeah. But I'll say one thing. I think that what you've explained and showed us has definitely made me, for one, more informed. I don't think it really answers my question as far as I did ask, was the 70,000 people that were tested all Asian, or was it different people, or, you know, a multitude of different people? Sorry. But obviously, no, you didn't. I don't think it answered my question.
I said it was 78,000 people of different demographics. This is what I'm trying to say to you, bro.
Okay, different demographics. Now you said that. Now I've heard that specifically.
You said that from the onset.
Yeah, I get you, but obviously,
you can't do the test with other. You can't just do the test with Asians. You have to measure it with the other variables.
I think on this one, I definitely feel more informed, but I think I'd prefer to stay ignorant on this one, because I don't think that these tests are sufficient. I don't think they're sufficient. I think more sufficient, more rigorous testing needs to be done. And I think, I'll be on it 1 second, Moshe. One last sentence. I think that, you know, I know some long, lanky Asians. I know some really long, lanky Asian. I mean, like tall and like skinny or whatever, like them avatar people in the video, or whatever. If we're gonna be silly, I get you, but like just for the sake of this argument, for right now, let's just be serious for a second, yeah. Like
Why?
because
You
I
tell a
know,
man
because
long
I
lanky.
no,
Allow
but
it, man. Pause.
because
Pause
I
the long
know.
lanky. I don't give a fuck, bro. You can be
Whatever, man.
serious. I can say pause. The fuck?
Yeah, I know some long, lanky Asian women, man. I get you, man. They're tall. But obviously, because I know this to be a thing. I know it can happen. It makes me reluctant to believe that this is absolute.
Okay.
In saying that when that in the video says that the people who are in this particular situation, they look a certain way, they have a certain body type, X, Y, Z. And that's why I asked the question, is it possible for other people to have that body type and by your own institution of your own craft, it is then possible for other people to obtain that body type, even if it meant that, the majority of those people over there don't have that body type, but if they train, they can have it. And that's, that kind of just, I'll be honest with you, I think that it kind of, it throws a little bit of shade on the video more than it's helping it. But I wanted to help it. I wanted it to be absolute. So I'd like it to be. So if you guys could help out a little bit and help us do some of this research, I'd really appreciate you all, because we need to know the truth in this. We need to know. I don't just want to hear things. I don't want Kel to just play up the video and no one even spoke about it. And it's like, brother Kel's done all this hard work and, he's arrived here with all this information to empower us.
Shifa,
You're just refuting it, man. You're the only one refuting it.
Number one. Brother Kel didn't bring the video. You're misinformed. Number two. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Number two. Before you join the panel, listen and shut up. Before you join the panel, we decided and we agreed pretty much that we would just watch the video for the most part, shut the fuck up, and draw conclusions at the end. All right? It's the introduction of Shifa, Mr. Me, that derailed, and you feel like you've got to be like, oh, can we da. What you're asking me to do is say to you, yes, there could be anomalies, so yes, it could be. Okay, cool. But in the same time, you could do that with anything. And I don't feel like that's not being honest. That's just trying to throw doubt and to throw shade, right?
I'm not saying there could be. I'm saying there are anomalies. Not that there could be, there are.
Let me finish. I feel like if it was you bringing the video, you wouldn't hear nothing from no one. Yeah? You'd be talking and you'd be but if you was you bringing this video, you'd be telling people they're done out here. Yeah, this is what you would be doing, because it's not your video. You got this little get back thing, yeah, this little me thing, yeah, where you feel like you got a rascal, go and try and enforce your opinion for 2.5, nearly 3 hours because you feel like you're right, bro. Again, sometimes, bro, you have to understand. You don't want the studies. Half the time you don't want to hear the studies. Now you're saying the studies ain't enough. Your brethren's actual experiences ain't good enough because you just want to be ignorant, bro. And that's fine. If you want to do that, at least be honest, bro. A man will respect your argument more than that.
All right, brother.
To be dropping it like you want some intellectual honesty when you don't even know who fucking bought the video to start with. So you don't even know what the situation.
It doesn't really matter, though.
Yeah, but it does. So why was you asking twice while I was talking? It didn't matter. Why was you asking twice if I said it if it didn't matter?
Brother, the reason I asked is because I obviously made a mistake. Sorry, brother. You talk very long, yeah, and you take long pauses, and it's like no one can get a word in edgeways. Now, brother, I'm trying to talk with you. I'm not trying to talk with you.
I shut the fuck up and let you speak, did I not? When you was just speaking for 3 minutes, bro, did I let you speak, bro? 3 minutes you spoke. Did I let you finish?
And when you interacted, did I stop you or did I pause?
Shifa, behave yourself. Behave yourself. You're being a fucking big gal now, bro. Allow it.
All right, fair enough. If that's how you feel, you're entitled to your feelings. But as far as the video was concerned, you made the assumption, yeah, and which is to your detriment. You made the assumption that I had something to say against the video other than what I said, which was not against it. I just pointed out that one particular subject, one particular part of the video, one particular statement, yeah, I thought wasn't solid enough. I didn't say it wasn't true. And this is the thing, where people get emotive because I don't know who bought the video. Now you want to use that against me. Okay, do you know what? That's another childish argument, really, because you could have just said, well, if you bought the video, who bought the video? And we could have just left it there. We don't need to go into childish stuff all the time. All I'm saying is, brother, the rest of the video I found to be quite solid. I found, do you know what? I'm a very analytical person. Yeah, I like to analyze things. Yeah, I like to look deeply into things. I like to see and get the full picture. That's not a bad thing. If you're me, if you're someone else, maybe it is. And I apologize if it hurts your feelings, but I'm still going to be me. You're still going to be you. So let's learn to coexist a bit. And I'm just going to say, you know, from my point of view, I found the video to be very solid. I agreed with majority of what was said. There was a few statements that I felt could have been more solid. So I thought to affirm those statements, and I've not been able to.
No, you just didn't want to. That's it.
Not that I didn't want to, I've just not been able to. I don't think the information I've been given is sufficient. The same way when I said to Vedi Vision, that's just now. And he took the same stance as you, like you just took just now.
No, it's not. He didn't take the same stance as me because Veli
He took exactly the same
Veli doesn't know. Veli doesn't go to the moon, bro. Veli doesn't go to space. I'm sorry. It's not the same argument as me.
And you're not the person doing the study.
Brother, I do this job every day. Every day I do this job, brother. It's a difference,
Yeah, but
bro.
you're doing
I don't take the science and be like, oh, this is what they're telling me, so that's the case, and just not do it. But I impart the knowledge of my fucking science every day. There's a difference, bro. I am the fucking scientist.
I hear you. But there's no perfect science, so I don't have to believe it.
All right, cool. You don't have to. There you go. Again, it's just to be argumentative. Good night, Shifa. I thought you had to go. What are we talking about next?
I do.
What are we talking about next, people, Carl?
All right, anything you want, man. But yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt, but you sounded kind of like more aggressive towards him, blood.
Say
in the
what?
debate. You sound more aggressive towards Shifa.
I don't think you want this smoke, man.
And it's a bit you know, let the man talk, man.
Gonna fall back.
You ain't got, like, you know what I mean? But it sounds like it though, innit? Like to me.
Oi, Apache Indian. Chuck there. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Allow it, yeah.
Yeah, Apache Indian.
Wait, allow it.
You don't take passion for aggression. He's passionate about his argument, but that doesn't mean he's aggressive. And you see too many times people do this with black people where you say things are aggressive because you don't understand the passion. You got to understand the passion.
Yeah, of course the passion's good though. Obviously, I love it, man. But it's been bare time, and I'm sitting here, I'm listening to you, lot. Why you like mix up the thing, man? Talk.
So wait, Kuchela, wait. So Kuchela, when I was saying let's move the thing on about an hour ago, why you never say let's move the thing on? Because you was trying to.
I wasn't here an hour ago.
Yeah, you was sitting there, like, go on, chef.
Move the thing on.
Nah, I didn't say that. That would never come out of my mouth.
Sorry.
I would never do them.
Sorry, I really don't think man actually processed what was said.
I know.
No, I
didn't. Got too many jokes all the time. Why can't you be serious? What's wrong with you?
What is he doing?
I shut your fucking one-eye mermaidy and self up.
I know what you read about, man.
Yeah, bro, coming from the guy, bro. Hold on, wait.
What's happening?
Coming from the guy, pause. Yeah, that will sit and try to make 5 jokes, bro, on one situation, and 4 of them are dead. What are you talking? What are you talking about? Like, man, don't have to tell you to allow it, bro. You get me? All the time. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
When you explain to me what a Zellini is, I'll tell you what the fuck I'm talking about.
What the fuck, bro? What are you talking about? I don't know what you've taken, cuz, or what you haven't taken today, cuz. But big man, listen, it's not a good look today, cuz. It's really you're way too much, cuz.
Yeah, I didn't think you like that one. I didn't think you like that one, Zellini. Fuck's sake. Where's Kel, man? Kel talks serious.
What the fuck is a Zellini? He didn't think I would like that one. What? Brother, are you okay?
You're trying to give him something that you can like, yeah? Mad.
What? Why is that even up? What? Where did that come from?
This is a very pause-worthy conversation.
Yeah, what in the on vogue is going on?
I'm gonna
let Kel see, man. Yo, Kel, please synchronize these brothers, man.
I don't know what he's dealing with, Stopzilla. I don't know what this guy's on.
You don't ask man to synchronize, man. Pause.
What's going on?
What is he doing?
This is yeah. Hit the like button, man.
You
Cash
might
App
not
and
even have synchronized right now, man. Pause.
I ain't gonna lie, you know, I did
It's
enjoy
supposed to be
Brother
synchronized, bro.
Motion breaking
Yeah.
down with the
Live.
how thing. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean?
It's good. Good info.
Uh,
But we
Are we allowed
definitely
to
yeah,
done.
come
Hold
in?
on, we
Still, that
definitely done the
was good.
Twitch. I don't even want to bring
I
back the
agree.
stream with the blacks having and the Africans and the Caribbeans and the Black Americans having the same muscle twitch reflex that allows them to be better fighters, boxers, and then that the other like certain Eastern Europeans and Northern Arabian were also in the same bracket as well. Like these are things that are real, man. You know what I mean? We're much faster, quicker. Generally, what the brother was saying was based on those things, and I can pull that evidence if I have to. But I didn't think I would have to because you know it's just a conversation, right? And Motion definitely knows what he's talking about. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was quite happy with that.
Brother Schiffer, but that's what I said. Motion was coming out with some true knowledge on that, man. I was listening in. So obviously, I'm just busy at the moment, but I was listening, man. It's very needed.
Definitely a fact. We ain't all the same like that, bro.
Yeah,
there's differences, variants, and certain things. I don't know if it's malaria or something that makes man them just quicker, faster, punch you in the face, roundhouse. If we do it's gangster. If
But
someone
all of
else
that
do it, it's
stuff,
just okay.
you know, the wickedest thing is all of that stuff they studied. All of that they studied, and what they did, they ascertained that the people from the place that originated from Africa have smaller hips, but stronger glute muscles, right? Okay, and longer limbs, right?
And that's why they use Bolt as an example, right?
Right. Okay. And then when you check that out, and what they're saying to you is quintessentially what denotes being a fast runner. Then you look at the animal kingdom and you look at a cheetah.
But African girl got a big body
The
though,
small
man.
hips, the long
Hey, listen. Me and Kanye is the same age, and bruh, we do not share the physical. You know what I mean? Similarities for guys of our age. You know what I mean? I'm playing ball every weekend. How you mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, prof, I can still run fast. I'm running past young youths. Man is saying, yeah, boy, for a young man, you can move quick. Me. I'm like, me? No. I'm probably same age as your dad, cuz.
Bro, do you know what? This is the worst thing is, this is what I'm trying to say. I am the studies. I am the science.
Thank you.
And I am the fucking subject too.
Right. You have to rebuild your body and all of that. Thank you.
Even up one day I put up on my Insta me scoring a breakaway try and dusting out everybody 23, 24, 25. And
see you later, young man.
You get me? I'm looking at them saying, you got dickheads, bro. When I was your age, you think man my age could outrun me, black.
Right.
But then their reason, what they're saying is, boy, black don't crack. And I'm like,
but it's more than that. It's more than that.
But it isn't.
But we don't want to go into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't want to tell you what.
It's very upsetting to have to go into it to explain it to your own brothers when it's something they should naturally see, reference. They can experiment with their own selves and see the limits and the boundaries of their own physical capabilities. As I explained many times when we was in primary school, every man's cut. How? How's that work? No one ain't reached no gym in primary school. Everyone's cut. Everything's
We
ready.
used to try and stay up and play football for
Shoulders.
7 hours.
You got man's got a little six pack, a little chest forming. The white boys got pigeon chests. Nothing. You can see you're physically different. No, it's no lies, you know. All right, they catch up eventually. Yeah, and usually some of them have huge legs, pause. You know what I mean? And calves and that. You're like, Ross Clark. You know what I mean? What's with the cankles and that? Allow it, man.
Even that is scientifically explained. The high calves that the black men have, which makes your calves look thin because they start higher up in the leg, is there for explosive power and high jumping and speed. It's there for a reason. That is why those calves are so high. This is why our bodies are built the way
you know. Us, me, you, thing. We're going from 0 to 60, from 0 to 60 to 0 to 60. Yeah,
It's- I
0 to
see-
60 to 0 to 60 to 0 to 60 to 0 to 60 to 0 to 60
Yeah,
to
no,
0
it's
to
crazy,
60
crazy.
for 90 minutes
Yeah.
or 120 minutes. What,
Yeah, no, the
bruh?
sports science. Yeah, no, the sports science. Is crazy, bruv.
Thank you.
But even down to the fucking emotional now I'm talking about. In the
Right.
leg, bruv, yeah, there's like some twitch muscle, bruv, that basically.
Right.
Obviously, I'm gonna butcher it, innit? You get me? I ain't gonna do it justice. But there's a muscle basically that twitches that makes your leg run for like it basically makes your it basically makes you run faster, innit? You get me? Like the quicker this muscle moves in your leg or something along them lines. But basically, we have that muscle a lot more or a lot frequent or stronger than other people, bro. Hence,
Big
I
up
mean,
you,
I think
same
we
boat,
move a
man.
certain way, you get me?
Hey, you know what I did to increase
Forgive
my
me if I
speed
butchered
now?
that.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
What I did to increase my speed and get back into the kind of pace that I was at before, I bought a bike. I had to buy a bike. Everyone was talking about, yeah, you know what I did to increase my speed? I used the bike machine in the gym and I'm saying, all right, cool. Yeah, because everywhere I live is in and out is a hill.
You know what it is,
Yeah.
bro? You don't lose the speed. What happens is you lose the ability to carry the speed over distances, right? So that shortens. What happens with cycling, because I used to teach spin classes and I love it because when I used to teach my spin classes, I know this is when I used to play football. But I couldn't stop run.
Yeah.
Certain time I couldn't even cross the ball properly because I run too fast.
I want to get back to that. Like, oh shit, I'm still running. You get me? Because the body's willing, the heart, the lungs, and everything is fine. But I know within myself that I'm not. Obviously, for the rest of the week, I'm not running. Do you get it? Then to suddenly come and pick it up like I was 17 again. Yeah, my mind's there, my body's half there, but it's like I can feel while I'm running. No, something ain't right here. It's not as quick as before. You know what I need to do? I need to ride a bike and do what I used to do before. That put the burn in, that does the quick soul, uphill, downhill. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Sniper, do you feel like big up everyone, man?
Go on, brother. Big up yourself, brother.
Yeah, man.
Big up, man.
Do you feel, so I big up, Kill. So I tore my collateral medial ligament in my right leg.
MCL.
Yeah, medial collateral, exactly. 2015, I think. Start of 2015. It was a grade 2 tear.
Oh shit.
It was on flipping AstroTurf. Yeah, just a slip, and it was like a zip, like you zip up your jacket. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did the rehab and whatnot. 6 weeks. 6 weeks is nothing, by the way. NHS be giving you 6 weeks is nothing. And it's not until I got on the bike that I got my strength back. Right. I cycle everywhere. I cycle everywhere now.
Right.
But do you feel that the cycling translate to your ground, your groundwork? Because I don't feel like I thought I was a bad man, innit? When I was doing I was cycling hardcore. I thought, I'm fit, like I can cycle miles and miles and miles, I'm not tired. Then I go and try and run and that, and it don't translate, bro.
Yeah, you have to do the both, obviously. You get me? It's just like, even you could be as fit as you want for football, but you're never going to be game ready until you've played a couple games.
No, but I'm
get
saying
your running right. No. I'm
even-
saying even in a normal season, even if you like start at the beginning, right? You have to get your running right, your balance. Like last season was getting into it. So it took about 7-8 games. Yeah, for me to stop sliding all over the place. I just wasn't feeling right, you know what I mean? And then get back into it. Oh yeah, Sunday league, man. Put your foot firm on the floor. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you got to do it this way. You have to remember the knocks. Now I don't mind getting knocked in the back. Before it knocked the paws out of me. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm on the floor looking at the referee. Man's telling me go gym. I'm like, all right, safe. Do you get it? But yeah, those things you can't account for when you're training.
Yeah, man, 100%.
You get it? Yeah, we got training. Yeah. Knocking balls, doing this, the relays, all of this, running around, super fit, good. Yeah. But are you match fit?
Yeah.
That's another thing. You get what I'm saying? Because it's how you use it. I find that there's guys who haven't got no football IQ, but they're just athletes, and it's peak for them.
Yeah.
Because all they're doing is running around with white lips in there, breathing heavy, looking around. What's going on? I can't hold my position. Calm down, son. Young Padawan. Yeah. You see me, fast man?
I don't use it like that anymore, man.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? You got sparingly. It's like
Economical.
fuel.
That's
Yes,
right.
fuel injection. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what encourages me is that I used to play 5-a-side or 7-a-side on a Sunday, and there was these 2 older Nigerian men. One was a lawyer and one was a solicitor. One was a barrister, sorry, and one was a lawyer. One was 50 something, and this guy, you had to grab his fucking Nigeria international t-shirt to hold him still, because bruv, the man had pace. You get me? I was like, no, uncle, like, no. What is this? You're 50 something. You inspire me, cuz. So I know when 50 something come for me, blood, I can still be quick like this.
Yeah,
nah,
man,
this is
possible.
madness.
It's possible.
Madness. Yeah. The other one was just like not as quick, but mad energetic, bad man goal scorer and all of them type of things there. You know what I mean? So I rated that, and there was a couple other uncles who were like older in their 50s and 60s and that, still trying to do their thing. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, respect. And then they mixed it with a couple young Asian black brothers. You know what I mean? We just mixed it up.
Some of them youths when
It's a
they're
good
playing
thing.
are frightening, bro. I know that. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, when I was their age, man, I was playing against all these old Polish random
grown man,
batting them up differently, like so nastily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now
I find with the youths of my days now, they're just as tall, maybe not as hench. Do you get what I'm saying? And they're very weak on the ball. So they can do all the flicks and skills and tricks and that. But what's the point of that if you flick it over a man's head and he just nudges you and takes the ball from you? Do you get what I'm saying? So they have to learn how to be more solid and, you know what I mean, go gym and shit. But I was thinking, when I was your age, though, I was terrorizing grown men, running laps around them. They couldn't catch me. I'm giving them 10 yards. Yeah, just throw the ball over the top. Don't worry about the defense. No one can't catch me. I'm a cheater, innit? I started from athletics, then football. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, normally it's the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sometimes,
no. They started us like
very unique.
workhorses in primary school, making us do athletics, right?
No, I was athletics first as well.
And then, secondary school, first year, because I was short and tiny, they put me in the B team, captain of the B team, so I never even bothered. Yeah. I was so pissed off, like, what? B team, me? Yeah. It was peak enough I couldn't get into my primary school team. So I just used to play in the playground with the man them and and whatever. And then when I got to, they had us doing athletics until about the 3rd year. You know what I mean? When I was about 13 or something like that. But from primary school up until 13, yeah, pure athletics. And then from then onwards, I more switched it to football. You know, them ones there, I'm going to play for the school team. But yeah, I can outrun everybody in the bloody football field.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
brother, that's the wickedest thing, because I remember I only got selected for my school football team in the first year because I was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the man just see me run and said, "Rah, brother, can you play football?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can play a little bit. I don't play for a team or that." And he said, "No, I want to see you play." And then he see I was left-footed, innit?
Your coach is white, yeah? White
Right,
coach.
yeah. My coach was a big, he's a world-renowned coach, to be fair, in school, to be fair, yeah. But then obviously I did that, and it's the same thing when I started playing rugby. But I was doing football training, and the rugby was next to it, yeah. And they see me dust down the wing, and the coach just ran over and said, "Yo, listen, can you play rugby?" He said, "Can you play rugby?" I was like,
You just keep getting these questions asked. Do you know what a lion is? Yeah.
Do you know what a lion is? It's mad, yeah.
I get you.
That happens, man.
Right. And another thing, right? I got a brethren, right? His name is what's the surname? Guzmo, right?
Oh shit! What is he? Is he Peruvian and that?
No, Jamaican. Yeah.
I didn't know you had a man named
listen.
Guzmo.
Yeah, listen. So I'm saying, I'm right. He's telling me, yeah, Mike, I got a cousin in America, and he used to be a great footballer, but he got injured. So I never ever saw him play, right? So he's carrying this knee injury all his life, and we call him Grizzle because he's always grumpy about it. He's always in pain, basically, right? right? So one day we're looking up. He said, "Listen, I looked up my family on Facebook, yeah, and one of my cousins is in America." I said, "All right," and so he played this video of his cousin. They were kind of the same build. This guy was running down the track so fast. You guys, I was like, yeah, that's your cousin. That's your cousin. To show you, it doesn't matter where you are on the globe. If you've got the same kind of, you know, we've got the same kind of muscle twitch thing in all of us that are certain ones of our ancestors, you know what I mean, have.
Bro, it's not a joke, you know. Bro, my pops, my pops played pro in Germany till he broke his leg. My cousin was one of, in fact, my pops was one of the first young black youths to get signed for flipping Bristol Rovers, yeah. And flipping my cousin, he was playing for Bristol rugby, broke his leg. Yeah, my mum was an 800-meter runner. Yeah, it's all for the family, brother. My brother's a football coach and footballer. My little brothers, to my son's now academy footballer. My oldest boy was an academy footballer, but he wanted to go along the science route. You get me? Like, it's you can't.
It's in us, man. I'm telling
man.
you, whole family.
It's just
like,
enough. Yeah, man.
I remember when I was about 8 and being the worst in the family. I came home with my 2 cousins, girl and boy cousin, right? And she's a little bit older than us, and me and my cousin's the same age, right? And they all had red ribbons, meaning that they won all their races. 3 of them. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, I had 3 green ribbons. That means I came fucking 3rd. They was laughing and mocking me. You see, since that day, I never came 2nd or 3rd in any event I took part on the athletics field. To get it? Yeah, 100 meters was a little bit too short for me. I found that I would win it, but it would be like I would accelerate towards the end. Yeah, when man are getting tired, I'm speeding up. So what happened? I went for 200 meters, which was perfect. You understand? And then tried to like became fastest in the borough at 200 meters. You know what I mean? So that was my comfortable thing, because even at 100, oh my God, there were some deadly Usain Bolts. And their thing was that they were taller than me. That was mainly their advantage, that they were really kind of tall for their age. You get it?
But that's
we're all the same age, but they're just all the big boys.
More new in, I swear, in 100 meters to be tall.
Right.
Say that again, Meg.
I say that the tall thing is more of a rare thing in 100 meters, because obviously that late acceleration thing is normally.
Nah. Think about Linford Christie and certain man.
Blood. Olius was 6 foot. Olius was 6 foot 1 or something.
And you know that Usain Bolt is the tallest.
Yeah,
ever.
It's true, but I think that's because they had to learn how to run like that, though. You have to learn.
No, what it is, Mag. No, what it is that, so these guys, yeah, you have to understand, yes, they do learn to run to be faster.
Yeah.
But I always say this, right? If you got your average people and you got them to run, you could train everyone to run faster.
Of course, yeah.
However, it's the same as boxing. Some of the greatest trainers have said tall, slim fighters are the biggest and heaviest punchers they've ever had because of their levers. They have longer levers. Yeah. And it's the same as in with running. Yeah, so you have longer levers. It's why even now, deadlift, all the deadlift lifting champions are all big guys now. Before, they used to say deadlift was for short people because you've got less range of movement.
This is what I was going to say still, because if you even look at black footballers now, yeah, it used to be big and fast. Look at little Raheem Sterling and Gomez and all these little black players, you know what I'm saying? Like even, what's his name? What's the little right back that plays for Brighton? What's his name?
Lamptey,
yeah. So it's in a way it's a bit of engineering if you think about it.
No, they've always had that though, brother. You know, because you remember, it depends. So what they've done for certain positions on the football pitch, they're kind of like quintessentially short, like left back, right back. You think even you might think about Lamptey, but then think back longer than that and go like Nigel Winterburn, Lee Dixon, Dennis Irwin, Paul Parker. Right backs, fullbacks have always been quite short. You get me?
Yeah, you're right.
So you understand what I'm trying to say to you? And then you get your midfield player that's probably a little bit taller, maybe 5'11",
Now you're
5'10".
tall. Now they're tall. Now you're Trent Alexander and that.
Right.
You get me?
So
Yeah.
it's all changed. What happened was the desire was that when Wenger brought through the tall African brothers
Right.
with
Yes, he
pace and
did.
acceleration plus skill,
Yep.
they started to realize, wow, actually, these guys are more than just athletes. They're athletes plus technical footballers. So that became the next desire. Let's get big, strong African footballers with technical ability and the physical prowess that they're known for. You get me?
You know what? You know what that is, though, Motion. That's not understanding what the capacity of a black man is. Like, seeing one quality and saying that's all you can do. That's why when we was at school, it was if you're fast and big, you're going up front.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I understand you, and I agree with you totally, yeah. But I say this, yeah. You see, sometimes in order to make it, if that's what you want to do, we have to lose the ego, right? So, for example, me, myself, right? I played striker most of my life or left wing, yeah? But here's the joke thing. You see my older brother? My older brother said, and most people that know me that I play football with me for a long time will try and say to you, I would have signed pro papers for a top club if I stayed at left back. The white coach that put me at left back knew that was the best blood clot position that I could play.
Right.
Best position. It was me wanting to do this thing of look good first, win second, right? And wanting to be a striker and get the goals and the glory, yeah? Because I could shoot from 40 yards and put it in the top corner. So now I want to be a striker, not realizing that, do you know what? My best position on the pitch is left back.
Right.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
remember I had no football knowledge, yeah, and I didn't even know what the offside trap was. Yeah, I was playing up front for my school. I'm asking my brethren, blood, what go for this offside thing? When am I offside? I'm offside now. No. It's when you're on the other side of the man. Bruv, it took me years. Went to Sunday football with the same mentality, but niggas was Olympic, so you get me? It was like, Tew! Yeah. Oh, you're onside. Go on, Marquis. Use your speed.
Yeah, bro.
Man.
Yeah. You know when they
That's what
just
I'm used to. That's
you
what
know
I'm
when they just hit it. You know when they just hit it over the top, bro. Like, chase it down, mate. You're like, bro,
Moses got this. He's got this.
Them time that I'm like, yo, play the ball to feet, now, man. Man's a ball player, bro. What happened to you? Like, this fucking run up and down.
Nah, but lazy white boys.
They're like, give it to the monkey. Give it to the monkey. He's gonna.
White boys can pass. That's what it is. Because they're very lazy, and they lose their ability to run fast quickly. It deteriorates. So what they definitely do is rely on their touch. Yeah, man. The average white boy could hit a ball on a 2p piece.
Yeah,
that is no doubt because he don't want to run. You want you to run. Go on, Tunde.
Now, sometimes you had them rapid white youths though.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Very rare though. Very rare.
No, MA, listen.
And it weren't for long. It weren't for
MA
long.
for you. Rapid for you.
Yeah, there was no white boy faster than me. I gotta admit that. However fast they were.
Back on the wing, I'm like, what? Do you know what?
Not like a white. Hold on, a white boat when we was growing up. Nah. Never heard of it. It's a myth.
No, there was a couple nippy ones, yeah. But when I say they're nippy,
listen. We had an all-black athletics relay team, right? 4x100 meters, right? And one day they put the captain of the football team, white boy. We called him. He could have been Captain America. Yeah, his name was Jason. He had a generic name like Jason Roberts. Can you imagine? He was like the David Beckham of our primary school. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? My man's in every team. All right, he's good for the football because he knows football, right? But what's he doing in our athletics team? The manager tried to change it up one time when we were racing the girls, and the girls was an all-black team. We always beat them. The one time we don't beat them is when they put Jason Roberts as number one. So he's got to run that first leg against my sister Dion and all of these guys who are proper athletes, you know. We go every weekend train, you know, after school and that. Got letters and that to our parents and that. You know what I'm saying? Allowing us to go proper things, you know. Learn how to do the relay thing. He's got a whistle while you're running, you know. Otherwise, you ain't doing it properly. You get me? This is slavery, modern day farming. They were farming us. Yeah, swear down, because that was the only time they focused on us and gave us any type of attention.
Well, yeah, of course, man.
Because
Because
there's some up and there's some up and coming thing representing the school.
representing the
You know,
school,
inter school
hopefully you get
sports
to Olympic.
day. Thank you.
It's the same now, though, isn't it? Like
It is.
You know what I mean?
It is. But we weren't getting no scholarship at the end of it. Yeah, you just get ratings in the ends, innit? You know, my man's fast, you know. He can run them, especially the short man, because they could run 11 seconds dead. You know what I mean? A lot of them, they were short and fast and bare of them. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, my man could run 11 seconds dead or 10 seconds dead or whatever. I'm like, really? Oh,
10
shit.
dead at that age. That's
Shit, short man. Yeah, those bare pocket rockets. Yeah, but I was a little bit taller, so I was like, nah, I'm not having it. And then when we get on the football pitch, that's when the reputations really kick in, because you know my man's a fast runner, right? He's a cold athlete. You've even got his times and that, right? You get on the pitch now, and it's a one-on-one down the wing, and then we got to see who's really got the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's how you test it out.
You access that
That's
thing
mad.
differently in different settings, though, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of course.
someone's speed, they might not really be able to get into it on a race.
You can't do it on a ball with the ball. It's how fast you are with the ball is
Somebody's
different.
better, like, they're not that fast, but when they hold the ball, they're not that much slower than when
Hey,
they
but when I was young,
You know what I'm saying?
it's
But that's
called
the
kick and
interesting
run.
thing to talk about,
Hey,
so.
listen, kick and run. A drop of the shoulder, and I would be going on like I skinned the living daylights out of you. You know what I'm saying? But what I was really using was my pace.
But Mac, you
it's
know,
only when I got older, hold on. It's only when I got older, Motion, that I started more being skillful and intricate and dragging it back turns, little cross turns and step overs and all of them type of things there. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, brother. Listen, when I've been coaching, and the younger generation and that, one of the things I say to them, like, a man, I'll play football. When I step on the pitch, a man will look at me and say, bro, you're effective in it on the wing, bro. Like, you're sick on the wing.
Right.
And I did the two things I tell them. I said this, I'm direct. Pass me the ball early and let me absolutely obliterate the defender.
Run at my man.
Yeah. Let
Run
me.
at them man there.
I'm not on no let me step over and wait for you to get support. Listen, I'm running at you and you kick and run. You see if there's 50, you see if I'm on a halfway line and there's a bag of space behind you. Listen, I'm kicking the blood clot ball and running
into that space.
And run. I ain't got no time. I ain't got no time to try and be no Ronaldinho. Let's race.
Let's go.
This is Rugby Don speaking, bro.
Let's go.
No,
no, it's true. But even in football, it's the same thing.
Bro, this is before rugby. Rugby's a 5 years ago thing. This is before rugby. If pace is your strongest attribute, use it. There's no point waiting for someone to get support.
Yeah,
you could just rip them to shreds early.
I'll rinse them, cut inside and bury it.
That's what I'm trying to say. From the halfway line, I guarantee my pace. If I knock it past the right back, I'm beating the whole defensive line. Do you get what I'm saying? Now you know what I'm saying? Now it's one-on-one with the goalkeeper pretty much, if my touch is correct. Do you know what I'm saying?
And obviously, don't push man out on the left side, because that could be to your detriment.
Man,
that's the rifle, the left foot.
You know when it will speak, you know when he's only going to use his left, he's only going to use his left, and you still go on the left.
Still go. Can you stop it though?
Can you stop it?
Can you stop it?
No,
Valencia business.
Yeah.
You get me? You know what he was going to do. It's like,
when I drop my shoulder and accelerate, you get me? It's that.
So what position did you play MA?
Me, I started off on the left wing, right-footed left wing.
Jeez.
Centre mid though. Centre mid's man.
Yeah, you look like more like centre mid would be you, man. Yeah, the locks and everything. Like, What? Intimidating.
You know where them are from the goal kicking that like MA's ball.
Yeah. He's winning that just on height alone. You get me? You don't even have to do anything.
We used to have these twins called Gaston and I can't remember the other brother's name, but them man were Marcel Desailly 1 and 2, brethren.
Oh shit!
Trust me, the ball goes in the air. Gaston's ball, exactly what you said. Gaston's ball, big chest.
Bro, you know who we nicknamed my older brother? He was so sick. Sol Campbell.
Wow.
Easy.
Yeah, he
Same
was
as my little
sick.
brother.
And bro, you know, just like Sol Campbell, yeah, I played against him a couple times, yeah, and you can turn him. Like you could beat him, like with a little bit of skill or whatever.
Yeah.
He always makes up the fucking ground, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And you know the other thing about him, this is the only description I ever used to say of my brother. He will go into a 50-50 with a bus and win the ball. He will then go into a 50-50 with a train and win the ball, and then run through a brass clock brick wall, win the ball, and then turn around the ref and say, "Ref, fucking hell!" That's my brother.
Okay.
That's my
my brother's like that.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm
My
motivated.
brother also looks like Sol Campbell, built like Sol Campbell. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and
He's got
plays
Sol Campbell
multiple
trim.
positions. But
98. He's got the 98 Sol Campbell.
he's got
trim
the
there.
super thick eyebrows. Come on, Tupac looking. You get what I'm saying? Everyone say, "Is that Tupac?" It's like a Tupac and Sol Campbell. When he came in the changing room, they was like, "What? How old's your brother?" I said, "No, he's 15." He's not 15. I'm telling you, he's fucking 15, bro. He's not 15. He's fucking 15. What we have to bring passport up in this blood clot? You get what I'm saying? I'm telling you, this is my 15-year-old brother. Yeah, I know he's bigger and taller than me at the moment. Yeah, and super hench and that. Yeah, it's my little brother, man, baby, man, my you. Get me? He was cold, bro.
No, for real, man.
He could play defensive midfielder, centre back was his best position. He could play goalkeeper, attacking midfielder, and striker. He could play all over the pitch, basically. And the funny thing is, same thing like you're saying. You know, the only person to ever bring me down on the pitch, like when I'm playing and I'm looking at the sky, it's only my brother. Because you know I'm gonna be cussing bad word, innit? Like I'm just like, bro, who's doing that? Like, I beat you, man. I beat you. Now you can't beat him, man. He sends people 5 feet in the air, and people applaud it in the ghetto. That's how we work. On the AstroTurf, like, blow, yes, Adi. No, Martin. So Campbell business. They used to call me Baba Yaro.
Baba Yaro, you know.
Because he looks like me. He looks like me. Celestine.
Baba Yaro.
Yeah, they used to call me Baba Yaro, man. Their skills. Obviously, super 90, but I was trying to be more on a Kocha thing, scoring from everywhere.
Kocha was amazing.
Yeah, like, that was the guy, man. For me, if he trained so many people, he went from him to Ronaldinho, and then from Ronaldinho to Messi. I'm like, bro, this is a lineage. This is a lineage. Yeah, this is a lineage that starts with the African brother. Come on,
people
man.
don't realize he was a godfather. No.
Intimidation, fight on the Mason.
Get me. Step over.
All right.
We're done with the football talk. Man.
All right, we get it.
Come on, what are you not doing, man? You're not killing me, man.
Wow.
Match of the
No, we started with fast twitch. It was the fast twitch thing, man. First, that's how we started, and talking about everyone's attributes. I didn't even know MA played football. I mean,
MA says he plays football.
Yeah, man. Or used to. Sorry, I don't know if he still does. But
I haven't played for 7 years, man. 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, you go out there and break something.
Trust me.
You got to do it. Ease your way back on a little 5-a-side or something. It's good. Weight loss and all that. You know what I mean?
There's an athletics track down the road, in it. That's where I need to be going first before I do anything, man. Hit the track.
Was you an athlete growing up, Jets? Did they have you doing athletics like the rest of us? Bitch ass.
Yeah.
Slavery.
Yeah, man. I was great at hurdling fences. Get me? 200-meter dash from feds. Track and field. The field events was the purse snatch. The full Nelson. Yeah, man. Couple moves, man. I mean,
yeah, man. So you was an all-rounder then?
Yeah, I was an all-rounder, bro.
Heptathlon.
Long distance.
Yeah.
All of it. Fencing. Well, we didn't call it fencing, but you know.
Yeah. We know what you're
No one said on guard, but it just
Yeah, it just happened. Like, oh
Man
shit!
was doing archery as well, yeah? Archery.
Everything. You get me?
No, but
Yeah.
seriously, yeah, track and field, like obviously sprinting, 100 meters, 200 meters, hurdles. That was my thing.
They had it.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
Oh, what was that other one? Long jump. Long jump.
Long jump. I was doing
Yeah,
long
man.
jump.
Long jump, man.
Well, as I said, the taller, rangier guys. As I said, what happens in most things is that if you're really short, say like for football, for example, you can be the best player in the world. And if you're really tall and you can use all your attributes, you can be the best player in the world. And that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? So we got tiny ass Messi and 6'2" Cristiano Ronaldo, showing you two opposites of the same scale. The short guy knows how to balance himself because the ball fucking comes up to his kneecap. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he can keep it close to his body. The tall one, he's rangy, he can header the ball, he can do all sorts. He's got slicks and tricks, and he's much quicker. So it's mad. But yeah. And we've seen that through history. A lot of it in football history, yeah. A lot of the famous footballers who had great skill and all of that were kind of tall. And only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them were short guys, like Pele and Maradona and all of that. You know, midgets. You know what I'm saying? So now it comes to athletics now. It's like, yeah, Bolt, man. How tall is Bolt? 6'4".
6'4", 6'5".
See? You're not beating him.
Can we talk about all professional athletes being on Reds?
Yeah, well, defo.
Even elite. No. I'll take it back. I'll say all elite athletes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Going all the
But they
way
don't
back
start
to at least going back to Carl Lewis.
Yeah. Carl Lewis and that.
Carl Lewis, oh shit.
Yeah. You get me? And Linford. Linford took bare.
Linford was doing a madness, man.
He was doing a madness, fam. Didn't want to get his P checked, all of that. Dodging, testing. You get me? All of a sudden, man was ill.
Obviously, they got some kind of code of secrecy, so they ain't writing about it in the book and that when they retire and that. Cool.
Well, what happened? Dwayne Chambers.
So like Dwayne Chambers now got nabbed, and then the British team came out to like bonfire on Dwayne. All the black ones were brought forward to say, yeah, what do you reckon about this Dwayne thing? So obviously, little sellout Dame Kelly Holmes.
Yeah, I remember.
And the other one, I hate her, Diane something or something.
Oh, yeah.
I never liked this chick, bro. Just for no reason. I don't know.
What, the long distance runner? Which one?
Yeah, the pentathlon one. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Idiot gal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was living in Spain or something for someone. I should have stayed there. Anyway, Kelly Holmes come forward now talking about, bonfire upon Dwayne, rare. But these times, Kelly Holmes is forgetting that we watched this gal go from a lighty, a 5'5" lighty, to this fucking He-Man fucking jaw swinging Adam's apple having, because she went off to train with that chick from Africa.
Right.
The black thing, Matumbo or whatever, I don't know.
Something.
Bro, you know the Matumbo one?
Yeah.
What I can't remember. Matuala, whatever.
Yeah, Matula.
Hench as fuck. Yeah, she went to start training with her. Next thing you know, Kelly Holmes' jaw starts growing and widening. Right angles and left angles and all sorts of angles on her jawline. Looking at
obtuse.
So I'm trying to understand this. Yeah, do they want us to believe that women get big jawlines from naturally just training?
Right.
Nah,
because she's burning fire on national TV, all roided up. She still ain't got her face back. All now. I don't know what they put her on, but it got her. What did she get? A silver? Something at one point.
She won something. She won something. But that was fully on roids. Like it was. It was the gap. The gap was too much. You know, it was like that Ben Johnson gap. Like yo, this ain't humanly possible.
And the super juice.
Yeah.
And
how are you all 100 meters behind the leader and then sprinting to the finish line and everything? 200 meters altogether. Mad.
So unfortunately, I come to the conclusion that
All
it's
of
a code of secrecy, and if you get caught, we gotta deny all knowledge of you and burn your file.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, the top class is on it. There's no way they're not on it, man.
Do you
Same
remember?
way with the
'Cause-
Jamaican team.
Yeah.
The Safa Powell got nabbed. Some next
Oh,
chick got
yeah.
nabbed. Some next brother got
ouch,
nabbed.
ouch.
But not Usain. I'm
Yeah.
like, what? These are his youngers. Like, you think he's gonna bullshit?
Oh,
man.
so older's even. Powell is older. He's
Yeah,
from the
but
older
like,
set.
yeah, I mean, he was a captain in it. He's the captain of
Yeah,
the Jamaican
yeah,
athletics
yeah.
team. innit?
But
Johan Blake got
he
caught.
was in disrepute for ages. You're right, Jets. He was in
It's
you know they're like they had the new Jamaican team out.
How did
you don't
you
really
not
talk.
get nabbed? How are you clean?
Sponsorship.
And you're burning these man up. Like, come on, let's not chat shit.
Sponsorship
He
power.
said,
and also-
he said Jamaican McDonald's did
Yeah,
it.
sponsorship brings protection. Obviously, depending what governments you're aligned with, but I think it's a lottery at the same time. Like certain man's name's just in the bin, like in the lottery, and you can get selected.
No, so
certain
what
man could never be nabbed for this thing.
Right.
And
So what
certain
happens
people-
is,
go on.
So what happens is, so for example, Anthony Joshua is an example, right? That they use.
Oh
right?
shit, steroids.
No, it's not. No, it's not even a disrespecting. This
No,
is
but he definitely was juiced at one point.
right. Okay. So he was a tall, slim brother.
Yep.
Yeah. To be able to become a big enough heavyweight to be able to cope at that weight, he got a thing called a therapeutic usage exemption, right? Which meant that he could take things like growth hormone, okay, to be able to bulk up, right? So sometimes within these things, somebody may be down as having childhood asthma or something like that, or they get these treatments and have the exemption from being banned from these things. Now, these things, if used at the right time, will stand you in good stead for a very long time in your career.
Right. Once you get that boost, you can work off that.
There we go.
Well, hold on, question. So anabolic steroids, yeah, they're specifically targeting the amino acids. What do they target? What do they target?
Like they help you repair and
Yeah,
build
yeah.
more muscle quicker,
That's
basically.
it. Repair and build quicker, yeah.
And so the definition of a steroid, what is that? Just a normal, like the general definition of a steroid. What is that?
Synthetic.
It's an enhancer.
So synthetic, yeah, synthetic.
It
Yeah.
enhances. You get me? So
yeah,
it usually goes along with some kind of increase in growth or healing. So even like, look, certain creams, you got a certain dermatitis, severe eczema, you're getting a steroid cream. Why? It's accelerating the
healing.
natural rate of your skin regenerating and healing and thing. That's what it's doing. You understand? So place that in a muscle is going to accelerate that.
Yeah, and they've also got ones for pain so that you can work the muscle better. So some of them will be a cocktail of steroids. So what some will be, some to aid muscle growth and strength, and then others will be for pain relief. Do you know what I'm saying? And like growth hormone is something that's being used quite frequently in the sports world. Lionel Messi was on growth hormone for a very long
Right, you know that from the age of 12.
Right. So there you go. So again, these people are used to bulk and to get to where they need to be, to the level they need to be, and then hopefully maintain. What you'll find with Messi is he will have a big drop off at some point. It will just literally just drop off.
I think so. You do believe that? Because someone was asking, are we including footballers?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Just quickly, I just wanted to
Cristiano
add.
Ronaldo and
When we talk about roids, I think people think we don't understand. There's something that people maybe not understanding.
Yeah.
I could take roids, and Banksy could take roids, and Fats could take roids, and Sniper could take roids. Yeah, and we could train together every day for 4 years, bro, on this roids cocktail. We're not going to look the same. Why? Why? Because some people have genetic traits that are complementary anyway to these activities. So when we say that when I say Usain Bolt was on gear, does not take away from his natural ability. Right? I'm not saying he wasn't naturally fast. I'm saying the elite athletes are people that are naturally gifted, and then they take performance enhancing drugs on top of that.
Yeah, like Dwayne.
For the most part. Yeah, for the most part. And I'll say for the most part on the naturally gifted part.
Huh? Oh, for the okay. We say some of them not even naturally gifted.
No, some of them ain't naturally gifted. Some of them
Right,
ain't.
No, but that may be the difference between a good athlete or a good sportsman and an elite one.
Yeah,
there's gonna be natural skill there.
Yeah, because I say, like you said, the naturally gifted will be able to attain levels that the normal person can attain, that couldn't attain if they just trained. So,
Right. So like for instance, just
Dwayne,
to add to
Dwayne
that,
Chambers is
when
an
it,
example.
when
he's
it
a
came to
natural runner. Yeah,
when it came to weightlifting or bodybuilding, I say, I attained a frame and a body and a rate of muscle quicker or more than somebody else that was on steroids because their body was a shit. Like, sorry, Asians body muscle building ain't really for you. East Asians are a bit better than South Asians. South Asians, it's not really your thing. There's hench Asian man out there, but it's just not the same, innit? And the ones that are hench, they're all on roads. Come on, let's be real. It's normal. Normal up north and that. All them Asian man, they're on roads, all looking square and that. Normal.
Yeah. Mike Tyson was on it before, yeah, all of them. Mike Tyson, anyone you want to call, bro. Anyone?
You know, Pete Tyson's taken roids before.
I don't think
every other fucking drug. Cocaine, this, that. Well, if he didn't take roids, it definitely wasn't because of ethics. Let's put it that way.
Bro, this shit is big money. This is what people don't realize. You're talking about millions. The game is run by gangsters. These games are run by gangsters. They don't.
If you're talking about boxing, let's not even talk about Vegas. Yeah, let's just leave it, man. It's a straight mafia thing.
Straight up.
You ain't watch Casino, nigga?
Drugs is involved all the way through.
Even Godfather, they're showing you when they're trying to buy out the whole of Vegas in the part.
Yeah, Vegas ain't no joke. And they even say when you watch boxing, when you watch a fight in boxing, and it's in Vegas, be prepared for a crazy fucking ruling. Do you know what I mean? Crazy result that you won't even expect. I've watched too many fights in Vegas. What's the name of that place in Vegas? What's the name of that square? Not square. They got a place in Vegas. It's always there.
The pyramid.
Was it the MGM Grand?
The MGM.
It must be the MGM. Listen, you know how many upsets and that? I've seen watching a man get whack up, bro. I watched. Was it Pacquiao versus? Was either versus Mayweather or someone before that? Yeah, bro. Man, we're watching this in my yard. I could pause this on Sky and that, bro. This brother on the fight before, the brother's throwing a bang. Yeah, it's not landed, bro. The brothers fell down.
You talking about Bruce Seldon Tyson?
I don't know who it was, bro.
Bruce
Man
Seldon.
threw a bang. It didn't land, bro. It did not connect. The brother's falling down. We're rewinding it for time. Like, nah, hold on. Maybe it's the angle and we didn't see it. Maybe he threw a left as well and we didn't see it.
I remember Tyson versus Michael Spinks was the same thing.
What's this?
Heavyweight title fight. Only lasted a couple minutes. There was bare booing. But my man Tyson, he must have held one lick, held the second lick, said, "Oh shit." When my man went to go in and uppercut, it missed him and he just pretended he was knocked out. I was like, oh my God. Heavyweight title fight, you know, pay-per-view. Michael Spinks, a whole family of Sphinxes and that. You get me? Like, they've all been boxers and heavyweight champs and that. You get me? The youngest one comes in. He's
young.
Yeah, bro.
So what do we think about
a mess?
Well, okay, so we're
same thing you're talking about.
We're satisfied with steroids, right? Well, I think the case has been. Well, we ain't proved it, but I think we're all right.
We could easily
with the concept that professional sports steroids, boom, standard, big money involved. So let's move on because we touched this before and it was kind of sick. Match fixing, rigging. What do we reckon about that in professional sport? Like, let's go to football.
Easy.
Definitely.
What do you mean? Though? How? What? Who? Who's involved? The whole team?
I said what? How? Who?
Just the
Hold on.
goalies.
Which leagues are we talking about? Are we talking all of them?
All.
Or are we specifically talking about
especially the ones with millions of pounds
listen.
or billions involved.
Anywhere there is big money at stake,
That's right.
Yeah. Forget the individual teams. I'm talking about the bodies that actually benefit from from owning the fucking leagues that the teams play, i.e. the Premier League. It benefits. Let me give you an example. Last season, Manchester City and Liverpool were supposed to end up challenging for the league. Liverpool were 15 points behind Man City in, I think, December. You get me? Yeah, so obviously for them to catch them, it was going to be a mad thing. The games that Liverpool won to get them points, bro. I'm a Liverpool fan, bro. There were some bookie decisions, bro. Yeah, bookie decisions, cuz. But guess what? At the end of the day, bro, come April, when Sky Sports want to play Man City versus Liverpool, the whole fucking world's watching. Over 100 million people tuning to watch that game.
Regardless, don't give a fuck.
You get me? So again, it's not even individual teams or owners of teams. It's more, I'd say, the league, bro. You get me? To benefit the ratings. But
how can the league? Okay, so how is the league?
Because Judge, because bruv, they own refs, bruv, they own refs.
So you own a ref, but still, a ref can only budget so far, right? You hear what I'm saying? If I'm banging 5 goals, bro, you can't disqualify all 5 goals. Bro.
Yeah, bro,
Right?
I hear that, bro. I hear that. But then what happens
do.
is that it gets leveled out with decisions for the other team, bro. Like, I'll give you a prime example, bro. Yeah, there's a documentary on Netflix called Bad Men in Sports or Badness in Sports, and it basically shows you basketball, football, F1, and like 2 other sports, and it shows you there was like scandals in all of them, innit? You get me?
Yeah.
The one with the football, basically what was happening is the referees, bruv, were getting drilled on certain things to call and certain things to apply pressure on. So what they would do, is that they would see a game of the team, for instance, the team's last game, and they'll be like, all right, cool, JEDI done a so-and-so in minute 33. If he does that again, clamp down on him. You get me? There's specific things to watch for. It's not necessarily raw. We're going to throw the whole game like just blatantly. It's more little things they do, bruv, to overall influence the result. And hold on, wait. It don't always work for me, either. You get me? No. There's sometimes like you just can't deny the result in it. You get me? But there's been some times where, like you said, man has scored 3 goals, brother, and they've all been called offside or disallowed. Yeah, and it's blatantly not. But
do you think that with VAR there's less like
no, but I had this argument the other day, but VAR basically, bro, is 3 people in a fucking room deciding where a line goes across a fucking a camera angle. I'll give you a prime example. The other day,
it's a machine.
Bruv, the other day with the Saka goal, bruv, Bruv, the other day Saka scored a goal, bruv, It was blatantly offside, fam. But they didn't have an angle of where Saka was, bruv, So the VAR made it seem like it was onside. You could blatantly see it wasn't.
I gotta say this, I gotta say this as a man that's watched football almost all his life, innit? The variables, I'm not saying that there's no match fixing, because I used to be into Syria, and there's bare match fixing.
Come on, man. Come on, bruv. Juventus got leagues taken for that. They got leagues stripped from them for that.
Exactly. So I know that it happens, innit? But if you're gonna put money, if you're gonna stake money on a result, right? You're not really gonna do it on football. There's too many variables, right? I don't think it's really a good investment if you're trying to do a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you're more do it for boxing, where there's less people.
Wait. Don't just think about it for money. Don't take the money out of it. Take the
if there was,
we're doing
about
this
money
to make a bet. Let's just deal with the practicality of fixing a league final or what championship league final, right?
Let me give you an example.
First of all, 11 people on each team minimum. Yeah, they all involved. Is that 22 people involved?
No.
Okay, so ref involved, linesman involved, not involved.
Sometimes,
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, bro. There's a specific case, bruv, of a guy, a brother, and basically people from, I think it was 3 people was in the whole scheme. It was 2 on one team and 1 from the other, bruv. You get me? Yeah, but they had both been recruited by the same group of people, or they both been pressured by the same group of people. You get me? So,
no, definitely. I mean, here's the point. Yeah, it happens. Obviously, there's people that have been caught. I know the Saudi. Is it Saudi? Someone goes, even Allardyce, that's why he got in trouble, right?
What happened with Grobbler?
Yeah. He got
match fixing, bro. Match fixing, bro.
Yeah, what's
the
man?
He's letting go himself.
any sport, bruv, any sport, yeah, there's potential for match fixing to happen or game fixing to happen, yeah. Even in the NBA, bro, there's a famous ref, bruv, that come out and said, bro, like, I was told to rig certain games, innit? Like, but you can find this, like, it's blatant information, it's public information, sir. You get me? It's not this, it's out there. You get me? But again, these organizations go to a hell of a lot of trouble, bro, to hide this information and to make sure that it's brushed underneath the carpet. You get me? But it's there, fam.
Like if you're a referee, yeah, and someone said, you know what?
Let me find.
Say you're in Colombia, yeah, or Brazil or whatever, where the match fixing is extreme as far as I'm aware. You're a referee. You have to make sure that this team wins this game. Yeah, you've got to. It's life or death, right? But there's a good chance that no matter what you decide and choose, the other team still might win, right?
Listen, I've seen referee get gun pulled out on him by Maradona, the manager, when he was manager of Boca Juniors or one of them teams, and you know it's all gangster. You know all that shit's gangster anyway.
You saw AFCON last year, yeah, the African Nations Cup.
Right.
Did you see that? Did you see my man, the referee that stopped the game?
Brother.
Oh my days.
No, listen. Fuck that though, God. They tried to sabotage that though to make it look a certain way, fam. Obviously it was bad, but
how? No,
bro, the referee ended the game like 7 minutes before normal time ended. Because basically he was tired and unfit and out of breath, bro.
Bro, did you not see the one where they see me something like 90 something new or something like that?
Yeah.
Bro,
it got so deep, fam. Certain man got sent off, bruv, yeah, and they had to put a defender in goal, yeah. And because they didn't have a number, they got sellotape, bruv, to make the fucking number on the back of the shirt. This is 2020 fucking one, bruv.
Crazy.
Yeah, rigging and corruption in football is worldwide. It's world spread. You know what I mean? And FIFA itself, the governing body, is super corrupt, man. Bear man in jail and that.
Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the bear man in jail. Ex-footballers,
but you see, even that,
but
all they really did was sweep out a bag of corrupt officials to then place another bunch of their own corrupt.
Yeah.
How the fuck is the FBI? When the FBI is getting involved in football, I knew something big is going.
Yeah.
What the fuck's that about?
And you know the other part as well is because of the criminal element, and they're not getting no money from it.
Hey, Jets.
Yeah.
Hey, let me show you a real crime. The World Cup in Qatar.
Oh shit. That's got motherfuckers playing the World Cup in winter, you know. World Cup in winter for the first ever time.
Qatar just got made, family. There's countries out here who deserve it a second time. Like England, we ain't had it since '66. You get me? There's other places you could do it in the world that would be nice. First time, Qatar.
You deserve what your money can get you, bro. Yeah, that's what you deserve. What your money can get
They paid for it.
Qatar's money is getting them the World Cup, bro.
They paid for it. This is part of the corruption scandal as well.
Yeah, it's mad.
Because it was like, right? And the winners are Qatar.
Even they look shocked. Even
you know what it was? You know what it was? England had what's my man? Beckham. No, Prince Harry. No, Prince William. Yeah, and my man, Lord Cole, Sebastian Cole. Right, and they went there. You know what it is, Jets? They went there without an envelope. You don't know how the game run. When you go there, you don't just say, yeah, we're putting in our entry and we're showing you David Beckham and our Prince. That's not how the thing run. It's all about backhanders and envelope. What's England offering? You ain't offering shit. If you ain't giving them like a quick 100 million or yeah, your vote is not going to be worth much.
I believe that all these the countries are picked well in advance, and it comes down to
money,
the ritualistic aspect and the social engineering aspect. And this is why I often wonder whether the results of the finals and that are actually left down to, I don't know though, man. But
you could be right still.
I don't know, man.
It's just judge anyway. But as I said, Qatar.
I know with basketball, we've seen shit like, You
Oh,
know,
no, the magnet.
the reports of a magnet in the ball. I think basketball's a
no,
lot easier to.
Bro, I watched that. Jez, brother, literally, I've
It's a
just
bump,
posted
man.
in the side chat about 2 minutes ago. The referee comes like this.
Bro, they poisoned. Wait there. They poisoned Ronaldo. Yeah, they poisoned the Arsenal team. Yeah, remember when they got the Pizzagate?
Yeah. Bare things
When
have happened in football.
they're ready, they just get arms out and say, "Yo, listen, we are give them shits, man. We are make them shut themselves."
And you know what? Yeah, in Africa, it's a different thing. It's voodoo they're dealing with stuff.
Man.
But the thing is, a lot of these men got camps in Africa, farming youths, like we're saying, like we was in secondary school or primary school, making us do athletics, making us do football. You know what I mean? You got Ajax training camp in a lot of African countries. Do you get what I'm saying? You got whatever European, South American, North American, everybody got their little training camp or academy in your country. So they've been farming, man, for time, especially the French ones. They're colonially French, innit? So then they end up going over to France and then end up in their league. And that's why there's so many Africans in French league.
Of course.
But they're like from a particular side. You notice that they're already French speaking.
Because there's 155 Dembeles, boy, in the fucking.
I know. In France.
Name them all.
A far more openly racist country than England, yeah? And yeah, they know that if they want to win, you got to bring Africans in, man. Fuck's sake.
Conveyor belt business. Man.
It's not about how it looks. In England, it's about how it looks, isn't it? Yeah, you ain't trying to win.
Yeah.
The last person to do that nearly got to a final of a European Cup. You know what I'm saying?
Than there is in a small village.
Yeah. When the England squad was looking a bit brown, you get me? Like Cole and Ferdinand and all of that, Ashley Cole and that. Yeah, that team there. That's one of the best England teams they ever had. Yeah. You would have been putting gold and white boys in. Like, yeah. This guy's useless. What's he going to do in the African sun when the World Cup's in Africa? Like, what is this, son? You're going to take a meal.
Hey, what is it you're supposed to do to your grind though when it's got too much? Like, it's getting stiff on that. I swear someone gave me a tip one time. What is he supposed to do with it? Boil it? Put it in hot water?
Yeah, man used to do that once upon a time, but man just buy a new one.
Yeah, but still, man.
No, let's scrape that stuff off, man.
Yeah, man, that's not enough. It's like you got to.
Yeah.
Someone to put it in vinegar or something that just like get,
bro. Man used to just soak it in boiling hot water, and then like get a little old toothbrush or something, and then just
That is a pin.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. Just use a pin or something, or drawing pin or whatever. Then pick those pieces out. They'll put it in the zoo. You know what time it is. I made my own isolator.
Yeah, do you know what man used to do that till you realize you're scraping the pieces of the grinder when you do.
I know. Hey, that tastes plasticky.
This man is different.
Too hard. Yeah, that only happens when you're using a borer. To be a borer, like, hey, I got enough of it. You know?
Plastic into yours.
Yeah,
they say that's the thing about using a plastic grinder anyway. You are getting bits of plastic.
Yeah, but I can't like metal grinders are shit.
I don't even use them.
Oh yeah, I wonder if it's the phthalates. I wonder if there's man smoking phthalates. What plastic is this made out of?
I don't know, man. I never use grinder. You know me, bro. Hand only. My hands are grinder. That's it. Thumb. African thumb. Yeah, I'm from the days of proper hold cess, and that shit was hard as a rock.
That was just silly.
Once you have to crush that with your fingers.
Yeah, that's stupid, man. Look, just this is stupid. But since it's your fest, yeah, You sure you want me building up? Yeah, I say nothing.
Man, build the whole thing.
After that, one man trying to ask me, where did you put that weed? I said, I put it in a spliff. What do you mean?
My bread.
Tree spliff that. No, don't chat shit.
Fam.
I know. I used to hate when they say that.
You're that.
I used to hate when they say that shit.
I tell when it's
No, that's free space for you, fam. That's free space for you.
Fam, my brother got vexing me at one club one time. Yeah, he gave me the weed. He said, "Yo, bill it," and I said, "Yeah, I'll spliff this." You get me? Fam, I rolled the zubi. Man said me afterwards, said, "Bro, where's that weed?" I said, "Bruv, what weed?" So I gave you a bag. I said, "Bro, you gave me a spliff, bro." I said, "No, but that's about."
You mean no? That was all 4 spliffs, cuz. No, what are you talking about?
What are you doing, bro? Stop it.
I'm supposed to take that home, bruv.
No, stop it, man. Like, stop, bro. Stop
if you're gonna smoke properly, bruv. If you're
Nah,
gonna
but you know, like
correct,
certain man
bro.
ration their weed like there's no tomorrow. There ain't nothing wrong with that, innit? You get me?
Bro, you can't ration your weed and go raving.
Emotion. I know that, but I'm saying, innit? This is certain people's mentality, innit? You get me? Like, so I can't tell you to buy.
Bro, if you got to ration your weed when you go raving, just either don't go raving or don't bring weed.
Nah, man, just buy a Q a red string, man. They get me sprinkle some Stardog.
Bring some red, go to
a little sprinkle of Stardog, so there's a little flavor.
You like Zellini, bring a whole Tupperware with you.
Yeah, man. You get me? Supply the whole blood clot party, man. You get me?
Tupperware. Yeah.
Trust me. Yeah, I got Rizzler, I got Roach, I got Chip, I got Lighter. Nigga, you get me?
You need that when you got people like. I was gonna
say
do
that.
The list of long-handed people, but yeah, the list long.
We ain't even gonna call them out, bro.
We ain't don't say no names, man. I know they feel uncomfortable right now. Yeah, link up overdue though.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Sure.
Winter.
Yeah, I'm bossy now. Yeah, I could do a bike ride now. Yeah, when you're not ready, man. you buy a new bike. You must have a new bike. Yeah,
you got a bike, yeah.
yeah. I went out and purchased one, man.
All right,
I needed
cool.
it.
I'm trying to get some mud guards for my one.
Yeah, that might be the next thing for me because I hear that muddy.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I was thinking.
Pause.
Someone said that. Like, yo, what? You gonna get accessories for it? I was more thinking where I can put my mobile phone. I've seen the thing already that I'm gonna buy. Just attach the mobile phone to it. Yeah. There you go. Sat nav.
Right, man.
I'm more thinking about getting what's the metal thing the other thing in the back of the bike and you rest a bag on it or whatever. I don't know what it's
Nah,
called.
don't ever.
Oh, what? What are you doing?
Ever, you got bad, fam.
Yeah, don't ever.
I don't want to carry
Maybe like some old man.
What gave you the confidence to talk to us about that?
Even say that, yeah.
Like, what is this?
Man. You keep that to yourself, brother, man.
As long as you're old enough to have a rucksack, just fall back.
He felt way too comfortable there.
I
I don't want to carry a bag.
No, I don't want to carry no fucking bag no more, man.
Put your balls in it too. When you're carrying it, I might and get a front basket and that as well.
Yeah, you know what I mean? ET phone home business.
Yeah,
like, what the hell, man?
One
of them bells that go cling, cling.
Yeah. Move out the way.
You might as well get a basket, bro, on the front.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the front basket.
Yeah, man, I get that still. Man, I get that.
Fresh bread.
That's crazy.
Instead of riding fast with bullet bread. Like,
When you say, Emmy, does your bike frame have the middle part that goes down, or is it?
The girl, fam. Shut up.
I thought he was a fool for it.
Yeah, how's your frame set?
Definitely got racing handles. Definitely.
No chance.
Racer.
Scooped
over.
Yeah. That's
I'll tell you what.
He's one of the men. He's one of the men that hold the crossbars when they ride.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll tell you what. I got a Trek. It's red, and the first one without suspension that I bought, and on the London roads, I thought I might get one, but it's the first time I really had no suspension, and it's all right. Yeah, it's fast.
Suspension shit, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've always
I
got
hate it.
suspension, but I think this is
Yeah, me too, but I hate it. It's shit.
not worth it.
Especially them front spokes bullshit, all that it's bollocks, man.
It's another thing. The guy said to me when I was buying a bike, he said, "Yeah, I saw one with the suspension and all of this crank kind of thing." He said, "Bruv, it's just another thing to fix." I said, "Ah, yeah, that makes sense."
Right.
It's just another thing to fix unnecessary, man. Just get a solid bike, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, all right, cool, safe. Got you.
Yeah, it's true. My bike's a bit like this. My bike's a bit like this. But it doesn't have
Batmobile thing, boy.
it doesn't have the whatever that is, hydraulics.
What is that?
Yeah.
I'm fuckery, man. It's just fuckery. I just know every time that's on a bike, it's disappointment. I used to have one on the bike that used to make a noise. When it got old, it's just
Oh, cold. Proper suspension and that. Yeah. Like hydraulics and that. Allow it.
The best bike I ever had, man, bro. This bike was like handcrafted, top of the range, but I don't even know what the name of it was. But obviously, I told you like the other day, because of the way I came, I procured it. You know what I mean? It was for the streets. That bike was for the streets, man. It was never my bike. It just came in my life for a moment. For me
Was
to
it
enjoy.
some upset white guys?
Bro, I never knew bikes could be like that, bro. The bike was so sick. Even the way the pedals felt on the man's foot. Like, yeah, this bike is dope. The handlebar was like a mad, rubbery, suede kind of vibe.
Right.
Like, yeah, bro, it was dope.
How much did he sell it
man.
to you for? How much did he sell it to you for?
Bro, I don't even know if I mentioned.
Why are you asking me questions like that?
I'm saying I don't know if I don't remember saying I bought it. I remember saying I procured it, but I don't know about bought it.
Now, I thought you got it from my man, innit?
From your man.
Behave, man. Behave. Anyway, from
what in the Nivea is going on around there?
So you got a bike, man.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I just spent a couple hundred on the bike, man. I'm cycling to work every day, innit? So I need something solid.
Yeah. Can't even whistle, otherwise the weed smoke's just gonna fuck me up, bro. Like, what are you not doing, man? Yeah, I had a comedy in the silence.
So who's gonna be the one to address it now? We're gonna move on.
Yeah, let's just move on, man.
You're not corrupting your own brain.
That one was a setup, really. Setup, man. Too easy, man.
You wrong, man. You wrong.
Bikes can be same price as a second-hand car. Yeah.
Not if you steal them.
God have mercy.
Yeah, there's always bikes around the way, man. There's always a dude. You just spot him. He's riding the bike, pushing the bike. Okay. Yeah, mate. It's like, all right. Yeah, mate. You selling it? Yeah. How much? 20 quid. Swear to God. Any bike. It's 20 quid. Any bike. £300 bike, £200 bike, whatever, 20 quid.
Yeah.
That's just, I don't know why. 20 quid is just what they want.
But they got used to it. They used to try and be like, no, I want 50 for this. This is worth 600 quid.
They're not doing this no more.
Like, bro, you're getting 20, bro. Shut up.
You're getting 20. Bikes are just dime a dozen. I just tell people, just wait around, man. You'll get a bike, man. Don't wait around. Yeah, I want a bike, man. Yeah, wait around. You get a bike, man. Ask that brother there. You got a bike? Yeah. Like, yeah. So I don't know what's going on with people looking at their bikes or whatever, but yeah. Look, man, the crime rate has gone up. The shoplifters, all my type of economy has gone through the roof. I'm haps right now. Yeah, I walk on road, any kind of deal, they're about now. You hear me?
Yep.
Neaty's walking around with alcohol, bread, whatever they can get their hands. Like the good old days. I'm loving it, bro. I keep telling them, how come you ain't getting cameras though? Shook, man. Go get some cameras, man. Go get some technology. I want a baguette. Furthermore, what is that? Chicken Caesar. Give me that.
You know what? The second
Furthermore.
Yeah, give me that. Man.
Furthermore.
Since it's here, you get me? Nah, I couldn't take a baguette off a nitty. I could, like,
Nah,
take bottles and stuff.
You know when you see the fingernails all black in that.
I can't take a sandwich off you, bro. Even if it's in the package.
Do you want this one?
Yeah, do you
Nah,
want
man,
this
there's
one?
not
Nah,
enough
man.
wrapping on that. Yeah, they should have wrapped it in bubble wrap and cling film before you can give it to me. And they knew you was giving it to me, so yeah, that's why they did that. But no, other than that,
and you know they always do this shit like they try to brush their hand on their trousers or their jacket or something.
Right. Okay.
Look at that jacket harboring the germs.
It's like, you just made your hand more dirty, bruv. Like, what are you doing?
Would you just pull it out of your triple coats? Nah. What's that, bakery? Yeah, you running Greg's from out in the pockets? No, I'm out.
The new thing is, man, this one brother keeps trying to sell me like the most obscure designer. Like, yeah, £300 this. Has a V-neck blue, navy blue V-neck. Bro, I'm like, what's this? Like, yeah, man, yeah. I'm looking at the label.
No one's buying that, man.
Like, what's this, man? How much you want for this? Yeah, what, it's 300? I'll take 2. For this, bro. It looks like a school jumper. What's it called? Yes, Swervo. Swervo. Man, Google it. Swervo is a thing, but like I never heard of this, bro. If man never out here killing himself to wear Swervo or whatever. Yeah, these designer names, they're getting silly, man.
Yeah, no, they're getting shanked up for a Swervo out in these.
Yeah, Swervo.
Yeah, like, keep that, man.
They getting robbed for their Swervo. Yeah.
Keep that, man. Send that on, man. But Reggie's got 10. pastel Swervos and that. Like that was yeah, they probably got scumpers as well.
He's got salmon. Definitely got salmon on.
I'm not involved.
Yeah, and a man tried to sell me a Zara jacket. I don't really think he really looked at me properly. Yeah, XL and that. Right. You know what I mean? The one arm wasn't getting in. Like, that was been a write-off for a long time.
Yeah, in fact, I had I bought a leather Zara jacket. It was tight still. You know what I mean? It wasn't really that, spacious. So I got big sizes as well. That guy's a multi-millionaire, one of the richest men in the fucking country of Portugal or wherever he's from. I think it's Portugal. So Portugal or Spain or whatever.
So is there a machine that turns normal bikes to electric bikes?
Yeah.
It is, yeah?
You can add it,
yeah. Remember Mills had that as a business plan a couple of years ago still. Like, yeah, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that can work.
Turn my bike into an electric one.
Yeah, what is it? What would I type in to see it?
It's like a little black electric motor sort of thing. You just attach it to the bike, and you can basically turn any bike into an electric powered bike. Still,
it had to be black, didn't it?
It did, still, innit? Obviously, it's power, innit?
Is that 100% irrefutable, though?
well, you know, brother Motion, no science is 100%, innit? You get me? So, you know. But yeah, flipping, yeah, man. You can buy one of them and attach it to the bike still. Or you can just buy one of them little 4 bill already made ones.
I used to be on racers, man. That was my
which one is it? What, these kind of thing? This thing here?
Yeah, that thing in the middle. Yeah, pause. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna watch this football.
It's free on Amazon for me still.
What one you watching?
Well, not Villa.
Hey, is it true if my man don't win, start winning, bro? He's gonna get the sack.
I
No,
hope
he's
he
done,
gets
bro.
sacked, bro.
He's
I
done,
hope he
bro.
gets sacked. He's just a Liverpool fucking
You
stump.
don't
Done,
rate
bro.
CBD.
He's done.
Nah,
They've
bro.
had
Shit, bro.
bro. He's done.
I get
He's
you.
done.
You
That's
shit.
Aston Villa is too big a club for them type.
Bro.
Of
Too big for them boy there.
Yeah, for
They had
them to
Aston
be
Villa
starting
on
off.
Sky for like the last like 4 out of 6 weeks because they're trying to get my
Shit,
fight.
bro. Dead
They're trying to
football.
get my fight. They're trying to get my fight.
Bro, listen.
I
You know
was
when you
up
were
for
young, you used to wish you could jump into the TV and punch
Yeah,
man up.
It's Stevie D looking like Timid Deer at the moment. I can imagine. I remember when it was Paul Ince. Why is he looking like that? The governor looked timid, bro. After a while, like the stress was too much.
Flattens out
Oh,
the hill
wicked.
and beats down any headwinds. It shortens the distance by making it faster and getting to your destination
Not
without
that
breaking the
type of
sweat.
bike, though. That
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I saw
It's just a wheel. This one's just a wheel.
Oh, okay.
Sick.
Okay.
This is an attachment.
Charge it, blah, 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 up.
people they're just flying past you on these motorized bikes, man, and then they're just pedaling.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know, man. Get yourself a racer, bro. That won't happen, man. Telling you.
Racer. Hey, listen.
No,
Races
but
are
how's
for
he gonna
nerds.
put his basket at the back? Pause.
Races are for nerds.
Why?
You're not riding around on races. You lot are nerds.
Why?
It's just nerdy, man. It's nerdy. That's why. 'Cause it looks nerdy. It's nerdy. All bent over, cocking out like.
Bro, you don't have to ride them like that, bro. What's the matter?
90-degree angle. What is that, man?
What is going on
You
here?
don't have to ride
Allow
them
that,
like
man.
that, man. What's the matter with
What is
you?
it? You don't have to ride it like
Man,
that.
I want a bike, not a bob, I want a bike, not a bobsleigh with fucking with wheels, bro.
Bro, listen. If you want to get places fast, get them. Bro. They're fucking quick, bro. They are 50% quicker than a normal bike, bro.
They are
Simple
quick.
as.
They are quick, but still, no need, man.
When I used to do my,
No one's moving like we see like man does casual bike riding.
Yeah.
Casual. Not extreme sports one where man's all in lycra and the helmet and man's not trying to do all of that. I know that's what you're on, that sportsman thing.
Yeah,
8
like
of
the
you
full-
lot.
Nah, bro, I used to ride like
Full regalia.
I used to
8
ride
of you on the country road riding up the highest hill for fun. That's
not these ends, not these ends, fam. Not these ends. In London, I used to do it, but not these ends, fam. These ends is these hills around there, they don't fuck around, but I ain't even. Yeah, fuck them. Shit,
Fuck around and lose your life in one of them hills, bro.
Yeah, bro.
They know what they're for miles to find, man.
Miles, bro. You get me? Fuck that, bro. Forget that, man. I ain't riding no bike around these ends, bro. Strictly car. Or when I move around, I got a motorbike. That's the best thing for around these ways.
Yeah.
Man, oh, this guy's so shit, man. Fucking hell, man.
Actually watching a match now.
Ah, good tackle though, you shit cunt.
You shit cunt, you know. That's
He's shit, bro. All he's good at is tackling, bro. That's it.
proper football verbiage, you know. You shit cunt. Fuck, you know.
Bro, man, still saying verbiage, yeah. Murad would be proud, man.
Mad.
Who?
The originator of verbiage.
I don't know no one called Morad.
The man that's got the copyright.
Sorry. Computer says no.
You for profusely. He's the only.
You swapped verbiage for profusely with him.
Okay, though. Shit.
Right. Once he used it once, it was ruined. Right in the bin.
It's done.
Oh, mate. Fuck's sake. What are we doing here?
For someone to say you remind me of this one brother called Morad. No, man.
Say it again. Say it again. You say it like him. Nah, fuck that. That's how you get headbutt.
That's crazy.
I noticed he ain't said it since though. Yeah. Suck him out a bit is always there on tap. Hey, you suck him out. Like, oh shit. You back. Pause.
Oh, Trillo's got rid of the Trini now. Wow, and now because of you, Jedi Mills isn't a millionaire. No, should have gone ahead with it yet. Right, well. No, it was already out, man. I'm playing around. It was already out. We looked it up. It was already out. But I still didn't think it was the greatest thing. Because basically he was talking about figuring out how to do it. So it was starting from scratch, innit?
Yeah.
You know, Mills has got a million ideas.
Them circumstances you got outsourced, man.
Right, I'm gonna chillax for a little piece. You know?
What time is it?
What is it? Something.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, yeah, 8:05. Yeah. Mrs. is back soon anyway, so I gotta use it. You got me?
Yeah, man. Jump on people, man.
Yeah, man, you gotta jump on, man.
Rest
You
of the-
fucking idiot.
They're listening to them, man. Damn.
Where's MJ? Did she do her research earlier or what?
On what? What's she doing research on?
The video. The video got a lot of people in their feelings earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing set, man. That's the thing set. When they don't come back, you know, usually then that usually means the video was on point, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, I give you the choice again. Muta Baruka or Huey P. Newton?
Muta.
Let's go.
Man, you're so shit. So not anyway. Peace, people.
Peace,
peace. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Greeting. This is Muta Baruka. I want to really tackle a subject here where it's so heart-wrenching that sometimes it breaks your heart considering say a fight for the liberation of African people over the years. We look at Africa and we hear that Africa is the richest continent, but it have the poorest people them. We look at Africa and we hear say Africa was once the cradle of civilization and the glory and the splendor of Africa. Yet, in this modern time, we still look like we can't get to things together. Why we can't get to things together? Why so much diverse political, religious arguments about how to liberate Africa? When really the liberation of Africa must be with the people. But when we look at Africa today, when we look on the leaders of today, we recognize that you can't hardly find a leader if you can't find any that is representing the people, the majority of the people, so to speak. Because most of these leaders was educated in Europe. Most of these leaders have a European outlook. They do have a Pan-African outlook. Their liberation for Africa is embedded in what they learned in Oxford and Harvard and Cambridge and all these things. So you find that only for them, after gaining their education and go back to Africa and then go into the political system and then become presidents or prime ministers. And they have the same thinking that the slave master have for Africa. How can you free Africa with the slave master ideology, philosophy, religion? How can you say you want to free Africa when most of the things that cause Africa to be in this degradation is the same education you get from the same man who enslaved your ancestors and is still enslaving us? We need some leaders who can lead the people, because we don't want to hear that the people lead and the leaders have to follow, because that sometimes leads to some devastating effect on the population and on the country. We need some leaders in Africa that know and understand what it is for Africa to be free, to develop its own potential, to really deal with its resources rather than to have the Chinese, the Americans, the French, the Portuguese, all of the different nations that enslave Africa, to be still in Africa right now, plundering, raping, robbing, and stealing. Look how much songs have been sung. Look how much speeches have been made. Even this speech, I know, is one of the speech them. Why is it that we're so reluctant and so thick-headed and so engulfed in white supremacy? that we can't recognize that the liberation of Africa is dependent on African people, not on the Chinese, because the Chinese have their own agenda, the French have their own agenda, the British have their own agenda, the Americans have their own agenda. None of them is working in the interest of African people. It is we that must free ourselves. That's why Marcus Garvey said, confidence in self. If you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. And the race of life right now is to allow African people to design a system and confront the past and deal with the present to go inside of the future. Too long now, African people is depending on them slave masters to free them. Political ideology that come from Europe cannot free African people. The white man God cannot save black people from oppression. You and the man who enslaved you have the same God can't free you from the man who enslaved you with his God, and it's still enslaving us with his God. Right now, Christianity is spreading across Africa more than it's spreading across Europe. As a matter of fact, more European countries now that you see is politically and economically up there. It's moving away from that. Yet in Africa is embedded in it to the point now where you have Africans who take up the mantle of what they call televangelism, and is robbing and raping the people them with the same thinking where the white man did come to Africa with the same thinking that the white man have in him country. The only difference between we and them right now is that them is using them religion to get rich, and we is using our religion for them religion to bow down our knees every day talking about we praying. Marcus Garvey said the black man pray too much, he must get up off his knee. That is really what is happening. So we recommend that the people
Mad.
We got unks, man. Did he say Pan-African? Did he say?
He said Pan-African. But I know that someone in the chat said Rastafari, but I thought that they were against Freemasons. But anyway.
To them right now. We're not looking for next hero. We're not looking for next Marcus Garvey. We're not looking for next Kwame Nkrumah. We're not looking for no other leader right now. We must lead. And
Not a mercy.
Yeah, I'm feeling them bars there.
Talk to Shaka around, man. Talk to them, man. There. KO on them, man. There. Talk to them. Unks.
Mrs. Sarah says, wasn't Garvey a Catholic though? Yeah, but I think
Catholic Mason.
The point he was trying to make was Garvey was saying that people pray too much. They're too inactive. They only do the theory part of the prayer and not the physical part, the practical part of the prayer, which is praying with your feet. Right? You gotta pray with your feet, man. You gotta pray with action. You know what I mean? And Nancy.
Big up to the panel every time. What's up, man? What's up, guys? You guys good?
Yeah, man, we're good.
What you guys telling me right now, man? You guys good? What you saying?
Damn, man.
Yeah, man. Watching some of this.
Watching some of Muta, Baruka. Now, I respect what the King's saying, man. The King's spitting facts, man.
Yeah. Can't lie.
Must follow. And that is what it is. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We're not waiting on no more hero. We don't want no more Marcus Garvey and, Patrice Lumumba and Paul Bogle and all these things. That is not where else now. We have to take up the mantle from where those people start and end and continue the journey. And the journey is we are ahead of us. Because every time we go forward, we see we take some steps backward. Look at how we live in. Look at what we're praying to and how we're praying. Can you truly say that what we are doing right now is liberating African people? And I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the collective. Because somehow we get through the crack. For some reason or another, we get through the crack. But we're talking about a nation as a national system, a national...
Someone there saying that my granddad knows him personally and he is a Freemason.
Don't surprise me.
Someone called him a sellout. Sellout exactly how though?
He's a radio host. He speaks his mind. That's it.
Understanding ourselves as African people. We as African people must decide, must design, and must maintain our Africanness, no matter what. Because when we take it, white supremacy is what is governing the world right now. And we have to come out of the class of that, because logically, we wasn't supposed to be here. After 400 years of destruction from the African race, we wasn't supposed to be here, but guess what? We survived. We survived the Atlantic Ocean. We survived all the slavery, the oppression, and all of it. And we're still there. So if we are still here after all of that, things can't get worse. It must get better. And it's up to we to get it better. Out.
Well, let me hear you say mountain, mountain.
Jeez.
Yeah. A little message for the people, them.
Mm.
I had no idea what he was going to say, so you know what I mean. I just saw the title "Black People Pray Too Much," but yeah, I'm gonna have to say I agree with him wholeheartedly on what he was saying. Yeah, my side note would be, if you're of the opinion that we shouldn't be looking for another Marcus Garvey or another Patrice Lumumba or any of the people he mentioned, then I think it might be a good idea to see if, when we have conversations of this nature, we don't necessarily try to always bring up the same people. It's just a suggestion. It might help to move us along from the idolization part, because it's like we're still starstruck by these great men, right? And we need to stop being so starstruck and more matter of fact. I'm not sure how you get to that point of psychology with the people, because they seem very much like, oh my God, like, and that doesn't create enough organic, self-determined go-getters. It's just a lot of people that just keep quoting, spouting quotes. Get rise, you mighty people. Once you've heard that speech 2 times, yeah, cool, safe. People that ain't heard it before or whatever, or it's connected to their childhood because their mum and dad was staunch Pan-Africanists, or they went to the Pan-African school, or their grandma used to always do this, or whatever it is. They got it attached to their personality, and it just becomes about living in that vibration rather than, like Muta said, picking up where they left off and continuing it. That energy isn't so much within the community for whatever reason. The proactive energy. You know what I mean? We all historians and shit now. Yeah, so big up to the proactive people though, man. So
it's good to hear it again from someone else when a man's been saying that, as you've been saying that, and a few people have been saying that for a while still. No, we can't be looking to these people. We take some examples from them and keep it moving, man.
Waiting for.
What are you not saying? What you want to watch a little bit of Huey Newton? An interview from 1989. It's the same year he was killed in. I figured, like, why not? I ain't really heard much of him speak. I watched about 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, dude looked kind of scary to me. He looked kind of like, I don't know what it is. I was getting a mad energy from him. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, these men was on some drugs still, and yeah, depends where he was doing his interview from. Jail. Remember this top student, top student in the end. Of course, he looks hench there. That's an older Huey P now, right? After jail and that.
Do you know what? The interviewer is very low in this video. I forgot.
Looking like LL Cool Trill. Let me go.
What did your family hope when they moved to Oakland? And what did they hope for you? My family moved from Louisiana to Oakland primarily seeking a better life. My father was a farmer in Louisiana and a preacher, and he moved out to the Bay Area in order to work in the shipping yards. It was a naval supply, it was called at the time, and that was the reason most blacks moved out for work, better pay, and a better life. Hopefully.
Nah, they juiced him up, man. Sorry, Jets. Sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry. Old school Huey Newton to I don't know what testament Huey Newton this is, bro, but he's got receding hairline.
Final testament.
This is the final testament, and this is after what he's been jail and everything. They've done something to him, bro. He don't even seem like the same person again. Mad. Bare timid and that. They might have had sex with him in prison. Poor thing. Told you, man. University graduate. It's NEEKs that make these organizations.
Freedom Train, which has already left San Jose. It's on its way to San Francisco. And what you're seeing now, or almost now, are a lot of the people that were boarding the one of two Freedom Trains that will be carrying something like 4,000 people from San Jose to San Francisco today. And,
a lot of festivities today.
And there's going to be a march from the Townsend train station to Civic Auditorium starting at 11:30 here in San Francisco, 11:30 this morning. Then this evening at 7, there will also be a rally at the San Jose Civic Auditorium honoring the late Dr. Martin Luther King.
He was assassinated just 20 years ago on April 4th, 1968, and a planned effort that we're going to tell you a little bit about a little later on in the show to make sure that school children are aware of Dr. King and all the good works he has done. KPIX has put out a pamphlet, and we'll show it to you a little bit later. You know, this morning we're going to talk about the image of black men in our society. Not long ago, Newsweek did a whole cover story on it, and I want to read you just a little excerpt from that story. It says, "Black men are 6 times as likely as white men to be murder victims. They are 2.5 times as likely to be unemployed. They finish last in practically every socioeconomic measure from infant mortality to life expectancy. And some feel that black men in America seem almost an endangered species." Well, it's interesting that many people perceive black men as less intelligent, less productive, more hostile than the rest of society. And today, on the observance of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, we thought it would be interesting to confront these stereotypes. We have with us this morning to share their insight 3 very interesting men. We have Huey Newton, former Black Panther. We have Ishmael Reed, who is the professor of English literature at UC Berkeley. And we have Jawanza Kunjufu, the author of Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. Will you give all 3 of them a nice warm welcome this morning?
Coming to visit us this morning on People Are Talking. We are going to definitely get into the image of black men in America, but are the 3 of you still reeling on the comments of Jimmy the Greek last Friday?
Well, I'm not reading. I thought the comments were pretty accurate. I think that blacks are a superior gene line. Based upon reproductive survival success, you have to reproduce in order to survive. And blacks have been put under 400 years of slavery, given the worst food, the worst medical care, the worst housing. So that would select out the weaker gene lines. And that's why we would be proportionally represented in just about every area we're given an opportunity.
Are you glad? You sound like you're glad he made these comments here.
Now, if whites would like to be superior, they would allow blacks to enslave them for 400 years. Their weaker gene lines would die out. So I think that Jimmy the Greek is unfairly treated.
My man's looking at him like, that ain't Huey P.
Fired him. And I think the other group that probably would have a superior gene line based upon reproductive survival success are Jewish people who've been driven and murdered for years. And I would like to emphasize it has nothing to do in particular with race. It has to do with selecting out a weak gene line or weak family names. Weak not in an absolute sense, but just that the people cannot stand the oppression.
Ishmael, how do you feel?
Well, hold on. I like
all right.
another way, and that's that there were 1 million black boys last year that wanted to play in the NBA. Of that million, only 400,000 will even make it to play high school ball. Of that 400,000, only 4,000 will be able to make it to play college ball. Of that 4,000, only 35 will make it to the NBA. Of that 35, only 7 start. And the average life in the NBA is 4 years. So the real problem is we have 1 million brothers looking for 7 full-time jobs that last 4 years. And yet last year we had 100,000 jobs available to be a computer programmer, engineer, or doctor, and only 1,000 brothers qualified. So our appeal to black males is a real...
Who said American Raven? Yeah.
Bad. Black Betterment.
Black Betterment. He dropped some bars though.
But pink shirt. Walk off of the shape up though.
I don't know. Statisticking
A little
though.
bit out the front.
We won't focus on that. He's getting his numbers in, man. I was trying to check if that badge on his lapel was a Mason thing, but let's keep it moving.
To realize the odds. That you do most will be that you do best. I mean, we were the first doctor, not Hippocrates, Imhotep. So we have the ability either in math or science or music and sports. But that you do most will be that you do best. If you play basketball from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, you'll be a very good basketball
Ancient
player.
mood best.
If you went home and went to the library, you'd be a very good scholar. We need more black male role models that will encourage our youth in math and science.
Ishmael, how are you reacting to the?
Yeah, I was offended by the remarks, but
you were what? Offended?
I was offended by the remarks, but I hear those kind of remarks all day, every day, and I think that.
So he said what you think a lot of folks are
They say
thinking
it. They say it
anyhow,
before-
but they're not saying it.
Before I came over here, I was tuned into another channel. Fortunately,
That's okay, Ishmael.
And I think the interviewer was trying to congratulate Arthur Mitchell of the Harlem dance group. And he tried to congratulate him by saying that, well, these people are not into superfly bebop. They're into things that are more, forms that are more elegant and sophisticated. I can't think of any music form that's more sophisticated and elegant than bebop. So I took that as a slur against Afro-American music. So I think what happens is that we run the risk of singling out people like Nick the Greek and Al Campanet, is that the way you pronounce his name? Yeah, who have working class styles, and we let these elitists, people in culture and education, get away. You understand what I mean? So it seems to be a double standard. People who have a working class background, like those two guys, get blasted, but people in the industry I work in the university and culture, get away. They make remarks like that all the time.
So in other words, it's kind of a good thing that it came out. It kind of hit people in the face, made them realize that they have this deep programming that's gone on.
Yeah, but so the programming continues. I mean, you know.
I can't see why any people would be insulted by someone saying they're superior. As I read the article,
Yeah, but the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Huey, has said he should have been fired by CBS. Dr. Harry Edwards, Huey, hold on.
I'm talking about what Huey Newton says right now. Jimmy the Greek also said if blacks are given the opportunity in management in other areas, they will probably be superior there too. And so I can't see where anyone would find fault with him other than the majority group who are afraid of blacks because of our superiority.
You said okay.
Oh, yeah, I said okay because it's true. It's easy for us to lash out at this person, but he meant that. You know,
that was his programming, it wasn't?
Right. He meant exactly what he said. That was very important to him. So we have to look at that and realize that this is how people are thinking.
How do we change people's thinking?
I don't want to change it. In other words, if you put blacks under the most vicious, the most savage oppression throughout the start of the enslaving period, what gene line would be left other than a very strong gene line? I think it's ridiculous to think that in a biological sense, that weak gene lines would not be wiped out after given the worst food, the worst medical care, and so forth. I think what people really want to do is read into Jimmy the Greek's statement to say that, well, blacks are only good at athletics and blacks can't be good at quarterbacks or at management. But he did not say that. I think you're programmed to read into it black inferiority because that's what you're used to seeing. And I don't know what his intentions were even.
So how do we reprogram that so we don't think that blacks are inferior?
Well, you just have to stop being racist by first encountering your racism and seeing first that maybe you should be a little afraid of a people that you've attempted to commit genocide against. Not only then, but now.
Juwanza, is it the fault of the media?
Well, there's no question that there's a direct relationship between images and self-esteem. And it goes all the way back to Tarzan, to Superman, to Rambo, to Batman, to even painting the image of Jesus Christ as white. I mean, you can't separate racism from anything. So it's not unlikely then that you have Pope Julius commissioning Michelangelo in 1505 to paint Jesus Christ white. Images control self-esteem.
Brother, is that a square and compass on his fucking lapel, or am I
don't know, man.
What you guys trying to say there,
Is that a
Mason?
cross? Is that a
I'm
cross?
not asking what it is on his lapel.
Let's see.
I'm not gonna say
Make
anything.
it bigger. Let's see. It looks like a cross.
I ain't no fucking. What?
I think they're more Jesus
Cross
African
on the flag.
Americans.
Bro, on
Don't know
his
what
lapel,
this is.
on his. Oh, you think it's a cross? You think this is a cross?
I'm seeing something. There's a cross on the. It's a flag, right? It's a flag kind of badge.
Okay.
Right. Because of the way it's shaped or something.
All right, but
And then it's got
look at the
a
top
black
bit.
cross on it. Right.
Look.
What does that mean?
No.
No?
Look at the top bit here. Look at this bit there. Can you see the pointer? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that top bit. That's the top of the compass. You know the rounded little bit.
Okay. Oh, you might be right. Still.
No,
be
but the
right,
Mason one looks more like
Compass and square, right?
a star.
I get you.
That looks more like a flag.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I can see what you're seeing. I can see.
Well, maybe I was imagining it.
But it's definitely something. Like what I can really see is a black cross.
Okay.
But it might be my eyes because it's not even that big. But now you said the compass, I can see it now. Now you said it, I can see it now. I was like, oh, bro, man.
It looks like the compass.
It does.
Yeah, man. Like I see the other edge of the gold side, but true, it's faced that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine it.
Thing. Abraham Lincoln found it very early. When you have 300 slaves on a plantation and one master, it takes a lot of work. Why don't you let them go? But don't teach them who they are. Control their history. Control their images. Then you won't have to watch them. Whoever controls the mind will also control the body.
Let's talk about the image of the black man in America when we return. Stay tuned. Been reared and all. And he said, as he sees it, the image of a black man in America is like when he gets on an elevator, a woman, she grabs her purse a little tighter to herself, fear that this black man's going to steal it. He's walking down a deserted street with a black friend, and a white couple is walking toward them, and they cross the street for fear of these black men. Is that the image of black men in America as you see it?
Well, one of the things that I'm concerned with in one of the books that I've written, Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys, is what happens early on. And one of our concerns is we have studies that document that black boys may be the best students in the country up until 4th grade. So the question is, what happens to black boys in the intermediate and upper grades to begin to create the kind of image that you're talking about when they become 18 years and older? I sincerely believe that only men can make boys men. Now, don't misquote me. I did not say that a single female parent cannot rear or educate her child, but she need not do that by herself. Because I understand we're on television time, it's time to make the point very clear. Where are black boys going to see black men? If you look at the home, 38% of all black children live in a single-run household. In terms of school, 83% of all elementary school teachers are women. 95% of all teacher aides are women. When you look at on television, you'd be hard-pressed to name 5 positive black men on television outside the news, especially if I excluded Bill Cosby. And then, unfortunately, many young people, men don't go to church. So the last place is the streets, and that's the problem. The streets do a very poor job making black men. So the real problem is black boys have a difficult time seeing strong black male role models, which is why these kind of shows are very important.
What about Eddie Murphy?
As a positive male role model?
Yes.
I am concerned about that.
Mocking
I
the
respect his
thing.
ability to use his talent.
See, that's what they did with Obama, man.
What
Yeah,
about
they went to Jay-Z. Like, Jay-Z, what about your bridging Obama? Like, yeah, he's cool, man. He's cool, man. Like, what the hell? Nah, they're Mickey Mouse in your administration, bro. And then
No,
they're asking the
they're basically
president.
trying to get a black man to talk crap about Eddie Murphy. It's like a
No,
psychological.
Eddie
it's
Murphy
it's a
shouldn't be in
psychological
equation.
thing, man.
When we talk about leaders and that, and he's a good entertainer, but what more than that? Why is he in this conversation? Don't disrespect.
Because
us.
she's just basically trying to just like disrespect the thing, man. Like you said.
Yeah, it's mocking the thing, bro. Like, what's she doing?
Real talk.
Stereotyping and that. What's Eddie Murphy got to do with
Eddie Murphy's a comedian. He's an entertainer.
Yeah,
like, come on
what
now.
are we doing here, man?
Eddie Murphy?
No respect.
Trust.
Scholars of the time or whatever, historians and that. Like, what are we doing here, man? It's like saying Kanye now.
Exactly.
Yeah. But what about Kanye? Like, what?
What?
Sorry?
What about 50 Cent?
Yeah,
What about 50
exactly.
Cent?
Yeah. What about him? Like, what do you mean? Well, he's worth nearly $1 billion. Like, what are we doing here? What's that got to do with the price of eggs? Now we're looking at 50 for answers.
Yeah.
What are we doing there, man? You want to die quick?
Get rich or die trying. Nah, I'm
But
done.
in
I'm
other
done.
ways, images are very important. And even though, even his last movie, where he even used a plug about Bill Cosby said, you know, can you make things funny without using 4-letter words and so forth and so on. It's as if Eddie Murphy said he understood it, but he went right back to using 4-letter words throughout his entire show. So we have to clean that up.
How about any of the black men in the audience this morning? Have you ever had experiences where when you take off the coat and tie, you're treated differently?
Yes.
Carlton?
Howard?
I'm sorry, Emmett.
Definitely. I'm involved in politics, and as I'm dressed now, I'm treated a lot different than when I had my tie on.
How are you treated differently?
Well, take
Reggie,
for instance,
you know?
if you're walking in.
Reggie's a time traveler.
I feel like this is a room full of fucking Prince Hall.
Yes, it's bare Masonic, man.
Eastern Stars.
Look at that sister's face. Like, yeah, man. I cast a spell on you. Yeah. Oh, some Creole juju. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just don't feel the vibe. It's very obviously. I don't know what it is.
It's like artificial, isn't it? Like
pretentious.
Someone gave you dilute and told you it was fresh orange juice.
Down the street, and I grew up in a white environment most of my life.
See, Reggie, man, told you.
If I'm by myself and I'm walking around white people, they're going to look at me strangely as if I've done something, whether I've done it or not. But I wanted to ask a question that I want the gentleman to address as far as the media and government, how they downgrade our leadership, and also our government, how they spend more money putting our brothers and sisters in jail, and as far as not taking care of the educational part. I think that's a root of our problem as far as Black America.
Education.
I like to reinforce that America spends $2,300 on Head Start. To reinforce your point, they spend $20,000 to $38,000 on prison. So I believe we need to raise the right questions. How long do you stay in Head Start? Year, 2 years at the most. How long do you stay in prison? The rest of your life? Question number one. Question number two, which one works? A longitudinal study documents that Head Start works. But in terms of prison, 85% of inmates to get released go right back in. So as Jesse Jackson says, we have two choices, middle-class white America. You can either send me to Penn State or the state pen.
I don't expect institutions in America to project positive black male images. Black male images are created through revolution, through fighting to change the kind of oppressive conditions that have existed here and that exist. And the positive images that we all can be very proud of are movers such as Dr. Martin Luther King, and historically not the Private Turner, Denmark Vesey.
What about the Black Panthers, Hugh?
The Black Panther Party, notwithstanding.
Wasn't that a great boost to the black men in this country?
Well, we think so. And of course, we were wiped out systematically. There were about 1 million pages of information compiled upon me alone. I don't know how many millions of illegal. I don't know how many illegal break-ins, but I know I suffered at least 20 or 30 illegal break-ins. There were FBI documents that falsified bank records sent around, and the bank records were then sent around to our supporters. There were character assassinations. Everything.
You scared people, Huey. The Black Panthers scared people.
Anytime the black man attempts to change the slave image, he will scare white people. So the Black Panther Party, I thank you. When you said that we scared people, that means that we were creating a positive black image for ourselves.
Carlton, you were an original Panther also, correct?
I was one of the original members of Huey's defense team when he was first charged with the murder of Officer Fry and the assault on Officer Haynes. I have many comments to make, and I'm not going to be able to make them all. But I would like to make them in order of importance. We are celebrating Martin Luther King's birthday today. I think that we should be, at some point, considering making Huey P. Newton's birthday a national holiday. When I first came to the Bay Area from Chicago, I was appalled at the way the police were oppressing black people in the ghetto. And the only man who had the guts to stand up was Huey P. Newton, along with his associate Bobby Seale. I was very proud of his actions. I thought that Martin Luther King taught us how to pray and how to arouse the conscience of our oppressor. And I thought that Huey P. Newton taught us how to stand up to our oppressor. And for that, I think he should be accorded a national holiday.
Okay, thank you, Carlton.
Yes.
You did a nice job with that.
Bravada.
No
Hi,
clapping.
I grew up
Man.
in San Francisco in the Hunters Point Naval.
No one clapped. Man.
Everyone was feeling that.
Fuck.
But it's good to watch these things and see people in the because you know what? I know a lot of people, you know, the hero worship is intense, man. Do you know what I mean? And you have to be careful of who is who and who is sent for what, you know. Nothing is as it seems, bro. Nothing is as it seems.
You know, listen to man and get killed. That's the half the thing. They ruin these man. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be very careful with what you're doing or anything you're planning. That's what I'm saying to these brothers, man. Yeah, look at the examples and try and do something different. Yeah, because every time you bring it up, it just reminds us of like, rah, when we tried something and it didn't go that well. Infiltration, drugs, all of that was thrown in there for the Panthers. It's mad.
Projects, and I can remember being about 6 or 7, and we had an area for the Black Panthers up in Hunters Point, and I felt so protected that they were there. I felt that I could go outside and everything was beauty. The black people were together in Hunters Point, and when we had that big riot on 3rd Street, everybody began stealing from each other. Not at that point, but it's just like we lost our togetherness. We lost it.
Now that you look back over the entire Black Panther movement, are you buoyed by it? I mean, was it a real positive experience? You think it worked?
I think that we accomplished some of the goals that we set out for. Of course, that blacks are not free in the United States to this very day, so we have not accomplished freedom. But I hope that we laid down a history that we contributed to the continuing struggle for freedom.
Let's take a commercial break. We'll be back.
Juiced, boy.
Happy with the film The Color Purple and the way it portrayed black men. Why?
Well, in my new book, Writing is Fighting.
Fucking no. What's this?
I,
Yogi Bear.
That's okay.
Outlined some of my reservations about the film. I thought it was a contradiction for the writer and the industry behind the writer. This was a collective decision. It wasn't her decision alone. They had a meeting, these feminists. I thought it was a contradiction for them to take a film about black male chauvinism to the biggest male chauvinist in Hollywood. You wouldn't take a film about the Martin Luther King to Bull Connor and ask him to do it, okay? For people who say racism and sexism are the same, I couldn't imagine that happening. So this movie was taken to Steven Spielberg, who's been criticized by Asian American organizations Irish American organizations for his depiction of Irish and Asian in some films. And I understand a new film, which my wife and daughter saw yesterday, is anti-Japanese. So they took this product to him, and the goal apparently was to make money. Do you understand? Now we have a color.
So it distorted Alice's image from her book?
Well, that's up to her. I mean, she was a consultant on the film. She was on the studio working on the film until the commencement of
What
photography.
did you like? What were the characters? I mean, it was one story about a not very nice
well,
man.
I mean,
but-
she has the right to write what she wants to, and Hollywood has the right to. I mean, this is Martin Luther King Day. We're for freedom. I'm not for censorship. They have the right to do what they want to do. I'm just pointing out the contradictions in the feminist ideology. Now we have another Color Purple clone coming up, where they're going to do a lot of these because they made a lot of money, made over $100 million. So, and I understand from Fortune 500 that Steven Spielberg's almost a billionaire. So, you know, we're like a natural resource. That's one thing black males are. They take our stuff and make a lot of money out of it. Yeah, we should hire ourselves up like the coal industry or something. But anyway, there's a new film coming out, which is going to be done by the producers of Rocky. Same thing. A feminist took a product about black male chauvinism and took it to a man who produced a misogynistic movie, Rocky. And the movie Rocky made millions of dollars exploiting the public's fear of black males. You know, you had the scene where Mr. T hit on the man's wife, and that kind of thrilled everybody when he got knocked out or beaten or was conquered by Rocky. So I think one thing about black sexism is it's big business. And that may be the reason that it'll be hard to eradicate it.
So in other words, you're saying that they're making a big business on the misery of black men.
Oh yeah, I mean,
rather than uplifting them.
Sure.
What?
And the ironic thing is these people are liberals. You know, the people who participated in this wasn't given us by the right wing. It was given us by liberals in Hollywood were the ones who produced this, and they're producing the next.
You have a comment. Yes, I think that we'll all agree that education will be the key to remedying many of the problems that we have in the country today with respect to the images of black male. I'd be interested to hear from some of the Caucasian members of the audience is how they could, how as citizens and taxpayers, we could do something to increase the number of blacks in the graduate schools. I've been teaching in law schools for 12 years, and the highest point of enrollment was during the 68 to 71 period after the Black Panther Party was organized. As you know, there were many more job openings, there were more educational opportunities, but now enrollments are now down, and we want to see how can we increase that.
Well, we're not getting any comments from our
We are
live
here.
audience.
Hang on, right
this
here.
morning.
We've got a comment about education, Merle.
I feel like you're right, and I feel like it's a very lacking part of our society that we don't address the needs of the black student. But I think it needs to start younger than that. I think it needs to start in the grammar schools. And I'd like to know how we can change this to make this happen. What do we need to do? I don't feel that education addresses the needs of the black student.
I totally agree. One of our problems before even the issue of prison, black children are 17% of all children in this country, but they're 41% of all the special ed children, the educationally retarded, the learning disabled children, the behavior disordered children. 17 doesn't equal 41. And if labeled special ed in terms of black children, 85% of the time it's going to be a black boy. See, the real challenge is the female teachers. They have designed a classroom for female students. The student with the least chance of being placed in special ed is the white female, then the black female, then the white male, and then the black male. So white boys also have similar problems with this female-run classroom. In other words, if you know that boys have a higher energy level, a lot more movement in the classroom. If you know that boys are more advanced gross motor, then a lot more gross motor activities. If you understand that boys have a higher ego or some other kinds of issues, we need to allow for that more in our classroom. And many times we aren't doing that.
And we need to pay teachers so that black men and white men would like to become educators at early grades.
Correct. Correct.
Well, I was an affirmative action officer at a major company for 4 years. And while I was there, one of the programs that we started was having some of our black engineers and other female engineers and different representatives of minorities go into the high schools with us and make presentations about the fields that they were in and what it would take to do that as far as an engineer or technician, et cetera. I think that was a real start. And I had some mixed feelings about it. I never liked it to look staged, but it was, I think, real effective in getting the students to think about it.
Joseph Clark, who's hot.
We have to talk about long-term problems and structural problems. But again,
to get a good education, to get a good job. I don't lie to my two sons, 15 and 10. I tell them to get a good education, to be like their father, to be the boss, to run their own corporations. In America, you can have a BA, MA, and I have a PhD, and you can still be out of work. In other words, well-trained but poorly educated. So programs like Minister Farrakhan's self-help programs, see, it's a contradiction for America to condemn a Louis Farrakhan, to condemn the Black Panthers who are reinforcing self-help kind of activities. The need to create income and jobs in the Black community. We earn $208 billion, but we spend 93% of our money somewhere else. Where you spend your money is where you spend your job.
I wanted to make the point in concurrence with what the gentleman just said, and that is that education, frankly, is overrated in terms of what it will do for blacks in America. It's merely a tool, and the bottom line are the economics involved. As Louis Farrakhan pointed out, why can't we at least make our own toilet paper, our own soap, and our own toothpaste, and not be dependent upon the dominant culture for our basic needs? It was also pointed out to me that I should respond to how it made me feel. For example, when I was stopped by an Albany police officer walking along the street at 4 o'clock in the morning in my jog suit and tennis shoes, going home because he didn't know me. First thing he did, he approached me and asked me for my ID. Well, I don't carry ID in my jog suit. When I gave him my name, I gave him my nom de plume because I'm a poet, and my nom de plume is Alan Philip Decadro. When he couldn't come up with anything on the computer, he was very incensed. Now, he got angry at me simply because he couldn't find anything on the computer, which should have indicated that I wasn't in any trouble or hadn't been in any trouble. But the fact of the matter is I was very incensed about this incident, and I think that the fact that a Black man not in a shirt and tie is oppressed more than other people is one of the indicia of racism in this country.
Okay, we'll be back in a moment.
Yes, there are still people.
Yeah, that brother's got bars, bro.
I know.
Yeah, good, lawyer bars. Just
Yeah, man.
PhD, yeah, mad thing.
He coded it still. He's have you seen those documentary on Black Boys? Not documentary on Black Boys. What's it called, man? Sorry, bro, I'm a bit tired still. Fucking basically, he's got a book called the Destruction of Black Boys or something along the lines, but it basically gives you a rundown of the book in like a documentary form. Still, that's where I first saw this guy here. Still. Jawan's like a, you don't forget a name like that.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about this brother. I was talking about the brother that was talking on in the
audience.
Yeah,
Okay.
Brother.
Carlton.
Yeah, the solicitor dude, this law dude. Yeah. All right, that's enough of that. That's what I'm saying, man. What we gonna do? What we gonna talk about? Conscious, come off mute, man. What's going on?
Hey, you're gonna hear the cats in the back like meow, meow.
Are you a cat man?
What, you with Vic?
Cats, man. Right. Cats and dogs.
Well, you got both, yeah?
Some of my family members are a bit kind of into that, but I'm more a cat person, man. You know what I mean? That's why it's ready, though. They can't come in the house. They're outside in the garden. Meow, meow, and just shut up. Like, damn. Well, what are you guys, though? You guys got pets?
Some have. I ain't got no pets.
You're not really into pets like that, though, innit?
No, I used to have them. Family setting. Always
Okay.
had like cats and dogs and stuff, staffs and all sorts going on.
Yeah, okay.
Nah, yeah, most of the apartments and yards man's living, ain't no fucking dogs allowed. Only small ones. You know the ones there.
But not no big dogs, innit?
No, not no big dogs, right?
Nah, man. The ones there,
You
there's
got
too
big
much
dogs,
to
you
handle,
want a
man.
garden. You definitely want a garden. I got a garden and I got the space, so I definitely, will get what I want.
Okay. But what was the conversations like today, though, on the panel?
It's all right still.
Any
Shiffer getting
heated
beat up.
discussions? Any heated debates? Or
Yeah, Shiffer as usual, man. He's like the older version of you, mad.
Nah, me and Shiffer don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, though.
Literally, that's a joke. Aye.
That's your dog, man. That's your dog. Don't lie, man.
Elder.
ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੱਲ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਰੱਬ
What is
ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ
this?
ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਆਰਾਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਆਪ ਕੋਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਸ ਉਸ ਮਕਸਦ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਛਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਕ ਤੋਂ ਬੋਲੀ ਅਲੱਗ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਕਿ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ
Is he
ਵਿੱਚ
speaking
ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ
Indian?
ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਕਸਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਤੋਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੋ
ਇੱਥੇ ਯੂਐਸਡੀ ਆ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੰਮੀ ਡੈਡੀ ਜਮੈਕਾ ਤੋਂ ਆ
ਅੱਛਾ ਮੰਮੀ ਡੈਡੀ ਜਮੈਕਾ
Jamaican? Oh, Indian Jamaican? Oh, no, I'm out.
ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਠੀਕ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿੱਖਦਿਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
Fucking hell.
6 ਸਾਲ ਲਗਭਗ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਉਰਦੂ ਤੇ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ
ਅੱਛਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਰਦੂ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਹੈ
ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਹੀ ਆ
ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ
Punjabi Jamaican?
ਫਿਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਖ
No,
ਰਹੀ
I'm
ਹਾਂ
out,
ਪੰਜਾਬੀ
man.
ਬੋਲਣੀ
What
ਚੰਗੀ
is going
ਲੱਗਦੀ
on
ਕਿ
here?
ਉਰਦੂ ਹਿੰਦੀ
ਸਾਰੇ ਹਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਦੇਸੀ ਲੋਕ
Zellini.
Let me read the comment that was sent with this. Hey Jedi, hope you're good. This Jamaican woman speaks better Punjabi than all the plastic Punjabis on your panel. Sorry, not sorry.
Is that what the okay?
Handing out else.
Yeah, no, but this is that's a vial in their part still, but this is there's a black
It's all
brother
right,
that
man.
does this.
We
still.
bilingual, right? We bilingual, man.
Yeah, there's a
Wherever we
black brother
move
that
to, we'll learn your thing. You get me? We'll
Yeah,
learn
she
your
learned
thing.
the language. Both parents are Jamaican, correct?
Straight out. Ain't knocking that, but all the ones around here, they're like, no, I can't remember the words.
No,
I
joking.
don't know the words for nigga or Jaria. Like, yeah.
Is that right?
Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It could be something.
Even the black man traveling knew of it after growing up in East London.
Yeah. Nah, he tried to call me something.
Mm-hmm. Used to it. Used to it in East London. North, you get your split open.
Hey, what did you guys think about the Prime Minister resigning?
Fuck her, man.
Yeah, whatever.
What you saying, fuck her?
I see it. We weren't even enough to interrupt the conversation
I know.
about. Cool, yeah.
No one don't trust her. You get it? Trust.
Whatever, innit? Part of their game, man. You know what they? It's a pantomime. If you follow that, you're following Love Island or some shit. Yeah, it's a whole reality TV vibe.
They didn't want to get rid of Boris. It was just bait.
And according to the script last night, they were physically manhandling MPs to basically agree with the Liz Truss womanry, where you get me. And the Labour MP saw this going down and demanded an inquiry. Yeah, all right, cool. Say that.
No one trusts Liz, man.
Fam, from they said MPs are getting manhandled, cause pause it. It's like
You changed it.
What people
what over Pims o'clock? Yeah?
In the House of Parliament, yeah. All right,
Man are dashing pinkies at each other and that.
That's how desperate you're trying to sell the story. Then.
Political pinkies.
I said manhandled.
They were going to say, here. I told you it's a vote thing. Once there's a vote of no confidence, you're done out here, man. Who cares, though? Then they're going to bring in someone else they wanted to bring them in the first place. Bring in a woman, soften the blow, let her take the L, and the budget guy be black, let him take the L as well. So it looks like it wasn't set up, but it was.
Oh, he said plot twist is going to be Richie Sunak. No, allow that.
Who cares? Again, they care. Some of them care. They're drawn in it. I want to be prime minister. You want to be a slave. to Prince Charles. You want to be the Prime Minister,
So,
the Prime
so
Servant.
what happened to fucking
Mm.
what's he name? Kwasi Kwarteng or whatever the fuck his name is?
He's there, man. He probably voted against her. All right, bitch, you.
Oh, he didn't get he
You
didn't
know
get
what I'm
fired.
saying?
You know?
No, you don't get fired from the party. You only get fired from the cabinet. Your job, that job. But you're still an MP. You know what I'm saying? You represent some area. I don't know what area you represent. Richmond or some fuckery. Twickenham.
Embarrassment.
He's probably the MP for Twickenham or some shit. Reggie's guy.
I decide to be a member of a justice
What?
security network is just because last year on June, I decide to be a member of a justice security network is just because last year on June, a friend of mine that looked like a brother coming from Abuja to Benin was kidnapped. We moved not less than an hour in that bush. See, my brother, even the difference between the distance from those people to the army is just like 2 poles. The guy came to me and said, "Yeah, my money. You know, they are told, where my money?" I said, "Look at it." Say, "My money correct?" I said, "Yes, your money correct." Say, "My money not correct, you carry your brother."
What the fuck?
My name is Mike Agbaruke. I'm from Delta State. I was born up in Benin. So I'm a driver. For now, I'm using my car as a cab. For now, I decide to be a member of a justice security network is just because last year on June, a friend of mine that looked like a brother coming from Abuja to Benin was kidnapped on the highway close to this Boa company before Auchi. So he was with them under 2 days. The 3rd day or the 2nd day, they called me. He gave them my number to call me. They called me. Who is this? Who's speaking this just like tune of all this Fulani? I said, Then I gave the person the phone, my friend. Bros. Who is this? He said, "It's me, David." Now what happened? I said, "Bros, I was kidnapped too." So they asked me to call my people. That's why I called. They collected the phone back. The guy said, if you didn't bring up to 2 million naira, they are going to kill him. And since I was trying to talk to the guy, he ended the call. I called the number back. Nobody. The number did not go. So later in the evening of it, they called again. I told the guy, that very guy that is with you is my brother. We are only two, no father, no mother. I will stay in one room. Even for me, I don't have job. He's the only one that have job that is who used to take care of ourselves. He said he don't want to know, he don't care, he don't do this. I said, please, you just help us. So later they bring something to 500,000. The next day they bring it to 500,000. So I was trying to talk to the guy, please, no way. I will still give some of my friends, people phone to plead. The guy will end the call. So unfortunately, the 4th day, the guy said what he would do is, I think 300,000. I said, can't you help us? If you kill that guy, you are not going to see the money. So please, you help us. They end the call. I think the 7 days of it. My friend called me. They called me. They gave that my brother the phone. He was shouting, crying bitterly. I told him, there's no money. And now I'm looking for money. So I move around. Even so property we have at home. Trying to raise money. So we raised up to about 100,000, which I spoke with them. They refused. So thank God for a friend we have that is outside the country, Lucky by name, in Italy. We'll pass the information to Lucky. So Lucky now help us. Good support. So we now got the sum of about 200,000. So really, they called the 7 to 8 days. The same thing, I told them, okay, I have raised the sum of 200,000. And there is no way again. Can't you help us? You just look for enemies to help us. Okay, the guy said, okay. Where are you now? I said, I'm in Benin. I'm at home. It's okay now. You come to Auchi. I to come to Archie. I said, please, are you collecting the money for us? He said, I said you should come to Archie. I said, no problem. Then I'm not a member of this Edo State Security Network. So I enter vehicle to Archie.
The brethren gets napped.
Bruv,
They want 2 mil. Man has to stop saying, boy, I ain't got that.
2 million naira, you know. The fuck's sake, that's a lot.
To say, boy, I ain't got that.
It's like 12 bags or something. If not more.
What can you do for me?
You know the ones that are like, fuck's sake. Yeah. Lucky it was in South America, bro. First thing you're getting is a package with hand or fingers and that. Like, we ain't playing. Every day you take long and think about it and the money goes down, we just take off a finger, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Them guys are coked up though, so yeah.
On some next thing.
Getting to Auchi, I called them. Unfortunately, their number is not going. So I just sit in the store. One bar there, relax myself. Later they called, where are you? And I said, I'm in Auchi. They now said I should take vehicle to Boa, this Boa company that they used to break stone after Auchi. I said, okay. And they will advise me not to take bus. I should take car. Said the transport is 500 naira. I said, okay. Really? I asked people, they directed me. I stopped the car, said, Boa, number 500 naira. I went there. When I got to Boa, I just tried the number rang. Where are you now? Now it's already after 7 in the evening. Where are you now? Sammy Boa company. They said I should give job because there are bikesmen there. I should give them phone. I gave bikemen phone. When they make sure the direction, about 4 bikes, all of them refuse. So over me, I fed up. I was confused. Then later on, I just saw one bike guy, young guy, small boy, but the guy is rough. I know these kind of people will like money. I went to the guy. I gave the guy phone. They just spoke with the guy. The area. The guy said going and coming out is 2,000. I said okay, let's go. On the line, the guy took me, driving like from here to about 3-4 poles or 5 poles in Andavat. Entered a bush. There's a lane. There's a bush. We moved not less than an hour in that bush. Still going. Later on, my phone rang. So when my phone rang, I gave the bike guy the phone. Then I asked the guy, the person you carried, is he putting on red shirt? The guy said, yeah. They said, you should revise. Got him back to just one pool. Man, I won't lie to you, that was my first day to see these people. So seeing them, 3 by this side, it's a very tiny lane, 3 by this side, 3 by the other side, all with arms, putting on their jalabia and suit. When I mean suit, I mean coat. Putting on face cap and face mask, all with arms, rifle, and guns. Hanging their cutlass. The bike guy stopped. I was looking at them. Out of about 6 of them, it's only one that speak English. So the guy came to me and said, get my money. You know, their tone, where my money? I said, look at it. He said, my money correct? I said, yes, your money correct. He said, my money not correct? Me carry your brother. I said, your money correct. The guy stood. All of them just took the gun and faced us. They count the money. So fortunately, the money is okay, the 200,000. Then they said we should drive not back to the road, inside the bush. So we drove inside the bush. We drove down inside the bush. So we should go down to see my brother. So now we're going down. We now saw another group. 2 to 3 of them. They escort my brother with hands. For like that, I just stabbed the guy and said, look at my brother. So I shift inside the bike. My brother entered. That is how we came out from that bush that night. Now it's already after 8 to 9. We came out. They're coming out. But when I was going, I crossed an army checking point. There's an army checking point before the company. So I asked my brother when we get to that boa company when the guy dropped us. I said, when this thing happened, this army, are they not there? He said, my brother, even the difference between the distance from those people to the army is just like 2 poles. I said, huh? So do you think they didn't see you people? He said, what happened in the morning by 7 o'clock? Why would you say they didn't see them? I said, seriously. Because when I get inside the bush, everywhere is rock. The guy was saying, if army come here, I shoot him, he shoot me, I enter rock. Unless army come with a helicopter, throw bomb, except I kept quiet. So that was how we came out. We looked for vehicle that night, back to Auchi. Getting back to Auchi, it's already after 11 to 12. It's okay, there's a park there. So we introduced ourselves as a driver, just for we to spend the night inside the vehicle. But God was so kind. One of our friends was coming from Abuja, blowing to Benin empty. We just said, Benin, we said, okay, let's rush. So we paid, because I went with money. We got there, person that we knew. But what happened? So, this is what happened. I just went to release this guy on CCC. So the guy took us down to Benin. Even before there, this my brother has been bruised. The whole person I'm talking about is ticked more than me, huge. He has been bruised mercilessly. Inside the car, telling us the story, what happened, how they kill people, cut people's hands. When they give you food to talk to your person, maybe you are trying to change the word or stammer or whatever. You don't want to go to their works. My brother, he says killing. Sometimes they shoot in the leg. Thank God for you. So that's how we came to Benin. I was still working. So one day the thing just came inside me. I believe it's not only the government that can fight this thing. If, example, this is my community, and we came out to secure my community, and maybe, example, we are vigilante here, passing 24/7. I believe that place is safe. That is what inspired me. Said, I want to be a member of the Edo State Security Network. Because I've been hearing this story about this Fulani S-men. I've never seen them. Even when I was running highway, I know we come across and robber, but they didn't rob me. Maybe before then, information will come with pack or we revise all those kind of things. I've never come across them once. But this is my first time to come across them face to face. And if you look at these guys, they are not huge. They are huge. Just this, they are small body like me. So that is why I really came up to say, I want to fight against crime. When David came back from this incident, he told me, I said, bros, I can't stay in Benin. I cannot. I said, why? He said, bros, I need to relocate. I said, then why are you going to? He said, bros, people have to look for money for me. I need to leave. So he said, bros, you don't know what I experienced for the past 8 days with these people. I cannot if I continue against the same driving work that we are doing. So he said he wants to leave. So really, we just think, we thought it's a joke. 3-4 days, David now called. Bros, you say, I got this. Say, I got this. Where are you going to? He said, bros, I'm going to Libya. So, well, the Lord is your strength. If you say so, it's what you decide. So, but my friend now is in Libya, working in Libya, still driving truck. He's in Libya, and I believe he's doing well. So when he even heard that I'm now among the Edo State Security, he was even happy for me. He said, I know the reason. They say, I with him is patient. He would have loved to be among. He would have loved to be among. I said, no problem. At least there's still time.
Mad. Napped up his bedroom, boy. Now my man turned Bruce Wayne.
Security force, boy. Nah, that's deep. Who's all the people, man? What wrong with these people?
Gotta take time, boy.
Yeah, man. Selling this African dream like you can just go Africa and it'll be all good and Wakanda. No, bro. You can get napped in a minute.
Collies might get you.
Mm.
Mad.
And that's not even highway robbers or anything. That's them fooling these like on some bad man bandit thing.
Some come true with a couple man on crud.
But in the bush, you know, you'll see some real rituals going on. Like man talk about disappearing into rock. I allow it, man. It's all blended in, judge, all sorts. Yeah, impregnable skin, because man's done some mad ritual. Scarification.
Scarification. Tribal scarification.
Igbo.
Igbo
scarification, Jedi scarification. I think someone needs to clip that as well, man. That needs to be on the clip. So top clip. Why are you taking it so personally?
Angry, rage.
It's a lady.
Filled with rage, bro. Lini's muting.
Been winning.
Mute verb.
Been winning, looking at the results and that a bit.
Yeah. Gambian Jets Blaze in the chat. Vincent James. Yeah, jump on the panel, fam. Let's talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Jump on the panel.
But now, Liz. Throw Liz in the bed, mate. It's a pantomime, mate.
So who's in the running now then? What face?
I don't know who they told us.
And who are we gonna have now? What is it? What they trying to do? What they up to?
Maybe it could be Asian Prime Minister, you know. They could be working towards it. The bigger four guy. Now everyone knows that even if you give it to a woman, a white woman who's married, and that it doesn't help you. Yeah, this position is bigger than your.
Who's the new like list of?
I don't know. They probably released it already. It's probably on the news or something. I don't watch the news. So. I wouldn't know. That's if you had interest in it. But yeah, these things just pop up randomly, right? On your phone, in your thing, all sorts. Someone sends you it. It's like, bro.
Sunak. Who's Sunak? Sunak emerges as bookmakers' favorite to replace Truss.
Oh, bookmakers, yeah, gambling.
Might have to have a little flutter. Flutter.
Oh, me on the old Richie Sunak and that. You get it? Yeah. I bet they're all wrong. Could be some random white guy from nowhere. So you have that, or they're really going for it.
This guy's the prime minister. Leave it out.
No, leave it out, man. It's gonna be Asian supremacy after that, man. They're gonna be going on bougie. You saw how light-skinned people was going on, mixed race people was going on when Obama was in administration. It's too much. Don't give some people power, man. It's just not good look.
Yeah, man. Acceleration, bro. Acceleration. Things are moving and shaking. It's exciting times.
Yeah. What are they saying in they want Indian food to be coming out of 10 Downing Street? Might spice it up a bit.
Candidates will need a minimum of 100 nominations to proceed to the ballot. According to new rules decided by a committee of MPs, nominations start on Thursday night, that's tonight, and close at 2 p.m. on Monday. If 2 or 3 candidates reach the threshold, which is possible, then there will be 2 rounds of voting from MPs. The first vote will take place on Monday at 3:30. Interesting times, isn't it? They're taking a piss. With results announced at 6 p.m. and the second round, if needed, would take place that evening with the final results at 9. 369.
You're in the final. 369, you know. Folks. That's the one, isn't it? Masonic.
Who's in the runnings? Sonic, who lost to Truss in the previous leadership race, is expected to run and have received more than 20 endorsements on Thursday night. Boris Johnson is very likely to run again, according to sources close to the former Prime Minister, and will be more likely to succeed if members had a say. It is likely he will find it an uphill battle to secure enough nominations. Almost 60 ministers resigned from his government. Johnson has about 15 nominations so far, even though he has not formally declared. Morden is also likely to stand and has a handful of endorsements already.
Man are nominating him.
Yeah, Jeremy and Michael Gove have ruled themselves out.
Told to, probably. Then Boris is going to act all nonchalant when they vote him back in. Bullshit.
I didn't even know you could get back in.
Nor did I.
I didn't know you could be, Prime Minister twice.
Reinstated in that. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Because really, was it on his work, or was it that he was being naughty and he got caught?
Oh yeah. Oh shit! I forgot he was just in a minute ago. How would he get back? Oh, that would be fucked.
That just shows you it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Whatever they're saying in politics, it doesn't work, man.
He won't get in. They're just trying to make it spicy for everyone to watch. And be
Well, boy, if a man's getting 15 votes already and not even going in for the thing, and they don't even saying how much Richie Sunak's got or whatever, they'll be steering it towards Boris anyway.
Like they said, there's 60 men that resigned from his government, so there's a lot of haters in the clip. I'm gonna vote for you, bro. I quit when I was working with you. I ain't gonna vote.
But he's got time to finesse. He's got time to finesse. Go to each one. You know what I mean? I say, yo, bro, I know you're aggrieved. I know I didn't put you in the cabinet last time. If you vote for me this time, you're down, bro. I got you, man.
Yeah.
You can be health secretary, whatever you want, my G.
Because if I get into leadership and you're against me, I'm gonna make things difficult for you in this bitch.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know I'm high up in the party, so like, yeah, I was just Prime Minister. Come on, man.
But just for the benefit of the people at home, I want you to know I'm just joking. I don't actually think that they're voting, or I don't actually think any of that's real.
It's voted, man. It's sorted out already. It's already down. Who's going to be the next?
The one after that's already sorted.
Definitely. The king knows everything. The king knows. You have to go see the king. That person's going to have to move. Look, she only just moved in. That's to move out of Downing Street straight away. Like, get the fuck out.
She didn't even unpack her bags in there, man. She didn't even had time to christen it. Mad. So what? They're looking to have an Asian done. Okay.
Nah, I doubt it. They might gas people up and maybe, I don't know. It doesn't make any difference, but.
Or did hijab and them man there fuck it up for the Asians? With that Leicester stuff.
He might be in the party.
It's too
Never
fresh.
know. Turn out to be a politician and that, like, yeah, representing whatever ends.
Yeah, they definitely vote for him.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
They're in Parliament, so you fools, you're childish.
It'd be
I should
perfect.
show you.
The big speeches, and that. It'd be
Pulling
perfect
off
for
top and that. I will say to the member of the opposition party, yes, if he wants a charity wrestling match, boo, 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 here. I can arrange it. Me and Boris, we could go toe to toe. Yeah,
Right.
3 rounds of adulterated MMA.
Okay, go give the
Lots
speech.
of olive oil.
You got to take your gum shield out first to give the speech.
Yeah, you know the ones there. You know the Prime Minister's got gift of gab anyway. He'll just say something and sit down, just mash up the whole dance. Sit up with his book. Yeah, but when your party was in power, yeah, you lot was messing up. Oh, bars. Don DeMarco, stuff like that. Damn. You know what I'm saying? And then go back and sit in cross-leg next to Liz Truss. Mad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they're all in the same party. They're still going to see the Chancellor on there, or he's maybe 1 row behind. But it's all the same crew.
That chick came in and she was like, I am a staunch Zionist.
Fuck.
She was on crud.
Straight. Liz couldn't last too long after that. Yeah, you sent me down your own dance.
Mad. How long? What's it been, like 2 weeks or something? I don't know.
It hasn't even been that long, bro.
I think they said 44 days, to be fair.
What, a month? Just over a month. I mean, a bit. Yeah, it would be something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a couple of days before. Anyway, before the real Liz kicked the bucket. But she said, I spoke to Her Majesty and but do the thing correctly. Yeah, but with new king, come new regime. I mean, he's going to want his own yes man in there. Who's going to be his prime minister now? His first minister. With one of his own, man. And he's still got the House of Lords anyway. Fuck them little commoners. Yeah, they can do what they want.
The political scene.
The OGs are called senior backbenchers and that.
Chilling.
Yeah, chilling, bro. They've been prime minister or in the cabinet time ago, 5 times already. You know what I mean? They're under Thatcher. The triple OG of the thing. Depends what party you're in. You know what I'm saying? Old. Some have made it to the House of Lords if they're lucky. They've got that royal lineage in the bloodline. Other than that, they just retired or died off somewhere, man. Then their house was given to another MP. Just keep it moving, man. Yeah, they all can't be Boris's out here, man. Got generational wealth and that, estates, all sorts. The Johnsons and that. Beefy. Yeah, I said.
Hong Kong is an international launch pad into the Greater Bay Area.
Hong Kong has a very efficient cargo service.
We don't trust Liz. We can't see enough.
I know.
I came into office at a
Cool.
time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent.
She came out wearing all fucking gorm, like it's a funeral. You know what I mean?
Blue
Gorm
for
glass and that.
a
Blue
party,
black.
innit?
All blue for black and that.
Is it blue for Labour or red?
No, I'm saying, innit? Gorm, innit?
Yeah. Really.
And our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low tax, high growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
You lied.
I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning, I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
Yeah, it just seems a bit too. She's not upset. Yeah, something ain't right. It's a joke. Why do I have to put up with this fuckery, man?
The pantomime continues.
Pantomime. Whose daughter is this? Fizzy Lizzy. Allow it.
And then there'll just be some next person that they rush in, and then yeah, scandal. What did we say? We did kind of say that she probably won't even be in for long, though.
Well, it'll last a minute.
Yeah, we did say that. Didn't know it was going to be that quick.
I know. Well, try and make it look bad. Like, oh, you fired a black man. Oh my God. Quasi. Get me? Get people's emotions stirring. Hell no. Didn't even work.
No one cared. I don't know.
Well, I didn't.
People was talking about it.
But yeah. I know. But for Reggie, I don't know. Black excellence or something. You get me? I'm surprised Stormzy didn't have him in the video.
It's too early.
Yeah.
You can't have him in videos now because he got sacked. So he's,
yeah. If it was early enough, though, he could have had him in there. Like, yeah. But
who's getting 15K a month for life? Is that what they get as an ex-prime minister? That's it. You get 15K a month.
It's dead food, man. You got to hustle hard. Pause. Yeah, that's why they got bare businesses. They made sure they did deals so that, like Tony Blair, so that now these men are financially set. That money ain't doing jack. Ain't even maintaining a yard. So now man's ambassador for this and ambassador for that and this oil company and that CEO, blah, blah, blah. Like, you got to look at all the titles that go with these guys as soon as they leave office. I mean, set themselves up nice.
They get 115K a year. What, every year as an ex-prime minister? Okay. Little bonus.
That's all right. As a civil servant.
That's on the book. You get me? All the other stuff you getting speaking engagements,
Mm-hmm.
being asked to be a patron of this and that, and yada
Yep,
yada.
yep.
yada.
That's their private money.
Yeah,
that's their pension. That other shit's to pay shit for, man. You pay for their living, cost of living. Still got to drive that Jag with double, triple engines in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, got to pay for the chauffeur. Got to pay for the nanny from Mexico. All of that. Still there, man. They want the luxuries of 10 Downing Street. But mine live in Kensington or Mayfair. Yeah, that's going to cost an arm and a leg. So, yeah, they have to still go out and hustle, man. As you said, speaking engagements, thinging, cutting ribbons of companies and that. It's crazy.
yeah, they're basically like a old R&B singer and that, or a rapper. They walk through little mini tours and that.
Yeah, rock star. I was watching something and then the Prime Minister, I think it was Tony Blair, he said, yeah, during the 90s, yeah, I went Japan or China or Korea or whatever. And they were just looking at me like, bruvs, who the fuck are you? The man said, David Beckham. The whole place just went nuts. Do you know what I'm saying? And then it like kind of opened the door for man to have conversation or do whatever he was doing. You know what I mean? It was like rascal. Yeah. That's how the things was running here, politics. Even the politicians had to throw other man under the bus. Like, you know David Beckham? Yes, we know David Beckham. All right. I'm the guy who runs his country. Yeah. You know them deep ones? It's like me in certain jail. I'm like, yeah. Where you from, bro? Oh, North London. Oh, yeah, we know London. Yeah. What part? Tottenham. What? Never heard of it. Oh, shit. Okay, what am I gonna do? All right. Do you know Brixton? Yeah. We know Brixton. Yeah. I'm somewhere from around there.
Man will be calling you Brixton.
Yeah. I'm telling you, some of these country jails, they didn't know no North London, Tottenham, all of that shit. No. Yeah. They knew South, Brixton. Yeah. Then now you're talking something. That's like a landmark. Oh, there's a lot of guys like you down there. Yeah. Yeah, Brixton riots and that. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, something like that. Or you had some Brixton man pass through as well. No matter what jail it is. Yeah. Yeah, there was some Brixton lads in here a couple months ago. Yeah. They almost messed up the whole prison. Yeah, mad. But yeah, man. No, I think the worst thing I hate about country jail was the radio, bro. Fuck's sake. There was one station that said more music.
Have you not seen Akon's hairline now? It's fucking scary, man.
Let me see. Messing with all this electricity. Let's see what's going on for it. My hairline's fucked up. You can't get me out. You can't help me now. It's fucked up. You can't help me now. Oh, what? Cheating?
It's cheating, man. Cheat code business.
Oh, fuck off. Renewed.
You're dealing with cheat code business, bro.
Yeah. Come on, bro. What's that, unit? What's going on here? How you regrow your hairline just by going to Africa? Doesn't make sense. Yeah. He's the biggest Gino ever, though. I got to give him his rating.
Sold his soul for a hairline, man.
I know. So lonely. All of them type of tunes there. You made peas off it and ran and left America. My thing. Yeah. But I don't know what he's doing with this. What is this? This is like widescreen TV hairline.
Yeah, and black.
And it's just shrink. It's just shrink. You know, like it looks odd because you've never ever seen this before. Like,
no,
what?
Never, ever. It's very odd.
It just looks odd, man.
Just like all of a sudden.
Mm.
Wave that.
Yeah.
And you know, because he could even just go for the giraffe thing. He went for the wavy thing. Mad.
Yeah, full waves on it.
Could even be
Looking
humble
like-
and select Jareer.
You know he went Turkey as well. So.
Yeah, no, he's got enough money. Turkey came to him, bro.
private jet and that.
Turkey went on a trip to meet Akon.
I'm looking like he's got a blacked out yarmulke on, bro. But
I know.
How?
Yo.
Yeah. You know when you got to put that swimming cap on and that.
They gave man the early 2000s, late 90s trim, you know. Like, brother, you can't be doing that.
You know when your hairline and your thing is 20 years younger than you.
Man's got the trim of a
That doesn't
light skinned
make
brother
sense.
called Simeon, fam. Like, what's he doing? Like, he has no business with that trim.
No business. No business at all. The same dark skinned brothers do, man.
Oh man, the shit white supremacy makes us do.
I know, man.
To fit in, look.
Yeah. He thinks no camera. He thinks that. What did he think? That no one was gonna see him again?
He
From the
really
real
tried
world.
to keep it all African.
You know that you could be in Africa perpetrating with new hairline. That's cool, but don't ever put yourself on the internet because obviously we're gonna see it and critique it.
I'll see you, man.
Man ain't even carpet munchers these days. They're just carpet wearers.
Mad.
Yeah. Ain't that hot? Like, what is it? Nah. The fact that it's just so square, like that, like
Is it a unit or is it
making me
the
feel
surgery?
Hey,
I reckon
someone
it's a unit still.
someone said he got 6 duty plaques underneath that.
No.
Like, what is this?
No. Nah.
You can even see by his head
down.
shape that something ain't right, man.
Yeah, sitting funny, man. Sitting funny.
Yeah. It's like I could see where his forehead, his hairline used to be, and it would be more comfortable.
Well, you seen this bit?
Yeah, bro, big man.
You seen this bit?
Yeah, this muscle bit, the muscle, it doesn't make sense. There should be
maths
hair
ain't
there,
math.
maybe.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
just like
I don't know. If anything, it looks like I don't even know.
corner of a TV.
I don't
man.
even know.
Yeah.
No, the word on the
25
sheet
inch.
is the word on the sheet is that he pats the third wave when he gets hot.
The third wave.
Oh, look. Oh, my God. That's a unit.
Oh, my God. It's mad,
That's
isn't
not
it?
Acorn. That's not Acorn. That's his double.
They cloned him.
What the hell?
No, that's Acorion.
Velcro.
No.
Velcro.
Raz Acon. I don't know.
I said Raz Acorn.
Nah, there's something ain't right about this one.
Yeah.
I said Ake Marion.
Yeah, sad, man. This is B2K meets I'm locked up. I don't know what's going on.
Someone's cheating here, man. Distinct level of cheating going on, man.
But say this hairline is rigged.
Yeah. As Shani would say, disingenuous. Your hairline's looking disingenuous.
He look like he just got out from a 9-year stint, Rubo, from his third B&E fucking conviction. Cuz
all he had to do was brush his hair. The whole 9 years, what he was doing was brushing his waves.
Yeah.
Man, that's 9 years worth of waves. Like, that's serious, you know. You know what? It looks like, you know them cartoons, man. If he drops, he'll drop.
Yeah,
and
the
then
hair stays
the
there.
hairline will come after.
Nah.
You know, Acorn, man. Who done this to you?
He done it to him, man. He said, fuck it. And if you ask him about this in the interview, he'll get you beat up, bro. You got some ex-military African goons with him. Ex-child soldiers and that, rolling with him.
Like Adesimbo.
Wedding dress on and that, mad thing.
Oh, come on, this picture. Look at that.
I know, it's
Fuck,
crazy.
man. You're gonna give an ex-barber anxiety in that.
Akon moving mad. So what's your opinion then? What is it then? What's your opinion? How has he achieved this?
Well, I
George.
don't even know, bro. Yeah,
I'm saying it's a unit still.
I think it's a unit. So very slick one. You can afford the best of the best.
I feel like I've seen units that look better than this. I don't know if it's me. This thing just looks a little low down on his head, on his forehead, right?
The shaping, yeah.
He
Like
overdid-
whoever's
like,
doing that,
He overdid
did.
it. It's very, very wide, isn't it? It's a very
maybe he's
wide.
doing it so it can recede later. Then you won't notice. But I
But
think
it's like mad at the front. Like it needs, you know, when you look like fade down the front bit a bit. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's not like such a fucking ledge right at the
Yeah.
front.
Yeah,
You
you
see
can
what I'm trying to
it, man.
say?
It's
'Cause
just
it's
too
mad,
much
bro.
waves, too thick. Like, I don't know what he's doing, man.
Right to the front here, to the very front. Like that needs like a little, you know, calm it down. It's very aggressive at the front.
It's just
Looks like
way
it's
too,
invading his forehead, bro.
yeah, way too linear, ain't it? It's like
Get me to the eyebrows. Mad that.
I said the weave's an insurgent. No, you're taking it.
The hell is this, man? Boko Haram hairline.
I know. Ancient Kemet hairline. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Waging war on the infidels and the kuffar. What the fuck is this, man?
I said Joseph Kanye hairline. You know?
What in the Bismillah Rahman Rahim is going on here, bro?
Yeah.
How has Akon managed to grow a kufi out of his head?
I know. Natural.
A natural kufi, man.
Self-perpetuating.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I put £10,000 down that I could go up to him, get the front of his hairline, and it'll go as I peel it back. I promise you, it makes that noise. Like straight Velcro.
I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah, I know he gets his jumpers stuck in it when he takes his jumpers off and that he gets stuck.
Yeah, he's not allowed to wear them woolen ones.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, tear the shit apart.
Yeah, man.
Hell.
Imagine him in the queue behind Banksy. Fucking hell. waiting for their units.
Fist bumping.
Yeah.
I'm really a fan of your music.
In the waiting room and that. You know what I mean? You get into deluxe, of course, man.
Top.
Of course. You see my watch? Of course I'm getting the deluxe.
I'll talk about I'll pay for yours, Banksy.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Akon. I always knew the black community would do well.
I actually grew a human so that they could grow the hair for me to use for this transplant. I got money. Yeah. I cloned the whole human just for that Gemini man and that. Just to get the hairline and killed him.
Yeah. Young Akon.
Yeah.
The clone.
Man's out there going to multiverses like the one and that. Just to straighten his hairline. What the hell is
Yeah. It's not working. We have to go younger. You have to go younger. Pause.
What in the M. Bison of hairlines is this? Final boss fuckery is this, bro?
No, you're taking the fucking piss. Fucking piss.
Let's go back to when he was 12 to get a decent hairline.
Final boss business is this. Yeah. What in the 4-day Dragon Ball Z epic battle is this, bro? Like, this is it's immense. Yo, if you got a tape measure, bro, and went from one corner of that hairline to the up, bro, that shit's got to say to be continued.
Shit's gonna say warning.
Now, I need to see him when his eyebrows are relaxed. Yeah.
You load that shit up.
Oh, his eyebrows don't relax. Okay, there's another thing we need to know about it. So you Botox your shit. Yeah,
What,
your
black
face
tops?
don't move.
No, black tops.
Now I need to see your face moving. Okay. Oh, here we go. He's relaxed a little bit. Oh, he's back up again. Okay. He's stressed. He's stressed. And you know that when you got a hat on and it's just heavy on your forehead. That's how it feels with this. He can't wait to get back.
Heavy is the head that wears the unit. Yeah.
Sorry. Get to that bitch. He's gonna peel that back like.
Sorry.
itching it and that, sniffing his fingernails, itching the scalp and fucking hell.
Glue.
Man, it's some hair.
Listen, he's got a tin can hairline.
Sniffing the glue. That glue's powerful. It's potent.
Like, seeing as we do have a resident barber on the panel, you get me? Like how would you propose he fix this?
Fix. This is top notch. This is
Fix?
done. Finished item.
I'll tell you what you do. What I would say, Snipes, I would say, yeah, and if I may be so bold, as I have no experience, but I do have hair, right? I would say he's fucked up with the corners, right? And the corners should have come forward, right? His corners are way too back.
Yeah, they way. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no,
But now the only way to alleviate this is to actually encroach upon the front hairline and go back a little bit, which is a madness. But it's like you got too much hairline at the front now.
I said the corners should have come forward.
You don't think so, fam?
No, but the way you said it, like the corners should have started snitching on the rest of the hair.
Look at the corners here.
Now that's mad. That angle's mad too straight.
He's doing the Moorish chestnut hairline, like right bam on the front, vicious on the cusp of like of the buck, on the cusp of the buck. He's just there like a guard dog, right? Just what? Border front line. That's what you call front line. I think it just needs to chill out a little bit and rest back a little bit. Cause you got Morris chestnut in the front, and then I don't know what you was looking for back there. But if you're gonna pay for a unit,
Morris chestnut in the front, a
booty right there,
booty.
That's
got booty.
I just want to let you know that in humans,
past the temple line.
I want to let you know, in humans, hair does grow in this region. It's not like supposed to be a barren, desolate wasteland. Yeah. You got shit starting like a centimeter from your ear. Like, this is not correct.
No, someone said that's Beanie Siegel 03 to 05.
I don't know.
That's a bit. It's very.
This hairline is crispy and bam,
like
here.
It's too straight.
But here,
slow it.
This is where you fucked up, man. This is where if you're playing football, you kind of gotta like bring the coats in a little bit. Bring the coats in. Bring the coats in. The goal's too wide. It's not fair. You know what I mean? Bring it in, man. You're only playing five-a-side as well. You don't need that big-ass goal.
Exactly. Cheating.
What the fuck, man? Bro, the minute where you got an actual right angle in your hair, you know something ain't right, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
How you got astronaut hairline?
How you got equation hairline and that? Like, you got Pythagoras in there and that. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
What in the quantum fucking hairline is this?
It's like that guy who used to wear the submarine guys. He used to wear the metal outfit.
Africa said it looks fresh and old. That's exactly what it is. Young man at the front, and then like, you get me? You know, how you got fresh and old?
Young old nigga.
Yeah?
Oh, you an old young nigga, huh?
Yeah.
You look like you just came out the barber and you need a trim. What the fuck is this?
Man said this. Well, this is part of a midlife crisis, man. Mid-hairline crisis.
And again, you're going for the classic no beard. Red alert,
I just don't understand.
I know.
With all Acorn's resources, family. How?
Because on that dark skin, white hair shows up. Mad.
This trying to be young thing is a disease. I can't lie. All right, I'm saying this hairline has never made Akon look more African. What the hell is going on? I've never seen him like this.
He don't even look pleased.
Yeah, he looks stressed with this. Take it off, man.
Like he's from another country. Like he's
we
from
need
Ghana.
to see old pictures of Akon's hairline just to confirm that we're not haters. Yeah, we're not hating Akon. Let me see an Akon picture. I can see from that mini picture.
Oh my god. Bro, broski.
Push it to the limit.
Like Akon, you know. And this is the thing, you made me watch you now. Man, weren't even look at him now. The Fario. Look at
Nefarian. That's in Nefarian. That's in Nefarian.
You looking like I don't even know, bro.
It was gone, man. The hairline was gone.
Yeah, okay. So listen, man, you should have just
That's a new thing.
You You should have just been graceful.
Wow.
See, you getting out like Jermaine Jackson now. Look at this.
Wow.
Yeah, looking like Snaky Man. Looking like Arnold. Okay, so that's Akon then. And now, for the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, Akon! Like, yo,
With the new curtain raiser.
That looks like a toupee. It's definitely a unit. Definitely a
That's
unit.
a Libby.
Yeah.
That's why he's in Africa hiding.
Yeah. I don't know what judge you did to grow that A1 Laquan texture. Yeah. You went to your judge man and said, what do you want? He said, I want Laquan texture. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I said I want the Ignatius.
Yeah, I got Cuban in my family look. You know what I mean? Oh, you Caribbean?
I said,
Give me the Jimenez. Give me the Jimenez.
I want Neteru.
I want the
Neteru hair.
Souza.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Yeah, and he expects us to take it seriously now. I knew something was up, man.
Yeah, man.
I ain't the old
I would
Akon.
honestly, if he entered the room, I'd just be cracking up. It'd be fucked. I'd be bending up.
What
Yeah,
you guys
he did,
laughing
like,
at? Well, what had happened was
Salam
you shaved your
alaikum.
motherfucking hairline.
Abyssinian
Salam
baby,
alaikum.
what's good?
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, can I just
what's
say
good,
a
man?
word of peace before I join the group?
What's this, man?
Sorry, say that again. You want to take a pit? What?
Nah, can I say a word of peace?
Yeah, you did. You said salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, that means peace be on you, bro. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean.
So that's the word of peace, man. Peace to you
Yeah,
as well.
my bad.
Cool.
How y'all, by the way? Pardon me, son. Is everybody good?
Yeah, accent changed, man. Yeah, go. We're good, man.
Why? How did it change, son?
Do you know the thing is that I was said last time you jumped on that you were Somali because your camera came out. I saw your face. But
Nah, I
wasn't
am
sure.
Somali. No doubt, son. I guarantee you, I am Somali.
Right, man. So what's
And I'm
going on
from,
today?
you ever heard about the country called Djibouti?
Yep.
Sorry?
Where the girls got the booty?
Girls love the booty.
Djibouti, where the girls got the booty.
Oh, where girls got the booty. Okay. Yeah, man. Big up
Yeah,
Djibouti, man.
yo, you can Google that shit, bro. There's a country called Djibouti. It's right between Eritrea, Somalia, Ethiopia, and whatnot.
And that's where you're from, yeah?
Yeah, I am a Somali, yeah, because we are
Miss Sarah,
Somalis
come and take
down
your
there
L,
too.
man.
Oh, respect,
Mood
man. So
best.
where are you now?
Me, right now, I'm in London.
Okay, man. That's what's up. Big up London, man.
No, Somalis, I got, my grandma lives there. There's way too many Somalis down there. I know y'all from London, so y'all been knowing Somalis since God knows when.
Yeah, we know Somalis.
Yeah, Faras and Halimos, whatnot, but yeah. But yeah, I've been on the sidelines for like a whole lot of, since when? Since 2021, maybe like 8 months right now. I've been listening to y'all.
You've been listening to us, yeah?
Yeah, and I like the vibe that y'all do.
Who do you like to listen to then?
No, I don't got. I do not. Yo, there's a girl. I want front run. There's a girl called Sarah.
Sarah.
Yeah, she's Ethiopian.
Oh, you like her, yeah? You like her?
No,
like
no,
the
no,
way she
not in
talks?
that sense, my nigga.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously not, man. You said you're a
Come
Muslim.
on, bro.
You Muslims don't look at women, I know, man.
Us
I mean,
Muslims.
like, in that way.
Yeah, what do you mean by us Muslims, bro?
Yeah, you're a Muslim, right?
Alhamdulillah, bro. No
She's a Muslim
doubt.
sister, so I'm not expecting you to say
Oh,
anything.
so she's Muslim Ethiopian too.
Well, maybe I shouldn't speak for her, I don't
No,
know.
you can't speak for nobody, but no, my bad.
Man's out here doing matchmaking. You're not even realizing. What?
Yo, where you from, bro? Are you you Nigeria, right? You're from Nigeria. No, your blood is from, at least.
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria still.
What part of Nigeria, if you don't mind me asking, bro?
I'm from Port Harcourt. You know it.
Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
That means you probably Igbo or the river tribes, the Delta tribes. Yes or no?
Okay.
Did I get that correct?
Yeah, you did. Well
Exactly,
done,
bro.
You know your shit.
I know about Biafra. I know about everything that's been happening with Nigeria. Y'all the most populous fucking country in Africa. Y'all overtook fucking Egypt, my nigga.
Wait.
You know Nigeria overtook Egypt.
Where did you grow up?
Me. I grew up in Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo. Griselda. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still a fucking immigrant, regardless. But I mean,
how long was you in Buffalo for?
Practically, look, since 1993 all the way up to 2007. Then I moved to Rochester, upstate New York still.
Yeah.
Then New York. Then I went to Djibouti. Then I came back. I lived in Dubai for a while.
Right. Yeah. I hear you, man. Hear the Buffalo.
Yeah,
You sound a bit
nobody
like
can fucking die what I've been
sound
through.
like young Getty mixed with young Pharaoh.
Would you say, well, who mixed with who?
You sound like Ask Getty mixed with young Pharaoh.
R. Kelly.
Not R. Kelly. Ask Getty, man. It's a Somali brother.
My bad, bro.
It's a Somali brother called Getty.
You trying to fucking compare me to a pedophile? Like, yo, I won't lie to you, son. I used to fucking love R. Kelly way back in the day, but no. That nigga, there ain't nothing, no keys going into no more fucking ignitions no more. Fuck all that shit.
Thought you was more into Puffy or something.
No, I'm more into fucking Jay-Z and Nas and D-Block and whatnot. Those are my fucking idols.
Okay.
When it comes to the rap game.
What's your hobbies and stuff? What do you do? Like, do you work? What are you doing? Studying?
Shooting fucking antelopes. Those are my motherfucking house. A guilty pleasure of mine is like, killing hyenas.
Is what?
A guilty pleasure of mine is killing hyenas.
Killing hyenas?
You seen a hyena, bro?
Yeah.
You actually seen a hyena?
Why would you want to kill one though? Necessarily.
Nah, hyenas, they're rolling fucking tribes, my nigga.
They're what?
They're rolling fucking tribes.
Oh, okay.
Being Somali and growing up in the West and, going back to Somalis and seeing where I actually, where my people come from and whatnot. I fucking hate hyenas, bro.
So did you go around shooting them or something? Yeah. I don't know what the hell was going on, bros. Yeah, you look, catch your L, man. Sarah, you got a fan. What?
Someone said that was answer Getty. What thing?
Brooklyn Zoo, Somali. But from the Bronx, South Bronx.
Just come interrupt my roast of Akon.
I know, man. And I'm beyond measure.
Man, them should just let it go, man. It's not, you know what it is? I'm looking at it And I feel like it's not on straight. Or something. It could be adjusted to look better. Do you know? I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like it's not. It's just sitting weird on his head.
No, he fucked up, man. You saw the previous hairline, man.
I feel like he put it on a hill or something.
It's gone over the edge, man.
It was on unlevel ground when he put it on. You get me?
Mad.
It's like a picture. You just want to like.
That's crazy. And you got landscape hairline. Man. Postcard. Hairline looking like the camera they used on the Matrix. No, that is terrible. It's terrible.
You don't really trying to make me work today, innit? Where are you at, man? All right, cool. We gotta shut down early. I need a rest anyway, man.
Shit. Watch a movie or something.
Shut down early, man. Don't know.
Let's go shop.
Nah, this is disturbing, bro. I bet you the front of it flutters in the wind. You know, this bit like
more like sandstorm. It's sand all underneath the thing, stuck to the glue, so that makes it peel back. Like
yeah, because it stops being sticky, isn't it? Once the sand gets on the adhesive,
that's it. It's ruined.
You basically got to get it all relayered again. Or whatever. I'm talking like I know what they do. You know, get it relayered or something.
You just knew because the waves was too high. It's like, why would you do that? Did your hair even grow that thick originally? No, it didn't. Thin.
I do reckon it's got like dry cleaning instructions or whatever it is.
Do you not dry clean?
Soft wash. Was it cold wash?
40 degrees.
What like
40-degree hairline. Like, what are we doing there? Yeah. Do not put it in the washing machine.
Now wash inside out, man. Hand wash inside out.
Mad.
Rinse, dab with a wet wipe in what's it? In circular motions. You know what I mean? Lightly, gently. You got to use a special product to clean it as well, a special thing. Only that, because it's real hair, isn't it? Yeah.
That's fucked up.
There's a kidnapped Puerto Rican done somewhere who got scalped for that motherfucker.
Hey, Holmes.
Hey, Holmes. Yeah. You know how many dead MS-13 soldiers had to die for this airline? Yo.
Yeah.
You know how many essays we lost for this, man?
Yeah. When are farming South Americans and that for hairline.
Stitching them together. Buffalo
it's a trade.
The lambs business.
Sell us to the hairline. No. Duh, that's crazy.
What about for Abyssinian baby? Oh man. Yo, Abyssinian.
I'm fucking Djibouti shit. I'm a black man. That's that.
Yo, turn your camera on, brother.
Were you eating cat or something?
Am I eating cat?
Yo, turn your camera on, brother.
No. Hold up. What do you mean by are you eating cat though?
Nah, forget that, man. Yo, brother.
No. Hold up. No. Forget that, bro. My nigga, nah, hold up. Before you.
Now you hold up, man. You hold up.
Yo, no disrespect, son. But can I ask you something?
Nah, wait, man. Wait.
What would you assume?
We'll get back to that, bro. We'll get back to that. You can like go off or whatever it is you're trying to do. You can get back to that. But before we do that, turn your camera on, Holmes.
Chicky ain't got no
brother Abyssinian. Yo,
You got no acorn hairline.
yo, brother Abyssinian. Yo, homie. I'm not hearing nothing. Yeah, oh, you dust. Say nothing, man. Sniper, you're fucking, man. You're fucking, man.
Hairlines in disguise. The Decepticons. He joined the ranks of the Decepticons now, yeah? That's what
Yeah,
we're doing.
this is I'm not gonna lie, this is flauging. This is flauging. This is flauging. This is slow, this is flauging, and the hairline is Jap. Yeah, the hairline is Jap. I don't know why he would do this to himself.
How is it straighter than the angle of the microphone?
I know, man. I know. Just looked very heavy. It was durable, though. I reckon it. You get me? It also
Monsoon. Monsoon. Raining season hairline.
I bet you any water drops on that, any liquid drops on that, and it's just running off. You get me?
Up.
Water off a duck's back.
It's got special wax butter in there. Wave butter.
Yo,
Abyssinian, what's good?
Yeah, broski. I don't know why you kicked me out the group.
I didn't kick you, bro.
What happened there?
I don't know, man. So what? You turn your camera on, brother? What's going on?
My brother, I cannot do that right now. Yo,
Why?
my brother, can you hear me out, please?
Why can't you do that?
Nah, I'm chilling with my grandma right now, man.
Yeah, but I don't want to see her. I just want to.
Nah, I know, but regardless, though. Nah, listen.
Huh?
Regardless, I cannot turn my camera on right now.
What you mean? Your grandma's in the room right now?
Exactly, I'm right next to her.
Okay.
But yo,
and you calling me a nigga in
bro.
front of your grandma?
My bad. Can I say something, bro?
How does she feel about you calling me a nigga?
Nah, yo, I swear to God, you got a dope ass point. You see, the word nigga has a slave term, but then is that term of endearment when it comes to us. Yeah, you see, younger people.
So you're trying to be endearing. You're trying to be endearing.
Now, when I call you my nigga, you know, now as a black man, when I say my nigga,
yeah, as a black man, when you call me your nigga, you're trying to be endearing. What are you?
now, I'm not calling you nigga, not a hard R, bro, nigga and nigga.
Sound
Look
like
at the way
you,
I'm trying to. No. Look at the vocalization of that. Nigger and nigga. Does that even? Nah. Look. There's no hard R in my shit. You my brother, regardless. My bad, bro. I've been listening to y'all.
Hard R's, you know.
Look, I got no. Hold up, bro. I'm not, bro. I want to join this group. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hopefully, this is a major group between black people all across the world.
You're laying right next to your grandma, and you're high.
I'm not that, bro. I'm not high in that sense.
You're high, man.
Now I'm a little drunk, nigga.
You drunk, so you drunk laying next to your grandma. I'm not drunk, bro.
I'm tipsy, but all I'm trying to say, I'm not laying.
Turn your camera on. You lying to me.
I'm by her fucking door.
You said you're next to your grandma, but you're not.
I'm by her.
Gone again, yeah? All right, say nothing. Yo, Shine. Yo, Shine. Well, this is what you lot left me with, yeah? Say nothing.
Why is it quiet in that? Jump on and say Nizzy. Speaking of hairlines. That's like Shine coming, turning on the camera, and he's got Omid Jalili hairline. Or DJ, whatever his name is. What's that guy's name?
All right. I'm giving you that 5 minutes to jump on, man. Well, you know you're going to be hearing that sound. Jump on, hit the like button, family. Smash the PayPal, Cash App. It's been a long day. Thursday, been streaming all week. Show a little love with the donations. Look out for the Trill Travel information coming up. That's going to be up by weekend, so you can find out ways to help support the mission on this Trill Travels thing. Trying to get some equipment and whatnot, some flights and all this. You know, get it rolling. I wonder if RS Sid is going to be about, man. He should chuck a couple quid in there since he made some promises, but man can't fly with someone else being control. No. We not do that. I will do everything for flights, but I won't do that. Yeah.
What are we doing out here? All right. I think they want that work, man. That non-work, like. Frank Trilkus here, mighty. It's always that face, my man in the background, the cousin. Yeah, I'm here. Don't forget me. That's mad.
Man, it's a bad boy picture still. Where's all up here with the country?
I know. Now, what we here for, cuz?
What I don't understand is why did it when I put my face in the common space? Did I start looking like common? I don't get it. My nose went. I don't. What was that? Why do I look like common? Bro, that shit didn't make no sense to me. Why am I looking like common a bit? Like, what's going on? Man's beard is so powerful. He just turn your whole face into common.
Yeah, it's a common. It don't matter what you do.
Don't matter, man. Could have been anyone. You would have just looked like common. I don't know, man.
It's the angles. This is cracking me up.
Yeah, it.
What up, Frank? What up, Frank?
Frank.
This your new house, mama.
Yeah, don't forget to hit up the Clips channel as well, man. Yeah.
I'll be getting jokes off them, boy.
Yeah, hit up that Clips channel, man. Really, some more work needs to be done to get into some juicy archives. They're there, man. There's loads. It's too much. It's loads. You could just throw a pin at any stream. Get me any timestamp and something's going in.
In 11 hours. Come on, man.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's usually the juiciest. I'm making sure I check all the 11th hours and that's like the juiciest. People start getting excited around that time. Like, wow, turn up. Turn up, man.
Yeah, some of the roast battle ones as well should be.
Oh, he said he's trying to connect.
Once you put the extras on it.
Belly said he's trying to jump on, but he can't get through. I don't know what's going on, man.
We would have had crypto internet by now. Especially. I don't even play for internet no more. Like, try to do so much NFTs. Yeah, the man said they're gonna pay for it.
They pay for it, and I get bitcoins every minute I'm on
the net, so I'm getting paid while I'm at work.